Yo, what's up guys? This is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content. The link is in the description. 7SL Chapter 247 Separately, Dad. After leaving Marinfendo, Marco and others fell into a state of silent sadness. Who would have thought that even after recovering to his peak form, Whitebeard was unable to escape from Marinfendo? He first fought off two admirals, then engaged in a battle with Garp, and was subsequently besieged by Sengoku and Garp. In his injured state, he knocked Akainu away, but was eventually killed by Garp's hands. Woo woo woo, Daddy. Looking at Newgate lying quietly, everyone burst into tears. After losing their father, what will they do? Ahem, excuse me, but you don't have to cry yet. He is still breathing his last breath. A gentle voice was heard from the void. Who? Subconsciously, Marco and others became alert instantly. Things had come to this point, and they had to be extremely vigilant, because who knew if Marine and the others would catch up with them. Under the gaze of everyone, Su Chen's figure emerged from the void. Don't be nervous, I mean no harm. After a simple smile, he said, my captain is Ace's brother, and after what happened before, do you think I would harm you? After seeing the newcomer, Marco and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Then, they immediately thought of what Su Chen had just said, Dad, he's not dead yet. Thinking of this, everyone's eyes were filled with excitement. No, he still has a breath left. Su Chen moved as he spoke, and light quickly bloomed from his hands. Pure magic power transformed into huge life force and surged towards Newgate's body. Ahem. Gulala, I didn't expect that I wouldn't die. A violent coughing sound was heard, and Marco and others looked at him in surprise. Newgate opened his eyes instantly. Dad! The Whitebeard pirates rushed forward, and Marco, the ship's doctor, checked Newgate at an extremely fast speed. Then his face froze for a moment, and his eyes seemed to be slightly moist again. Although he is not dead, he won't live long. My power can only sustain your life for 3 days, and everyone else saw your death. You can't do anything during these 3 days. Say goodbye to Marco and the others properly. By the way, choose a better cemetery for yourself. Advertisement. Shaking his head, Su Chen withdrew his hand. It is not so easy to perfectly restore a person's hidden injuries and loss of vitality over decades, and restoring Whitebeard to his peak state is not completely without side effects. Coupled with the siege by Garp and others, Newgate's life was already overdrawn. It is already a very lucky thing to be able to hold on to life for another 3 days. Gulala, it would be great to be able to sail with my sons again. Thank you so much, Su Chen kid. Still laughing that incomparably heroic laugh, Newgate didn't care at all that he only had 3 days to live. After all, he has no regrets in his life. It's just a small favor. I have things to do before the sea becomes chaotic, so I won't see you off. Goodbye. Su Chen turned his back and his figure disappeared in a flash. He has to go see Luffy first. As long as Ace is alive, Luffy will most likely head straight to the New World. Although he has become stronger now, the rest of his companions also need time to settle down. The most important thing is, although Rayleigh is called a false teacher, he is essential in laying the foundation for Luffy. Otherwise, how could Luffy learn the peak observation haki that can predict the future in such a short time? And in Wano Kuni, you can quickly become a master in one stroke. All of this is the solid foundation that Rayleigh laid for Luffy during those 2 years. As for why Luffy didn't go with Ace, you'll have to ask Hancock. After leaving Marinfendor, Hancock, one of the Shichibukai, caught up with Marco and others at a very fast speed. At her invitation, Luffy decided to go to Nine Snake Island temporarily. During this period, Luo also caught up. The medical supplies he brought were of great help to everyone. He used the power of the fruit to heal the injuries of Luffy and others. Law led his pirates group and followed Luffy and the others to Nine Snake Island. There's nothing much to say. He became familiar with Ace and the others, and instantly won Luffy's favor. More likely, he was discussing an alliance with Luffy. Not long after, with the induction between the magic patterns, Su Chen split the void and appeared in front of Luffy. Yo, Luffy, you look like you're doing well. Advertisement. Seeing Luffy being served food by Hancock, Su Chen's eyes rolled and he said something teasingly. Su Chen. You're back, hee. First knew Marine could entrap you. Luffy quickly stopped stuffing the huge amount of meat into his mouth and jumped up excitedly. He hugged Su Chen with a smile and wiped the oil on his hands on his clothes without any care. Next to him, Hancock, who was handing Luffy the meat, also looked curious. Whether it was because of Luffy's companionship or because of his previous remarks, she didn't dislike this man. Bang! There was a muffled sound, and then a big bump appeared on Luffy's head. Su Chen glanced at the oil stains on his body, then punched Luffy hard on the head and threw him back onto the sofa in the cabin. He knew it, no wonder Marco and others retreated so decisively. It hurts, Su Chen, Luffy complained as he touched the big bump on his head. I won't allow you to treat Luffy like this. Hancock stood up instantly, holding Luffy in his arms and rubbing his head. But having said that, it was obvious that the smug smile on her lips gave away her purpose. She just wanted to hug Luffy. What was wrong with that? Hancock. I can't breathe. A dull sound was heard, and Hancock belatedly let go of Luffy. He ran to the side, covered his cheeks, and fell into an irresistible longing. Hoo-hoo, I almost died. Taking a quick breath, Luffy patted his chest thankfully. Luffy. Let's separate for a while. Seeing Luffy's eyes turn into mosquito-repellent eyes, Su Chen was silent for a while and then said, "After this battle, you should understand. Although some words are painful to say, sometimes you have to say them." Luffy then remained silent for a while. After witnessing the showdown between the world's top powers, he has fully realized that his own strength is still far behind those monsters in the New World. Even Ace, who he had never defeated, was accidentally captured and taken to the Marine headquarters. If he doesn't get stronger, what happened in Sabaody Archipelago will happen again. He would also watch his companions, disappeared one after another. Chapter 248 Special Message. I see. After a long moment, Luffy smiled again. Then let's meet in 2 years. I actually had this idea after what happened in Sabaody Archipelago. It's just Ace, never mind. Ace has been rescued now anyway. Let's meet in Sabaody Archipelago in 2 years. As soon as the words fell, Luffy's silence disappeared, and that exceptionally bright smile returned to his face again. Since we can't go directly to the New World, let's wait. Wait until they become strong enough to fear nothing. They will go to New World. He will also become the king of pirates. Then it's settled. I'll be responsible for notifying everyone. Luffy, we'll see you in Sabaody Archipelago later. With his palms open, the wind was howling. Su Chen pointed his finger at Luffy's arm. The magic power surged rapidly, and a wonderful light emerged. Soon after, a sky-blue bird emerged curiously and quickly merged into the void. With the connection between the magic patterns, they don't need to risk going back to the Marine headquarters. Go ring the bell to pass on the message. Certainly. Only Su Chen and Nami, who are extremely compatible with the wind element, can convey information in this way. Afterwards, Su Chen met Rayleigh, who arrived late. According to him, he and the remaining members of Roger Pirates were facing off against the 5 elders for a while. After discovering that Ace had been safely evacuated, everyone separated again. During this time they reminisced about the past, which is why they arrived just now. After getting rid of Rayleigh's 2-year special training for Luffy, Su Chen chose to leave. After learning that Luffy and others did not plan to go to the New World immediately, Law led his pirates group away. He also has to go to training, because he understands. After 2 years of special training, Luffy will be a great player. Grand Line, Boeing Islands. At this time, Usopp had become a big fat man. Hercules looked at Usopp in front of him with a speechless face. He found a lot of nutritious food for Usopp, intending to help Usopp strengthen his physique and exercise. However, Usopp was too passive and was devastated after being sent flying here. Coupled with what the man who suddenly appeared later said, he actually became a little self-destructive. Constant overeating. Now he has eaten so much that he has become an extremely fat man. Advertisement: you have to know that this is a man-eating island, full of horrible plants. If I don't become stronger, let alone leaving here, I may not even be able to survive. At this moment, a sky-blue bird emerged from the void. It melted into Usopp's arm in an instant. A piece of information appeared from the depths of his mind, and then Usopp, who had become extremely fat, fell silent. After a long time, he stood up suddenly, his eyes became firm. I understand, let's meet at Sabaody Archipelago in 2 years. Since Su Chen said that I should become stronger, I will work hard to practice. Make yourself stronger. After pumping himself up, Usopp started running with his fat body. He wants to lose weight, he wants to exercise, he doesn't want what happened in the 7-Water City to happen again. Kingdom of Trino. After Chopper's mediation, the misunderstanding between the villagers and the giant bird has been resolved, so now he is ready to ride the giant bird to the Sabaody Islands to meet up with his friends. He already knew about the Summit War, and Luffy, who had rescued Ace, should be preparing to continue sailing. So he hurried over as quickly as possible, just at this moment. Chirp. A sky-blue bird flew out from the sky, rubbed against Chopper affectionately, and then chirped twice. It directly merged into the antlers on his head. Even if you call me cute Dr. Chopper, I won't be happy, a-hole. When Chopper heard the message from Bluebird that brought Su Chen, he immediately became arrogant and said a few tough words while sounding disrespectful but actually being righteous. However, he also understood Luffy's decision, and chose to turn back with tears streaming down his face. Just 2 years, although he missed everyone very much. However, in order to become a real man, he can definitely do it. That's not all. Sanji in Kabamika Kingdom, Zoro in Kraikon Island, and everyone else also received the message. After they got their own hint, they stopped and prepared to head to Sabaody Archipelago. Choose to follow Su Chen's information and meet again in 2 years. Based on their current strength, they are still a little short of reaching the New World. These 2 years. Just give yourself time to become stronger. Advertisement. On top of the small sky island in Visalia, Harada, who witnessed Nami jumping down, felt weak in his hands and feet, and his eyes were wide open. In his heart, he was only thinking, is this little girl trying to kill herself? However, there was one obvious exception among all of them. Bang! Fortunately, he has not killed anyone in all these years. After packing up various meteorology books, Nami sincerely thanked Harada for saving her. Thinking of this, Nami's eyes, which were gritting his teeth, suddenly lit up and turned into 2 Bailey symbols. This is a question worth pondering. As long as she's careful, she can go anywhere now that she's mastered the ability to fly. Revenge. Revenge must be taken, but before that, let's go to the Revolutionary Army headquarters first. At the same time, The sound barrier cloud appeared instantly. But all his meteorology books were packed up and taken away. After carefully sensing it, he stuffed the blue bird into the wooden stick on his waist. It hurts so much, 7,000 meters high, how dare you jump. But then I saw Nami flying, and I felt slightly relieved. When he thought of this, the corners of Hareda's mouth couldn't help but twitch. Should he conjure up a large expanse of gold or a pile of gemstones that sparkle with alluring light? Visalia, I'm glad you're okay. Then she grabbed the blue bird that emerged from the void. See you in 2 years, bullshit. After notifying everyone, Su Chen's face was filled with a relaxed smile. A pair of transparent wings appeared behind Nami, and then her figure was accompanied by a strong wind. This damn guy, doesn't he know that she was almost scared to death? I jumped off Sky Island without hesitation. After watching Summer War, she already understood that in the Sabaody archipelago, that damn actor Su Chen had deliberately let them be knocked away by the bear. When she finds that hateful guy, she will definitely make him pay. He has the obligation to explain the right path to them. Should I go back to Sky Island to take care of my parents for 2 years? Or should I go to Wano Kuni to do something? It's really hard to decide. It quickly flew towards the direction indicated by the magic pattern. After all, the thoughts of this world began to emerge because of him. Judging from the increasingly powerful wind element in her body, she has basically reached the level of Vice Admiral. Chapter 249 The Revolutionary Army is short of money. At this time, Baldigo is the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army. Interior of a room filled with books, behind a huge wooden table. Robin was holding a magnifying glass in his hand, reading the historical texts that the Revolutionary Army had collected from all over the world with great joy. Next to her were the books that Su Chen had given to the Revolutionary Army. I really didn't expect that he had such profound views on society and people. He is really a man who is hard to understand, every time you think you have discovered everything about him. As a result, he can always bring you some unexpected surprises. One can't help but wonder how much more there is about this man that she hasn't discovered yet. As his thoughts wandered, Robin had a meaningful smile on his face. What are you thinking about? A gentle voice sounded, the void in front of Robin shattered, and Su Chen's figure appeared instantly. I was wondering, how much do we still not know about you? Looking at Su Chen, Robin put down the magnifying glass in his hand nonchalantly. Just a little bit. Touched his nose, Su Chen. If you really have to care about it, there are too many things. Forget it, I don't want to know about this, I just hope you're alright. After carefully scanning Su Chen for a few times, Robin stood up and took the books on the table, motioning him to follow. It's just right that you're here. There's something you can help with. The door was opened by Robin. The huge rock walls and sand and stones whistled in the yellow wind, and wisps of dust flew everywhere. It looks very desolate. However, in this barren land, countless organized groups of people are training enthusiastically. A small number of them are scattered around. They were keeping watch openly and covertly. Baldigo is known as the Island of White Earth because it is surrounded by yellow sand and rocks. It is a natural fortress and the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army. Although it looks quite desolate, but after a long period of transformation by the Revolutionary Army, its interior has long been transformed into fertile soil. Ms. Robin. When the two guards at the door saw Robin open the door, they immediately stood up straight and saluted. This was done subconsciously in response to Robin's identity and contribution. Returning the smile, Robin asked, "Where's Long? Is he out again?" Advertisement, Ms. Robin, the chief is in a meeting with several military commanders. We don't know the specific details. If Miss Robin wants to know, I can take you there. Although the guard was answering the questions, his eyes were always fixed on Su Chen behind Robin. After seeing the figure clearly, the confusion on his face turned into extreme surprise. This person actually appeared at the Revolutionary Army headquarters. Hello. With a smile on his face, Su Chen nodded. Unexpectedly, he felt something familiar here. Although he had not experienced this kind of enthusiastic state personally, he had seen and heard a lot of it. You are Lord Su Chen, the Lord Su Chen who wrote those great books. Right. The chief will be very happy to see you. He has always told us that without the ideas you bring, everything we do is castles in the air. One of the guards couldn't hold back his excitement and was shaking with nervousness. Alive. The great man who was known as a guiding light actually appeared in front of him one day. The feeling of his dream coming true was so strong that he couldn't help but tremble. You know, because of the books Su Chen brought to them. The Revolutionary Army has now been integrated into most of the non-member countries, and even into a considerable number of member countries. There are also people who particularly agree with their ideas, including many high-level officials. Just follow the current pace. In a few years, the world's thinking will be completely reversed by them. What slaves, what bloodline, all will be swept into the dustbin of history. A dream world where everyone is equal, all races live in harmony, and everyone has their own duties will be born in their hands. Ahem, I'm not as great as you think. Looking at the admiring eyes of the two guards, even Su Chen felt a little embarrassed. Long time no see, but he was not wrong. The books you brought and the books you asked Miss Willis to send have been of great help to us. The wind was howling, dust was flying, and Dorag, who was shrouded in a cloak like a shaman, appeared with the wind. A rare smile appeared on his face, and he continued to say to Su Chen. Waving his hand to disperse the still howling wind, Su Chen nodded in admiration, leaving a mark on the face from a punch, and then shaving the eyebrows and covering it up with a tattoo. What a great idea. But if they don't give something in return, they won't be able to get over it. Su Chen was keenly aware of everyone's awkwardness, so he joked with Dorag in this way. After a long time, a slight smile appeared on his face. Tell me, what is the situation now? If I had known you had such a profound understanding of the world, I should have invited you to join when we were in Logue Town. Ha 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 ha. This is a tattoo, not a shoe print. Besides, the old guy only has fists in his head, and he doesn't know how to use shoes to beat people. Even Robin, who was standing next to him, gracefully covered his mouth with his hands. Dorag turned around and glared at him, suppressing his frustration and saying helplessly, "You really haven't changed at all, you're still as venomous as ever." So, the uncle who got shoe marks on his face when he was a kid because he didn't obey me. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. Yeah, got it. Without any surprise, Drago continued, "The Revolutionary Army has no money." The originally awkward atmosphere between the two sides gradually became harmonious because of Su Chen's words. Su Chen narrowed his eyes and blocked the sand blown by the wind in front of him, and a simple smile appeared on his face. "Chief, don't blame us, ha ha ha, but does it matter? Not at all. The current Revolutionary Army has nothing to offer except its large number of people. Are you going to steal the crew from your own son? Ha ha ha, you're so right, the leader is so funny, as you expected, you guessed it. It's really this guy, ha 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 ha, his words are so funny." Faintly, Su Chen seemed to hear sounds of suppressed laughter. Everyone who followed Dorag subconsciously glanced at Dorag's face, and then immediately covered their mouths. The body twitched slightly. After a long time, seeing that everyone was no longer awkward, Su Chen asked without thinking, and his eyes turned to the soldiers who were training in the distance. The crowd, led by Koala, couldn't help laughing out loud, holding their stomachs. "As long as there is a need, give up the position of leader. Although I also can't stand the way he walks with the wind." This was quite a serious statement, and everyone stopped laughing. Facing Su Chen, who had brought them great help, they actually had no idea how to treat him. They couldn't really do as Dorag said. Chapter 250. A loud bang in the sky under dim light. Dark shadows were reflected on the surrounding bookshelves, and several figures were sitting quietly around a wooden table. Dorag frowned, looking particularly helpless. The previous methods hadn't noticed, but after giving up on attacking other kingdoms, the Revolutionary Army unexpectedly fell into a financial crisis, and had to train new troops. The Revolutionary Army, which was already short of money, was now in an even worse situation. The only thing to be thankful for is that everything is on the right track and now we just have to wait for the funds to arrive. In the shadow of the light, Su Chen looked at everyone calmly. Money is really not a difficult thing for him, it's just a matter of stretching his fingers. If you really don't want to take action, the worst that can happen is you can just tell them the location of the Golden Island. But since he is not going to join the Revolutionary Army, Dragon and others have to exchange things for him. Otherwise, if they rely on others blindly, these revolutionary armies will definitely be useless. Our plan is him. After a long silence, Dorag took out a photo. A man with gray-green hair combed back, wearing pink clothes and pants, and purple sunglasses appeared above. Gilder Tetsolo. Su Chen glanced at the photo in the newspaper and instantly recognized who it was. This guy is known as the Golden Emperor. He is the owner of the gold fruit, which allows him to control gold to expand into form. He is the head of the world's largest entertainment city, Grand Tessero. He controls many industries around the world and claims to own 20% of the world's Baileys. It can indeed solve your financial crisis. After thinking for a while, Su Chen continued to ask, "So you want me to go there?" "No, we didn't mean to trouble you." Koala shook her head and placed a permanent pointer and a photo on the wooden table. "We already have someone sneaking into the Golden City. This time we are asking you to be a backup. This is his picture, called the legendary super gambler, Rez Max. The Chief of Staff Sabo and I will also be there during this time. If you can enjoy yourself in the Golden City." After saying this, Koala looked at Su Chen sincerely. Not interested. Reaching out and picking up the photo on the table, Su Chen looked at it for a few seconds and spread his hands indifferently. "Since you are prepared, it doesn't matter whether I am there or not. Goodbye, take care of yourself." After saying that, Su Chen stood up and made sure that these guys had not misunderstood the books he gave them. There was no need for him to stay. As for Robin, you can tell by looking at her appearance. With the historical texts collected by the Revolutionary Army, how could she possibly follow him? "Walk? Where are you going?" "Ah!" A pleasant roar came from the sky, and a pair of long legs smashed a big hole in the roof and kicked straight towards Su Chen. Advertisement. The wind howled and the thunder roared. A long sound barrier cloud came closer and closer, in front of everyone's confused gaze. Su Chen's eyes widened, his body was bent after being kicked and flew backwards. Bang! In the distant Gobi Desert, a huge rock more than 10 meters in size exploded instantly. Cough cough cough, what the hell? Nami, an angry roar sounded. A huge gust of wind blew past in an instant, sweeping away the gradually spreading smoke and dust. Su Chen covered his waist with his hands, looking quite embarrassed. But Nami didn't have time to pay attention to him at this time. She was seen holding Koala affectionately, with an extremely seductive look in her eyes. "Miss, Can I go? I heard that this guy has 20% of the Baileys in the world. I must steal all of them from him this time. As she spoke, she kept rubbing against Koala. I don't want much, just 90% is enough. Okay, this lovely lady. Her eyes were shining with golden light for several meters, as if she had already obtained that amazing wealth. Koala looked around for help. She recognized the guy who grabbed her, so she didn't resist. But if this goes on, she won't be able to bear it anymore. Nami, why did you get off Sky Island? After finding that Nami ignored him, Su Chen could only walk back by himself and asked Nami curiously, didn't I ask you to stay up there and study meteorology? You can't finish learning so quickly, right? Bang. Another punch hit Su Chen at an extremely fast speed. But the next moment, the slender fist slammed hard on the wooden table, making a loud bang. His eyes narrowed and a simple smile appeared. With a smile on his face, Su Chen withdrew his shining hand from the wooden table. With a little worry, he quietly watched Nami, who was angry and covering her hand and crying in pain. Oh, why are you so careless? Okay, I know I shouldn't have deliberately let you get shot away in Sabaody Archipelago. Look, I found all the gold you dropped. Looking at Nami with a smile, Su Chen's hand flashed and a large gold brick appeared in his hand. Gudong. At this time, Nami no longer cried out in pain and swallowed subconsciously. It seems, maybe, probably, Su Chen did nothing wrong. After all, he just wanted everyone to become stronger. And most importantly, was this piece of gold dropped by her? Advertisement Koala walked up to Su Chen, saluted solemnly, and continued. If you are not in a hurry, you can stay here for a while. Doesn't she think it's too heavy? See you in 2 years. It was as if this sentence was not said by her, as if she was covering up. Nami's tone changed from guilty at the beginning to extremely confident, as if she felt that Su Chen should accompany her to the Golden City. And Nami, after stamping her feet in frustration, she ran over and entangled Koala again. After conjuring up a pot of black tea, then we're off. Thank you again for your help. Ahem, even though you've admitted your mistake, you have to accompany me to the Golden City. Taking a sip of tea, Robin flipped through the book. Nami glanced at Su Chen, who remained expressionless, stomped her feet, turned around and followed him. A faint message, see you in 2 years, could be heard in the air. It gave him a chance to make amends. Since you said so, I will forgive you now. But this still couldn't disturb Su Chen's comfort. With a smug smile and after saying hello to Dorag, Su Chen's figure disappeared as if erased by an eraser. He savored it leisurely. That's not all, thanks. Well, tea brewed with magic water does have a unique taste. Taking another sip of his tea, Robin picked up his book and stood up, ready to go back to his room. After saying that, she turned and walked outside with Sabo. No, it was her who dropped it. No wonder it looks so familiar. It was as if it wasn't her who had asked the question just now. Rejecting without hesitation, Su Chen calmly sat down again. The legendary Golden City. If she doesn't go and see it, she will regret it for the rest of her life. After being rejected, his face was full of disbelief. The scene flashed, and the gold in his hand disappeared into Nami's backpack. No matter what, Robin, who was standing next to him, saw Su Chen drinking tea and poured himself a cup without any hesitation. Although a big hole was kicked in the room by Nami, and although a gust of yellow wind blew outside the hole from time to time. No. Go with them on the boat, you really aren't going? Chapter 251. Straight Man, Sabo Grand Line, New World. This is Gulen Tesoro, a giant ship that is 10 kilometers long and made entirely of gold. There is a town on it, which is the world's largest entertainment city, an independent country and demilitarized zone recognized by the government, an absolute sanctuary that the world government cannot touch at will. Here, various entertainment facilities and casinos are spread all over the city. Anyone who comes here, no matter if they are nobles, commoners, pirates, or marines, must not act rashly. But among the good and bad people, there are also people with ulterior motives. Although most people come here for vacation, there are always some fearless guys who are ready to make a fortune here. However, under the control of their master, Guild Tesoro, these people became part of the giant ship. As long as you don't break the rules, he said, as long as you have money, you can get everything here. Everything you want can be found here, whether it is power, women, or even devil fruit. Anyone with money can buy it, therefore, it is not without reason that this place is called the world's largest entertainment city. And just as night falls, the city begins to live a life of decadence as usual. Nami and other ship docked at the port. Wow, this is so luxurious. The Golden City, I really want to steal it. Nami's eyes widened, and the golden light coming out was even brighter than gold. It was already night, but the giant ship was still brightly lit, and the golden gold radiated dazzling light under the colorful lights. It seems to be saying, come quickly, come and take me away. It's really exaggerated, but only a city like this can solve our predicament in one fell swoop. Koala's eyes flickered, as if they were shining. For women, shiny things are always particularly attractive. Unfortunately, these things are to be used to make up for the funding gap of the Revolutionary Army. As a cadre, she would not privately take anything that does not belong to her. However, if you win a little bit by playing a little, it shouldn't be considered stealing. Koala, don't be fooled by the wealth in front of you. Sabo touched Koala with his wrist, fearing that she had forgotten the purpose of their actions. Bang. HMPH, hurry up and catch up. After stepping hard on Sabo, Koala snorted fiercely. She was quite dissatisfied with his performance. What's wrong with me? Sabo's mouth twitched twice, and he was a little confused by Koala's sudden anger. Advertisement, mine, all mine. Nami on the side didn't care about Sabo and Koala's little drama at all. After laughing obscenely a few times, she jumped directly to the port. The huge giant golden city starts from this moment. Another little thieving cat sneaked in. Buy it and leave it, buy it and leave it. 1, 2, 3, go, 666 leopard, sorry, the dealer takes it all. Brother, I feel embarrassed to accept this gold. Inside the huge casino, around a dice table, a large crowd of people were excitedly looking at a young man in the middle. This guy has been spending money here for 3 consecutive days, and he actually gambled with gold. Although this is the Golden City, but such an action also made everyone's heart surge and their blood surge. Light. A gentle voice sounded, and Su Chen, who had changed into a handsome white suit and looked different, spread his hands, signaling the banker to accept the gold directly. Such a magnanimous move won cheers from countless beauties around. You have to know that this time Su Chen lost 5 kilograms of gold, but such a big failure did not shake his demeanor at all. In addition to that slender and well-proportioned body, her face is tender yet mature. It's really too handsome. In excitement, several hot beauties with curvy figures pulled out what was underneath their clothes, and threw it at Su Chen. The entire casino was filled with fragrant breezes and extremely excited voices. It seemed as if everything had become dreamy and unreal. Well, he has been here for 3 days. It is worthy of being the largest entertainment city in the world. Even he doesn't want to leave here. Ms. Nami. Slow down. A clear voice sounded, which was not noticeable at all in this prosperous, glorious and bustling town, but it made Nami slow down a little. After all, it's a town where I'm unfamiliar with the place, so it's nice to have 2 people to keep me company. After all, one person can't take too much money with him. Hey, Koala, hurry up, advertisement. Turning back and waving, Nami looked around excitedly. Sudden, her pupils shrank and her body visibly froze. What's the matter, Miss Nami? Koala, who caught up with them, noticed that something was wrong with Nami and asked curiously. Then she followed Nami's gaze. On the big screen in front of me, I saw a woman in a white gauze dress and a crown on her head holding a microphone and singing with bright eyes. The voice is like the whisper of the spring breeze, melodious and crisp. In this city full of indulgence and desire, it is like a green lotus that emerges from the mud without being stained in the scorching summer sun. It's indescribably weird, yet it makes people feel extremely harmonious. Even Sabo, who had been at the back, stopped quietly and listened quietly after he came to the 2 of them. Not long after, the pleasant song ended and the woman in the white gauze dress left. Koala came back to his senses in a daze and asked Nami curiously, do you know her? No, I don't know her. Shaking his head, Nami uttered a few words through gritted teeth. Fox spirit, I didn't expect you to be alive. Koala looked at Nami strangely and then showed an understanding expression. Are they friends? They seem to have a pretty good relationship. It's hard to imagine that a huge piece of gold that is 10 kilometers long is actually shaped like a ship. Sabo in the back sighed. Guild Tessero, the Golden Emperor who possessed 1/5 of the world's wealth, was really envious after observing the town carefully. But he was not bad either. He had lofty ideals and was no poorer than Gilder Tessero. Even in some angles, he is much richer than the Golden Emperor, Gilder Tessero. Now what we have to do is how to meet him. Koala glanced at Sabo, but still hadn't decided to ignore him, so he chose to speak. Well, she was just doing business. Such a big shot wouldn't want to see us, the hunted rats. Sabo smiled self-deprecatingly, adjusted his hat, and looked at Nami who was excitedly rushing towards the casino. So if we want to see him, we have to make some noise. I see what you mean. He followed Sabo's movements and saw the direction Nami was heading. Koala also had a smile on his face. Chapter 252 Miss, I think you got the wrong person. Inside a huge, magnificent and gorgeous building. This is the largest casino in Golden City, with a mixed crowd of people from all over the world. No matter if you are pirates or nobles, once you are in this casino, you only have one identity left, that is, a gambler. When Sabo and the other 2 stepped in here, their first feeling was the incredible noise. Coupled with the crazy howling of some guys who had lost all their fortunes, the noisy sound seemed to pierce the eardrums. A hidden person looked at Sabo and the other 2 in surprise, then quickly walked towards a secret room. And Nami, at this time, had already walked around for a few times. He ran to a gambling table with some chips and started playing. As for where the chips come from, does it matter? Scooey. Miss Nami has adapted so quickly. Koala looked at Nami and expressed surprise at her condition. A normal person would feel a little restrained when visiting a casino for the first time, but Nami was not like that at all. Go and take a look. Sabo's eyes flickered. He was also a little curious about such a place. Look what I found. Another lovely lady has joined our gambling game. Do you need me to introduce you to the gameplay? The dealer at this gambling table is obviously good at stirring up other people's emotions, and he has a handsome face. Some young girls who are just starting out can't stand this at all, and are led into his own rhythm in just a few words, but Nami is obviously not a young girl who is just starting out. She shook her head without hesitation, chose a seat, sat down and placed her chips. Stop talking nonsense and deal the cards. with eyes flashing, Na god of gamblers May officially appears. Yes, beautiful lady. Not caring about Nami's attitude at all, the dealer smiled apologetically. Deal cards to Nami immediately. The guest is God, and as long as she still has the bargaining chips, she will always be a guest. So as long as her attitude did not violate the rules of the casino, no one would say anything even if she took off all her clothes. At the same time, the appearance of new faces also made some people around sit down. This is the time when newcomers are most likely to win money, and if they don't seize this opportunity, they will regret it. 2 whole cards were dealt to Nami. Advertisement. Then something almost magical happened. Except for Nami, who had better cards, everyone else got a hand slightly worse than Nami's. But when faced with newcomers, they are unwilling to give up directly. So much so that the stakes on the table are starting to increase. In the end, as expected, amid the sighs and groans of many people, Nami made a huge fortune. This is not a newborn calf at all, it is clearly a beast pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger. Wow. This is amazing. This lady is lucky. My name is Bakara, and I'm the VIP receptionist of Golden City. I think you really need me to introduce this city to you in detail. A woman with curly red hair and flashy gold earrings came out. She held up a booklet, compared them, and then looked at Nami with an especially warm smile. If you need anything, just tell me. The main thing is, my beautiful lady, I think you and your companion need a change of clothes. Bakara took off her sunglasses and placed them on her chest seductively. Not far away, there was a gambling table surrounded by people. Su Chen crossed his legs very comfortably, leaning back slightly on the sofa at the gambling table, and looked at Bakara with a thoughtful look in his eyes. Lucky fruit, this thing sounds a bit like the concept of rules. It's the beautiful Bakara. I heard that he would only come out to receive important people. Could it be that this lucky beauty is actually an important person? It won't be long, I guess. Someone seemed to want to say something, but was immediately stopped by the person next to him. In this city full of gold, there are some things that are worth telling. So miss, can I come with you? Su Chen stood up and appeared beside Bakara in an instant. He put one hand around her shoulders and took out a box full of Baileys from behind with the other hand. Bakara frowned slightly and struggled, couldn't get away. However, after seeing the box full of Baileys and Su Chen's face, she remained silent and did not resist. Now that we haven't met Guild Tessero yet, it's not the best time to take action. He didn't seem to care at all about Nami throwing away Bailey. But why? They looked completely different. With a wicked smile, Su Chen took out a stack of Baileys from the box and stuffed them into Nami's arms. Advertisement. After a few seconds, he sighed regretfully. What a pity, young lady, although you are very cute, this is the first time I see you here. Sure. However, after Su Chen changed his outfit and appearance, she really couldn't recognize him now. Nami threw the stack of Baileys at her feet. What an insult. Who is she looking down on? The last sentence is about the little thief cat. She is just a lucky little girl, and she doesn't need to care about a rich man like him. Letting go of Bakara, Su Chen pretended to move closer to Nami. She just felt familiar with it. Why insult her with money? Come on, dear Miss Bakara. It's too much, it's really too much. I will take you to change into a set of clothes that belong to you alone. I think you have recognized the wrong person. Oh, let me see. And there is no trace of makeup, it's really strange. Although I didn't recognize who this person is. Money makes the world big. This guy has spent nearly 100 million Baileys in the past few days. I believe Guild Tessero won't say much. Fortunately, Koala, who was quick-witted, hugged her. No one heard it except Su Chen. What does it mean that the way of picking up girls is too old-fashioned? Also, this way of chatting up is a bit too old-fashioned. Have we met there before? Nami was so angry that he wanted to take action. Consider this as a small welcome gift from me, dear, little thief. Who are you? Glancing at Nami inadvertently, Su Chen urged Bakara with a smile. Nami was so angry that she stamped her feet. She was extremely angry, but the doubts in her heart became even stronger. This feeling was too much like the guy on the boat. This feeling was indescribably subtle and strange, as if this guy treated her like a child and was teasing her on purpose. Nami's eyes flashed, and she felt extremely familiar looking at Su Chen's figure. With a smile on her face, Bakara spoke to Su Chen with great enthusiasm. Bang! The VIP area is specially prepared for big shots like you. Mr. Rich Man, can you let me go first? When Nami saw that Su Chen did not look back, she became even more angry. Chapter 253. Good luck. Boom. The two wine glasses clinked gently together, making a crisp and pleasant sound. The singing tonight is also very beautiful. Guilder Tessero sat on the sofa in a relaxed manner, and said proudly to Karina beside him. But what's even more wonderful is that the companion of the man who shocked the world actually came here. While the two were talking, Lord Tezulo, Bakara has gone to receive that person. A guy with a big head and a small body, dressed in black and with tentacles on top, emerged from the ground. But what's strange is that we didn't find any information about the two people who were traveling with her. Also, the man who called himself Grey Fulpasta, after losing nearly 100 million Baileys in the casino, he asked Bakara to take him with him to the VIP area with the weather goddess Nami. After saying this, Mr. Tanaka automatically shut his mouth, quietly waiting for Guild Tessero's decision. In this city, there is only one person who can make decisions, and that is Guilder Tessero. Ha 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 ha, it doesn't matter. Let's entertain these guests well. Unbridled laughter rang out, and Guild Tessero became even more excited because one more person volunteered to join his game. We're just having fun anyway, so it doesn't matter if there's one more person. Learn. I'll arrange it right away. Mr. Tanaka nodded, and his whole body gradually sank into the ground. Ha 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 ha. This is really funny. Guild Tessero smiled and drank the wine in the glass in one gulp. Bite. Inside the huge elevator, the indicator needle above pointed to the VIP sign. Ah, here we are. Everyone please wait a moment. Bakara knocked on the golden door with her hand and said something apologetically to everyone. As there was a knock on the door, a huge head popped out. Then there is his relatively small body. Interesting. Su Chen, who went by the alias Gray, praised without hesitation, his eyes full of interest. This is the casino's security chief, Mr. Tanaka. Welcome. Mr. Tanaka responded by bowing to everyone with great grace. He is a person who has eaten the piercing fruit and can travel freely between any inorganic objects. As a VIP receptionist, Bakara diligently introduced Nami and others. Advertisement then, everyone entered the room under the guidance of Mr. Tanaka. The spacious room is extremely luxurious, with golden water tanks placed around the room acting as walls. A crystal lamp sparkling with colorful lights acts as a chandelier. It seemed much quieter here than outside. People coming and going were nobles dressed in gorgeous clothes. Not far away, Nami even saw some people wearing clothes similar to those in Ini's lobby. It looks great. I don't know how much money I have to win to take you away, dear. Su Chen hooked Bakara's chin frivolously, and a wicked smile appeared on his face. Nami at the back was stunned. Now she felt that this person should not be Su Chen. That guy would never do such a thing to a girl. It's obvious that he's a veteran in the world of women. Mr. Gray is joking. If you want, I'm yours tonight. Blinking seductively, Bakara blew a kiss to Su Chen and invited everyone to go downstairs. Please be careful with the stairs. The special thing about the VIP room is playing dice. It's simple, but quite exciting. As soon as he finished speaking, two people about 3 or 4 meters tall held 2 dice and placed them on the ground. Then, a guy in black leather jacket and with numbers from 1 to 6 came out. He is Dai Si, the undefeated champion in the death fight. Because of his durability, no one wants to challenge him anymore. Now I am the banker here. As the VIP receptionist, Bakara once again performed her duties. Wow. Under the gaze of everyone, Deus grabbed 2 huge dice and threw them directly into the sky. He hugged the huge dice cup behind him again, caught the dice, shook it and pressed it to the ground. Then he grabbed the huge axe next to him, jumped up hard, spun quickly and fell down to hit the dice cup. Bang! A huge noise was heard and the dice cup shattered. But there were also trickles of blood flowing from Deus's head. However, he didn't seem to feel any pain at all. On the contrary, he made a comfortable sound. Then I'll lend you about 300 million Baileys first. Bakara clapped his hands, and a man in black quickly handed the chips to Nami. Ahem. I'd better take a look first. Nami smiled awkwardly. Although she wanted it very much, it was borrowed. Compared to borrowing, she still prefers to get it for free. Ha 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 ha, 30 million. Bet on even numbers. While Nami was still hesitating, Su Chen quickly sat down and exchanged the 200 million Baileys in his hand for chips. Yes, advertisement, but it is obvious that this man who calls himself Gray has great luck. If you follow his lead, you will definitely win. But she didn't notice that the guy who called himself Gray was putting his hands secretly in his arms, and an invisible wave was teasing her reason. Bakara's eyes flickered. She glanced at Bailey on her chest, took off her gloves and gently placed her hands on Su Chen. Nami, who was standing behind, saw Su Chen's smug look and her eyes were filled with jealousy. These lovely Baileys should all belong to her. Still, double? Impossible. The sum is an even number. 60 million, I'd rather bet on double. With a bang, the numbers on the 2 dice were revealed to everyone. He casually stuffed 2 1 million chips into Bakara's arms, then Su Chen pushed the chips back, frowned slightly, and looked at Bakara with a meaningful look. A huge crash was heard and the number on the dice was revealed to everyone. In excitement, Nami has confirmed that this guy is definitely not Su Chen. She will become a billionaire again. Yes, laughing triumphantly, Su Chen then grabbed a handful of chips and stuffed them into Bakara's arms. A scream sounded, and Nami instantly lost all color. The 200 million chips exchanged and the 90 million chips won were all put down. Hen stuck. It's a lucky break. I've been losing for a few days in a row. Did I bring good luck to Gray-sama? What a shocking gamble. Lord Gray is so handsome. Ha 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 ha. Looks like my luck has turned. Sugoi. As expected of Gray-sama, this luck is heaven-defying. 300 million Baileys, plus these, all bets on double. Her face still had that expression of admiration, just as if it were real. Yes. The total points were 6, and Su Chen still won the bet. As for what she is thinking, only she knows. Bakara supported her cheeks with both hands, her eyes flashing wildly, as if she saw the great hero she had admired for a long time. Bang. 3 o'clock, odd number, it's so exaggerated. Bakara stood behind Su Chen with a smile on her face, her eyes filled with admiration. A large number of chips were pushed over, making a clattering sound. Wait. I want to place a bet too. One number is 2 and the other is 6. Chapter 254. A shocking gamble, ha ha ha, it looks like my luck hasn't turned around. With a nonchalant smile, Su Chen stood up and said a few words in Bakara's ear. His eyes flickered, and although he was extremely surprised, Bakara still followed what Su Chen said, nodded, called over a man in black, and after giving him some instructions, the man in black turned around and left. Not long after, the officer came back with 2 large boxes filled with Baileys. Hey, these 2 boxes together have 1 billion Baileys. With a hint of pride in his gentle tone, Su Chen waved his hand to signal Bakara to exchange all of them for chips. When playing, of course the most important thing is to have fun. As for the luck that was sucked away just now, it's back again. There was a gleam in the depths of his eyes. He had figured out how the Bakara fruit worked. Luck is really interesting. Lord Grey, I feel like I'm about to fall for you. Bakara hugged Su Chen's head with great enthusiasm, and squeezed it in an extremely exaggerated manner. Ha 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 ha, honey, remember to come to my room later. When you act, you have to act thoroughly. Su Chen naturally accepted this kind of benefit that was delivered to his doorstep. Besides, his current identity is Grey. What does it have to do with Su Chen? Place your bet, 300 million Baileys, single. The gentle voice didn't sound loud, but it unexpectedly attracted everyone's attention. It seemed that this guy looked very charming. You have to know that he just lost nearly 300 million Baileys. Pay back the money. You are definitely in the same group. Nami, who had been petrified, recovered after Su Chen removed the magic that affected her sanity. She was keenly aware of the abnormality in her emotions just now. Coupled with the interaction between Su Chen and Bakara, Nami felt that she had definitely been deceived. Miss, you made the bet yourself. You know, this is the first time Miss Bakara and I have met. How could we possibly team up with the casino to cheat you? If you don't place a bet, even if we are in the same group, we can't do anything to you. He leaned back slightly and glanced at Nami, who was gritting his teeth. With an extremely smug smile on his face, Su Chen half lay on Bakara, who had a thoughtful look in his eyes. None of this matters. 300 million Baileys, have you figured out how to repay them? Or, as he spoke, Su Chen's eyes swept up and down Nami unscrupulously. Although he didn't finish his words, everyone knew what he meant. Kai Bakara was also quietly returning the luck to Su Chen. With only 300 million Baileys, he had to guide this guy to bet them all. Advertisement, yes. Amidst everyone's laughter, the huge dice cup suddenly broke. 7 o'clock, single. What a heroic man, I like him. Master Grey, congratulations, the Bailey I just gave away is back in your hands. Bakara pushed Su Chen up with a smile, and naturally helped Su Chen get back a large number of chips. Ha ha ha, I just like the way you're sweet-mouthed. After pinching Bakara's cheek hard, Su Chen grabbed a handful of chips and stuffed them into her arms. A large number of chips kept sliding from Bakara's chest to the ground. The pain on his face and the chips constantly sliding down from his chest made Bakara stunned for a moment. Her smile had become a little stiff. This guy. Is he just pretending, or does he really have feelings for her? It's Master Tezulo, the crowd exclaimed, obviously. As the master of this golden city, Guild Tessero noticed her predicament and finally stepped out. Welcome to Gulen Tezulo, are you having fun? Nice to meet you. I am Gulen Tessero, the owner of this ship. Tezuro's eyes were always fixed on Su Chen, as if he wanted to see what was different about him. But it was obvious that he was still far from seeing through Su Chen's disguise. We can only regard him as a lucky guy who got rich unexpectedly. After all, he had impressions of most of the famous people in the world, but he had never seen Su Chen in his current state, and he had never even heard of him. How about a bet with me? The rule is that if you win you get 10 times the profit, and there are no consequences. That means you don't have to give me 10 times the money if you lose. After all, I already have enough money. Spreading his hands, Tesoro sat directly on a prepared seat. Interesting. There was no point in doing anything. Su Chen behaved like a gambler should. Push all the chips out. The total of 1.3 billion chips are eye-catching, looking brilliant and tempting. Even the silent Nami's eyes became a little excited at this moment. Still, single. A gentle voice sounded, and Su Chen turned around and looked at Bakara with a smile. Advertisement at this moment, she was just about to reach out and take away Su Chen's luck, but Su Chen suddenly turned back, which scared her so much that she shivered. However, even so, she still gritted her teeth and patted Su Chen. Then he smiled in a feigned admiration. At this time, Nami and the other two also noticed something was wrong. It seems that when he lost just now, Bakara also patted the guy who called himself Grey. Bang! The dice cup broke open instantly, and the points on it appeared in front of everyone. 2 o'clock. Snap, snap, snap. Tezulo clapped his hands and stood up with a smile. He was already familiar with such things and naturally knew the outcome of this gamble. He couldn't wait to see Su Chen's distraught expression. What a pity, you guessed wrong. With a smug look on his face, Tesoro naturally put his hand down, stood up and looked down at Su Chen. Grey full pasta. No, impossible. Like a gambler who had lost all his money, Su Chen had an incredible expression on his face. His eyes were fixed on the dice that was reflecting the light, and then he looked at Bakara for help. It looks like you've lost everything. Do you want me to lend you some Baileys? Tezzolo, who was looking down from a high position, had something in his heart moved, and said some extremely tempting words to Su Chen with a smile. HMPH, no need, I still have money to bet, but this time I want to bet the entire Golden City. Seeing that Bakara completely ignored him, Su Chen stood up and shouted loudly, if I win, the entire Golden City will belong to me. What did he say? Even if he wins, the Golden City will lose to him. Ha 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 ha, where did this lunatic come from? It's so funny, does he know how much the City of Gold is worth? Don't be funny, this is just a crazy guy. His eyes narrowed, and a chill instantly spread from Su Chen's body. Everyone shuddered. Have you ever heard of the Golden Island hidden deep in East Blue? As soon as the words fell, there was an uproar. I know, it's a legend that was circulated among bounty hunters a few days ago. A man dressed as pirates stood up, thought for a moment and said excitedly, have you been there? Don't be silly, it's just a legend, someone next to him immediately refuted. I've been there, and I used Den Den Mushi to record the images there. Under everyone's expectant gaze, Su Chen took out a small Den Den Mushi and a permanent pointer. The permanent pointer to the Golden Island plus the evidence of its existence should be enough. Gilder Tetsolo. Chapter 255. Amazing Island, ha 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 ha, this is really crazy news. After a moment's pause, Tessero burst into unbridled laughter. But, he is now quite interested in the Golden Island that Su Chen mentioned. As for money, no one will despise it, they will only try to get more. Let's bet, but I have to inspect the goods first. This involves a huge gamble of hundreds of billions of Baileys. I don't think you would mind. Tezzulo's eyes flickered. His interest was real, but he also had to confirm the truth of the facts. Okay, but let's put the bet on tomorrow night. Su Chen threw the Den Den Mushi in his hand away. He only spent a few minutes to copy his memories from this thing. If it broke, he could just get two more. The scene flashed, and Den Den Mushi opened its eyes in Tessero's hands. A huge screen suddenly appeared and hovered in front of everyone. In the picture, the camera moves from far to near. An island that looked exceptionally huge slowly appeared in the picture. The sun shines, and the golden beach reflects the dazzling light. On the coconut trees, there are huge golden coconuts, and on some of the coconuts, there are one or two strange golden bugs lying. At the same time, on the coast, golden fish were constantly jumping out of the water and falling back down. But subconsciously, everyone felt it was unreal, as if the entire island had turned into gold in an instant. So much so that everyone turned their eyes to Tezzoro. If there is anyone who can do all this, it must be Tezzoro with the gold fruit. But judging from his appearance, it was obvious that this was also his first time seeing this island. Could it be that the previous owner of the golden gold fruit did it? But the gold fruit can only control gold, it is impossible to create it out of thin air. Or is it really some kind of miracle? It looks stunning, doesn't it? Su Chen looked at everyone with a proud look on his face. I saw this island by chance during my travels, and it really gave me a fright. If only I knew about this dreamlike island, that's such a shame. After he finished speaking, Su Chen's face showed a bit of complexity. Everyone was stunned and looked at Su Chen as if he was a fool. As if sensing the strange gazes around him, Su Chen felt an astonishing chill again. Advertisement under this threat, all the strange looks disappeared instantly. Take me out, as for this lady who is in debt of 300 million. Ignoring these bullies, Su Chen glanced at Nami and stood up and walked outside the VIP room. How could this shocking gamble end like this? If he didn't let this news ferment, how could he achieve his goal? As for Nami, it was also the first time that Grey Fullpasta had seen her. Whether or not the 300 million Baileys can be paid back is none of his business. Ha ha ha, that's really interesting. Watching Su Chen leave, Tezzolo did not stop him. Bakara, send our respected guest from Grey away. By the way, please treat the beautiful Miss Nami and his companions well. You should know that this is 300 million Baileys. From the coldness just now, he felt a fatal threat. Robbery is not the purpose of this city. As long as he remains there, the permanent pointer to the Golden Island will always belong to him. And after this gamble, his wealth will reach nearly half of the world. Yes, Master Tezzulo. Bakara quickly caught up with Su Chen, and on the way invited Nami and others to leave with her. Anyway, as long as Tezzulo hasn't done anything to Nami. She is the distinguished guest of the Golden City. The most important thing is, for those two guys who shocked the world in the Summit War, I believe that the mere 300 million berries is not a big deal for them. Afterwards, Bakara took Nami and others out of the VIP room. Then she made up an excuse, rejected Su Chen's invitation and left the group. After Bakara could no longer see anyone, Koala, who had been silent all this time, tugged at the corner of Sabo's clothes. He looked around and winked. At the same time, Sabo understood instantly and nodded. Whether it is about future layout or their funding issues. The news about the Golden Island is really important. We must contact the leader immediately, deep in the East Blue. No matter what, this permanent pointer must be obtained, and the gold in the Golden Island must be shipped out before the Marine and the world government get the news. Just at this moment, the two people who were lagging behind looked at each other and immediately followed. Catch the thief. This is a good opportunity to get in touch with this mysterious guy. They have never heard of the name Gray. Advertisement Nami, who had lost 300 million, was unexpectedly happy to meet an old acquaintance in this place. It looks pretty good. Do you want to go up and taunt it? In this case, there are some. She just yelled loudly and reached out to grab the girl's wrist. Stop. Long time no see, Nami. Whoosh, ah. And on the girl's palm was Nami's pink little wallet. If there was anyone who could have snatched the wallets from their hands in an instant, it was only the mysterious guy in front who called himself Gray. The two of them felt something in their hearts and their eyes instantly fell on Su Chen in front of them. A cold feeling flashed across his hand, and after deliberately leaving some ice chips, Su Chen stuffed the two girls' wallets into his arms, pretending to know nothing and walked slowly away. It seems your skills haven't deteriorated, little thief cat. Scare. Nami tossed the black leather heart-shaped wallet in her hand, and an expression of joy and pride appeared on her face. Stop. The sudden disappearance of the wallet obviously scared them both. What's wrong? The girl snatched her wallet back and looked quite angry. Not far away, Su Chen was watching the interaction between Nami and Karina with interest, with a smile on his face. Nami and the other person immediately chased after them, leaving Sabo and Koala still full of confusion. After the impact, Nami, who had fallen silent since Su Chen took out the Golden Island, woke up instantly. Apart from a few very obvious pieces of ice, there was no trace of anything. A girl wearing a hat and dark glasses passed by Nami. It's you, Karina. You have regressed a lot, Vixen. However, it would be better if there was more money in the wallet. Feel sorry. Ah, it really is. They even stopped bickering and looked around in confusion. Two clear roars were heard. Koala next to him asked curiously. Chapter 256. I am an explorer inside the magnificent hotel. Su Chen and Nami and his group were enjoying delicious food around the dining table, even though they had lost all the billions of Baileys they brought with them. But that doesn't mean Su Chen has no money. Tell me, who are you? Nami swallowed the food in her mouth with gritted teeth and glared at Su Chen hatefully. It was him who made her lose 300 million Baileys. Gray Fullpasta, just call me Gray. Holding the red wine elegantly, Su Chen lied without changing his expression. Gray? Nami nodded in realization and slammed the table. I'm not asking for your name, tell me, what is your identity? Marine? Pirates? Or, are you him? As the words fell, Nami's eyes sparkled with surprising light. The reason why she was stunned when she saw the Golden Island was because Su Chen had mentioned it inadvertently. At the beginning, he hadn't met Luffy yet. Once in East Blue, an island that was not on the route was turned into gold by magic. If you are not a person with extremely bad luck, or a person with extremely good luck, there is no way you can find that island. More importantly, he left behind a guardian. Even if someone was lucky enough to see the island, they would definitely not be able to take away a piece of gold. This is also why Nami has always been suspicious of Gray. With Su Chen's style of doing things, and the fact that there are not many powerful people in the East Blue Sea area, it is impossible for anyone to leave the island alive. Not to mention, this suspicious guy not only left the island, but also recorded the video with Den Den Mushi. He even made a permanent pointer. It's really suspicious. One really has to wonder whether this guy is disguised as Su Chen, the evil guy. However, because there was indeed no connection between the magic patterns, she had not dared to confirm it. I am an explorer. An inexplicable chill surrounded Su Chen like smoke. He took a sip of red wine and continued in a seasoned tone. Don't compare me to those brutal pirates and ignorant marines. Explorer? Everyone expressed doubts. In this era, you are either pirates or marines. Advertisement, are there still pure explorers like those from hundreds of years ago sailing on the ocean? Of course, just like the explorer Rolando who shocked the world by discovering the Golden Country, I will also go down in history by discovering the Golden Island. Su Chen's face was full of longing, as if he had already seen the world admiring him. It's true. If you want to deceive others, you must first deceive yourself. When Su Chen said these words, the light flashing in his eyes seemed real. Nami and others couldn't help but doubt their own eyes. Which personality of this guy was the real him? In that case, you must have deliberately made a bet with Tezulo. Sabo, who was standing by, wiped his mouth with a tissue and asked something that occurred to him. Certainly. Do you think I'm the kind of person who is blinded by money? Su Chen smiled disdainfully, and a hint of mockery flashed in the depths of his pupils. You know, a golden island is enough for me to buy several kingdoms. Do I need to continue making money? As if afraid that Nami and others would not believe it, Su Chen deliberately took out another Den Den Mushi. By defeating the guardian of the Golden Island alone, I have acquired the greatest wealth in the world. But as an explorer, his real wealth was not gold. A picture emerged from the eyes of the Den Den Mushi, forming a golden scene. In everyone's eyes, the golden light seemed to be the most moving thing in the world, attracting Nami and Karina's attention. Treasure. For Nami, the appeal was second only to mapping the entire world. Explore the unknown and gain unparalleled fame? Koala, who was sitting next to Sabo, thought for a moment and asked in a brisk tone. Clever, but not the whole story. First he nodded, then denied it. Su Chen added to Nami and the other three, it's right to search for unknown areas, but gaining unparalleled fame is at least a side effect. For an explorer, sharing what he discovers is the most romantic thing. Share? You said you wanted to share the location of the Golden Island? Nami and Karina's eyes lit up and they immediately dropped the Den Den Mushi. Four eyes looked at Su Chen with expectation. It's really so uncomfortable. By the time she finished speaking, Nami's voice was filled with excitement. Although the Golden Island proposed by Su Chen was more tempting, but compared to Bailey in the Golden City, as long as he did not reveal the specific location, the Golden Island was like a castle in the air. Almost at the same time, they subconsciously reached for each other's wallets. Advertisement. They forgot that their wallets were taken away by Gray, who called himself an explorer. Good sisters, forever. This is a thief's highest honor. Want to join forces? Karina smiled mischievously twice, her eyes also filled with amazing excitement. After all, who wouldn't want to get rich safely? Before Nami could even open her mouth, Karina made a comment. Karina thought that since she hadn't gained Tessero's trust yet, she might as well go dig for gold. And with Nami's help. As for Sabo and Koala, they sighed and said that if it was true as Su Chen said, then the profession of explorer was really a good profession. He doesn't want to have to spend hundreds of millions of Baileys to buy a steamed bun in the future. Su Chen gave Nami a blow on the head without hesitation. That's right, you're so stingy. This highest honor belongs to the thief, but there is really a chance to take it away. The two girls were so moved by each other's tacit understanding that they hugged each other enthusiastically. Then, the two slender hands collided awkwardly. Nodding in agreement, Nami seemed to be back in the days when she and Karina were stealing the pirates' treasures in East Blue. They had the same tacit understanding. Anyway, there are still 2 years before the gathering, so I can go digging for gold. You have to know that the part of the island that is above water is enough to buy a kingdom. If it is fully mined, the world's financial system will collapse. Ahem, I was careless. The permanent pointer was just a forgery of his. As a professional thief, how could he not be tempted by such a huge fortune? He, you found me. You wish? Nami was the first to break the awkward atmosphere, and asked with excitement and confusion. Are you here for the treasure of Tesoro as well? How stingy. By the way, Karina, why are you here? Little cat. An island of gold, something you can see but cannot touch. They looked at each other and their faces froze at the same time, then they sat back pretending nothing had happened. From now on, please call her Na Gold Miner May. If it is not necessary, the island should remain dormant forever. Chapter 257. Tesoro is not worth playing with. Time passes slowly. The next day, the sky gradually darkened, and the clock's hands slowly moved to 8 o'clock in the evening. After everyone separated, they gathered together again with their own purposes. Chew, bang. A huge firework exploded. After a day of news fermentation, people from all over the world were frantically watching the two sides on the high platform of the Sky Theater. This kind of huge gamble that shocked the world is simply unheard of. You know, including the Golden Island mentioned by Lord Grey, the amount of money in this gambling game is almost half of the world's money. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome everyone to the world's largest entertainment city. Tesoro held the microphone in a particularly exaggerated manner, stood in the center of the podium and welcomed everyone. Congratulations. Today, you will witness the most shocking gambling in history. One is the extremely mysterious explorer, Grey Fulpasta. The lights converged, and Su Chen appeared, wearing a white suit and a handsome cloak. Under the messy hair, a pair of eyes that radiated amazing charm seemed to contain stars, coupled with the exquisite face that was as beautiful as the sky, made everyone subconsciously stunned for a moment. A lot of girls' eyes instantly turned to the side, full of admiration. The other one is the great golden emperor, Guild Tezulo. The lights converge, representing the golden light rising into the sky. So what if he is handsome? You have to know that he is a man known as the Golden Emperor. Money is just a number to him. Accompanied by bursts of exploding fireworks, the entire platform. In the huge circular audience seats surrounding the scene, countless people cheered wildly and excitedly. Stop talking nonsense and get ready to start. A casual voice sounded, and Su Chen threw out the Vice Admiral video Den Den Mushi in front of everyone's eyes. The huge picture instantly filled everyone's eyes. The golden island that sparkles in the sun, it seemed to be within reach, and everyone was instantly addicted to it. Beautiful, so beautiful. Is there anything in the world more beautiful than an island of gold? No, ha ha ha, let's get started. Seeing Su Chen's actions, Tesoro clapped his hands. As his clapping sounded, two hot girls held 2 sets of dice in their hands, opened them, let Su Chen and Tesoro take a look, and placed them in front of them respectively. Advertisement. This bet is quite simple. 2 people roll the dice to compare the size, whoever has the bigger dice wins. As the dice cup stopped shaking, a slender arm gently rested on Su Chen's shoulder. It was Bakara, and she seemed surprised as to why she was able to take the photo. But then he thought that none of this mattered, and returned to Tesoro with a sneer on his face. At this point, she stopped pretending. Tesoro opened the dice cup without hesitation. The 3 dice added up to 18 points, which was exactly the maximum amount. Ha 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 ha, looks like I'm lucky. With pride, Tesoro brought the red wine next to him, looking like he had already won. Bakara has taken away his opponent's luck, how can he lose? On the other side, Su Chen showed a meaningful smile on his face. They really thought he was an unlucky person. If he hadn't figured out how the lucky fruit worked, he would have had to be so careless to let Bakara pat him on the shoulder. I did. The corner of his mouth curled up, and then the dice cup was instantly opened by Su Chen. Inside the dice cup, 2 of the dice showed 6, and what was surprising was the other dice broke into 2 halves, revealing a 6 and a 1 respectively. There was an uproar. Everyone stared blankly at the dice in front of Su Chen, revealing extremely complicated expressions. If we follow the rules, Su Chen should have won. Bakara, in particular, looked at her hands as if she was doubting her life. What is going on? She had clearly taken away Su Chen's luck, but he didn't feel affected at all. It's so weird, is it strange? Stand up silently. Su Chen said softly with a smile on his face. Let me explain it to you. The power of the lucky fruit is to take away the fortune that belongs to someone else and attach it to someone else. It sounds like this fruit has quite powerful abilities, right? But you have to know that the power of the fruit also depends on the person. If I am stronger than you and I am on guard, do you think you can really take my luck away from me? Pa, pa, pa. The sound of clapping was heard, and Tesoro looked at Su Chen with a sneer on his face. You tricked me. Advertisement, but do you think you can take away this country that I have managed for so many years from me? He stretched out his right hand and flicked it violently. The golden ring quickly popped out, rolled a few times on the gambling table, made a jingling sound, and appeared in front of Su Chen and others. Then the golden ring vibrated, and the surrounding golden decorations were guided out by the vibration. Like liquid, it enveloped Su Chen and others from all directions. Haha, do you really think I'm unprepared? Besides, you are such a disappointment. If you can't afford to play, then don't play. Hear Su Chen's laughter. Tesoro's face froze, revealing a hint of anger and embarrassment. Su Chen smiled sarcastically again, stretched out his right hand suddenly, and the temperature in the air began to drop rapidly in an instant. After a while, there were bursts of snowflakes floating in the sky. Along with the frozen gold powder, it quickly fell towards everyone. A thick layer of ice gradually formed on the ground. At the same time, the gold that was attacking from all directions suddenly stopped moving and stopped in midair. Bang! Large pieces of gold powder appeared all around like a fountain. Faced with this ability to make gold escape his control, Tesoro was unconvinced and created more gold. But the next second, his expression changed instantly. Su Chen waved his arms gently, and a chill seemed to emerge from the void, instantly freezing the gold powder covering the sky and turning it into snowflakes falling down. That's awesome, but it's more like that guy. Nami, who was standing behind Su Chen, felt something in her heart and became even more suspicious. Don't think you can defeat me like this. Tesoro's face changed and his body trembled. At this moment, the 10-kilometer-long ship began to shake. Countless gold emerged from every corner of the city and quickly gathered towards Tesoro, like liquid, covering his entire body and forming a layer of armor. Then it expanded rapidly and turned into an extremely huge giant. As someone who has developed the fruit to awakening, Tesoro's power is obviously not comparable to those of minor characters. Ha ha ha, come and try again if you have the guts. Gray. The huge body looked down at the people below, as if at this moment. He turned into a giant capable of creating the world. Chapter 258. The ice that represents eternal freeze. This is Tesoro's strongest state. The unprecedented figure is enough to shock the world, and possessing a huge body also means possessing powerful strength. Golden divine fire. His eyes widened and a dazzling laser suddenly condensed. Based on the powerful Haki, this laser is powerful enough and has a long range to sink warships dozens of kilometers away. Buzz. The stunning laser was like a meteor, leaving a faint trace in the dark night. He appeared in front of Su Chen in an instant. Faced with such a swift attack, Nami and others' faces changed suddenly. I subconsciously dodge. Ice crystal reflection. Stacks of ice cubes instantly condensed from the void and turned into a concave round magic mirror. The extreme cold seems to freeze time. In just a moment, the stunning laser was focused inside, quickly spinning several circles in the concave mirror, and then suddenly exploded at its center. Shoot it back hard. Boom! Almost instantly, the laser beam hit Tesoro's huge golden body, causing a loud bang. Next second, the godlike giant flew backwards and crashed heavily into a building. Ah! A huge roar sounded, and Tesoro stood up in great anger. Being hit by your own attack is not a pleasant feeling, it can even be said to be humiliating. This feeling gave Tesoro an extremely subtle feeling. He raised his fist directly, and his huge body quickly approached Su Chen, and punched out fiercely with his clenched fist. Submit to my power and hand over the permanent pointer of the Golden Island. Golden fire. The powerful armament color and the gold brought by the fruit intersected and turned into an infinite force in the punching fist. The air vibrated and the void exploded. Staring quietly at the falling huge fist, Su Chen raised his right hand. Layers of ice piled up. It formed a fist the same size as Tesoro's right hand. Then the sakura flowers fluttered, and a layer of slightly pink Haki covered the ice. The obscure magic power is like an abyss, forming an extremely mysterious pattern under the cover of Haki. Ice. Eternal frozen. Advertisement in an instant, the air seemed to freeze. Amid the flying snowflakes, the two huge fists collided with each other in an instant. Boom. Ka ka ka. In the cold air that enveloped the sky, a loud noise like thunder rang out. The surrounding snowflakes instantly scattered in all directions. After a few breaths, a huge body was thrown out under the cover of thick ice. Ha 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 ha. A crazy laugh sounded from inside the huge body. Faced with the fact that he was crushed, Tesoro behaved in a rather twisted manner. Countless frozen gold began to flow again as he tried his best to control it, lifting his body high up to the position that belonged to him exclusively. He opened his arms wide, ignoring the blood flowing from his body. He said loudly to everyone, "Look, what wonderful gold. Only I am qualified to have all this. I want to make everyone addicted to it and eventually devour it. Don't think of taking everything from me. You have to know that Lousy has worked hard to collect it for many years." The words fell. The rushing gold formed a huge spiral warhead behind it. Based on hockey, the originally soft gold became extremely hard at this moment. Golden Divine Punishment. This move, which gathered all of Tezuro's strength, directly hit Su Chen. Even if such a move was frozen, it could not be blocked at all. But, under everyone's horrified gaze, Su Chen's mouth curled up slightly. It seems that in the face of such an offensive, he was not in a hurry at all. A gentle breeze blew across everyone's bodies. Surprisingly, this breeze was not cold. On the contrary, everyone felt warm in it. Tread, tread, tread. The crisp footsteps drew everyone's attention to behind Tezuro. At some point, Su Chen, with an inexplicable smile on his face, appeared behind Tezuro. At this moment, he was gently lowering his raised arm. The cold light that shot up into the sky connected to the clouds, and a piece of dark blue ice froze Tezuro's entire body along with all the gold. Advertisement even time seemed to stop flowing at this moment. There was still madness on Tezuro's frozen face. Teishiraku adult. Not far away, Bakara and others exclaimed at the same time. It seemed full of disbelief. You know, in this golden city, Lord Tessero should be invincible. Sabo and Koala also looked surprised. This mysterious guy looks really strong. It would be even better if he could join the revolutionaries. As for Nami and Karina, they had already disappeared from the Sky Theater when Su Chen and Tessero started fighting. Looks like I won. Have a good sleep inside the ice that represents eternal freeze. After taking a complicated look at the frozen Tessero, Su Chen took out the permanent pointer and tossed it up and down. Everyone's eyes followed the pointer as it moved up and down. The permanent pointer of the Golden Island was too tempting for them after they had seen the video. If they didn't know that they were no match for Su Chen, they would have rushed up to snatch it like Tezuro. You want it? The devilish voice spread throughout the venue. Under everyone's expectant gaze, Su Chen continued to say temptingly, "Then go find the location of the Golden Island. It's deep in the East Blue Sea." After he finished speaking, Su Chen directly crushed the permanent pointer in his hand. After hearing this, most of the onlookers rushed towards the port frantically. The ownership of this city has come to an end, but the Golden Island, after Su Chen crushed the permanent pointer. They're at the same starting point again. This treasure is destined for them. Ha ha ha, don't fight with me. This island belongs to me, Lord Jackal. Bah. Why? I, old pig, refuse to accept this. Brothers, young fan is heading to East Blue. What is One Piece? It's just something you can't see or touch. The Golden Island really exists. The opportunity to make a fortune is right in front of you. Go ahead, don't let these sons of B*** get there first. The noisy sound resounded throughout the Golden City, accompanied by the occasional sound of fighting. Before long, the entire Golden City fell completely quiet. Gray, what exactly is your purpose? Looking at Su Chen's actions, Sabo hesitated for a moment and decided to ask a question. Crushing the permanent pointer and drawing the world's attention to East Blue is an act that has no purpose. He wouldn't believe it even if you killed him, but what was surprising was that when everyone's attention was focused on East Blue, their plan should be implemented very smoothly. Chapter 259 2 years later. Purpose. Of course there is a purpose. Smiling, Su Chen spread his hands and continued, but what I am doing should be beneficial to your revolutionary army. Startled, Sabo pulled out the steel pipe from behind. He aimed at Su Chen with extreme vigilance. In that case, his target is the revolutionary army? Don't be nervous. If I wanted to do it, wasn't last night the best time? Su Chen looked at the steel pipe in Sabo's hand with amusement and shook his head. Although I don't know how strong Sabo will be when he sneaks into Mariajoy 2 years later, but now, he is still far from the world's top, and naturally, he is no match for me at all. Congratulations, you have won 20% of the Pele in the world. Seeing that Su Chen had no intention of taking action, Koala immediately stopped Sabo. He smiled and congratulated. The revolutionary army is now at a critical moment, so it is better not to provoke the enemy for the time being. There's no need for this. Technically we are a faction. Seeing the two people's puzzled expressions, Su Chen continued, it was Su Chen. He asked me to come and help you gain control of the Golden City. His reward is 1/10 of Bailey. As for the Golden Island, it really exists, but it is not a place that ordinary people can go to. After the words were spoken, Sabo and the other person looked at each other. That person, even though he said he wouldn't come. I'll take 1/10 of the reward, and leave the rest to you, goodbye. Feeling that the two thieves who went to the vault were walking back, Su Chen remotely stored a part of Bailey into the space and prepared to slip away. Actually, the reason why he came here this time. In addition to playing, I also want to try to find the blind man. Go and ask him what justice is in his mind, but it's a pity. He, who was addicted to gambling, was not in this city. Now that I can't play anymore, I naturally have to find another place to have a good rest. Stop. Just as Su Chen was about to leave, Nami and Karina fell quickly from the air. Grabbed him. I know who you are, tell me the truth. With a burning gaze, Nami seemed to have completely determined what he was thinking. Advertisement the awkwardness she had been feeling before, coupled with the glimpse she got of the battle scene when she went to steal the money, the familiar feeling made her completely certain. You've got the wrong person, beautiful lady. I'm just an explorer passing by, not the person you know. Seeing Nami holding him tightly, Su Chen's eyes flashed with an extremely stubborn look. He can't admit death at this time, otherwise Nami will annoy him to death for 2 whole years. Rip. The sleeves were torn to shreds. Su Chen looked at Nami in confusion as she grabbed his arm with an incredible look on her face. How could it be? How could it be nothing? There should be. Look at the smooth arms with even muscles and full of strength. Nami began to doubt her own perception. Why is there no magic pattern? She should have confirmed it. Okay, although I don't know what you want to see, you should understand that I don't have what you want to see, so I'll take my leave first. With a hidden smile, Su Chen turned and left. Do you really think he was unprepared? As a magician, isn't it a very simple thing to hide the magic pattern? Karina on the side said comfortingly. Okay Nami, he's probably not the person you're looking for. Although she didn't know much, from what Nami said in the footage of the previous summit war. Gray, it's really not Su Chen. No, how come he knows what I want to see? Nami suddenly had an idea, said goodbye to Karina and quickly flew into the sky. 2 years, she didn't want to stay in one place and study meteorology boringly. As long as she learned a little bit, she could master these things quickly and follow Su Chen around. Isn't this delicious? Su Chen, who was not far away, looked back when Nami was chasing him, and then his figure disappeared in a flash. Time flies and years pass. Gradually, 2 years passed in a flash. During this period, some major events happened at sea. After fighting Big Mom, Ace fought Kaido again. Eventually, he led the remaining members of the Whitebeard Pirates to gain a foothold in the New World and became one of the 4 emperors. Kid and others who were once called the Evil Era also went to the New World. Some formed alliances and caused chaos in the New World, while others suppressed their ambitions and joined a 4 Emperors Pirates group. Advertisement: the New World is now almost in chaos. After all, Ace has only been established for a short time, so major battles occur almost every day in the Whitebeard Pirates territory. That's why Ace developed the ability of the Mera Mera Fruit to Ultimate. After awakening, he completely reached the level of Admiral, coupled with the increasingly powerful Haki. There is a tendency to suppress the same generation. And another big thing. It was shortly after the disappearance of the Straw Hat crew that the news of the East Blue Golden Island broke out. Countless pirates who had fallen in the New World and Paradise burst out with unimaginable enthusiasm and marched from the New World to the East Blue. This large-scale transfer of power undoubtedly brought unimaginable advantages to the Marine and the Revolutionary Army. Among them, Marine finally inserted some pieces in New World after the pirates were transferred. And the Revolutionary Army. When the Marine and World Government were distracted, they overthrew the regimes of more than a dozen member states of the World Government and formed a continuous base in West Blue. Coupled with sufficient funds, its apparent combat power is almost catching up with the World Government. This move also made the World Government dare not act rashly. The only option was to communicate with the Revolutionary Army through negotiations. However, this undoubtedly gave the Revolutionary Army some time to develop. At this point, a 3-party confrontation situation gradually formed in the world. The pirates are on one side, and the World Government and Marine are on the other. The remaining Revolutionary Army is one side. The consequence of this confrontation is that the pirates are still fighting each other, but there is no trend of killing each other. The Revolutionary Army tried its best to develop itself, and its sphere of influence began to spread gradually. At least from West Blue's perspective, the Marine and the World Government have basically no room to intervene. On this day, the pirates were preparing to complete their daily work, robbery, as usual. Sabaody Archipelago has a remarkable group of people. A meteor streaked across the sky, and after landing on the ground, there was a cloud of dust. Soon after, a strong wind swept down. A tall and handsome figure appeared. Ahem, it seems my physical fitness is still not good enough. Spitting out the dust in his mouth, Su Chen patted his chest somewhat uncomfortably. I don't know how Kaido did it. He jumped directly from Sky Island, which is over 10,000 meters high, and it was like nothing happened. Even with his current physical strength, it would be uncomfortable for him to jump down. It's really a monster. Chapter 260. Convergence, Sabaody Archipelago. Who told you to be so stupid as to jump down directly? You look like you were sick. The same stunning scene fell. However, it stopped precisely 1 meter above the ground. Nami glanced at Su Chen as if he was a fool. Hey, let's go and have a drink first. They shouldn't be here that soon. After an awkward cough, Su Chen laughed and took Nami to the tavern next door. Ha 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 ha, people like you are not worthy of joining us. Bang. With a gunshot, a guy who wanted to join the Straw Hat crew was shot down by the extremely fat Luffy. He had no interest in the small character with a bounty of more than 50 million. Looking at what happened in the pub with interest, Su Chen shrugged nonchalantly and walked in for a Bloody Mary. Really interesting. Are those pirates blind? Wearing similar clothes is equivalent to being a real person. People in this world are really born blind. The most important thing is, the guy pretending to be him actually looked surprisingly good. He was wearing a black suit, a magic hat, and holding a magic wand. Coupled with his slightly better-looking face, he turned out to be the most handsome member of the fake Straw Hat crew. Nami also sat down speechlessly. After a simple review of the information, he had figured out what was going on with these guys. They were just a group of guys who used their names to get free food and drinks. It really makes people lose interest in dealing with them. Nami sighed to Su Chen and said, I don't know how the others are doing, and whether they are practicing well. She has been following Su Chen everywhere for the past 2 years and got a lot of training during this period. This guy always went to dangerous places. If she hadn't become stronger day by day, she would have died countless times. Fortunately, she finally caught Su Chen. Revealed his true face. What grey fulpasta, it's just a nickname for Su Chen for his bad taste. This is the name he used when he was causing trouble in Wano Kuni. At this time, the fake Straw Hat crew burst into laughter. It seems that he is very happy because the people he gathered are pretty good. Not only that, because they were too happy, they also planned to ask Nami to come over and drink with them. It seemed that they were extremely sure that as long as this fake halo on their bodies did not disappear, they would be invincible. Crack. Some inexplicable black balls appeared in the air, and then a huge thunder appeared out of nowhere. Faced with the teasing of such a small person, Nami took action without hesitation. Advertisement, and once he strikes, it's basically a fatal move. The experiences of the past 2 years have taught her that if a problem can be solved directly, there should be no room for maneuver. Otherwise, she will always be the one who suffers. How is that possible? That woman summoned thunder out of thin air. And she's exactly like what's on the wanted poster. She's the real weather goddess Nami. Inside the pub, some guys who wanted to see the fun were shocked. He took out the wanted poster and compared it several times. Logically speaking, all members have bounties on their heads. The Straw Hat crew, who performed brilliantly in the Summit War, will never fall so easily. But, thinking back, this method of controlling thunder. According to their understanding, only the one known as the weather goddess can use it. But isn't she from the Straw Hat crew? Could it be that they are in an internal conflict? There was also a huge difference in the wanted posters, which gave these already vicious pirates a bold idea. These guys, can't they be fake? That Straw Hat crew is fake. Yes. That must be the case. Compared to the people on the wanted poster, they look nothing like the ones on the wanted poster, except that they are dressed very similarly. Kill them. They dared to deceive us. One of them, a tall, thin man with a beard who stuck out his tongue from time to time, and another man holding a shovel and with hair that looked like a chameleon, were the first to react. The fake Straw Hat crew was exposed. The 2 men had awkward expressions on their faces, and there was terrifying murderous intent flashing in their eyes. Wet-haired crib, blood-spattered crib. The pirates have bounties of 210 million and 190 million berries respectively. He is the supernova of this year. They had no hatred towards Nami and Su Chen, but they could not tolerate the fake Straw Hat crew who deceived them. So, after Nami took action, they were extremely grateful and dragged out all the people lying on the ground. As for what to do, Su Chen didn't know. However, I believe that since they dared to pretend to be them, they must have plans for what to do when they're exposed. Shaking his head, Su Chen drank the wine in his hand in one gulp. What a farce. Advertisement, let's go, it should be about time. Putting down the empty wine glass, Su Chen stood up and left with Nami. At this time, the eyes of the people around him narrowed again, filled with shock and disbelief. If the woman who controlled thunder just now was Nami, then this one should also be a member of the Straw Hat crew. The people who took out the wanted warrants looked at the backs of Su Chen and the other man in horror as they left. Written on it were the big words, Magician Su Chen. You are truly unharmed, Thousand Sunny, the other side. Relying on his shipwright's intuition, Frankie quickly found the ship docked somewhere on the coast. Looking at the coated Sunny, Frankie seemed a little sad. You know, this is the first time we met after 2 years, and I didn't expect that the Sunny was really the same as before without any changes at all. Hey, isn't this Frankie? Time has left no trace on Robin, if anything. She became more intellectual and mature. During the 2 years in the Revolutionary Army, although she did not follow Su Chen around the world like Nami, she participated in some key battles and the development of the fruit. In these 2 years she has reached ultimate. As expected of our archaeologist, this is awesome. The moment he saw Robin, Frankie, who had further transformed himself, struck that unique pose. It seemed that he really wanted people to be amazed at his changes. Robin was also quite considerate and said that he couldn't be treated as a human being. Later, with Frankie's explanation, Robin learned that except for Luffy, everyone else had already arrived at the Sabaody archipelago, including Usopp to purchase fuel. Sanji went shopping for ingredients, and the most surprising person was Brook. The concert has actually started. It seems that he has become a real big star in the past 2 years. And while they were talking, in the other direction of Sabaody archipelago, a familiar figure was carrying a large bundle. We reached Sabaody archipelago quietly. I wonder if everyone has arrived yet. It's been a long time since we last met. Under the huge cloak, Luffy thought silently in his heart and a bright smile appeared on his face. Everyone, here I come. Chapter 261 Luffy's appearance. The Sabaody archipelago peninsula 33 at this time. The huge concert hall was packed with people, and countless cheers and shouts filled every corner. When it comes to Brook, the Soul King who has taken the world by storm in the past 2 years, no one can help but be fascinated by him once they have heard his singing. So almost all the residents of Sabaody archipelago came to the concert that day. Just at this moment, Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, a large number of Marines rushed to the concert stage. Stop singing. I declare again. Soul King Brook, we suspect you are the acting captain of the Rumba Pirates, Nostril Brook. The bounty is 33 million berries. In addition, there is information that you are now an accomplice of Pirates Straw Hat Luffy, Soul King Brook. No, Pirates Brook. You will be arrested on the spot. A large number of Marines raised their spears. They were fully prepared to face this legendary figure. After 2 years of development, Marine is not as strong as before. However, a large number of soldiers had their strength fully tempered in the clashes with the pirates and the Revolutionary Army. In its essence, the Marines who still dared to arrest people everywhere are the elite among the elite. Liar. How could Mr. Brook be a pirates? You're such a liar. You know, Mr. Brook is a famous king of spiritual songs. How could he possibly be a pirates? But judging by Marine's performance over the past 2 years, he shouldn't be a liar. How is it possible? The audience in the audience discussed in disbelief. No one wants to believe that Brook, who conveys power through music, is really a notorious pirates, as Marine said. The band, and the backup dancers and singers. Please play the last song with me. My singing voice is powerful. Just as the audience was immersed in discussion, Brook extended an invitation to the band. Everyone was stunned. Then there was an outburst of enthusiasm that was difficult to conceal, and a large number of spectators stopped Marine. Faced with such unarmed civilians, for a moment, the Marine was unable to break through their interception. After all, ever since the incident involving Admiral Kizaru was exposed, they have become synonymous with justice. Without any reason, they will not attack ordinary civilians. Straw Hat Luffy. Death? Idiot. This is ridiculous. Tell the world for me. Pirates, Straw Hat Luffy is still alive. He is destined to have no chance of death. One day, he will become the king of this sea, the king of pirates. Brook yelled loudly. Advertisement accompanied by cheers and shouts. He, as the king of soul, used the last song as a greeting gift to his partners. And a farewell to this identity. See Gui, so handsome. On the sunny, Chopper said loudly. His eyes sparkled as he looked at the handsome Frankie. It seemed that the marshmallow in his hand didn't smell so good anymore. You mean robots? Can they emit lasers? Can they launch missiles? Can they merge with something else? It's so handsome. Seeing Chopper's blood boiling, Usopp quickly grabbed him. Although he was also quite excited, but looking at Chopper's current condition, if he continues like this, he will probably die of excitement. Afterwards, Frankie showed everyone the results of his modifications over the past 2 years. A smaller arm can emerge from the huge palm. The switch on the nose can adjust the shape and length of the hair. The only pity is, his ultimate weapon has to wait for Luffy to take it out. The two girls, Nami and Robin, stayed aside, expressing their disinterest in Frankie's new body. They discussed the latest new clothes and their respective experiences in the past 2 years. Su Chen moved a recliner and leaned on it quietly. Such a lively scene. I haven't felt this way in 2 years. You have to know that Nami, that guy, has an increasingly powerful control over the wind element, and his way of concealing the magic patterns is inseparable from magic. Finally, she vaguely sensed the direction. While playing in a casino, he was caught red-handed using Gray's identity. Hey, you're all here already. Just as Su Chen was in deep thought, Rayleigh and Shaki walked over from a distance. Facing this uncle, everyone was also very happy. Nami, in particular, showed considerable interest in the coding issue. After that, they exchanged some information with each other. Rayleigh suggested taking the ship to Area 42. And the other side. At this time, a large number of pirates who were kept in the dark gradually gathered on the 46th peninsula of Sabaody Archipelago. Leading the group were Wet-Haired Caribou and Bloody Crib, who had already learned the truth. Although the Straw Hat crew is fake, the pirates that gathered together are real. As a new generation of supernovas, it is a pretty good thing to bring these pirates under your command. Nature. Advertisement. This group of pirates came together because of the fame of Luffy and others. Seeing the pacifist attacking again, Luffy tilted his head indifferently. Even the Marines who surrounded them had expressions of extreme horror on their faces. Too slow. But it's also good. Now the opponent is surrounded. If his strength has not changed much in the past 2 years, there will be a chance to capture him this time. A figure carrying a huge bag, covered in a cloak and wearing a strange nose ornament attracted everyone's attention. After surrounding the entire Area 46, Marine quickly launched an offensive. That's it. Endless light quickly condensed in the pacifist's mouth, and then burst out in an instant. Aim at that guy. PX5. The air exploded and the void shook. However, this time I unexpectedly met the real boss. But just when most Marines thought the mission was about to end. Before long, except for a few pirates who cleverly pretended to be dead, most of the pirates were seriously injured or lost their lives in this wave of attacks. Just one punch. Along with the pacifists, many Marines forcibly formed a posture of infantry-tank cooperation. A look of understanding appeared on Zon Talmaru's face, even though the news he received was that someone was impersonating the Straw Hat crew. This time, the Marines gathered in Sabaody Archipelago can be considered elite. However, his cloak and the decoration on his nose also fell off. Bang. Go ahead. PX5. Bang. Kill. These pirates deserve to die. And the most important thing is because of the influence caused by Su Chen. Sure enough. That guy is the Straw Hat boy, everyone get ready, we're here for him. Second gear. Jet gun. Lasers and artillery shells kept firing towards the area where the pirates were densely populated. The pacifist who cost the price of a warship fell into Luffy's hands. He muttered something, and his figure disappeared instantly after flashing past the laser. There was a loud explosion, and the pacifists were embedded into the ground. At this moment, no matter which pirates fell, just like in the original story, he fell into the encirclement set up by Marine. Whoosh! As the commander, Zon Taomaru gave orders loudly. Under the huge explosion, the figure flashed past the laser at an extremely fast speed. Chapter 262. Set off. The Fishman Island. Hee, I'm stronger now. After retracting his fist, Luffy quickly picked up his bag and started running away. He promised Hancock to try not to cause any major trouble in the Sabaody archipelago, so if it wasn't necessary, he would avoid taking action. Hey, Luffy, at this moment, two figures quickly followed from behind. Sanji and Zoro were attracted by Marine's movements. They were on their way to find Luffy. After hearing the noise here, their intuition told them. Wherever Luffy is, there will definitely be some movement. This is not. Just by moving a little closer, they discovered Luffy's trace. Oh, it's Zoro and Sanji. Luffy turned around immediately after hearing the familiar voice and shouted happily, wow, long time no see. Ah, I know you want to ask. I'm the first one to arrive. Luffy, you're the last, this guy is the eighth. After getting rid of the pacifist who was blocking the road, Zoro pretended to be nonchalant and said, you know, he was the first one to arrive this time. He can brag about this for the rest of his life. See if they still dare to say he is a person with poor sense of direction. Shut up. Is that something to be proud of? With a disdainful roar, Sanji loudly suggested to Luffy. Hurry up, everyone is waiting on the ship. This guy kept talking in his ear, isn't he just the first one to arrive? Is there any need to be so happy? Ah, ha, I'm really happy, it's been 2 years, and I didn't expect you guys are still the same as before. Facing Sanji and Zoro who disliked each other, Luffy showed a bright smile on his face. It seems that his companions have become stronger. Don't try to escape. Capture them, kill, as Marines, we will never retreat even if the enemy is strong. Looking at Luffy and others, the Marines around were surprised but still not afraid. After all, they are Marines wearing cloaks of justice. Don't talk about this for now, let's get out of here first. Sanji was the first to speak, and now they were clearly surrounded. Although I feel that these Marines will be fine, but if it drags on for too long, the companions who stay on the ship will get worried. After all, they haven't seen each other for 2 whole years. Luffy. Hey, what's up? Advertisement. Zoro and the other man, who were about to leave, stopped and looked at Luffy, who didn't move. I saw the latter looking in a certain direction. It seemed as if there was something more attractive to him there. That's Pluton. Really? The Marines and pirates around them almost popped their eyes out. I was filled with disbelief. What on earth was going on today? The legendary pirates appeared one after another. Hee. I came to check the situation. It seems that there is no problem. Your strength has improved a lot. Sitting cross-legged on the stone, Rayleigh crossed his arms and smiled with satisfaction, saying, then go find your companions. They have been waiting for you for a while. Bang. Putting down the bag on his back, Luffy thanked the legendary figure solemnly. Rayleigh, thank you for taking care of me over the past 2 years. Thank you so much. Haha. No need to be so serious, let's go. Rayleigh, I will definitely become the king of pirates. Facing the former deputy of the Pirates King, Luffy loudly expressed his ideals. Yes, he will become the king of pirates one day, damn straw hats, catch them. Zon Taowen gritted his teeth and gave the order harshly. Clang. The huge sword energy separated Marine from Luffy and others. Facing Luffy's bold words, Rayleigh responded in his own way. My disciple is about to set sail, I hope you will show mercy. I advise you not to cross this line, that's not all. Facing the Marines gradually closing in, Perona, who had escorted Zoro here, also took action. Ghosts emerged from strange places and passed through the body of Marine who was about to stop Luffy and others. 2 huge birds fell from the sky. The Straw Hat crew is finally together again. Faced with such a scene, Luffy simply stretched out his arms, surrounded everyone, and hugged them tightly. Everyone, although I have a lot of things to say to you. Advertisement with a raised eyebrow, everyone's mouth curled up into a faint smile. Sanji and Usopp laughed and commented, you're not being willful just now. Sanji once again showed his courtesy to Nami and Robin. Ha. If that's the case. Brook burst into tears at this time. Brother Luffy, I miss you so much. After a brief adjustment, Luffy stood in front of everyone. Just ask that green algae head who has always wanted to kill the captain and you will know. He has shouted more than once that he wants to kill Luffy. But when I saw you, I didn't know where to start. Anyway, thank you for cooperating with the decisions I made in the past 2 years. Luffy and others quickly reunited on Peninsula 42. However, they have long been accustomed to these things. You know, they suffered a lot because of Luffy's willfulness. Super. You guys are more manly now, 2 years have passed. Usopp, Luffy, and Chopper gathered together again and pulled Frankie to ask him to introduce his functions in detail. Luffy even smiled at this, then he took a deep breath and shouted to everyone. After a series of chaotic actions, the marine who was chasing Luffy and others gradually lost their trace for some reason. I don't know why, but there's nothing wrong with hugging. That's right, haven't you always been like this? Luffy. It still has the same flavor, the sea is still the same sea, and the partners are still the same partners. Although everyone's strength has changed a lot, the atmosphere is still unique to Straw Hat Crew. Then let's go. The result of his self-destructive behavior was that he was left with only bones left, and a big bump appeared on his face after being beaten severely. No one knew how he grew any flesh without any flesh. On top of the giant bird, Luffy looked at the people below with surprise. Thank you so much. Even though his nose was bleeding non-stop, he had no intention of stopping. Turn the rudder down, we're heading to the Fishman Island. Everyone looked at Luffy falling and rushed over to him. There hasn't been the slightest change, and Brook was asking for trouble by asking Nami to show him her underwear. Wow, everyone is here. Looking at Luffy, Sanji, and Zoro, Frankie adjusted his sunglasses in amazement. Chapter 263 Towards the Deepest Point. Grand Line, beneath the Sabaody Archipelago, 3,000 meters below the sea. After sailing for a period of time, Luffy and others have passed through the photoreceptive layer and officially entered the twilight layer. All sorts of amazing creatures are roaming around as the water temperature drops. The creatures they encountered also gradually became larger. Wow, it's a whale! Chopper exclaimed in genuine wonder as he looked at the huge whale swimming overhead. Laboon, Brook next to him was full of emotion, as if he was thinking of his companion who was still waiting in Gemini Potassium. I think it's Uncle Whitebeard. Luffy expressed a different opinion. Back during the Summit War, he thought that several ships looked like whales. Now, he thought that these whales looked like ships. Just at this moment, Usopp, who had the best eyesight, ran out and shouted to everyone. Look everyone, there's a boat coming up behind us. Moo! With a strange roar, a huge shadow rushed up in an instant. It caught everyone off guard. Everybody follow me, charge. Yes. A group of pirates shouted madly, and then quickly rushed towards Luffy and others. I seem to have seen this guy somewhere before, Luffy. Yeah? Sanji frowned, as if remembering something. Luffy on the side was completely confused, and then an idea flashed in his mind. He remembered that Su Chen once said that the meat of this manatee was very tender and delicious when roasted. It's Moo. Nami recognized the sea beast instantly. Only Hachi and Moo Moo escaped. Nature. When Moo Moo saw Nami and the others clearly, he recognized them instantly. Thinking of how they looked at the beginning, he was so scared that he turned around and ran away. Little ones, follow me. Yes, at this moment, Caribou jumped onto the Sunny alone. Advertisement. The younger brothers at the back wanted to catch up, but Moo suddenly ran away, pulling their boats away quickly. Two unlucky guys failed to stop and jumped out of the coated bubble directly. The enormous pressure directly crushed it into a ball of blood-red powder. Chopper exclaimed in amazement, wow, someone jumped on board. This is several thousand meters deep in the sea. The raccoon cat, oh no. The deer were really surprised that someone could get on the boat. He. While they are still stunned, kill all the people in the boat. Facing Luffy and his entire team, Caribou acted extremely fierce. Bang! A magic wand hit him hard on the back of the head. The powerful hockey attached to it made him fall to the ground before he could transform into an element. It was only at this time that Caribou discovered. He was the only one on board. As for the other members, they had disappeared without a trace long ago. Frankie, throw him into the sea. Stretching, Su Chen shrunk the magic wand and decided his life or death without any care. Learn. Grabbing the Caribou, Frankie walked straight towards the boat. Such a small role no longer arouses their interest. Please stop, please don't throw me into the sea. This is my only request. Caribou endured the severe pain at the back of his head, his whole body went limp, and he pleaded with Frankie in a trembling voice. Don't waste your life like this, God is watching, isn't he? Bang! Seemingly extremely annoyed, Frankie threw him directly against the edge of the boat. Caribou was so frightened that he fell to his knees. He almost died in this unknown deep sea? God? Didn't you say you were going to kill me all? Frankie said unhappily. Zoro next to him narrowed his eyes and asked, tell me, who are you? You were the captain of the pirate ship just now, right? If you dare to lie, I will throw you off the ship. No, how could I be the captain of that ship? With cold sweat on his face, Caribou looked at Zoro and swallowed his saliva, and began to think quickly in order to survive. I am that thing, yes, I was captured by them as cannon fodder. Please, can you take me in temporarily? I will definitely repay you for your kindness later. In order to save his life, Caribou fell to his knees and knocked the deck against the ground, making it creak repeatedly. Not only that, he even forced out a few tears. Advertisement. Compared to some people who use eye drops, he now looks more like a professional actor. Wet-haired Caribou, bounty of 210 million Baileys. Su Chen took out a bounty warrant and handed it to everyone. Wow, 210 million Baileys. Chopper was so envious, considering he only had 50 Baileys. Nami on the side also had golden eyes, although she earned a lot in the past 2 years, who would complain about having too much money. His strength is not that great. The reason he has such a high bounty is mainly because he is bloodthirsty and cruel. Anyone who falls into his hands is either a civilian or a marine. No one escaped. Su Chen explained lightly and grabbed Caribou's collar with one hand. Ka ka ka. A cold light surged, a chilly breath surrounded him, and a thick layer of ice instantly covered him. Give it to the marine when you have a chance, and you can get some money for it. Everyone looked at each other and agreed with Su Chen's decision. If it is a person with a brutal personality, it is better to hand him over to the marine instead of killing him. After all, that's 210 million Baileys. Nami, are we off course? Usopp shivered and looked around confusedly. Why does it feel like the temperature around us is starting to get colder? Look, I have goosebumps on my hands. Yeah, but it doesn't matter, the general direction hasn't changed. Nami glanced at the pointer and determined the direction. I feel cold too, even my skin feels chilly. Brook, who was standing by, also shuddered after hearing what Usopp said. The kind-hearted Chopper noticed Brook's actions and kindly reminded him, no, Brook, you're just bones, right? You don't have any skin. Suddenly, it was as if I had suffered a heavy blow. Brook fell to his knees on the deck, lost in emo. Okay. Everyone, put on your coats. The water temperature will drop rapidly from now on. After moving everyone's clothes out of the cabin, Su Chen changed his clothes into a handsome one. Except for the stubborn Luffy and a few others, everyone quickly put on their coats. Not long after, an enormous underwater waterfall appeared in front of everyone. This spectacular sight was no less shocking than when everyone first saw Sky Island. Endless sea water kept pouring back down. It was like a huge hole, swallowing up everything around it. Chapter 264 10,000 meters below. What is that? Usopp's face was filled with shock, his eyes nearly popping out of his head. In the downward cavity, an extremely huge octopus was seen stirring slowly, its thick and long tentacles twisted, causing countless undercurrents. It can be clearly seen that some ship wreckage is rising and falling around it. Wow, it's huge. Such a big octopus must be delicious when grilled. Shut up. You should run away now. After a brief moment of shock, everyone immediately started discussing loudly. Grab it and use it to pull the boat. After a series of discussions, everyone came to a decision. After putting on the disposable coating, Luffy, Sanji, and Zoro jumped out directly. Just right. Now it's time to let them show the results of their training. Boom. Seeing someone rushing out, one of the giant octopus's tentacle instantly rolled over, and not only that, its extremely huge body followed. Countless tentacles insidiously bypassed the three people and rolled towards the Sunny. Once the coating on the ship is broken, there will be very few people who can survive in this deep sea. So Su Chen took action without hesitation. The surge of magic power represented the first time that the light of magic shone on the seabed. Endless streams of water converged in front of the Sunny. A huge transparent dragon-shaped creature suddenly appeared. Its size was even larger than that of the octopus. Almost subconsciously, after seeing such a huge and terrifying creature, the giant octopus stopped moving instantly. He tentatively reached out with one of his tentacles. In the deep sea, body size is almost the first criterion for determining strength. But as a demon who kills without hesitation and cruises the ocean aiming at ships, wouldn't it be a disgrace to the demon Kulaken if he ran away without testing his luck? The next moment, faced with the tentacles stretched out by Kuraken, the dragon creature formed by the sea current controlled by magic responded. It twisted its body and wrapped around Kuraken at an extremely fast speed. The power surges. The legendary sea monster, Kuraken, felt what it used to feel like when it used its tentacles to grab other creatures. Great job. Look at my third gear. Although he was somewhat dissatisfied with Su Chen's first move, facing a good opportunity, Luffy still exclaimed loudly. Then he suddenly stretched out his right hand, which became huge and was instantly covered with a layer of dark haki. Advertisement just punched him directly. Sanji and Zoro next to them also took action at this moment. Leg shadows and sword energy swept across. Kulaken howled miserably after being attacked by the three men, and the sounds echoed in the surrounding sea. The sea is surging and the undercurrent is rolling rapidly. Because the attack of the three people was too powerful, and Kuraken was entangled and unable to move, the undercurrents in the sea produced some unknown changes. A huge Uzumaki was formed, sucking Luffy and the other two, along with Kraken, in. Luffy! Everyone exclaimed. Who could have thought something like this would happen? Let's go, let's follow. After sensing the status of Luffy and the other two, Su Chen appeared directly at the helm with a wicked smile. With a powerful twist of his hand, the Sunny rushed directly towards the Uzumaki. Ah! Looking at the huge hole below, Usopp and Chopper screamed in fear. Not long after, everyone followed the falling Kuraken. At this time, Luffy had already tamed it. After 2 years, he has completely mastered Conqueror's release method. The pressure from the soul aspect has unimaginable power against deep-sea monsters like Kuraken. Then under Luffy's command, Kulaken carried the Sunny on his back and moved quickly towards the Fisherman Island. Sikanichi, Luffy, you guys are awesome. Chopper, with a look of admiration on his face, looked at Kuraken outside with envy. He also wants to be a real man like everyone else. As everyone was waiting, the entire seabed gradually brightened, and an extremely spectacular island wrapped in a huge bubble gradually appeared in front of everyone. Look, we're at the Fishman Island. Usopp pointed at the sea in the distance and shouted loudly. Everyone looked over quickly. I saw a huge double-layer semicircular bubble film shield surrounding the entire island, and I could clearly see that there was an air layer between the two layers of the shield. This steamed bund is the same as the one on their ships, but it is obviously larger and more sturdy. What a beautiful island. This is the Fishmen Island, 10,000 meters deep in the sea. Ha ha ha, under the leadership of Usopp, we are finally here. Ah, I want to eat the marshmallows on the bottom of the sea. Advertisement, Miss Mermaid, here I come. The moment they saw the island, everyone shouted their own cry. If you hadn't seen it with your own eyes, who would have believed that there would be such a magnificent scenery deep under the sea? Humans stop. At this moment, some fishmen surrounded them from all directions. They have sun patterns on their bodies that are similar to the one on Xiaobao's head. Of course, they are only similar. In the middle of their sun patterns, there are also symbols that look like human heads falling to the ground. You are the Straw Hat crew, right? I've heard that you crushed the ambitions of Arlong and his gang, but I also heard about your kidnapping of celestial dragons 2 years ago. It's really hard to decide. The leading fishman Hammond observed the Sunny, thought about it carefully, and then said to everyone in a daze. Well, tell me, are you enemies or allies? Do you want to join our new group of mermaid pirates, or refuse to join us? If you dare to refuse, I will bury you in the sea. Everyone was stunned, especially Nami, whose expression suddenly turned much colder. She thought she had let it go completely, but when she saw the appearance of this group of guys, a nameless anger arose involuntarily. Frankie, refuel. Quietly taking a few steps back, Nami whispered to Frankie. Hearing Nami's words, Frankie nodded slightly. Under the protection of everyone, he retreated into the cabin. At the same time, Usopp quietly ran inside. He was going to help Frankie refuel. As for steering, wasn't Su Chen there? How have you considered it? Seemingly a little impatient, the leader Hammett shouted loudly. Don't play tricks, you have no chance of winning at 10,000 meters in the deep sea. No way, stupid, idiot. Luffy made a face and rejected Hammett without hesitation. Next second, a huge thrust came from the Sunny, and everyone who lost air instantly fell on the deck. Just a moment. The ship model of the Sunny touched the outer coating of the Fishmen Island, and like peeling a shell, the coating of the Sunny disappeared instantly. Immediately afterwards, a huge amount of seawater rushed over. Faced with the strong ocean current, everyone was forced to disperse. Chapter 265. The History of the Undersea, I see. In a daze, Robin slowly opened his eyes as Su Chen's voice sounded in realization. After eating the devil fruit, she fainted shortly after the seawater backflowed. She remembered that before she fainted, she saw Su Chen holding her hand. What is that? Ahem. History essay contest. Robin lifted Su Chen's clothes off his body, coughed, and quickly got up. Regardless of the discomfort in her body, her attention was completely drawn to the huge stone after seeing it. What a fool. So boring. After putting away the magic in his hand, Su Chen spread his hands and turned around. After seeing Robin walking up quickly, he moved a few steps to the side. Ahem. I didn't expect that the Fishmen Island actually has a historical text. Gently running his hand over the marks on the huge stone, Robin took a few breaths and began to read. Looking at her appearance, except for one hand still grabbing Su Chen's clothes, all other expressions seemed to have completely forgotten that there was someone next to her. At the same time, an illusory figure emerged from the necklace around her neck. Together with her, I looked at the main text of history with burning eyes. It was her mother, Nicole Albia. Joey boy, apologize. The mermaid princess, Pluton, communicating with the sea kings. A huge kingdom. I see. So, she kept mumbling to herself, and as Robin interpreted, the historical text placed here was quickly deciphered by her. Combined with the large amount of texts collected by revolutionaries, a clear history emerges. Understand what? Su Chen interrupted Robin with a smile and glanced at the place not far from the main text of history. As if he understood what he meant, Robin remained silent. As I expected, Nico Robin, as the last scholar of Ohara, you can read this kind of text. At this moment, a deep voice sounded. Then a whale shark man with whirlwind-like eyebrows and sideburns, a fringe-like hairstyle, a short, thick black beard on his chin, and a lightning-like scar on the corner of his left eye walked out. Advertisement: he was fat, with 2 big teeth in his lower jaw, and wore a yukata with floral embroidery and wooden clogs. The person who came was none other than one of the former Shichibukai. Jinbei the Sea Knight. Hey, long time no see. Su Chen greeted with a smile and seemed to be in a good mood. Long time no see. I have been waiting for you for a long time. Seeing that the people coming were Su Chen and Robin, Jinbei was in a very good mood. After all, strictly speaking, Su Chen was his savior, so after he saw Su Chen, he bent down suddenly, but the next moment, he was forced to stand up again. It seems you are looking for us, but you are not the only ones waiting for us. The magical light blooming in his hand slowly dissipated, and Su Chen spoke seriously. If it was about Arlong, except for Nami, none of them were qualified to accept Jinbei's apology. Yes, I have been waiting for you here for a long time. Jinbei stopped insisting, and after taking a closer look at the two of them, he continued, it seems that the third prince did not bring you a message, otherwise you would not have separated. Robin and Su Chen looked at each other and spread their hands at the same time. I didn't care about that at the time, and I decided to rush in when Luffy waved his hand. It is a blessing that nothing goes wrong. After all, Who made them have an unreliable captain? There's something I want to ask. After a moment of hesitation, Su Chen chose to ask next to the main text of history. There should be another piece next to this main text of history. His eyes flickered and the surroundings fell into silence for a long time. After a long time, Jinbei sighed and took Su Chen and Robin to a secluded corner. Now the reappearance of Luffy and others brings more than just a new flag. Now that he has given up his identity as Shichibukai and with his father's departure, if he wants to protect the Fishmen Island, he can only look for a flag that can protect them again. A look of disbelief. At this moment, a loud noise suddenly sounded outside the sea forest. At the same time, a huge figure appeared in the sight of the three people. It was none other than the mermaid princess, Shirahoshi. He greeted Luffy with a smile, then Jinbei glanced at Shirahoshi again and continued subconsciously. Oh, Princess Shirahoshi is here too, long time no see. Advertisement. The lower body is a fishtail with alternating dark and light pink colors. If he hadn't been waiting for Luffy and the others, he might have already gone to investigate the ultimate goal of the new Fishman Pirates. So he is willing to take another gamble. Looking at Luffy on Shirahoshi, Su Chen showed an understanding expression. Before Shirahoshi could answer him, Nami and others appeared not far away and interrupted Jinbei's questioning. Even Zalba was seriously injured. Ah, Luffy, long time no see, why did Princess Shirahoshi come out? He waved his right hand, and the magic power expanded along the carved words. Boom! Obviously, Jinbei is quite familiar with this name. Jinbei, who had just been shocked, was shocked again and hurried to Zalba's side. As if he had reacted, the person next to him opened his mouth wide and his eyes almost popped out. Just like in Summit War, he went to the Marine headquarters without hesitation and rescued Ace with others. Has he been taken out? Pointing to a huge red historical text in the distance, Jinbei said to Su Chen and Robin who had followed him, this is it. This is a text that records the coordinates. Hey, Zalba, what happened to your injuries? But when the Battle of New World broke out, the Fishmen Island was still brought under the control of Big Mom. When Shirahoshi saw Jinbei, he subconsciously greeted him, Boss Jinbei, long time no see. The moment Luffy saw Su Chen and the others, he jumped off Shirahoshi. Hey, Robin, Su Chen, are you guys here too? When Jinbei heard about the new Murloc Pirates group, his emotions fluctuated noticeably. What happened one after another was really beyond his imagination. The visitor had long, wavy pink hair, a taiyaki-shaped hair accessory on her head, and a pair of shell-shaped earrings. Looking at the somewhat silent Jinbei, Su Chen smiled and told him about his experience on the way here. Have they made their move yet? A pair of bright blue eyes that seemed to contain stars, beautiful features, and a plump upper body. Princess Shirahoshi, why are you here? Although Ace has grown extremely rapidly in the past 2 years. It is more of an opportunity to break the confrontation in New World. Chapter 266. Jinbei's apology. Ahem. Xiaoba coughed twice, opened his eyes, looked at Jinbei and replied. Hody and his men wanted to attack the palace, and I failed to stop them. Then they asked me to join the new group of Fishmen Pirates. Not long after I refused, Vanderdeck and Ix seriously injured me. It was Chopper and the others who saved me. Jinbei, stop them now. The Dragon Palace is now in danger. Hody and his men have already set out, and the next step is to overthrow the king. When the words fell, Jinbei was shocked. It turns out that the reason why Xiao Ba was seriously injured was because of this. Luffy, why are you here too? Nami was a little surprised. Logically, he should be with Zoro, Usopp and Brook, so why was he here alone? But before Luffy could answer, Sanji, who was being carried here, stood up instantly and jumped forward with force. After performing a dozen difficult tumbles in the air, he landed in front of Shirahoshi, took out a cigarette from his arms and lit it. Then, he was stared at by everyone in bewilderment. It was as if a bard opened his arms in an embrace and began his narration. Ah, mermaid princess. In front of you, I am like an incompetent painter. With my tools, I am completely unable to depict your brilliance. Please let me recite a poem for you. Ah, the sea. Pink hearts popped out from his eyes, even the background. It also turned into a pink color, just like what some sweet girls like. Ah, I found my all blue, but it was obvious that his actions made Shirahoshi feel a little embarrassed and he didn't know how to deal with it. Ice. At this moment, Su Chen instantly swung out a piece of solid ice. The air currents rolled and the cold wind reversed. In the surprised gaze of everyone, a huge axe instantly froze in front of Shirahoshi's forehead. At the same time, the piece of ice wrapped around the axe and flew back in the direction it came from. What is that? Nami and the others asked subconsciously. Although Shirahoshi was huge, the flying axe was also not small. If it really hit her, she would definitely be seriously injured even with her body size. Here you are again. You're really haunting me. I've already beaten you away so many times. What an annoying guy. Advertisement. Luffy next to him fell from the air and stopped when he saw Su Chen take action. See? Why did you bring the princess here, Luffy? Jinbei looked at the axe flying away and turned back to Luffy. He grew up watching Shirahoshi, so he naturally knew who the guy who threw the axe was. It's okay, I'm here. With his hands on his hips, Luffy looked at Shirahoshi with a bright smile on his face. Yes. Shirahoshi looked at Luffy and a smile spread across his face. No matter what, with Master Luffy here, she will definitely be safe. Looking at the stare between Luffy and Shirahoshi, Su Chen on the side felt a little depressed. You have to know that it was him who did it this time. Although Luffy also noticed it, no matter how you look at it, it was still him who did it. The result is this scene. Boy, all the credit goes to Luffy. As expected, who can not love a passionate boy? Afterwards, Shirahoshi quietly closed his eyes in a place covered with colorful corals in a unique building. With her hands clasped together, she seemed to be saying something silently. Her mother, Princess Odahime, is buried here. As if he could see that everyone was confused, Jinbei began to tell Odahime's story. Vanderdecken also started to pester the princess not long after the princess passed away. So the princess didn't even attend her mother's funeral and spent 10 years in the hard-shell tower. She must have a lot to say to the princess. At this point, Jinbei looked at Nami with a complicated expression. I sincerely thank you for stopping Arlong and his gang of brutal people in East Blue. That's you, arigato. At the same time, please accept my apology. The culprit who exiled Arlong and his gang to East Blue 11 years ago. It's the old man. After saying this, Nami subconsciously covered the lines on her arm. Luffy and the others also fell silent. The atmosphere around them became much colder as Luffy and the others fell silent. Especially Sanji, there was actually a murderous look in his eyes. Bang! Placing his hand gently on Sanji's shoulder, Su Chen shook his head and said, Don't be anxious. Listen to what he has to say before making a decision. In the previous Summit War, I saw you fighting desperately to protect Luffy. It is true that Arlong and his gang have put me through a lot of torture, and I have met many companions in this sad fate. Advertisement, stop it, Sanji. He kept saying that Jinbei was a real man. And Chopper also had tears in his eyes, because you are Luffy's friend. Jinbei's eyes were filled with tears. Facing the relieved Nami, he felt deeply guilty. Death as atonement. Such stories are really touching, and they are worthy of being their partners. Call, I am willing to accept any punishment until you calm down. At least in his opinion, there was no getting Arlong back on track. Nami held the necklace around her neck and rejected Sanji's proposal. That's not the case. As soon as I heard what he said, I knew that this person had no ill intentions at all. I have left the past behind and I am very happy now. Xiao Ba, who was lying seriously injured on the side, also had tears in his eyes. From the moment he told the truth, Jinbei had already put his life and death in Nami's hands. We had planned that no matter what kind of trouble he caused, we would rush over to deal with it immediately. As for the reactions of Luffy and the others, he might have been prepared. No matter what. After breathing a sigh of relief, Nami sat on the ground and continued, Anyway, it's great that you are not the mastermind behind Arlong's gang. After listening to this, Sanji stood up and pointed at Jinbei without hesitation and said, Although this can't vent my anger, but at least it can calm Miss Nami down a little. All of this is what makes my life possible. I won't hate you just because you're a fishman, so don't apologize for my life. And Frankie, after listening to Nami's speech, he burst into tears. Really? Then you should commit seppuku. Jinbei recounted the story of Odahime and the origins of the Fishman Pirates in detail. Stop talking, stop talking. After finishing the story, Jinbei knelt down in front of Nami trembling. After he finished speaking, a relieved smile appeared on Nami's face. I really don't deserve your words, I am so terrified. But Arlong bribed the nearby Marines, causing the Marine headquarters to not receive the message, putting your hometown in dire straits. I am also responsible for this. So, Arlong, who is rampant in your hometown, is actually my little brother. Jinbei seemed to want to say something else, but was immediately interrupted by Nami. It's Arlong I hate. It's his responsibility. After Chapter 267 Disagreement between the two sides. Now that we've concluded this, should we head to the palace? Seeing everyone around him crying with emotion, Su Chen said something that ruined the mood. He didn't want to judge or talk about what Odahime did with Fisher Tiger, as it was a long time ago. And now, the important thing is the palace, and soon after he spoke. A video Den Mushi appeared, and Hody Jones, feeling that he had won, loudly stated his plan. No. You can't do anything about this. Just when everyone was about to rush to the Dragon Palace, Jinbei stood up instantly. Stopped in front of everyone. Is it because we are human? Chopper and Frankie said at the same time after hearing the story. They were so moved that they listened very carefully, so they immediately understood why Jinbei stopped them. Yes, you can't do anything. Looking back in the direction of the Dragon Palace, Jinbei continued seriously. If you take action, the fish people will resent humans again. So, leave it all to me. In response to Jinbei's words, Luffy immediately retorted, Jinbei, he captured our partner. If Hody doesn't take care of it, my companions will be in danger. The atmosphere suddenly turned cold. A subtle atmosphere appeared between Luffy and Jinbei. After all this, don't you understand? I want to go. How can you be so ignorant? You are so long-winded. Luffy replied irritably, his voice becoming serious. If you want to stop me, try. It was careless of me to consider you as a companion fighting alongside me. Frowning, Jinbei slowly became serious. Come to think of it, you are that man's brother. If you really insist on doing it, then hit me. After they argued with each other, the atmosphere between them became extremely serious. I have a reason to fight. Luffy, Jinbei, stop it, you don't want to fight at this time. Nami quickly stood up and tried to stop the two men. No, I'm going to the Dragon Palace to rescue my companions, and then beat up that guy named Hody. Quite rarely, Luffy firmly rejected Nami. Didn't I ask you to wait? Facing Luffy's roar, Jinbei yelled back anxiously. Advertisement now is not the time. If Luffy acts recklessly, those fishmen who originally chose to let go of their hatred will definitely resent humans again. Sanji and others also frowned and wanted to stop the two. At this time, when everyone's attention was focused on the two of them, Su Chen smiled, turned around, and disappeared in an instant. He decided to go over and take a look first. After all, judging from the looks of Luffy and Jinbei, neither would submit to the other without a fight. Robin next to him subconsciously looked back. He frowned. After seeing that Su Chen had disappeared, he followed him silently. Shark. Take me to Ryubu Castle. Just at this moment, Luffy ran directly towards the huge shark behind Shirahoshi. I don't mean to listen to other people at all. Human karate do. Sawagawa Seiken. Faced with Luffy who refused to listen, Jinbei finally chose to take action. The powerful punch, which was launched using all his strength, wreaked havoc in the air. Waves of energy were like shockwaves, hitting Luffy's running body hard. The next moment, Luffy was caught off guard and flew backwards. It seemed that he had not expected that Jinbei would actually choose to attack him. Luffy was knocked back and spun several times in the air. After he came to his senses, he quickly adjusted his posture. Shie Lihou fell to the ground and took a few steps back. Hateful. Jinbei. I'm angry. Seeing Jinbei taking action, Luffy yelled and placed his clenched fist on the ground. Don't even think about going over there, Luffy. Second gear. Rubber jet stamp. A large amount of steam suddenly came out of Luffy's body, and at the same time, the picture flashed. His figure appeared in front of Jinbei, his hands surrounded by sakura flower like hockey, and he punched through the air with an extremely powerful force. Smashed it out hard. Bang! The huge force combined with hockey's was so strong that even Jinbei couldn't take it completely. I couldn't help but take a few steps back. There were traces of burns on his arms. Is this the result of your practice? A dull voice sounded, and Jinbei seemed to have some disdain in it. If that's all, then what on earth has Luffy been doing in the past 2 years? It's not over yet. Advertisement. As if angered, Luffy rushed towards Jinbei again. The latter, naturally, came forward without hesitation. Stop it. At the moment when the two were about to collide, Nami appeared between them and smashed down hard with his clenched fists. The extremely condensed hockey was revealed, and one could vaguely see mysterious magic patterns in it. Bang! After 2 loud bangs, Luffy and Jinbei fell to the ground with buzzing heads. Almost at the same time, a huge meat bag appeared on their heads, and wisps of green smoke floated towards the sky. All the others instantly broke out in cold sweats and looked at Nami with horror at his gloomy face. What on earth happened in these 2 years? Luffy, Jinbei, even if you have a disagreement, you shouldn't resolve it by fighting. After saying that, Nami sat directly next to the two of them. Ahem, Luffy, think about it. What will happen if you mess around on the Fishman Island? After wiping the dust off his face, Jinbei did not continue to move, but just supported his body and sat cross-legged on the ground. Whenever the fishmen want to open their hearts to humans, they are always blocked by humans. Humans are cruel creatures. They discriminate against and hate fishmen. This accumulated history has rooted these humble ideas in the hearts of the fish people. That's the reality. Sighing, Jinbei closed his eyes and then opened them suddenly. It's the same thing with Arlong's gang. Arlong was hunted by humans because he was a fishman. There are many fishmen who think this way. Plus, you defeated Arlong. What will happen if you fight Hody? Even if the Murlocs survive this crisis, your heroic victory in defeating Hody, who was against humans, will only remind the Murlocs of the history that cannot be erased. With Nami's mediation, Jinbei finally expressed his concerns. That being said, Jinbei, it is only natural for us to rescue our captured companions. Sanji, who regained his composure upon seeing Shirahoshi, stood up and spoke very seriously. And there are many of our friends on this island, Jinbei. For Luffy, this is your country and one of the reasons why he fights. Didn't you lend a helping hand when our captain was in trouble? Su Chen stopped us at that time, so we who were unable to participate in that battle are very grateful to you. So, we will not leave this island alone. We have a reason to fight. After saying this, Luffy stood up silently. Sanji had said what he wanted to say. Now, he must go. Chapter 268 Geelong Quarter Plaza. Get out of my way, Jinbei. I said I would go, and I will go. Looking at Jinbei in front of him, Luffy spoke very seriously. No, impossible. Just leave it to me. Almost without a second thought, Jinbei immediately retorted. Facing the two people who were getting serious, Nami didn't say anything. She just stood up and walked aside silently. These two people, when talking openly, it's no longer something she can stop now. A-hole. Then don't blame me for knocking you away. He clenched his fists instantly, veins popping out, and Luffy yelled angrily. You ignorant fellow. No matter how many times, I will accept your challenge. Naturally, Jinbei yelled back. The desire to save the country and our partners should be the same. Why did things turn out like this? Looking at the two people who refused to give in to each other, beads of sweat ran down Chopper's face. Subconsciously, he turned his head and looked in the direction of Su Chen. Su Chen, stop them quickly. Ah. Where's Su Chen? And Robin is missing too. Everyone heard Chopper's exclamation and turned to look over. All that was left where Su Chen and Robin were pieces of colorful coral. As for the people, they had long disappeared. Stop arguing, Su Chen and Robin have already gone to the Dragon Palace. After sensing it silently, Nami directly pulled Luffy and Jinbei apart. There is no need for them to fight now. If they continue to quarrel, the problem will probably be solved. Nani, Jinbei and Luffy looked at each other and stared blankly in the direction of Ryugu. Next second, almost at the same time, the two of them jumped onto the pet shark Mikaro behind Shirahoshi and shouted loudly for Mikaro to leave quickly. Nami and others followed immediately. Su Chen, the sixth brother, ran away secretly again. I don't even know how to bring them along, the Fishmen Island. Advertisement Geelong Court Square. This place has been completely plunged into war, and King Neptune is tied up with huge chains. Next to him are Shirahoshi's three older brothers. And most of the senior officials in Dragon Palace. Under the attack of the new Fishman Pirates, almost all of the Ryugu army has been defeated. Coupled with the threats and instigation of their leader, Hody Jones, this place has completely fallen into the hands of the new Murloc pirates. At this time, Hody Jones was preparing to execute King Nip. Just kill the king. It was only a matter of time before the entire Fishman Island fell into his hands. Ha ha ha, everyone in this country who can fight has been captured. Hody Jones laughed wildly a few times. Now he was only one step away from his plan. As long as Vanderdecken captures Shirahoshi, the entire country will be completely in his hands. Sizzle, sizzle, it looks miserable. At this moment, Su Chen's head emerged from the void in the horrified gaze of many fishmen. He looked at the miserable appearance of Neptune and others and shook his head. He dived back in amid the horrified gazes of many fishmen. Now that Shirahoshi and the others haven't arrived yet, rescuing Zoro and the others is the most important thing. As for these fishmen, Luffy and the others will deal with them after they react. It's human. That head just now was a human, a dirty human. It's all because of them. The reason why we are living in such a miserable state now is all because of humans. Kill him. Don't let him get away. Kill. The fishmen also recovered from their shock and countless roars rang out. Then, gravel flew everywhere and explosions filled the air. A large number of flying weapons filled the place where Su Chen disappeared. Due to years of discrimination and trafficking, the conflict between humans and fishmen has long reached the point where they are irreconcilable. Humans discriminate against mermen, and mermen also discriminate against humans. Naturally, although they were shocked by Su Chen's strange appearance, they still chose to attack without hesitation after they reacted. But it was obvious that their efforts were in vain. The next moment, a piece of dark blue ice emerged from the void. It flashed a few times and then exploded instantly. Ka ka ka. The incomparable cold air instantly covered all the falling weapons, condensing into a large piece of ice. That's not all. Advertisement: the strength of the Straw Hat crew was beyond his expectations, but as long as he executed Neptune and took the position of king with the help of the ES medicine in his hand, he had a chance to turn the tables. Robin calmly retracted his fist and muttered silently. Damn humans. Bang, to be honest, after 2 years of practice. Hody Jones' decision now is particularly important. The surrounding fishmen took action immediately. That's right, that guy just now was just a coward. As for these fishmen, let's leave them to Luffy, who is chasing after us. When the surrounding fishmen found out that he was fine, they all started roaring in anger. Armed bang. A few seconds later, a breeze blew by. As if to encourage others, Geelong's Court Plaza once again became lively again. One of the brave ones shouted tentatively. Everyone stared at each other, and the entire Geelong Court Plaza fell silent. Yes, after all, the boss didn't hesitate at all, so they naturally overcame their fear. On Robin's back, the arms formed a pair of wings and fell from the air at an extremely fast speed. Yes. Damn humans. How dare they attack us? Looking at Hody Jones, who was lost in thought, Robin shook his head and flew towards the Dragon Palace in the distance. Execute Neptune immediately, naturally, as the leader of the new human army. Frowning, Robin glanced at the frozen fishmen around him and asked directly to the leader, Hody Jones. Did you see a human just now? And at this moment, a beautiful figure appeared in their eyes. The new Murloc Legion will not let him go. He is a coward, otherwise why would he run away after taking action? In full view of everyone, Hody Jones punched Robin directly. The Fishmen Island, which had never seen snow, was now covered with snowflakes. All the fishmen who had thrown their weapons were frozen in the ice along with their weapons. In this state of uneasiness, he immediately gave the order. The remaining fishmen stared blankly at their frozen companions, shuddered, and fell into silence for a long time. Because the impression Su Chen had left just now was too deep, now they were all unwilling to be the first to step forward. Since Su Chen is not here, the most likely place he would go is the Dragon Palace. The current Straw Hat crew is really not scary, and these 100,000 fishmen are just minor characters. There was a huge vibration, and in the horrified eyes of the fishmen, Hody Jones, who they thought was gradually invincible, flew backwards and hit hard on a coral reef. Witnessing Robin's departure, Hody Jones felt a strong sense of uneasiness in his heart. Chapter 269. Stop, Hody. You be asterisk 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 D. You are committing regicide, do you know that? You will not die a good death. Seeing this scene, Sharkstar and others struggled frantically and kept shouting. Haha, shout, yell. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Hody Jones was extremely presumptuous. Now I have control of the situation, and the Princess Shirahoshi you have been waiting for seems to have fallen into the trap. As he finished speaking, the tied figures of Jinbei and Shirahoshi appeared in the distance. How could that be? Wasn't Princess Shirahoshi kidnapped by the Straw Hat Boy? It's boss Jinbei. Didn't he leave the Fishmen Island a long time ago? Did he rescue Princess Shirahoshi? The many fishmen watching were in an uproar. Although Princess Shirahoshi was rescued, given the current situation, he might as well just follow the Straw Hat Boy and leave. Ha ha ha. It's easy to get, and now there's no one to stop me. Facing the two men lying on the ground, Hody Jones silently drew out his sword. He is ready, take action. To act so recklessly in a public square, what an uneducated bunch of kids. Don't get carried away, Hody Jones. At this moment, a woman with short black hair and blue eyes who looked extremely cool appeared in front of everyone. Well, she had an extremely hot body and was a great beauty. It's been a long time since I last saw you. What can I do for you? Hody Jones sat back in the middle seat and tilted his head to look at Mrs. Shirley. I have a message for you, the arrogant one. According to my divination, there is a man who will destroy the Fishmen Island. Hearing Shiley's words, Hody Jones smiled. He felt that the result of this divination should be him. Ha ha ha, indeed, is it me who appeared in your divination? Having said that, we still need to ask the question, after all, who knows if there will be unexpected results? No, the one who destroyed this island was Straw Hat Luffy. Looking at the square below, Mrs. Shiarl took a puff of cigarette, blew out a few bubbles and continued. I don't know what that Straw Hat Boy will do next. That is to say, the person who controls the fate of the Fishmen Island is not you. Hody. As he finished speaking, Hody Jones frowned. He looked at Shiarly with cold eyes, as if he was ready to take action. Advertisement. Yes, Madam's divination can never be wrong. That is to say, Hody Jones will never rule over an island like this. Great, we are saved. The fishmen who were watching immediately started discussing, as if they had already seen Hody's defeat. Hit the water. As Hody Jones' words fell, an extremely powerful water ball instantly hit Shiarly. The extremely powerful impact penetrated her body directly, and the residual impact force made her fly backwards. Under the horrified gazes of many fishmen, she fell to the ground in a mess. Mrs. Shiley. That's too much. He actually attacked my wife. The fishmen were in an uproar. Although they had witnessed the cruelty of Hody Jones, they did not expect him to be so cruel. You know, even if he rules the Fishmen Island, he still needs people's assistance. Shirley gritted his teeth and covered the wound with a pale face. The owner of a mermaid cafe and a part-time fortune teller. Her divination has never been wrong, so everyone on the Fishmen Island trusts her very much. That's why King Neptune and his men chose to attack Luffy and his men. But in the current scenario, it is not the Straw Hat crew who wants to subvert the Fishmen Island. On the contrary, the new Fishman Pirates led by Hody Jones are the real culprit behind the scenes. Is she wrong? Nonsense. Why insinuate, Shirley? Are you just venting your anger? Hody Jones smiled disdainfully, looked at the terrified fishmen and continued, your brother and I are very different. Now that I think about it, Arlong was the idol of Fishman Street back then. But, after the passage of time, it is now us who have gained the power. The one who can now destroy this country from the ground up and then bring it back to life. Just me. Putting your future on the vague divination, sometimes I even doubt whether your brain is broken. The Fishmen Island has no future in the hands of people like you. He was not interested in Shirley's divination at all. Because things are intangible, just let them be and submit to them. Isn't that hilarious? As Hody Jones finished his words, the fishmen who followed him shouted loudly for the death penalty. The remaining fishmen all showed ugly expressions. Mrs. Shiley. I say, when will the Straw Hat Pirates come and destroy this island? I said, when, advertisement several merman children came up to the fallen Mrs. Shiley and asked loudly with tears in their eyes. Looking at the crying merman child, Shaki frowned, endured the pain from his wound and said gently to the children. I don't know either. My divination can only see the future. It could be tomorrow, or it could be a year from now. I pray it's now. Several merman children burst into tears and shouted loudly. Wow. I don't want His Majesty the King to be killed. Me too. Wow. If Hody Jones really destroys the island, it would be better to let the pirates wearing straw hats destroy the island. Just like you said, I also think this is better. Some fishmen stood up, comforted the crying child and walked towards the square. Straw Hat Luffy. Then, they shouted loudly to the sky. If you plan to destroy this island one day, do it now. Right. Are you listening, Straw Hat Boy? If you're anywhere on the island, come on over. Straw Hat Boy. As the shouts came, almost all the fishmen who were not following Hody Jones shouted out. At this moment, the fish people reached a long-awaited consensus. Humph. Desperate to try any possible means. From the attitudes of those two people just now, we can tell that they won't attack unless we provoke them. Neptune, you will die. Kill. In full view of everyone, Hody Jones raised his sword and chopped it hard at Neptune's head. Seeing this scene, Neptune and others closed their eyes silently. Please protect my father, Lord Luffy, at this moment, accompanied by Shirahoshi's heartfelt cry. A leg emitting steam kicked Hody Jones' abdomen like a meteor, and the next moment, Luffy's figure appeared in front of everyone. Ah, puff! After spurting out a large amount of blood mixed with a small amount of internal organ fragments, Hody Jones flew backwards. A huge force swept through his body, creating large cracks in the wall at the edge of the square. What is that? He really showed up, Straw Hat Luffy. Chapter 270. Everyone who took action. Did you see that? He just saved King Neptune. Seeing Luffy's look, one of the fishmen asked the fishman next to him in disbelief. The fishman who was asked answered blankly. Yes, indeed, Princess Shirahoshi also asked him for help just now. Dang dang dang. The chains that bound Neptune fell quickly to the ground, making a clinking sound. Hee hee hee. This way, we can take action, right, Jinbei? Nami's laughter was heard in the void, and then she appeared on the execution platform in the square with a stick in her hand, as if she had been there for a long time. How can such a miracle happen if Luffy follows the plan obediently? Hey, I got the letter from Celestial Dragons. Nami proudly showed the document in his hand to Jinbei, and then handed it directly to Shirahoshi. Well done. Seeing that his plan was successful, Jinbei also broke free from the chains that bound him. Lion Roar Cannon. At this moment, with Frankie's roar, a laser fell from the sky and a strong explosion sounded behind the execution platform. The smoke and dust filled the air, hiding the figures of Neptune and others from view. Taking advantage of the opportunity that finally came, Shark Star and others hurriedly helped Neptune onto the huge whale. Quickly left the scene. Wow, look, there are so many people here. As the Sunny descended from the sky, Chopper transformed into a beast and walked onto the deck. At this moment, the void vibrated. The captured Zoro and others were thrown over by Su Chen and all lay on the deck. Su Chen, carrying Robin, slowly and gracefully descended from the air. He waved his hand, took out a cup of black tea and handed it to Robin, then took a cup himself, leaned gently on the edge of the boat and looked at the fishman. Straw Hat Crew, all members are here. Hey, 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 aren't these all enemies? Usopp, who climbed up by holding the edge of the boat, was a little bit unbelieving. Sanji glanced around, lit a cigarette and said calmly, it's not bad, there should be 70,000 or 80,000, no, about 100,000. I can handle it alone, yo-ho-ho, these murlocs look a little tricky. Brook, on the other hand, got up, observed for a moment, and said something in a frightened manner. Hearing Brook's words, Zoro put away his long sword and stood up, saying jokingly, it's okay for you to sleep in the room, I will take care of everyone. Advertisement, Tisk, the captured green algae head dares to speak. Sanji curled his lips, raised his head with disdain, and looked at Zoro with ridicule out of the corner of his eye. Baga. You perverted cook, believe it or not, I will chop you to death. Seeing Sanji like that, Zoro got some ticks on his forehead. Stop making noise. Nami jumped in between them, raising her fist threateningly. If it wasn't the right time, she would have just smashed it out. After weighing the pros and cons, Sanji and Zoro shut their mouths silently and jumped off the Sunny. Brook and others followed closely behind. That's the Straw Hat Luffy who broke into the Marine headquarters 2 years ago. The members of the new Fishman Pirates looked at Luffy and the others whose faces were gradually revealed, with expressions of extreme fear on their faces. Damn it. Don't be afraid. They only have a dozen or so people, we have a full 100,000 troops. Bang. While they were arguing, Hody Jones climbed up from under the pile of rocks. The power of the ES drug continued to flow through his body. Although Luffy kicked him hard, it was unfortunately not enough to defeat him directly. Go. Kill them. At a command, a large number of fishmen pounced towards Luffy and others. This triggered a chain reaction, and the remaining fishmen followed suit. Countless shouts suddenly rang out across the square, and murderous auras soared into the sky. This was the last time a battle of such a large scale took place. Last time. Under everyone's gaze, Luffy suddenly pushed aside the strongest Zoro and Sanji. Just walked up. His movements were not fast, but they unexpectedly attracted everyone's attention. The next moment. Buzz. A stream of haki instantly spread out from Luffy at the center, covering all directions. The eyes of everyone surrounding Luffy turned white, their body movements stopped instantly, and then they foamed at the mouth and fell to the ground unconscious. Sanji, cigarette in hand, nodded, looking quite impressed. Glancing at Zoro, Sanji didn't answer. He stretched out his arm and punched him hard with his fist filled with armed color. Advertisement, ha. In the blink of an eye, the square was filled with densely packed fishmen. That's haki. Yabasame. Jinbei's pupils shrank, and he was a little shocked. In this way, it would be much easier to fight the less than 30,000 murlocs left. After all, who would want to waste time if the problem could be solved easily? Drops of water condensed from the void and were caught in Hody's hands and instantly blasted out. The water droplets were like arrows, densely covering Luffy's entire body. You'd better give up on this idea. With his body bent, Hody flew out again. These water drops always missed Luffy by a hair's breadth and didn't hurt him at all. Hody, I will definitely knock you away. Great, Master Luffy. Conquerors. He rarely agreed to this matter. After all, Luffy was going to be the king of pirates. If he didn't even have the power of a conqueror, it would be better for him to disband and go home. Nami, Usopp, Chopper, Brook and the others all nodded, with a hint of surprise on their faces. A big pit appeared in front of everyone. Shirahoshi covered his mouth with both hands, full of surprise. It's been only 2 years and they've already achieved this level of control. We can't let him continue to use this kind of power, otherwise the entire group of Murloc pirates will be wiped out by him alone. Conquerors, that guy really is talented. Soon, Luffy appeared in front of Hody. With a raised eyebrow, Zoro immediately responded, "If he can't do this, I will kill him." Hearing Luffy's words, Hody's already pale face turned completely gloomy. He rushed directly towards Luffy. However, Luffy made a slight mistake in his steps and turned around and walked a few times. The whole person crashed directly into a collapsed mountain, and smoke and dust filled the air. As expected of Luffy, that's right, at the back, Su Chen hid behind the crowd and nodded. This level of control is much stronger than in the original work. It seems that Luffy's past 2 years have not been in vain. Robin covered his mouth lightly, a little surprised. It seems that at least 70,000 to 80,000 fishmen were killed in this attack. Luffy spoke in a low voice, looking up at Hody calmly and continued, "I have no problem with you being king anywhere, but this is my friend's place." Chapter 271 The Power of Poseidon. Hody. Many fishmen stopped and looked at Hody Jones, who had completely fallen down, stunned and speechless. Was their captain killed so easily? What is this rebellion? Is this a joke? A roar came from beneath the smoke and dust, and Hody Jones' figure emerged from the smoke at an extremely fast speed, his blood-red eyes emitting astonishing murderous aura. Faced with Luffy's powerful strength, he was forced to take an excessive amount of ES medicine. If he eats, he may die, but if he doesn't eat, he will definitely die. Waterheart, Evil Sea Bream. The exponentially increased strength and speed allowed him to quickly gather the water in the air, and a large ball of water was spinning at the fingertips of his hands. The next moment, an extremely concentrated stream of water was thrown out directly by him. Roar. The thrown water stream vibrated in the air, and then turned into a group of sharks, which suddenly bit towards Luffy. At this moment, the fish people were full of excitement. Of course you can. They didn't believe that the Straw Hat Boy could withstand such a fierce attack. Certainly, a gentle voice echoed throughout the square. After the inexplicable fluctuations spread, countless Murlocs from the new Murloc Pirates group had expressions of excitement and anticipation on their faces. Frozen forever. That's not all. The groups of sharks formed by the water flow in the sky seemed to be frozen in time at this moment, and they completely stayed in midair. That's right, Su Chen took action. He was a little impatient now that everything had been said. Moreover, Luffy has demonstrated the results of his 2 years of training, so the best option is to end it as soon as possible. Hiss. On the outskirts of the square, countless fishmen gasped. Although I don't know what happened, it seems even more terrifying because of this. At least there were traces of what the Straw Hat Boy did just now, but what that gentle-looking handsome guy did was simply beyond their understanding. What? I want to do something big. Advertisement. That's right. Didn't you dislike taking action before? Why are you trying to steal our work this time? Sugoi. Su Chen has become even more powerful. Everyone except Usopp and Chopper grumbled in dissatisfaction. After all, this was their first show after 2 years, but except for Luffy, none of them were able to show off the results of their 2 years of training. It was really disappointing. Especially Zoro and Sanji, one holding the hilt of the knife while the other rubbed his legs. It seems that he is planning to practice with Su Chen. Well, then you guys practice with me? His eyes flashed, and a simple smile appeared on Su Chen's face. He looked at Zoro and Sanji quietly and said, "These two people are a little bit proud. I hope they don't cry too much." Looking at Su Chen's iconic smile, Zoro Sanji shuddered subconsciously. It seems that 2 years ago, most of the time when they were cheated, Su Chen would have such an honest smile on his face. The main thing is that they always remember. He used millions of Baileys to tempt Nami to sew dolls for him. Nami cried for 3 days and 3 nights before she finished sewing the dolls. As a result, the guy spoke to Nami in a very devilish way. Crying also counts as time. He is so vindictive and stingy that even the devil is not as scary as him. No, never mind. Ahem, Green Algae Head is right. We are just angry about what these fishmen did. Zoro and Sanji found an excuse without hesitation, fearing that Su Chen might misunderstand. No, Hody, you said you would hand Shirahoshi over to me? Just as Zoro and the other were explaining to Su Chen, Vanderdecken emerged with frostbite all over his body and yelled at Hody Jones, who was in a frozen state. Then he felt ruthless. Feeling like his dream was shattered, he waved his arm towards Shirahoshi. Countless axes appeared and then fell towards Shirahoshi. Further away, an old ship as big as half the size of the Fishman Island appeared and slowly descended. Since he can't get it, he will destroy everything. What is that? Noah's Ark. How could it crash into the Fishman Island? Help! We're dead. This is their king, of course. Their attitude is very different. Only Robin showed a look of realization. If her analysis was correct, the mermaid princess of this generation should be the Poseidon recorded in the historical text. Don't worry. Advertisement only when they looked at Shirahoshi did the eyes of these huge sea kings change. When Neptune and his companions returned to the square and found that the battle was over, they felt a strong sense of powerlessness when they saw the falling ship. Even they cannot deal with such huge sea kings in a short time. For a moment, the Fishmen Island was plunged into a sea of joy. The king was not dead, and the Fishmen Island was not destroyed. The moment they saw the huge ship approaching, all the fishmen were stunned for a moment and then began to flee frantically. Yes, I also remember that Princess Shirahoshi also caused such a thing more than 10 years ago. Afterwards, King Neptune announced the end of the war. The development of things is really perfect, appears particularly gentle and respectful. A few seconds later, King Neptune and the fishman who knew some secrets nodded and looked at Shirahoshi with complicated expressions. It seemed that she was unaware of this terrifying power. Luffy and the others looked solemn. If the ark really hits the Fishmen Island, everything will be over. The fishmen were in an uproar, as if they were thinking of what happened many years ago. Sure enough, I didn't expect it to appear again. When he looked at those frozen fishmen, his eyes were filled with murderous intent. So big. Those are the Sea Kings, Princess Shirahoshi called. Stop talking nonsense and run away. Seeing everyone staring at her blankly, Shirahoshi seemed a little restrained. All those who were preparing to escape were stunned on the spot. With a flicker in his eyes, Su Chen instantly moved behind Shirahoshi. After waving his hand to bounce back all the flying axes, he gently placed his palm on Shirahoshi's body. The next moment, an unconscious wave spread from Shirahoshi's body. Everyone, run away. Some timid guys even sat down on the ground because their legs went weak. The falling ark stopped, and above it, huge sea kings appeared, looking down at the Fishmen Island quietly with strange eyes. Who would have thought that the seemingly weak and timid star actually possesses the terrifying power to summon giant sea kings? Did Mrs. Shiley predict that the ark would crash into the Fishmen Island, and only the Straw Hat crew would survive? After a period of communication, the huge sea kings took the ark away from the Fishmen Island, and the square returned to silence again. Looking at each other, everyone tacitly suppressed what had just happened in their hearts. After doing all this, Su Chen stood aside silently. But in the next moment, she seemed to hear something and looked up at the huge sea kings above. Chapter 272 The Change of the World in This Ocean of Joy. King Neptune invited Luffy and others to the banquet, not just because they saved the Fishmen Island. They should apologize for what they did before. As for Hody Jones and the cadres of his new Murloc Pirates, they were captured on the spot. The new Murloc Pirates group was disbanded on the spot. As the host, Jinbei naturally took everyone to taste the specialties of the Fishmen Island. Everyone slowly recovered from the anger after only Luffy and Su Chen took action. However, when everyone was chatting happily, Jinbei mentioned the changes in the world's power in the past 2 years. After all, after passing the Fishmen Island, Luffy and his friends officially entered the New World. This information will be particularly important on the road ahead. It turns out that ever since Ace was rescued and Blackbeard Teach died, the Whitebeard pirates who returned to the New World have been caught in an endless war. Among them, the Big Mom pirates and the Beasts pirates joined forces to launch a siege on Ace and others. Not only that, the Whitebeard pirates were also attacked by other pirates groups in the New World. These guys didn't dare to attack the Whitebeard pirates during their heyday, but when Whitebeard was confirmed dead, these hyena-like guys swarmed over. This caused Ace and his team to suffer heavy losses once again. Although red-haired Shanks noticed this change and helped Ace block Kaido's troops. However, Ace, whose strength had not yet fully evolved, was no match for Big Mom and naturally lost a lot of critical territories. The Fishmen Island is included. If Ace had not successfully transformed in the end, his ability to burn the sky and boil the sea would have completely reached the level of the 4 emperors. Whether the Whitebeard pirates exist or not is another matter. But even so, it is not so easy to get back the lost territory. So New World has been in a complete mess in the past 2 years, although the 4 emperors are still restraining each other. But it is no longer as stable as before. On the other hand, there is a conflict between Marine and World Government. Because of the impact left by Kizaru's killing of the Celestial Dragons, the conflict between the two was almost exposed. However, after weighing the pros and cons, the World Government still forced a blind eye. After all, the strength of the Marine is there, with 3 admirals alone. Although Aokiji eventually left Marine like in the original story, Ace did not die. Garp, the top combat force, could still be mobilized. The most important thing was that seeing the Marine's determination, Zephyr, who was originally about to leave the Marine, actually stayed. With the addition of Green Bull and Fujitora, Marine's strength is actually improving instead of declining. Advertisement in this case. The World Government naturally swallowed its anger. He swallowed his anger and reached a delicate balance with Marine. The last party is the rising Revolutionary Army. When the New World was in chaos and the World Government was busy trying to find a way to check and balance the Marine, the Revolutionary Army's strength gradually emerged and began to show its potential. First, they established a base in West Blue, and then gradually expanded their sphere of influence, madly spreading the ideas that represented their ideals. Its impact was so profound that countless people responded to it all over the world. No, it should be said that the people are awakened. Taking this opportunity, the strength of the Revolutionary Army was greatly improved. Under their influence, the entire West Blue was basically connected. Hearing this, Luffy and the others looked at each other with excitement in their eyes. There is no doubt that they have become much stronger after 2 years of accumulation, but they are afraid that others have not kept up with them in these 2 years. Otherwise, if you lose your opponent, wouldn't it be too boring? King Neptune then made a request to keep the Straw Hat Crew's flag on the Fishman Island. There is no one more suitable than Luffy and his group now. This matter was part of Jinbei's plan, so he had no objection. However, when Luffy invited him to board the ship, he chose to refuse. He is not a free agent yet. In order to protect the Fishman Island, he joined Big Mom's pirates and became one of them. As he always kept his promises, it was impossible for him to directly agree to Luffy before leaving. But Luffy and the others were silent for a moment when they heard Big Mom, and then they showed extremely excited expressions. What about the 4 emperors? I wonder if they can defeat them now. Crack, crack. But it was obvious that Jinbei still wanted to talk to Luffy, so he yelled at him again. Glancing at Sanji, who was kneeling on the ground with disdain, Zoro said thoughtfully, "Speaking of which, we haven't seen that guy since we entered the Fishman Island." Chopper, on the other hand, looked surprised, as if he had heard something incredible. Shirahoshi, who was rescued, cried and grabbed Luffy with both hands, and started crying with tears in his eyes. "Yeah, don't be nervous, Jinbei." Advertisement patting the distressed Jinbei with his hand, Su Chen spread his hands and continued, "We all heard it. Do you really think they can't sense it? Aren't you the captain? You have to know the basic information?" "I have totally forgotten about him." There was a frantic shooing sound, and Luffy didn't seem to care about Jinbei's words at all. He seemed to be regretting why he didn't kick her just now, so that the person Princess Shirahoshi caught might be him. Luffy chewed the barbecue in his mouth and said to Jinbei with a smile, "I like to fight naturally, and Su Chen and the others will figure out these things anyway." Seeing Luffy like this, Jinbei's head was filled with tic-tac-toes, and he couldn't help but yell loudly, "Luffy, are you listening to me?" Soon after, everyone arrived at the hard shell tower. Seeing this scene, Sanji knelt on the ground and pounded the ground in regret. "What? Isn't Captain the guy who keeps giving orders? As the captain, shouldn't you be responsible for the lives of your crew members?" Baji. I didn't expect that guy to be so tenacious. After being frozen by him, he still survived. After beating it up, Luffy kicked the thing away. I couldn't help but sigh that the rest of the people were having a hard time. He looked around with a puzzled look, as if he sensed something. Bang! Forget it, Jinbei. Luffy, not only did he not run away, but now he even dared to attack Shirahoshi. Is that the pirates we caught in the sea? After looking at Zoro and others who stood up, Su Chen turned and walked towards the hard shell tower. At this time, Shirahoshi was restrained by the fruit power of Caribou, who was called Wet Hair, and could only look at Luffy and others with pitiful eyes. Wow. Let's go, Luffy. There seems to be some problems over at Shirahoshi. I couldn't even send a call for help. Seeing Luffy's nonchalant reaction, Jinbei lowered his head dejectedly. Master Luffy, I was so scared. Wow. At this moment, Luffy stood up suddenly. Chapter 273 Big Mom Pirates. That's right. Su Chen smiled mischievously and pointed in the direction where Caribou flew out, but are you sure you don't want to chase him? You know, that guy took away the treasure of the entire kingdom? Nani. Nami's eyes lit up when he heard that, and then he looked fiercely at Luffy and the other two who had taken action. Luffy and the other two subconsciously took a step back, feeling uneasy. If you don't catch me, you will die. Bang. After 3 consecutive punches, Luffy and the other two were sent flying. Looking at the 3 people flying out, everyone subconsciously took a few steps back. Let's go together. There's some trouble coming. Looking at Nami and others around him, Su Chen pointed to a street in the distance. That's where the dessert processing factory is located. Oh no, Your Majesty. At this moment, several dessert factory managers came running over shouting loudly. When he saw Su Chen and the others, he was stunned for a moment, then quickly came to King Neptune and said in a low voice, Your Majesty, they're coming. The processing plant has suffered massive damage because of Hody and others. And the remaining snacks, which everyone hoped to use to entertain the Straw Hat crew, were sent to the banquet. Now that those two have come over, what should we do? Neptune's face changed drastically and asked the several responsible persons. Is there no way to remake it? It's too late. It will take at least 2 weeks now, but the agreed time has arrived. Several managers of the dessert processing factory were sweating and looked extremely anxious. After all, that was what one of the 4 emperors wanted. He glanced at Neptune and the others whose faces changed drastically. Su Chen didn't say anything, he just jumped onto the top of the city wall and jumped down. After seeing this, Nami and the others' faces also became a little serious. Although I don't know what trouble Su Chen is talking about, but looking at the frightened looks of the people who just came over, I know that things here are not over yet. So they jumped down without thinking. Of course, a few people like Usopp were still a little afraid. However, they were all blown away by a gust of wind. Advertisement, it's the snack factory. After collecting the treasure, Luffy and the other two saw the factory in the distance and ran over happily. Mr. Luffy, is the party over? When the many fishmen saw Luffy and his 2 companions, they greeted them happily. I'm so full. Seeing the fishmen greeting him, Luffy responded loudly. The most important thing is that the snacks on the Fishman Island are so delicious. They're so delicious. After these words were spoken, everyone fell silent. Nani. He said dim sum. Who is that guy? A male lion wearing glasses from the fur tribe suddenly felt something in his heart and roared in anger. He then pulled out the bounty list and immediately locked onto Luffy's appearance. Oh right, it's Straw Hat Luffy. It's absolutely true. Why did the pirates who caused so much trouble 2 years ago appear here? Hey, boy, what were those snacks you were talking about? Looking at Pokemon, Luffy grinned and answered his question. Who are you? You don't look like a fish man. Are you here to buy some snacks? But I've already eaten it all, you can wait for next time. Nani. What's going on? He said he had a snack, huh? Pokemus was stunned for a moment, and immediately looked at the left minister next to him with a threatening look. No, there's a reason for this. Facing Pokemus's threatening gaze, the left minister trembled and was unable to speak. Ah, Luffy. At this moment, Su Chen and Nami and others fell from the air and landed next to them. Bang! Usopp, Brook, Chopper and Frankie fell headfirst to the ground, and the half of their bodies that remained on the ground were still shaking. Nami and Robin fell gracefully, with a faint breeze surrounding them. After looking at the people who fell to the ground with disdain, Su Chen stepped forward and pulled them out. These guys, at first glance, forgot that they could fly because of the magic patterns. You deserve it. Is everyone here? Advertisement? That's great, let's discuss the matter of you eating the dessert. The man wearing sunglasses, a pink suit, a yellow bow tie, eggshell pants and black shoes on the lower body looked at Su Chen and others and said calmly. Ah, another strange guy appears. Luffy tilted his head and asked, who are you? Hello, members of the Childish Pirates. In response to Luffy's question, Baron Eggman greeted him and replied directly, I am Baron Tamako. Say it again. Before Luffy could speak, Su Chen narrowed his eyes and looked at Baron Tamako with a smile. The atmosphere in the air was stunned, and seemed to carry a hint of murderous intent. Ahem. I apologize to you for him. Pokemus's face changed and he hurried forward to grab Tamago. This man escaped despite the combined efforts of several admirals and Sengoku Garp. Even though he was beaten badly, it doesn't mean he is weak. You have to know that in that situation, being able to survive and not being seriously injured is already a terrifying thing to think about. What's more, this is on the Fishman Island, not the world. If something happens to them, no matter how strong the ant is, she will not be able to support them. Huh, we're here to get something. Looking at Su Chen, Baron Tamako finally lowered his head and said to the left minister. According to the agreement, it is almost the deadline, so it should be given to us. Even though they can't afford to offend the Straw Hat crew for now, can they afford to offend these guys from the Fishman Island? Sorry, the factory's huge processor is damaged. It will take at least 2 weeks. That won't do. The left minister tried to explain tremblingly, but was immediately interrupted by Tamago. They understood what the left minister meant, but as 4 emperors, they naturally have their own rules. An agreement that has been made will not be stopped because of an accident, not to mention that the ant has a serious food craving disorder and she would be in trouble if she can't eat what she wants. Then they will be the ones who suffer. You have to understand, the Fishman Island is under the flag of our mother, so no pirates dare to harass it. If you fail to complete the agreement on time, do you know the consequences? Baron Tamako and Pokemus looked around with cold eyes, becoming particularly impatient. Or do you intend to cancel the agreement and destroy the Fishman Island? After listening to what Pokemus and the other man said, Luffy also understood the seriousness of the matter. He stood up and said loudly to Pokemus and the other man without hesitation, I ate the snacks. Chapter 274. Declaring war on the 4 emperors, I ate it. And tell that big auntie or something that the Fishman Island is my territory from now on. Get off this island. As soon as the words fell, everyone showed expressions of horror. If they heard correctly, the Straw Hat Boy just told them to get out. This is undoubtedly a declaration of war. Tell the members of the 4 emperors pirates to get out. This insult is more horrifying than declaring war directly. You, Straw Hat Boy, do you know what you are saying? How dare you say the word, get out? Hearing Luffy's words, Pokemus and Baron Eggman's faces change. How could they not be angry with such provocative words? It would be fine if he just ate Big Mom's food, but he actually dared to provoke the 4 Emperors Pirates group like this. He was simply courting death. And Usopp and a few other timid guys were already stunned. Especially Usopp, he was now stiff and looked like he wanted to escape but didn't know where to go. This is one of the 4 Emperors and they have not yet entered the New World. Have you already fallen out with one of the 4 Emperors? Luffy, hey, is this really okay? Nami couldn't help but ask, although they are very strong now, that is one of the 4 Emperors, is it really okay to fight him right away? While Su Chen, Zoro, and Sanji stood behind Luffy with indifferent expressions. It's just 4 Emperors, just sprinkle some water. He is Luffy. If he is afraid of even the 4 Emperors, how can he become the king of pirates? Moreover, his grandfather is the marine hero Garp, his father is the leader of the Revolutionary Army Dragon, his master is the former deputy of the pirates King Rayleigh, and his brother is one of the current 4 Emperors. On identity and background, how can a mere Big Mom compare with him? More than having children, or who is fatter? Joke. Luffy, Jinbei, who caught up at this time, also looked confused. He is currently a member of Big Mom, so naturally he knows her very well, which is why he is even more shocked. Who would have thought that in just 2 years? Luffy actually dared to declare war on one of the four emperors. This heroic act is worthy of a man who owns conquerors. Advertisement, brew. Bulu bulu bulu. Just when the situation reached a stalemate, the Den Den Mushi next to him suddenly rang. Suddenly, everyone's eyes were focused on Den Den Mushi. Who would call it this time? It's from Mom. I've just reported the situation here. Pokmus was sweating profusely. He had just reported when he learned that the Fishman Island could not deliver snacks. At this time, only the ant would call, did Big Mom call me personally? Everyone gasped and looked at the Den Den Mushi with fear and makeup and false eyelashes. One of the four emperors, Big Mom. As the gateway to the New World, how could the Fishman Island not understand the value of one of the four emperors? You answer it. I don't want to be scolded. Pokemuse swallowed and looked at Baron Eggman carefully. The latter also looked at Pokmus with horror and didn't dare to answer it. Moshi Moshi. As Luffy's footsteps sounded, he picked up the Den Den Mushi in front of everyone's horrified gaze. Are you Big Mom? The atmosphere froze and the air fell into silence. It seems that you are neither Tomako nor Pokemus. Who are you? There was some curiosity in her low voice. The ant on the other side of the Den Den Mushi was a little confused, or she felt it was very interesting. After all, both Pokemus and Baron Egg are not weak, and now the person who answered the phone is another person. Could it be that the Fishman Island is really as reported? Are you ready to get straight out of her grasp? I'm Monkey D. Luffy, the man who will become the king of pirates. Facing Big Mom, one of the four emperors, Luffy did not feel afraid at all and uttered his classic line again. Monkey D. It's Garp's grandson. After thinking for a while, the ant suddenly said, I remember the little devil who turned the war upside down 2 years ago. Luffy didn't wait for Big Mom to continue, and shouted loudly, no more snacks, I ate them all. Is it really gone? There should be 10 tons? From the Den Den Mushi, I heard the old lady's increasingly impatient voice. How could 10 tons of snacks be completely eaten? This guy must have some purpose for saying that. Advertisement, come on, to the New World. You be *********** D. Tomako, bring back the treasure. A few days ago, that brat kid sank 2 of our pirate ships, so now is the time to replenish our funds. As for snacks, please be patient and wait for another 2 weeks. As you wish, I will take the treasure. We will change our target from the Fishman Island to you. Mom, I'm Tomako, please stay calm. Luffy put down the treasure on his back and said loudly to Den Den Mushi. We have a lot of treasure now, all of it is given to you as compensation for eating the snacks. After saying this, the surroundings became extremely quiet. What a joke. As soon as he finished speaking, countless gold, silver and jewelry filled the entire street. After a little thought, the ant immediately reacted. There were only frightened swallowing sounds left, and even the Den Den Mushi seemed to be afraid at this moment. Having said that, I have become interested in this kid who dares to go against me. The voice on the other end of the Den Den Mushi was stunned for a moment, then Kaido shouted loudly. What I want is snacks. Snacks from the Fishman Island. Well, wait a minute. I just happen to have something to talk to you about. But I really ate it. After a moment of silence, a loud shout came from the Den Den Mushi. How dare you say such shameful things? No pirates would compromise on what they want. Baron Dandan ran a few steps, looked at the gold and silver jewelry on the ground and asked in disbelief. Are you going to give us all of these? It would be better to allow them to use these treasures to make up for this loss now. Monkey D. Luffy, right? I remember that. Although I didn't know those snacks were agreed to be for you, I still ate them. Seeing all this, Pokmus and the other man almost popped their eyes out. Many fishmen breathed a sigh of relief, but then they thought of the future situation of Luffy and the others, and their worries became heavier again. Stop lying, idiot, you want to protect those fishmen. In order to protect them, their benefactor decided to use his life to divert the attention of the 4 emperors. Hey, wait, I ate all 10 tons. As for snacks, we will do our best to buy delicious snacks for you on the way back. Hearing Luffy's affirmative answer, Baron Eggman snatched the Den Den Mushi from Luffy's hand. Yes. Can treasures be eaten? You are too dangerous. I am going to New World to beat you up. I will make the Fishman Island my territory. Luffy didn't care at all, instead he shouted a challenge loudly. Chapter 275. Promise with Shirahoshi, Humph, they're indeed a bunch of lunatics. Pokmus and Baron Dandan snorted in their hearts, carefully took the treasure and turned around and ran away. They are not stupid. If they provoke others on the Fishman Island without the protection of their mother, wouldn't they be courting death? Not to mention, this is a group of pirates whose total number exceeds 1 billion, and each of them is not a simple character. Just the 2 of them, if they dare to jump. If you dare to jump, you will be beaten to death. Seeing so much treasure being taken away, Nami's eyes almost turned green. Why give them all the treasure? Crack. A huge thunder sounded, and Su Chen's figure instantly moved away from Luffy and the other 2 and appeared next to Robin. Pokmus and Baron Eggman, who had not yet walked far, looked back at Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji lying on the ground, swallowed in horror, and turned and ran away in fear. Crazy. They are a group of powerful crazy people. If they don't run away, they will definitely die. You know, the main force was actually beaten down by that weak-looking girl. I'm going to beat you up. Nami raised her fist high and aimed at Luffy and the other 2 who already had bruised faces. Chopper and the others complained speechlessly that she had already beaten him. But after she looked over, she immediately covered her mouth tightly. I was so scared that I couldn't speak at all. At this time, no one dared to mess with Nami except Su Chen and Robin, who paid the protection fee. Huh, you guys are really messing around. Jinbei let out a long breath, his eyes full of complexity. In this way, as long as Luffy and the others leave the Fishman Island, the fighting in New World will definitely become even more frantic. And now the Marine might have to get involved as well. Yoshi, let's go, to the New World. Luffy, with a bruised face and nose, slowly raised his right hand to cheer everyone up. The future is dark. Usopp, Chopper, and Brook expressed their concerns about the journey ahead. Robin and Su Chen looked at each other, and almost at the same time, they looked at the expressions of the crowd and laughed. Wow, 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 Master Luffy, are you really leaving? Shirahoshi, who was supposed to be in the palace, came over at some point, and when he heard that Luffy was getting ready to leave, tears started streaming down his face. She picked up Luffy with both hands and said bitterly. Advertisement, we finally became friends, stay for at least one more day, no, one more week, no, one more year. Wow, 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 at this time, King Neptune and others also came here. After hearing what happened, they were horrified. Who could have thought that Straw Hat Luffy had already offended one of the 4 emperors before appearing in the New World 2 years after his disappearance? Afterwards, after Luffy and the others said they wanted to leave again. Although they were reluctant, Neptune and the others still respected the choice of Luffy and his group. Among them, the left minister specially prepared a new record pointer for Nami. Because in the future New World, not only will the ocean currents and climate continue to change, but even the magnetic field will continue to change, and there will be some particularly dangerous islands. The magnetic field may even disappear directly. The recording pointer with 3 needles can effectively detect the danger level of the subsequent route. Chopper and Usopp, who were still frustrated, suddenly jumped up and shouted loudly under the puzzled gaze of the minister of the left. What? You can predict danger? No, destroy that damn record pointer. As a result, they hadn't finished talking yet. Luffy's neck stretched out like a long snake and directly wrapped around Nami. Let me see. Damn it. No, Nami and Usopp had sad faces, their inner anxiety reached the ultimate. So the island pointed by the needle in the middle that's shaking so much seems to be very interesting. Luffy looked at one of the pointers with an extremely excited expression on his face. It's over, he heard it, a lot of scared tears flowed down Usopp's face. Grabbing Luffy's neck, Nami roared in desperation. Luffy, shut up, I'll decide the route from now on. What are you talking about? I'm the captain, I'm counting on you, Captain, let's get the navigator's advice on this matter. Chopper and Usopp made sad faces and prayed from the bottom of their hearts. Faced with such a request, Luffy righteously refused. Hee. Looking at the lively appearance of Luffy and the others, Su Chen and Robin looked at each other again and smiled at the same time. Let's go. Towards the New World, everyone quickly returned to the sunny. Advertisement Xiao Ba also asked if he needed a guide. As a result, Usopp and Chopper rejected him directly and loudly. In their words, a man's journey is always a voyage through dangerous hell. It's the same whether there's someone leading the way or not. After everyone returned to the boat, okay, Yang Fan. Luffy and Jinbei looked at each other deeply, and then the group quickly sailed outside the Fishman Island. Take care, Luffy, and everyone else, come back for takoyaki. Looking at Luffy going away, Hachi and Kami shouted loudly. We like bones too, the twin mermaids also shouted. Brook was so moved that he burst into tears, even though he was left with only bones. I've come to like humans, raccoon cats, and robots, too. Hearing this, Frankie smiled. Chopper, on the other hand, danced shyly, and kept saying that he was unhappy. Bang! Shirahoshi couldn't help himself and jumped into the water to chase after him. If we could meet again, I would definitely not be such a crybaby. Grabbing the sunny, Shirahoshi looked at Luffy with burning eyes and said, be sure to take me for a pleasant walk. Take a walk. Do you still want to visit your mother's grave? No, next time I'm going to go somewhere further, to a place above the sea called the forest. Come to think of it, you've never left the sea. Okay, no problem. Luffy nodded, put his hands on his hips and continued to talk to Shirahoshi with a smile. Next time we meet, I will take you there. Then we have a date. Shirahoshi wiped the water off his face and extended a little finger. Hey, Luffy, don't we have a share? Nami glanced at the two of them and said something with some dissatisfaction. Brook next to him also said, Luffy, we must protect our promise until death. Well, Shirahoshi, I'll make a promise with you too. As he spoke, Nami also extended his little finger. Me too. And me, Yoshi, of course me too. Everyone stretched out their pinky fingers and gently placed them on Shirahoshi's fingers. Afterwards, under Shirahoshi's watchful eyes, everyone began to quickly ascend towards the New World. Chapter 276 New World. It's so comfortable. Nami created a small cloud and started the shower in the bathroom. Chopper, do you want to join us? It's very comfortable. Looking at Chopper standing beside him, Nami made an invitation with a smile. Well, forget it. I just wiped my body the day before yesterday. Chopper stuck out his tongue and looked eagerly at the clouds in the sky, but that cloud looked sweet and delicious. Nami, can I have a taste? There's something sweet and delicious in the bathroom. Really, it looks sweet and delicious. Brook and Sanji quietly stuck their heads out and looked at Nami in the bathroom with lustful eyes. But what is regrettable is that the thick water vapor obscured Nami's figure, leaving only a vague outline. Crack. The white clouds turned black and a bolt of lightning exploded instantly. The two people who were peeking turned into a charred color. Chopper saw this and silently gave up the idea of trying it. But Nami, are you sure it's okay not to go on the deck? Daijiao Bu, Su Chen is here. Walking into the bathtub, Nami splashed some bubbles on her body and lay down comfortably. It's so comfortable. I haven't taken a bath on the sunny for 2 years. And at this time on the deck, seeing that Luffy was actually preparing to go fishing, Su Chen showed a wicked smile on his face. Use this. This is a rope made from the sinews of a legendary dragon. I have also reinforced the hook with magic. With a wave of his hand, a large piece of rope appeared, and the barbs on it flashed with an astonishing cold light. Sugoi. This time I'm sure I can catch a big fish. Luffy took the rope from Su Chen's hand with shining eyes and waved it carefully twice. The strong wind caused a whistling sound, and everyone's skin felt a little stinging for a moment. Stop, Luffy, that fish is so fat, hurry up. Pointing at a huge big-head carp in the distance, Su Chen shouted loudly. Then he pulled Robin's feet and took a few steps back. Grilled fish. Sanji will definitely make it delicious. Rubber jet gun. Luffy looked in the direction Su Chen pointed and punched out when he saw the gaze. Is it too big? Usopp looked at it and hesitated. But Luffy immediately shouted loudly. Hurry up, the big ones are delicious, catch him. Yoshi, capture the star. Usopp took the rope and shot it out with a slingshot. The barb accurately sank into the sunfish's mouth and captured it directly. But the next moment, a big fish seemed to be attracted by the sunfish and swallowed it directly. Advertisement. Then another one came, and this happened many times. An eel several hundred meters in size ate the bait and then looked towards the tiny Sunny. No, the boat is going to capsize, one after another, the Sunny won't be able to bear it. Watch me, Ichidao style, 360 troubled phoenixes. With a clang, the long sword was unsheathed and bursts of sword energy were heard. In just a moment, the sword energy pierced through the giant eel. However, at this moment, the surrounding ocean currents suddenly became turbulent. After countless undercurrents collided, an extra-large white Uzumaki was formed, like a long white dragon. Sweeping towards the crowd. Wait, that could be. Robin, who was standing next to Su Chen, had not yet finished speaking when Su Chen instantly appeared next to the rudder. Grab it with your hands and swing it violently. Ha ha ha, hold on tight, I'm going to take you surfing on the seabed. The Sunny changed direction and headed quickly towards the Uzumaki. No. That's the white dragon. Nami slammed the cabin open and looked at the excited Su Chen with horror. Luffy's eyes lit up and he jumped directly to the bow of the ship. Drifting on the seabed, it's very exciting when you hear it, and Nami will try to stop it, it's very interesting when you hear it. Hold on to the boat. Seeing that it was too late, Nami could only yell. Just close the cabin. I would rather die than let my fellow Taoists die. Since they are going crazy, let them taste the consequences of their sins. Oh, wow, we're dead this time. Wahahaha, this is so funny. Usopp on the deck had tears and snot flying, looking like he was about to die. On the contrary, Luffy was laughing wildly. This kind of thing was not a big deal to him. I love it so much. Bang! With a crash, Su Chen let go of the rudder with regret. Although he knew he would run into the whale in the archipelago, he had not yet satisfied his surfing addiction. This kind of opportunity is not easy to come by. Laboon. Luffy's eyes changed and his mouth opened wide. What? Laboon. Brook next to him had tears in his eyes, and he seemed to have seen how they parted with Laboon many years ago. Advertisement, Laboon, don't go. Listen to me sing a song, I'm Brook. Seeing that the huge island whale did not stop, Brook became even more sad. The wind is strong, Robin said softly with a smile on his face. Gently pulled it. The Sunny quickly came to the surface of the sea. As he spoke, he took out his violin. Crack, and even though he knew that she was angry, he still dared to come closer to him. Brook still looked at the archipelago whale reluctantly. Yo-ho-ho, it's raining heavily. The sea of fire is surging and rolling. Frankie looked at the sea and said, there are huge waves on the sea. Pointer shift. Chopper opened his mouth wide in surprise. The sea is all red. Usopp grabbed Brook who was about to jump out and yelled at him. The weather is terrible. Usopp opened his eyes wide and looked up at the sky. But it's just similar. Yo-ho-ho, yo-ho-ho, open the sails, and then Frankie, you take the helm. If this isn't Laboon, then this should be Laboon's hometown. One song falls. Brook took a few steps and jumped directly onto the mast. Finally, Luffy laughed uncontrollably, accompanied by the singing, among countless island whales. Are there any fish looking for the little whale that got lost 50 years ago? It is clear that these island whales have similar scars to Laboon. Sizzling, looking at her wrist, Nami also said something. Calm down. Laboon should be in the first half of the Grand Line now. A creature as big as it can't get through the cave on the Red Line and get here. Lighting a cigarette, Sanji took a deep drag. Please don't worry, he is now on the other side of the ocean, very healthy. I heard that he has grown very big now. Who told him to peek just now? An angry Nami walked out of the cabin, clenched his fists and measured the gap between himself and Su Chen. There is a subtle scent in the air. Su Chen focused his eyes and looked at the burning island in the distance. Countless raindrops fell from the sky. It was like a whisper. Zoro's mouth curled up into an interesting smile. Just what I want. It hit Sanji's head hard. Chapter 277 Punk Hazard. What is that? Look, the volcano on the island is erupting. Everyone looked at the volcano not far away in amazement. It was surrounded by a sea of fire, and there was an island caused by a volcanic eruption. It was rare to see such a sight in the first half of the route. Listen up, Luffy. None of the 3 pointers are pointing that way. Even in the New World, it is an anomaly among anomalies. Nami pointed at the pointer on her hand seriously, trying to discourage Luffy. Whatever. Let's land. It was obvious that Luffy didn't listen to her at all. He said without hesitation. It's right in front of us anyway, it doesn't matter whether the needle points to it or not. But, there's a sea of fire over there, I don't understand you. Facing Nami, Luffy started to act dumb. How can you not visit such an interesting island? It doesn't matter. This island is worth visiting. Su Chen patted Nami's shoulder, looking at the island in the distance, with a hint of murderous intent flashing in the depths of his eyes. Luffy. I regret to tell you that the deep-sea fish that we caught with great difficulty is burnt to the point of being inedible, except for the ones that were cut off. Sanji took a saw and placed the large piece of fish on the deck. Just now after he came up, he noticed that the surrounding seawater seemed like flames and everything around him was burning. Ah! The fish is burning in the sea? Usopp looked at the sea outside the Sunny and shouted in horror. If that's the case, it's only a matter of time before the Sunny catches fire. No, the Sunny is invincible, Frankie retorted loudly. This is the ship he built himself. The Sea of Fire is also the sea. As long as it is the sea, the ship can sail. Even if it's invincible, this sea is just too weird. Nami put on a raincoat and pointed to the sea, and continued to say loudly. Look, those fish bones, bones. Bones, are you calling me? Brook had just seen off those island whales and turned back in confusion. Wow. Woo woo woo. At this moment, the Den Den Mushi in the cabin began to howl desperately. The sound is like a cuckoo crying blood, which makes people cry when they hear it. Hey, what's going on? Why is Den Den Mushi suddenly crying? Advertisement Luffy quickly came to the Den Den Mushi and asked without worrying, what's wrong with you? Do you have a stomachache? Do you want to eat meat? Sanji's grilled fish is delicious. Idiot. That's an emergency signal, someone is calling for help. Rolling his eyes, Sanji continued with the cooking at hand. Wait a minute Luffy. The credibility of the emergency signal is no more than 50%. It's very likely a trap set by the Marine. Before he finished speaking, Robin saw Luffy pick up the Den Den Mushi directly. Hey, I'm Monkey D. Luffy. I'm the man who's going to be the king of pirates. After hearing Luffy's words, Den Den Mushi let out a trembling cry for help. Help me, I'm so cold. Are you the boss? My companions were chopped down one after another. Samurai. All of our companions will be killed by the samurai. Hearing this, Luffy anxiously asked Den Den Mushi. Hey, where are you? Please be kind and save us. This is bank restricted area. No. Don't kill me. The voice from the Den Den Mushi was extremely terrifying, and it suddenly became sharp. After an extremely terrified scream, it lost all sound. The next moment, Den Den Mushi was forcibly interrupted. Obviously, there are only 2 possibilities now. Either the person who sent the call for help from the Den Den Mushi is already dead, or this is a trap. After listening to this, everyone fell silent. Come on, let's go in from the other side of the island. Seeing that everyone fell silent, Su Chen turned around and walked towards the helm. We will all reach the shore eventually anyway, so we might as well find a more comfortable place. Hey, Su Chen, don't you even think about it? Usopp had a look of horror on his face. Logically, this should be a time to discuss the issue. Hearing Usopp's question, Su Chen pointed at Luffy who had become excited. Then he spread his hands indifferently, no further words needed. Luffy in this state will take the risk no matter what lies ahead. Everyone shook their heads helplessly and then showed an interested expression on their faces. Since they can't resist, they can only let nature take its course. Advertisement. I wonder if there is something different about this island burning with flames? After drawing lots, Luffy, Usopp, Robin, and Zoro went to the island from the fireside to check the situation, while the rest of Su Chen and others drove the boat to the other side of the island. With Nami using the clouds to clear the way, Luffy drove the Merry 2 into the island along the cloud road a few days ago. Okay, let's go too. It will be very cold later, remember to put on your clothes. Su Chen reminded the rest of the people and steered the Merry towards the other half of Punk Hazard. The island's unique climate is created by Aokiji and Akainu. The mutual attack between the 2 top admirals, coupled with the top-notch Logia fruit, is enough to change the world. Naturally, the climate on this side is fire, and the climate on the other side must be ice. As everyone was left confused, the weather suddenly changed. The originally hot weather instantly turned into a world of ice and snow. Hey Chu! After sneezing several times in succession, everyone who felt the climate change ran towards the cabin. When Brook saw this change, he subconsciously wrapped himself in his coat. In his words, the atmosphere here is so great that if you are like everyone else, you will always feel that something is wrong. He, you wouldn't believe me if I told you. Raising his eyebrows mischievously, Su Chen jumped directly off the sunny. As for why he didn't wear a coat, have you ever seen a magician change clothes because of the climate? Everyone looked at Su Chen with resentment and then followed him. What is that? In the midst of ice and snow, an extremely spectacular research base appeared in front of everyone. Although it looked a bit old and dilapidated, it still could not conceal its grandeur. It looks like a marine research base. Sanji held a cigarette in his mouth, glanced at the world government sign in front of the door and nodded. Strange, in such a horrible environment, there is actually a research base? Nami walked forward and touched the sign on the door, full of doubts. Bang! Su Chen kicked the door open decisively and walked straight in. Why think so much? Just rush forward with their current strength. Is there anything else to be afraid of? Everyone stared at Su Chen's rude behavior in a daze, all showing confused expressions. They remembered that Su Chen should be the elegant but dark type. Why did I become so much more irritable after coming here? Chapter 278 G5 Branch Smoker at the same time. When Su Chen kicked the door open, the research base was supposed to be deserted. In a hidden room, a surveillance camera was showing the actions of Su Chen and others. After seeing who was coming, a middle-aged man wearing a plaid coat, sunglasses, and lightning-like sideburns on both sides of his cheeks was stunned for a moment. He wiped the French fry residue from the corner of his mouth and ordered a guy with a long knife and a plush Madara hat on his head. Someone broke in again. Go and kill them. The latter remained silent, looked at him deeply and walked out. This guy is really a moron. It is indeed possible to think of killing the magician Su Chen. This is a goal that the Marine headquarters has not yet achieved. After seeing the man with the long knife leave, the middle-aged man wearing sunglasses nodded and continued to eat French fries nonchalantly, as if what happened just now was just a trivial matter. Main entrance of the institute shortly after Su Chen and others entered. Smoker, who has been promoted to Vice Admiral, came here with Marine from G5 branch. They seemed to know something about the island, and the first thing they did after landing was to walk towards the main entrance of the institute. Just as he was looking at the open door with some confusion, a man holding a long sword and wearing a plush Madara hat came out. Is it you, White Hunter Smoker? Smoker was surprised to see the figure coming out of the door. If this guy were here, things would be a bit difficult. After all, he is no ordinary pirates now, but one of the newly recruited Shichibukai of the world government, Trafalgar Law. Luo was also a little surprised. He unexpectedly did not meet Su Chen and others. Just when he was wondering, he ran into Smoker and his group. Trafalgar Law, you shouldn't be here. His face turned cold and Smoker took the initiative. This island has been abandoned for a long time, and coupled with the extreme climate left behind by the two admirals fighting for the position of marshal, there must be a purpose for one of the Shichibukai to appear in this place. And Shichibukai, what good can they do? Hey, I don't think I need to report where I am. Facing Smoker's cold words, Law's face also turned cold, and as one of the Shichibukai, even if I need to report, I will directly contact the world government. Advertisement, you have no right to question me, even if you are capable. He's just a Marine Vice Admiral and a guy who was promoted not long ago. He doesn't take it seriously at all. Trafalgar Law, I'm here to hunt down pirates. Smoker squeezed out the words through gritted teeth, staring at Luo with murderous eyes and continued. Plus the previous child disappearance case, I suspect there is a hidden secret. Tashigi. Yes. A black wiretapping Den Mushi was taken out by Tashigi. The previous conversation between Luffy and the unknown person was played out in public. Trafalgar Law, we received news 2 years ago that you had contact with Straw Hat Luffy after the Summit War, right? Smoker's face was already filled with impatience. Besides, you were also involved in the Celestial Dragon's kidnapping incident in Sabaody Archipelago. I hope you don't narrow your path. Let us in, we need to search. Smoker couldn't express his disgust for this guy who had exchanged the hearts of 100 strong men for the position of Shichibukai. Whispering sound. This is my territory now, no one is allowed to enter. Luo raised his eyebrows in contempt and turned his body nonchalantly. Besides, why can't I live alone on your abandoned island? I'm the only one here. If I see the Straw Hat Boy, I will take his head off for you. Just when Luo and Smoker and others were on the verge of a fight, Su Chen was leading Nami and his group towards somewhere. Everyone, do you like to judge things? Here, the judgment object seems to be called a puzzle. While walking, some strange fragments appeared in front of everyone. What was particularly surprising was that these things actually spoke. Was there someone talking just now? Nami asked Su Chen, who was in the front, a little unsure whether she was hallucinating or had really heard it. Well, that's the pile. Stopping, Su Chen pointed to a pile of strange debris not far ahead. What's that pile of stuff? Wow. The sudden words frightened Chopper so much that he jumped directly behind Su Chen. He buried half of his head in it. Advertisement? What is this thing? A new species of Den Mushi? Frankie and Sanji went straight to the pile of flesh and blood, their eyes widened as they tried to figure out what it was. I am not an insect. These are my faces. Can you please help me put it together? The mass of flesh and blood was extremely excited and pleaded with everyone carefully. Face. With so many words, this piece does look like a mouth. Frankie picked up a piece of the shard and nodded nervously. This thing looked even more terrifying than Brooks, broken into pieces. He can actually speak. Let me do it. See, is this the case? Chopper rushed out and pieced together his face in no time. If it weren't for some fragments left behind, the face would still be pretty good. Is that so? Ha ha ha, I think this is the way it should be. No, this is the most normal way. Nami and the others instantly became interested and started playing the jigsaw puzzle excitedly. But I don't know why, they always find this and that wrong. As if it was intentional. Wait, are you guys trying to make fun of me? At this time, the pile of flesh and blood seemed to be unable to bear it any longer and shouted loudly to stop everyone from moving. Let me do it. Taking out the magic wand, Su Chen directly pointed it at the mass of flesh and blood. Under the control of magic, a total of 8 pieces floated in the air. Less than a second. A head with a black bun, a goatee, uneven eyes, and a smaller left eye appeared in midair. Bang! After losing control of the magic, the head fell directly to the ground. Oops! After the head howled miserably, he said to everyone, although I am in some pain, I am still very grateful. Wah! The head is talking. Sanji, Frankie and Chopper were shocked when they realized it later. Especially Chopper, who took out the cross that Usopp had prepared when they were on the Terror Trio, stared at the head with horror and shouted. Evil ghost. You only have one head left and can still talk, you must be an evil ghost, right? He leaned over and patted Chopper, signaling him not to be afraid. Advertisement chapter 279. Eat these candies, they are not poisonous. Kinemon the Fox. Use magic to control the head on the ground and move it in front of you. Su Chen looked at him calmly and said, when you traveled through time and space and appeared in Wano Kuni, do you want to know why Kurozumi's snake knew your movements first? What? After struggling for a while, Kinemon realized that he had no ability to resist at all since he only had his head left. He asked in a cold tone, who are you? It seems like you didn't stay in Wano Kuni for long at all, and just left there, right? Su Chen casually controlled Kinemon to float in the air and lost the desire to talk. Keep walking in a specific direction. It seems like these guys have been brainwashed by that idiot. Or maybe this is the characteristic of that place. Etc. Your Excellency has not yet explained why the Kurozumi snake knew our whereabouts. Kinemon was horrified, having never expected that Su Chen would only say half of the conversation. I'm not in the mood, and it doesn't matter anymore. Without any intention of turning back to explain, Su Chen directly used magic to seal Kinemon's mouth. There is a traitor among them. It doesn't matter whether they say it or not, as it won't affect the overall situation anyway. Behind him, Nami and others who saw Su Chen's actions did not say anything, but just followed his footsteps silently. They haven't seen Su Chen in this state for a long time. No matter what happened, he always looked relaxed, as if nothing could bother him. But this time, not only did he mention Wano Kuni, but his expression was deadly serious. The last time they saw Su Chen like this was before the Summit War, when they wanted to go to the Marine headquarters to help. At that time, they were all beaten up severely and finally suppressed the thoughts in their hearts. This is also the motivation for them to work out so hard in the past 2 years. They no longer want to be unable to go when their companions need them because they are not strong enough. This kind of thing is really discouraging. Crack. With a wave of his hand, he froze a passage and stopped in front of a door. After confirming that he had found the right location, light shone from his hands and a sunny smile appeared on his face. Ignore the door lock and open it directly. Who is it? Dozens of huge children looked at the people coming in with panic expressions on their faces. Advertisement, such a big kid, child, they're all kids, what's going on here? Following Su Chen, Nami and others covered their mouths in surprise. Who are you? They are all strangers. The 2 leading children were the first to react and asked carefully. But the next second, golden light flashed in the eyes of many boys. But, look, there's a robot among them, really? It's a beetle-headed robot. The ultimate form. Many little boys started discussing quickly and seemed quite excited. Look, they have a raccoon puppet. Yeah, there's also an old man with curly eyebrows. Wow, that brother is so handsome. The little girls were also attracted by Chopper's cuteness, and then quickly moved their attention to Su Chen. Sanji was a little annoyed by the noise, especially after hearing these little guys calling him uncle. He shouted loudly. Stop making so much noise, little brats. Is this a nursery? Why are there so many children? As a result, Nami punched him on the head and signaled him to speak more quietly so as not to scare the children. Come, look here. At this moment, Su Chen, who had been smiling since he entered the door, raised his right hand. Life, traced back to its origin. Surrounded by bursts of colorful light, a piece of emerald green light exploded from his hand, turning into countless points of light that floated away, and a breath of life appeared in the room. What's this? What a comfortable feeling. I miss my mother. Oh my, why am I starting to get smaller? A group of children jumped up and down to try to catch the colors in the air, but the moment they touched them, the emerald green spots flowed down their arms and merged into the air. This comfortable feeling made their hearts beat fast. Hey, children, have you ever seen a child named Momonosuke? It's a boy? Su Chen carefully tore open a piece of candy and stuffed it directly into his mouth, then held the candy forward with a smile. Advertisement and inexplicable flash of light appeared, and Frankie enjoyed explaining the boat he built to others. He glanced at Kinemon and released the magic that was sealing his mouth. So, Uncle Robot, do you have a boat? Well, are you really here to save us? Wow, Mom and Dad, I missed you so much, finally someone came to save us. Isn't it here? Under the shocked gaze of Nami and others, the children who seemed like giants just now turned into normal human size. Eat them. These candies are not poisonous. Great, finally someone comes to rescue us. No, I remember a long time ago, I was this young too. Wow, don't cry, we agreed to be strong. Although Nami and others didn't know what exactly happened, they subconsciously stepped forward, took the candy from Su Chen's hand, tore it apart and put it into their mouths in front of many children. As for Kinemon, he couldn't even speak at this moment. Many children looked at the candy hesitantly, and some did not dare to step forward. We're back to normal. Well, of course, we are from outside this island. After making sure they hadn't heard the name, they shook their heads cautiously. Wah, aren't you crying too, Mocha? Oh, of course, but boys, I'm a cyborg, and our Sunny is the best ship in the world. Frankie gave a thumbs up. Su Chen nodded affirmatively. Kinemon seemed to want to say something, but the next moment, his mouth was sealed by Su Chen's magic power again. The children's mouths pursed, and they started crying with tears in their eyes when they looked at Su Chen and others. After all, his mouth was sealed by magic. Another little boy stood up and excitedly tapped Frankie's mechanical arm. Ignoring the surprise of Nami and others, Su Chen smiled and produced a pile of candies. Okay, don't be afraid, we are here to rescue you. The sudden question from the head scared the children, but after seeing Su Chen nod gently, they suppressed their fear and thought about it carefully. After a long time, after seeing the actions of Su Chen and others, the children carefully took the candy. Then a little girl took the lead and stood up, looking at Su Chen with anticipation. They haven't seen their parents for a long time. Chapter 280 Smoker and Luo. Okay, be good. After touching the head of the little girl who was crying the loudest, Su Chen stood up and turned to Nami and others. Contact Luffy and the others and have them come over. These children were kidnapped from a nearby island. The reason they became so huge just now is because this place conducted experiments on them. Nami, take them back to the Institute gate. Su Chen pointed in the direction he came from and continued. Remember Smokey? He's over there with a large number of Marines now? Leave the children to them and come back to me. I want to go deeper to take a look. After saying this, Su Chen waved his hand and conjured up a large piece of winter clothes, then turned around and walked deeper into the research institute. When Nami and the others heard that the children were kidnapped, their eyes changed and anger surged in their hearts. Especially the word experiment. When Nami and the others thought about the appearance of these children before, and their expressions of wanting but being a little afraid of candy, their teeth were almost broken. I never expected that there are people who are so cruel as to treat human cubs like that. Is he still a human being? By the way, take this head with you. This thing, well, I have no use for it. Su Chen, who had been walking far away, came back and threw Kinemon, who was in the air, into Sanji's arms. Indeed, this thing is a bit troublesome. After all, he is the only one who knows what he is going to do next. A hole. It's useless even if I take it, Sanji grumbled angrily as he hurriedly caught Kinemon. However, Su Chen, whom he was complaining about, disappeared in front of everyone after throwing out his head. Afterwards, Nami and the others carefully led the many children to the main gate. After the children were settled, they had to wait for Luffy and the others who had already landed to come over. The main entrance of the institute. Get out of the way, Trafalgar Law. Smoker had already pulled out all 10 hands from his back. Faced with Luo who was adamant and unwilling to let them in, he could no longer hold back and took action. Tisk, I've already told you, the person you're looking for is not here. Luo Wei lowered his head, glanced at Smoker nonchalantly, and continued. Besides you, I am the only one on the entire island. Straw Hat Crew, I didn't see that at all. Advertisement. At this moment, a group of figures vaguely appeared in the door that was kicked open by Su Chen. Look, it's over there, it's the main door that you can go out. Just follow the Marines and you'll be able to see your parents soon. Nami had a gentle smile on her face and rushed out the door with everyone. Look, there is someone. Besides, what kind of creatures are these? The Marines from G5 looked at Frankie and Chopper in shock and exclaimed in unison. There are animals that look like raccoons but have horns, creatures that look like robots but carry a large group of children, and there is even a head with curly eyebrows. What kind of combination is this? Success. I'm out of the house and can go home now. Hee Frankie, hee big tank, incomparable, super invincible. Whoever dares to stand in my way will be crushed. A group of children happily sang songs on Frankie and seemed to be very excited. The robot, most importantly, can really transform. I heard it can also emit lasers, it's simply super invincible. As long as you are a boy, who wouldn't like excavators? Ahem, robots. Super, invincible, tank, it's the ultimate form. After seeing Marine, the children started showing off proudly. But Nami and the others turned their eyes to Trafalgar Law by the door. We've met you before in Sabahati Archipelago. Did you lock the children here? You pervert, we will not return the children to you? Nami glared at Luo fiercely, then pulled everyone to take the children aside. Sanji lit a cigarette, frowned, looked at Smoker and said, although I was prepared just now, it's still a bit uncomfortable to see your face. Then he changed the subject and said to Tashigi with happy eyes, of course, the cute girl who has been following me. Bang. When, haha, aren't there so many people? It seems my intuition was not wrong. Let's go back. The next moment. Advertisement. After saying this, she used the wind to pick up many children and brought them to Smoker. That Smoker, right? These children were rescued by us from this experiment. They should be the children who went missing from several islands around. Aren't you a marine? You should be able to take care of this matter. Although he quickly smashed the stone pillar, Luo also took out his heart at that moment. After doing all this, Nami nodded to Frankie and the others. You know, he has been promoted to Vice Admiral. He suffered a loss. After knocking Sanji down with one punch, Nami looked at Smoker with a serious expression. In addition, the top of Smoker's weapon, the tent, is inlaid with sea stone. The power of the fruit formed a huge semicircle that enveloped everyone. Smoker asked the marine to bring the child onto the warship, then looked at Trafalgar Law with gloomy eyes and smashed out with his clenched weapons in all 10 hands. Kneeled down on the ground. What is Shichibukai? After all, it is just a slightly stronger pirates. A stone pillar emerged from the ground under Luo's control, blocking Smoker's sight. But the next second, Smoker grunted and smashed out with his 10 hands again. Bang. If Luo hadn't done a somersault at the last moment to quickly distance himself from Smoker, he would have been taken down directly. A huge shockwave formed between the two, blowing away the rolling snow and spreading further away. It was a deliberate plan, and Trafalgar Law was also a little shocked, so the blow hit him directly. What's worse, the hands become other people's feet, and the feet become other people's hands. Damn it. This guy is definitely not the same kind of person as them. This extremely strange state made everyone fall into an inexplicable fear. The ground floated up into the air, carrying everyone with it. The 10 hands collided with the long sword, making a crisp sound of metal collision. In 2 years, Smoker has made a lot of improvements. Room baton. Strange waves flashed by, and almost all the marines turned into strange pieces. But at this time Luo was already prepared. He appeared behind Smoker as if teleporting, and the long sword in his hand was unsheathed instantly, and he slashed out fiercely. He pulled up the lying Sanji and ran back to the research institute. With just a slight pinch, Smoker immediately lost his fighting ability. Chapter 281 Death, No Reason. I'm sorry about the children on the island. Putting the heart away, Law glanced at Smoker and continued, but, as a Shichibukai, I have no obligation to tell you. After saying this, he walked towards the direction of the research institute. Smoker Vice Admiral. Damn it. Don't think you can leave so easily. Tashigi jumped down from the air, gripped the long sword tightly and slashed at Luo fiercely. The next moment, the strike was so seamless that it cut Tashigi and her sword in half. Colonel, are you still alive? The Marines of G5 looked at Tashigi in horror, their voices trembling as they asked him questions. As for Smoker lying over there, well, they had long forgotten about him. It's such a shame, he survived being cut in half. Lying on the ground, Tashigi stared at Law intently and shouted angrily, if you want to chop me, just chop me to death. Trafalgar Law. Whispering sound. Listen to me, Ms. Marine. Looking at Tashigi with disdain, Luo said slowly, weaklings can't even choose how to die. The hurt from these words was so great that Tashigi pursed his lips and tried hard to suppress the urge to cry. A-hole. She just yelled and slashed at Luo fiercely with the long sword, no, the short sword, which was only half left. When? A crisp sound. Then, her short sword turned into a dagger. A sword like this can't hit me. I can chop you up a little more finely if you like. As he spoke, Luo raised the long knife in his hand high and chopped down without hesitation. Clang. A sword energy flew over from a very long distance and slashed fiercely on Luo's sword. What? The sudden sword attack startled Luo, and he looked in the direction where the sword energy came from. You are right about one thing. The weak do not have the right to choose death. Zoro walked over from a distance with a grim look on his face. When he passed by Tashigi, he gave her a complicated look, and then looked at Trafalgar Law, who looked alert. Is Zoro the boss? Advertisement? In that case, I'll let her go. Luo nodded and put away the long knife in his hand. A-hole. I don't need your pity, Tashigi yelled in great anger, but the Marines around her quickly dragged her to Smoker's side. After all, for the gangster gang G5 Marine branch, knowing how to adapt to changing circumstances is something they are born with. Those who don't know how to do so would have already fallen into the sea and been fed to the fish. Humph, you are stubborn. Luo's face turned cold and he hooked his fingers upwards. Personality transplant surgery. In just a moment, except for Luffy and others, Smoker and the Marines fell to the ground. Pink hearts popped out of their mouths, and their temperaments changed drastically after they exchanged them. It was as if what was exchanged was not personality, but soul. Nami and others who were inside the research institute were accidentally covered by Luo's ability. They didn't know whether he did it on purpose or he was not proficient in using this ability. Hey, Zoro. Why are you running so fast? Luffy ran over yelling, and Robin and Usopp followed closely behind. Ah, is Treman here too? Thank you for coming to save me at that time, even though you came a little late. Luffy seemed happy to see that Law was alright. After all, in that situation at the time, the fact that Luo was still able to sail the boat to find him was something he should be grateful for. After hearing Luffy's words, Law was silent for a moment and said, "You're living a good life, Straw Hat Master, but there's no need to thank me for what happened back then. After all, I didn't help you at all, and it was just a spur-of-the-moment thing." But Luffy didn't care about what he said at all and still smiled and thanked him a few times. "Alright Luffy. We have to go find Su Chen and the others." Robin, who was standing by, looked around carefully for a few times and found no trace of Su Chen and others, so he walked straight into the institute. Are these guys important? Maybe it's important to Marine, but to her, it's not important at all. Okay, Telemann, see you later. With a smile and a greeting, Luffy followed Robin. Zoro looked at Tashigi again, then put away his knife and walked into the institute. "Who are you? Oh, that's disgusting. How can you say that to someone else?" After making sure that no trace was left, Su Chen turned and walked towards the monitoring room where Guy Saw was. Advertisement, Monet? After feeling that the breath below was completely destroyed, Su Chen controlled the ground to close the crack. Su Chen nodded with admiration, and the enthusiasm in his eyes seemed real. The void vibrates and the scene changes. Immediately looked in the direction of Su Chen. Su Chen's eyes turned, and after expressing his sincere admiration, he asked, "May I know your name?" And beneath the ground, a huge pipe leads straight to the abandoned area at the bottom. What's strange is that she has a pair of wings and her legs look like claws. Su Chen stopped and stared at the ground beneath his feet. Bang! His face turned cold and he looked down at his feet again with cold eyes. No, isn't this guy an intruder? Oh, this lady looks so pretty. You can tell from the sound of it that she is a gentle and beautiful lady. What's more, what he did was really disgusting. Hate. A girl with long wavy grass-green hair, golden eyes, her left eye often covered by bangs, and a tall figure appeared in front of Su Chen. Monet blushed, and after falling from the air, he shyly took a few steps back and replied, "Although you are very handsome, I will not tell you that my name is Monet." After calming down for a moment, Monet's face changed when he reacted. At this time, Su Chen looked at her with a smile on his face, his hands were shining, and he seemed to be saying goodbye. Shock. The earth is shaking. Endless magic power surged, and a strange magic circle unfolded from his hands, vaguely aimed at the ground below. Deep inside the research institute at this time, even the abandoned area at the bottom was filled with endless land. Monet disappeared into Punk Hazard. An inexplicable wave flashed by, directly covering Monet. The next moment, he knew that this person's name was Monet, and he also knew that she couldn't stand being praised. If you want to blame someone, just blame yourself for not liking him. After Monet's interruption, Su Chen no longer hesitated. After hearing this, Monet quickly covered his red face with his wings. It was as if an earthquake wave spread throughout Punk Hazard. Indistinctly, it seemed as if the entire island had sunk a little, and dense cracks covered the entire research institute. Chapter 282 Everyone's Analysis. The first half of the institute. Luffy and the others quickly caught up with Nami and the others. "Hey, I finally found you." Riding on a strange stitched creature, Luffy smiled and greeted loudly. Chopper, who didn't believe that Law had swapped his personality with him, waved his arms and responded, "Usopp, Zoro, Robin, Luffy. It's great to see you guys." Sanji, who was standing next to him, took this opportunity to quietly unzip Nami's clothes. But unfortunately, his action was immediately noticed by Nami in Frankie's body. A hard punch hit him on the head. Such an action frightened Luffy so much that his eyes widened, and he was at a loss. Zoro also had an awkward look on his face. Looking at the way Sanji greeted them, he felt a weird feeling coming from inside and couldn't help but complain that the lecherous cook had been so cold that his temperament changed drastically. After a series of hassles, Luffy and the others sat together. "First of all, I'm Frankie, don't come to me if you're hurt." Chopper grinned, lowered his brows and spoke in Frankie's manly voice. "I'm Chopper, come to me if you're hurt." Sanji's eyes widened as he looked at everyone and made the sound of Chopper. And Frankie pointed at his head and said she was Nami. Then Nami held the cigarette in her mouth, took a deep puff, held her chest with both hands, and said to everyone with a smile in her eyes, "And then, I am Miss Nami." "Am I that tasteless?" Nami clenched her fists and looked at Sanji with murderous intent in her eyes. Just as he was about to punch, Chopper dodged between the two of them and shouted, "Stop it, Nami, Nami will die." "Ah." Bang. 200,000 Baileys for my body, 100,000 for my peak. Forcing himself to suppress the urge to kill, Nami took out his little notebook and started keeping accounts. After her body is restored, she will let them know what cruelty is. Ha 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 ha. Luffy and Usopp were lying on the ground at this time, laughing from beginning to end. Such things are really hilarious. Who would have thought that these guys actually changed their bodies? "Shut up. How long are you going to laugh?" Nami couldn't help herself and yelled at Luffy and the others, "Don't act like it's none of your business, a-hole." Advertisement. Seeing that Nami was really angry, Luffy and Usopp stopped laughing. Afterwards, Luffy and the others told each other about their experiences, especially Luffy, who described in great detail the lower half of Kinnamon's body that he had found. However, Kinnamon, who was left with only a head, shattered Luffy's fantasy. After getting his lower body back, he explained why he came to this island and why he was chopped into 3 parts. By the way, where is Su Chen? Robin on the side was obviously not interested in this. She looked around and after making sure that Su Chen was not there, she asked, I didn't see him outside either, isn't he with you guys? He went to the research institute. Nami's expression changed and she looked deeper into the research institute. This place looks very strange at first glance, although Su Chen is very strong. But she was still a little worried. Bang! A strong vibration came from inside the institute, interrupting everyone's conversation. At the same time, dense cracks covered the entire institute, but after a few seconds, these cracks began to approach each other and finally disappeared without a trace. Luffy and the others' expressions changed, and they looked inside the institute at the same time. With such a big commotion, although some of them could do it, they could not leave any traces of the destruction. It should be only Su Chen who can do it. Could it be that there is some unknown enemy inside that is causing Su Chen to be in a tough battle? Think of this. Everyone looked at each other and rushed into the research institute. We can no longer have this leisurely discussion at this time. Let's talk about it slowly on the way. The most important thing now is what happened inside the institute. However, while everyone was heading towards the interior of the research institute, Kinemon ran towards the outside of the snowy mountain. For him, the best option is to find his upper body first and then go find Momonosuke. But he didn't know that the person he had been looking for could no longer be found. Smoker glanced at Tashigi, and after finishing his words he pulled his clothes slightly. If it was a ship from the previous institute, it should have been engraved with PH, which stands for Punk Hazard. Don't talk with your clothes open, Mr. Smoker. Oh, no. If that person is really on this island, then a lot of things make sense. Many Marines looked at each other, all showing confused expressions. Advertisement, that is to say, this super scary Tashigi sister actually has a smoker boss inside her body. Whether things are as they guessed or not, they will know once they meet the person behind the scenes. The always gentle and lovely Tashigi sister turned into a smoker and an old man. Don't worry about the details. At this point, Smoker clenched his fists. If there is someone behind Luo, and the two-letter CC are the abbreviation of that person, I know there is someone. After washing his mouth and eyes, Smoker carefully recalled what he had seen. The Marines of G5 brought Smoker and Tashigi here. What's going on? Such a weird thing happened. Some Marines gathered in front of Smoker, their eyes wide open, trying to confirm whether this man was Tashigi. Seeing Tashigi sitting with his legs crossed, smoking a cigar and staring at them sharply, the Marines of G5 felt even more uncomfortable. There is a CC logo on the boat hidden next to the institute. It's really too much. A strong vibration came from inside the institute, interrupting everyone's conversation. A small number of them, at Smoker's signal, took the children away on warships. Guy saw current. Who is that guy? And most importantly, the huge explosion that happened here 2 years ago might have been caused by that guy. Why didn't they change? Tashigi yelled shyly. He was originally a colleague of Dr. Vegapunk, the scientist Guy saw current. Now he has his clothes open. This is really too much. After getting her affirmative answer, they all looked like the world was coming to an end. I had a silent guess in my mind. The most important thing now is to find out the truth about this island. The child trafficking was not taken seriously before. There is a considerable possibility that there is a traitor in the Marine G5 branch. Just at this moment, a hidden corner of the institute. But if you look closely, his open clothes still haven't changed much. After all, it's my own body, so it's okay that Smoker spoke in a weird tone. Smoker and the others also subconsciously looked inside the institute. After looking at each other for a few seconds, they all stood up and walked inside. Chapter 283 Alliance: The passage leading to the interior of the institute. Luffy and the others were moving quickly. Wait, Straw Hat Master. At this time, a figure flashed by and Luo appeared in front of everyone. Terriman, what can I do for you? Everyone stopped and Luffy asked with some confusion. Well, I came here because I have something to tell you. You guys probably came to this island by chance. Looking at everyone, Luo's eyes flickered. On this island lies the key to turning the new world upside down. The only way to survive in the new world is to either join the four emperors or continue to challenge them. You should not be willing to be inferior to others. Hearing Law's words, Luffy didn't even think twice and answered directly. Well, I just want to be the captain. Then form an alliance with me. Alliance? Luffy looked at Law suspiciously and said silently. Under everyone's puzzled gaze, Luo said to them confidently. I have a strategy to bring down one of the four emperors. Ah! Everyone exclaimed in unison. You have to know that they are the four emperors. 2 years ago, Whitebeard alone almost defeated the Marine headquarters. Can they really challenge the four emperors now? Luffy, don't agree to him? Don't forget, we are already enemies with Big Mom. If we add another four emperors, we will definitely not be able to do it now. Nami interrupted Luo loudly. It didn't matter what happened on the Fishmen Island before, after all, at that time they were already in a state where the arrow was on the string and had to be shot. But now, they have a choice. It is simply not worth it to offend another four emperors. I didn't say that we can kill the four emperors right away. What I said is that if we follow the plan, we will definitely find an opportunity. Luo's eyes were a little surprised, but he continued, how about it, Straw Hat Master, do you want to make a bet? Which four emperors are you talking about? Luffy glanced at Nami and asked Law seriously. Kaido. Is that so? All right, Luffy smiled and said nonchalantly, deal. Ah. Everyone stared at Luffy in shock, and then slapped themselves on the forehead. Never mind, I'm used to it. Advertisement? Okay, I'll change it back for you. Luo nodded, a smile on his face. Things were going the way he wanted, and as long as the plan went ahead, that damn flamingo would be dead. Room. Under Luo's control, everyone's bodies were exchanged back. Super, finally got it back, my body is really the best. Frankie raised his hands and struck his signature pose. Robin at the back was also laughing. He covered his mouth and said calmly, "That's great, Frankie. I hope you won't enter Chopper's body again. Never do it again." Ha ha ha. I changed it back. Nami put her hands on her hips and slowly pulled out the wooden stick from her waist. "Sanji, have you thought about how you're going to die?" She stared at Sanji with murderous eyes and walked over slowly. "Nah. May. Don't." Bang, bang, bang. A swollen head appeared in front of everyone, and Sanji's size doubled. Seeing this scene, everyone silently took a few steps back. Some dare not speak. 2 years have passed, and Nami seems to have not changed much. No, it should be said that he has become more violent. And, I've grown up, ahem. Let's discuss what to do next. Luo coughed twice carefully and said loudly to everyone. The person behind this research institute is Geisa Current, who is known as a mad scientist. He considered this place a hiding place. As for those children you gave to Marine, they were probably kidnapped by him for experiments. What we have to do now is to take down Geisa, who is in charge. I will tell you in detail about the future plans after this incident. In fact, this was just a stopgap measure for him. After all, his real goal was to kill the flamingo. To avenge that person. After thinking for a while, Luo pointed to the direction deep inside the institute and continued, "Guy is in the innermost monitoring room, but he ate the gas devil fruit. If you don't have hockey, you'd better not get close to him." Everyone looked at each other and smiled smugly. After 2 years, they have basically mastered hockey. Besides, gas should be restrained by wind. Thinking of this, Nami's face showed a cruel smile. Looking at the subtle expressions of the crowd, Luo asked doubtfully, "Huh? Have you all mastered hockey?" Advertisement, he, of course. If we haven't learned hockey in 2 years, we might as well disband and go back to East Blue. Nami nodded proudly. She even wanted to say that he had mastered the armament hockey 2 years ago. Hiss, after taking a deep breath, Luo looked at everyone carefully and fell silent for a moment. "That's right. Su Chen." Suddenly, as if remembering something, Nami exclaimed quickly. Everyone looked at each other and quickly looked in the direction Luo had pointed. If I'm not mistaken, that direction should be where Su Chen went after he separated from them. Su Chen is the boss. What happened to him? Seemingly a little confused, Luo asked again. It's strange, except for seeing him once on the surveillance camera, I haven't met him until now. It's too late to talk, we have to get to the monitoring room. Without any intention of explaining, Nami and the others pulled Luo and ran deeper into the cave. And at this time inside the research institute, Su Chen's figure emerged from the void and stopped in front of a door that looked very ordinary. Bang! With a kick, the door opened instantly with a loud bang. Who? A tall, strong, muscular man wearing a white plaid coat and sunglasses shouted, "How dare you break in here? You're looking for death." As he finished speaking, a strong armed color appeared on his hand. Then, he rushed towards Su Chen without hesitation. Behind him was a man with long spiky black hair, goat horns on his head, over 3 meters tall, wearing a light blue coat with the word gas printed on all 4 sides. He was looking at Su Chen with interest. Shish. Virgo, don't kill him. This guy's body would be great for experiments. Guy smiled sinisterly a few times, as if he didn't care about his life at all. When Virgo heard what Guy said, he slowed down his attack slightly. I think you have the wrong opponent. With a calm smile, Su Chen took a wrong step, dodged Virgo's punch, and touched his body with his glowing fingers. Whoosh! The airflow rolled and Virgo disappeared directly in the room. The afterimage left behind clearly showed that the direction he flew was exactly where Luffy and the others were. Chapter 284 Geisa Current, how is that possible? Guy's eyes widened, his face full of shock. You have to know that that was Virgo, the highest officer of the Don Quixote Pirates, the first-generation core zone. Not only is he Grand Master Armament Hockey, but he is also exceptionally good at taijutsu. After going undercover in the Marine, he climbed up the ranks step by step on his own to become the Vice Admiral, and even concurrently serves as the base commander of the Marine G5 branch. Such a powerful character couldn't even withstand a single blow from this guy? It's like a dream. Why not? You are too narrow-minded. Guy. Su Chen glanced at Guy Saw and walked up to him nonchalantly. Who are you? Guy took 2 steps back, his expression becoming particularly ugly. Facing the man who knocked Virgo away with one move, he didn't dare to be careless at all. And judging from the sense of his aura, he is no match for this guy at all. Damn Luo, where is he at this time? And that Birdman, wasn't she asked to go and check on how Luo was doing? But she hasn't come back yet. Doesn't she know that now is the time when they're needed? He, Su Chen, the deputy captain of the Straw Hat crew. He glanced at Guy Saw with a forced smile, and a magical light slowly blossomed on his palm. Wait, I think we can still talk. Geisa waved his hands repeatedly, indicating that he was not a threat. I can give you anything you want. How about devil fruit? I can have lots and lots of you. Facing this evil star, Guy Saw really didn't want to take action directly. As a civilized man and a rising star in the scientific community, he didn't want to fail before realizing his dream. He died in this place that looked so desolate. Artificial devil fruit. Stop being so funny. Don't use your immature technology to make me laugh. Ice. Freeze. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Chen took action without hesitation. A ray of cold air instantly surrounded Gai Saw after being transformed by magic, and the next moment, Gai Saw was directly frozen under the thick ice. Through the ice, you can still see the deep surprise on Gai's face. After taking a glance, Su Chen stretched out his hand and a heart appeared in his hand. This was the heart that Luo had voluntarily handed over in order to gain Gaisa's trust. A passage leading to the depths of the research institute. Luffy and the others were moving quickly. Behind them, Smoker and others followed closely. After discussing that there was someone behind Luo, Smoker and others decided to uncover the truth about this place. Advertisement. What's more, his body and Tashiji's body were still swapped, and his heart was in Luo's hands at this time, so even if he wanted to leave, he couldn't do it. Virgo. At this moment, Luo, who was running in the front, narrowed his eyes when he saw the flying figure. Subconsciously, he swung his sword. But unfortunately, after flying for a while, Virgo had adjusted his posture, and the moment he saw Luo attacking him, he raised his hands directly. A thick armed color condensed instantly, taking advantage of the inertia of flight. A punch hit the knife that Luo had chopped out with hard. Bang! When the two intersected, a deafening sound was heard. The strong impact caused Luo to fly backwards. With the reaction force brought by Luo, Virgo stopped directly and spun a circle in the air. He kicked Luffy from behind. Seeing Virgo coming at him, Luffy punched him without hesitation. As Sakura's flower-like hockey fluttered, his arms were covered with a layer of deep black. Bang! Boom! The air vibrated, the air currents swept, and a strong shockwave exploded. In this situation, everyone stopped. His eyes were fixed on the two people fighting in the middle. I have to say that Virgo's handling of this series is quite beautiful. If Luffy hadn't gone through those 2 years of settling down, he would probably have been like Law, and would have been blown away by Virgo's sudden attack. Who are you? After exerting force with his arms and sending Virgo flying, Luffy asked in confusion. This guy kicked me right away, he really doesn't like it. His name is Virgo. That flamingo's men. Su Chen slowly walked out from the depths of the passage, and behind him, Gaisa, who had been frozen into an ice cube, was floating. From the moment he entered this place, he planned to solve the problems here directly. Whether it was those children or Momonosuke who had turned into a corpse underground. He was ready to solve it by himself. Huh, what's a flamingo? Can I eat it? When Luffy saw Su Chen, his eyes lit up, but his attention was immediately attracted by the flamingo he mentioned. He remembered the time when he was in East Blue, advertisement. The flamingo that Sanji made was quite delicious. I wonder if the flamingo Su Chen is talking about now is the same one he ate before. Luffy's mouth was watering at the thought. Ahem, I guess it's not edible. After thinking about the appearance of the host with glasses, Su Chen touched the tip of his nose, interrupting Luffy's fantasy. Oh, sighing, Luffy looked quite disappointed. It's you, and Gaisa. Virgo turned around when he heard Su Chen's words, but after weighing the strength of both sides, he did not rashly start a war. But after seeing Gaisa floating in the air behind, he still couldn't help himself and jumped up directly. He punched out with his clenched fist, seemingly attacking, but actually looking for an opportunity to rescue Gaisa. And it was at this time. A large number of PH troops and Centaur troops appeared behind the crowd. They were the backup plan left by Guy. He had already discovered Luffy and others in the monitoring room. Therefore, personnel were arranged to go to the rear to block their retreat route. If Su Chen had not suddenly appeared where Gaisa was, it would be hard to say who would win or lose this time. After all, Gaisa was the man who ate the gas fruit. Add to that the various poisonous gases he developed, and people will still get hurt if they are not careful. Wind. Thunder. Facing the sudden enemy from behind, Nami turned around and pulled out the wooden stick. After aiming, a thunderbolt sounded in the clear sky. Crack. The huge thunder directly illuminated the entire research institute. And Zoro and the others rushed towards the newly appeared enemy the moment Nami attacked. At the same time, Smoker and others who were already in the rear also took action. They also realized that the Straw Hat crew must have entered the island accidentally. The real person behind the scenes is the mad scientist floating in the air behind the magician Su Chen, Gaisa Current. Ah, how is this possible? Why are these guys so strong? Master. Save us. For a moment, ghosts cried and wolves howled everywhere. Faced with the encirclement and suppression by Luffy and the Marines led by Smoker, the people from the Research Institute did not hold out for long. They were tied up one after another. Chapter 285 Flamingo Doflamingo. Punk Hazard outside. Just as Luffy and others were besieging Gaisa's men, Monet, who was teleported away by Su Chen, finally flew back to Punk Hazard. She swore that she would teach the man who deceived her a lesson. Flapping his wings which were becoming increasingly weak, Monet landed on a field of snow. Although she wanted revenge, she was no match for that man, judging from how she had been pushed so far away without any resistance. Naturally, in this situation she thought of the man to whom she was loyal. She no longer hesitated and took out a special Den Den Mushi from her arms. At this time, Dressrosa. In an extremely luxurious manner, a blond man wearing sunglasses and a pink coat was sitting on a luxurious lounge chair. He held the wine glass in one hand and placed the other hand naturally at his side. Enjoy the beautiful scenery around you. A large number of beautiful women were surrounding him, singing and dancing, and they looked quite happy. Bulu bulu bulu. At this moment, the den den mushi next to him suddenly rang. Frowning, he waved his hand to signal the beauties around him to step back, then picked up the den den mushi. Monet's anxious voice was heard from the den den mushi. Before he could listen carefully, a woman with long black hair, wearing a maid outfit, an eye patch, and carrying various guns and ammunition appeared. After seeing Doflamingo, she shouted loudly. "A-hole! You killed my fiancé in that town." As soon as she finished speaking, she fired without hesitation. Hey, BABY5, there's no need to make such a fuss. You've already killed them, but you don't even consider the purpose of those men around you. If you ask me, you did absolutely nothing wrong. Seeing Baby Five's actions, people around started to laugh. It seemed that for them, such things had become commonplace, and no one tried to stop it. But Doflamingo did not join in the laughter as usual. He frowned, crushed the wine glass in his hand, and then reached out to control it. Swish. The air vibrated, and the flying shells were instantly cut into regular small pieces. Boom. Advertisement. The shattered shells exploded instantly, and a strong vibration was heard. At the same time, Baby Five at the back was also tied up by an invisible net and thrown aside. The people around him didn't notice that something was wrong with Doflamingo, and they gathered around BABY5, laughing at him smugly. You have to know that the men who pursue her all have different purposes. And most of them are scumbags. Even if Doflamingo didn't do it, they would help her kill those men afterwards. How could the Don Quixote family be deceived by such a trick? Be quiet. At this time, Brother Ming said in a low voice. Everyone was stunned for a moment and turned to look at Doflamingo. Their young master showed an extremely complicated expression at this time. Wearing a quilt-like cloak with circles and a pair of small sunglasses, with half a snot hanging from his nose, Torbull walked up and asked carefully. Dover, is something wrong? They hadn't seen Doflamingo with this expression in a long time. The last time I saw him was after the Summit War. From then on, they would occasionally hear the word, magician, from him. They didn't dare to ask more specific questions. Well, something happened at Punk Hazard. Monet reported that the Straw Hat crew went there. He was transferred to a far place by magician Su Chen in an unknown way. And, Guy, something must have happened. Doflamingo, with a gloomy face, did not hide anything and told the truth directly. At this time, he was not thinking about Guy's problem. I was wondering why the Straw Hat crew suddenly showed up in Punk Hazard, considering they had been gone for 2 years. Although there was news before that they reappeared. But entering New World from the Fishman Island, no matter how far you deviate, you will never reach Punk Hazard. Most importantly, does he really want to become an enemy of the Straw Hat crew? After hearing what Doflamingo said, one of the unknown men immediately stood up and shouted loudly. What? How dare they attack us, Master? I'm going to kill them. It was like a knife cutting his butt. It opened his eyes. After saying that, Brother Ming stretched out his hand into the air. Outrageous. Speaking of the magician Su Chen, the power he possesses seems to be not from this world. Advertisement. Having said this, Brother Ming no longer hesitated. Ahem, I'd better go there myself. This guy is obviously going to die in vain, so it's better to use him as cannon fodder in a useful place. Kill, young master, please let me go, no matter what, they are all his subordinates. Dover, are you sure? Except for a few smart ones, everyone shouted. Glancing at Doflamingo, Torbull asked worriedly. Doflamingo looked at this group of guys with complicated eyes, and a bad feeling welled up in his heart. I'll go too, and I promise to bring back the heads of those people and present them to the young master. This is not good. When did Don Quixote family recruit so many idiots? He is no stranger to the Straw Hat crew. At this moment, they cannot afford to be careless. And Geisa, you must bring him back. In the Summit War, Captain Luffy and Vice Captain Su Chen stole the show. This statement undoubtedly attracted everyone's attention. He gave an order with a grim expression. I'll go ahead. Torbull, gather the elite cadres of the family. Except for the necessary defense personnel, all others will go to Punk Hazard. Doflamingo, who was hiding under his eyes, interrupted these guys with a flash of his eyes. Nodding, Torbull immediately led everyone to the port. For a moment, everyone roared in protest of their loyalty. After a while, his figure could no longer be seen clearly. It's a bit difficult, but I have to go. They actually dared to pat their chests and guarantee that they could kill those people who were not left behind at the Marine headquarters. With such a group of people facing them, even though he always believed in Doflamingo, he couldn't help but feel worried deep down. Its power and range are so great that it is enough to destroy the world. Let's talk about Straw Hat Luffy first. His background is simply terrifying. His grandfather is a marine hero, his father is the revolutionary dragon, and his sworn brother is one of the current 4 emperors. Doflamingo stood up and looked in the direction of Punk Hazard. After all, Virgo and Monet are still on that island. Are these guys so brave? Yes. That's right, kill them. Anyone who dares to go against the Don Quixote family must die. The whole person flew out in an instant, like a big fiery red bird, gliding quickly in the air. Chapter 286. Let's have a party together. That's what it is. A group of people waited quietly inside the laboratory, listening to Su Chen telling them about what happened here. Virgo, Smoker and others were tied up and thrown nearby. After listening to Su Chen's story and Luo's occasional additions, Luffy and the others finally figured it all out. It turns out that everything that happened on this island started with the mad scientist Guy's current. 4 years ago, Guy developed Smiley, but was stopped by Marine when he was about to conduct experiments. Guy refused Marine, and Vegapunk couldn't stand Guy's behavior anymore. Send Marine to capture him and remove him from the science class. In anger, Guy pressed the button directly, detonating Smiley. 2 of the 3 research institutes were blown away in the explosion, and the huge heat and toxic substances generated destroyed almost all life on the island. Geisa was also arrested. 1 year after the explosion, Geisa, who escaped with his fruit ability, returned to Punk Hazard and purified the air on the island. The prisoners who could not walk were equipped with equipment to assist their movements and accepted as subordinates. From this point on, Guy begins working with Doflamingo to produce SAD, a defective artificial devil fruit. With the funding provided by Big Mom, research on gigantism has also begun. As for the research subjects, they were the children who were deceived and kidnapped. In order to control the children, Guy would feed them poisonous candies containing the stimulant NHC-10, but Su Chen directly used magic to purify the toxins from the children's bodies. That's why Nami and the others were asked to hand it over to Marine directly. A few months ago, Luo, who became 7 warlords of the sea, came to Punk Hazard. In addition to investigating the truth, the purpose is to take down Guy Saw. This was also the strategy to defeat Mingo and eventually take down Kaido, one of the 4 emperors. Is that so? It's great that those children are okay? Nodding, the already kind-hearted Chopper showed a look of relief on his face. This method of using toxins to control others is really too evil. If Su Chen had not purified the bodies of those children, I wonder how much more they would have suffered. Tisk, I'm really upset that I didn't kill anyone. Zoro touched the hilt gently, and this time he chopped down a fire dragon over there. After that, he didn't do much, which was really annoying. Sanji lit a cigarette with a dazed look in his eyes, as if he was still savoring the feeling of exchanging bodies with Nami. Advertisement. Well, I didn't say anything, but I also said everything. Well, okay, I'll leave this guy to you. Smiling and touching Chopper's head, Su Chen wiped off the ice the guy had sprinkled on his upper body and brought him in front of Luo. By the way, throw Luo's heart back. When he regained consciousness, he found that Guy Saw had not yet woken up. He immediately saw Luo's thoughtful face and was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. The next second, his heart fell into Luo's hands. Thank you for your trust, Master Su Chen. Law took his heart back, then turned to Luffy and said, except for that monster, things here are almost over. Straw Hat Captain, let's act according to the plan. After taking away Guy's heart, Luo was full of confidence in his next plan. Whether it's the strength of Luffy and his crew, or the thoroughness of their plan, he can always pat his chest and say that it is foolproof. Help them change it back. Pointing at Tashigi, Zoro unexpectedly spoke. This sentence shocked everyone and they all looked at him in shock. What the hell, is Zoro going to be soft-hearted one day? Also, if I remember correctly, that girl was in Logue Town before, and seemed to be shopping with Zoro. Could it be that? Hiss, thinking of this, Nami and others took a deep breath. Then a strong feeling of 8 trigrams welled up in my heart. Could it be true, as they thought, that this Ms. Marine was the one Zoro had been thinking about day and night? A-hole. Don't look at me like that. Feeling the strange looks around him, Zoro turned around and shouted loudly. However, no one paid any attention to his roar. Instead, they showed a meaningful smile on their faces. They are a different kind of people, otherwise they wouldn't use those damn pirates to fish for sharks. The tied-up Marines stomped their feet and walked down angrily, feeling very aggrieved. Bang. Bang. So they certainly don't have any psychological burden towards the Straw Hat crew, whose personalities are very similar to theirs. If you treat women as weaklings and let them win in battle, you won't lose, but you won't win either. After hearing this, Smoker's face froze for a moment, then immediately turned cold. Advertisement faced with Zoro's anger and humiliation, Sanji did not tolerate him at all and directly retorted back. Seeing Tashigi like this, Zoro was stunned. A gentleman can be killed but not humiliated. I don't need this kind of concern. Yes, yes, yes. Even though the Straw Hat guys are pirates, they are righteous pirates judging by this incident. Let's go to the party. We've been hungry for a long time. Glaring at Nami angrily, Tashigi grabbed Zoro by the collar and shouted, you were the one who defeated me just now, just like East Blue, why don't you cut it down? After speaking, she threw Zoro away. After all, she is the person Zoro likes, and she may become their crew member family member in the future. It's really unfair that someone likes green algae-haired people. He is a man who is determined to capture the Straw Hat Boy, how could he possibly hold a party with them? Then he spread his hands innocently. Yoshi, then let them go and have a party. Just 2 simple punches knocked these 2 clowns down. Are you looking for death? Believe it or not, I will chop you down. They also wanted to save the children just now, so they can be considered partners. Ha 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 ha, Zoro, aren't you going to comfort her? Nami came to Tashigi with a smile, and after letting Luo exchange their personalities, he carefully untied the ropes that bound her. Oh my, I'm so scared, come on. Whoever is a coward is a grandson. Luffy, who didn't care about these, suddenly brightened up his eyes, pointed at the tied-up Marines and spoke loudly. Especially Sanji, his sour expression is so funny. How can you tie it with a rope? Really, was it wrong that he didn't kill her? The opposite of Smoker is the Marines of G5. Nami covered her mouth and smiled, then she looked at Robin who also smiled, and they both felt touched. Straw Hat Boy, are you insulting us? Snort. Hey, Boss Smoker, we want to go. Thanks for the treat, Straw Hat Boy. At least on this island, no one will know if you indulge yourself. What's more, Luffy and his group are pirates, and we are Marines. Chapter 287 Negotiations between Luo and Ming soon. Although Smoker was still awkward, he eventually sat down with Luffy and the others. Yo ho ho. I never thought I could have a party with the Marines. Brook took a skewer of barbecue, ate it in one bite, then took out his violin and started playing. How can there be a banquet without music? Luffy also stuck the chopsticks into his nose and made that funny gesture again. Chopper, Usopp and others on the side were also attracted by him and followed him. That's not all. Even the Marine of G5 was attracted by Luffy's nonchalant attitude and started to imitate him. Humph, pirates are pirates. Smoker, with a proud look on his face, took the wine, looked at the actions of Luffy and the others and took a big gulp. Tashigi was pulled aside by Nami and they discussed various issues such as cosmetics and clothes. It seemed that the two of them got along quite well. You seem to be troubled. Robin walked up to Su Chen who was standing at the edge of the crowd and said in an unnoticed manner. Although Su Chen explained all this, it was obvious that he seemed to have left something unsaid. Oh, no, Su Chen looked away, then looked at Robin and smiled, then continued, I just think that the scenery in this world is magnificent and beautiful, and I want to see more of it. After taking a serious look at Su Chen, the doubts on Robin's face gradually disappeared. Standing next to him, yeah, it's really beautiful. This island of ice and fire is actually not beautiful at all. It can even be said that the environment is so bad that even basic survival cannot be guaranteed. But at this moment, Robin did feel beautiful. After a long time, Su Chen and Robin looked at each other and smiled almost at the same time. Then he saw into the distance again. What is that? Pointing at the clouds in the distance, Robin looked a little confused. Looking in the direction she pointed, Su Chen's face showed an interesting smile. In the distant sky, I saw a man wearing sunglasses, with blonde hair and a pink feather coat falling quickly, and then bouncing up quickly. In the process, he quickly approached the island. Advertisement, Doflamingo, how could he come so fast? Luo, who was not paying much attention to the party, immediately spotted Doflamingo. For this person, he was so hateful that he wanted to kill him right now. Doflamingo, it looks so amazing, it can actually fly in the sky. No, it seems like he's hooked a string onto the cloud and is flying. Is he swinging on a swing? It looks like he is up to no good. Everyone gradually quieted down. They heard what Luo said, so they all looked at Doflamingo in the distance. That kind of wanton posture really makes people think of Grand Line's Moltres. It tastes pretty good when baked. Why is he here? Smoker's face turned cold and he glanced at Guy who looked surprised. Coupled with Virgo who was tied up not far away, he silently had a guess in his mind. Are you here to rescue people, young master? In a hidden place in the distance, Monet flew up instantly. After seeing Brother Ming appear, she seemed to have found her backbone. Monet, you follow me. Doflamingo fell down quickly and stopped not far from the crowd. He did not take action directly. After witnessing Su Chen's strength in the Summit War, he came here more with the intention of negotiating. It would of course be great if Gaisa could be rescued. If that is not possible, then take Virgo and Monet away. Clown, save me. Guy was quite surprised to see Ming Jie appear. As expected, he is very important, otherwise how could Doflamingo get here so quickly? Foo 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 foo. So it's you who's here, let him go, or don't blame me for being merciless. Doflamingo put his hands in his pockets, hunched his back and walked in front of Luo with a rather arrogant step. He smiled unbridled and made a direct threat. In his opinion, although he was extremely angry, Gaisa and Virgo were now in their hands. Hearing Ming's question, Luo's face was filled with murderous intent, and he no longer concealed his intentions. Since Luo chose to keep Gaisa, it means that he must have some plan. As long as what he plans does not involve his bottom line, it is not impossible to agree to it. Advertisement, he said calmly. Okay, but you have to hand Virgo over to me first. Ming's face was terribly gloomy, but he still had to compromise. Ming Jie's face changed drastically and he raised one hand. He covered his chest and screamed loudly several times, rolling back and forth in pain. And what Law said made sense. Kaido was indeed not the type of person to listen to his slow explanations, and even if he lost his status as a Shichibukai, Marine might not be able to do anything to him. You little devil, are you looking for death? Haha, you're nothing more than that, then you should give up your status as a Shichibukai. Now that he has obtained Gaisa, he has the capital to not be afraid of Ming Jie. As long as nothing unexpected happens, he has nothing to worry about. Although they are in a cooperative relationship. Law glanced at Doflamingo's raised arm, and his figure instantly moved to the side of Luffy and the others and continued, give up Gaisa, and you will be hunted by Kaido. Facing Doflamingo's threat, Luo smiled nonchalantly. A heart instantly appeared on his hand and he squeezed it gently. Haha, you'd better not act rashly, otherwise he will die. Ah, clown, save me, I'm dying. After hearing what Luo said, Brother Ming calmed down. Think about it carefully. Luo, who has always been under his shadow, should not have the courage to resist him. Tell me, what do you want to do? After pondering for a long time, Ming suppressed his terrifying murderous aura. If Guy died, Kaido would not let him go, and Dressrosa, which he had run for many years, would be destroyed. But if you give up Shichibukai, you won't necessarily suffer any consequences. Now Dressrosa has been run by him into a solid brand. How could he give up his life for Gaisa? Does he really think he is a fool? With his heart grabbed, Guy fell to the ground, but what Guy developed was the basis for his collaboration with Kaido. He cares a lot about this. Luo, you little brat really gave me a big surprise. Ha ha ha, Doflamingo, what if I say I want your life? Damn little devil. You know Kaido won't sit down and listen to your explanation. If there's no man-made devil fruit, his iron rod won't recognize anyone. Even if they wanted to take action, they would be very cautious. Seeing the heart in Luo's hand, Doflamingo glanced at Gaisa, feeling a little hesitant. Chapter 288 Mingja's Compromise. This is Doflamingo's final bottom line. In any case, Virgo was taken away by him. Luo glanced at Smoker and others behind him and nodded. The strength is there. Even if Smoker and others have objections, they have no choice when facing Luffy and his group plus Law. No, young master, you must not agree to them. Just when the two sides were about to reach a consensus, a huge sailing ship appeared on the sea in the distance. Torpal and a large number of Don Quixote family members roared loudly. Faced with conditions that are obviously a trap, the young master must not be allowed to agree to them. It's a member of the Don Quixote family. I didn't expect them to leave Dressrosa. Sure enough, they're the ones behind Gaisa. Looking at their appearance, they are obviously elite troops. After seeing the people coming, the Marines of G5 exclaimed in surprise. The reason they have been able to stay in the New World for so long is because they know who to mess with and who not to mess with, and the Don Quixote family under Doflamingo. It is one of the forces, of course. All this is also the reason why they do not have a strong upper-level combat force. If there was a slightly stronger general, the entire G5 would probably have nothing to fear at all. That sounds amazing, ha 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 ha, it really is Shichibukai. Luffy held a large piece of barbecue and said to the people around him with a smile. In his opinion, Shichibukai is indeed very strong. At least the few he encountered forced him to show his true strength. Sizzle, shouldn't we call it Shichibukai? There are so many people, it's really scary. Pretending to be scared, Su Chen said with a smile. Well, after a rough sense, except for a small number of necessary personnel, almost all the elite members of the Don Quixote family are here. Should we say that this flamingo is cautious, or is he extremely scared? Oh, so you're scared? After hearing Su Chen's words, Robin said something particularly sinister without thinking. The sound was so loud that he was afraid that Luffy and the others might not have heard it. Ah, Su Chen is scared, so we are doomed. Chopper, who was the most trusting person, showed a frightened expression, and in a flash he ran behind the crowd and hid his head inside. The exposed majority of the body trembled from time to time. His face darkened and Su Chen glared at Robin. Advertisement. He just wanted to learn from Kizaru. Couldn't he just call people scary with one mouthful and Shichibukai with one punch? Ignoring the antics of Su Chen and the others, Luo looked at Doflamingo with a cold gaze and said, Brother Ming, do you want to start a war here? As soon as he finished speaking, he squeezed his heart hard again. Ah, it hurts so much. You two can talk if you want. Why am I the one getting hurt? Guy covered his chest and continued rolling on the ground, tears and snot flowing out madly. Foo 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 foo. I'll take Virgo away. As for Gaisa, I hope you won't regret it. Doflamingo stretched out his hand and Virgo, who was tied at the back, flew up and landed next to Torpal and others who came to support. Because of Guy's behavior, Ming Jie was indeed a little cautious. In addition, with the presence of the Straw Hat crew and the Marine, he decided to take Virgo away and be done with it. As for Shichibukai, who says that if you give up you will definitely lose. Let's go. Go back to Dressrosa first. With a cold snort, Doflamingo led everyone away. Since the Straw Hat crew was standing behind Luo, he could take a step back this time. But he would never back down from now on. Luo, the traitor, will definitely pay the price for his actions. Let's go too. Looking at Doflamingo, who obviously had a plan, Su Chen shook his head, glanced at Luo, and led the way towards the Sunny. The plan is good, but unfortunately strength is indeed a fatal flaw. After all, in this world where the strong are respected, strategies can temporarily give you an advantage. But in the face of absolute strength, all of this is like castles in the air. Etc. Can you please take me with you? Just then, Kinemon ran over from a distance with an anxious look on his face. He was also heading to Dressrosa. After many searches, he didn't even see the shadow of Momonosuke, so he naturally thought that the most likely place for Momonosuke to appear was Dressrosa. So, now he wants to follow everyone and find the hope in his heart. Luffy, do you want to take him with you? Usopp stopped and pointed at Kinemon, who had caught up with him. Advertisement. If it's on your way, it's not impossible to give him a ride. Luffy adjusted his straw hat that was blown by the wind and snow and said with a smile, what do you think? Although I don't know why Su Chen treats this guy so strangely, it shouldn't be a big problem if he doesn't kill him. Anyway, I'm just giving him a ride. Everyone shook their heads, and no one had any major objections. However, Zoro was quite interested. He touched the handle and then looked at the long sword on Kinemon's waist with a strange look. Warrior, I'm itching to do something. I am very grateful. Hearing Luffy's words, Kinemon immediately responded. As if he was afraid that Luffy would go back on his word. That's right, this place is already in a semi-destroyed state if Luffy and the others don't take him with them. He can only take the marine ship, but it is not certain whether it is the right time to go to Dressrosa. Just like that, under the gaze of Smoker and others, the Sunny slowly left Punk Hazard. Boss Smoker, let's go too. Sister Tashigi, I contacted the base and they will send a warship here soon. By the way, the chef of Straw Hat Crew is really good, and the dishes he makes are really delicious. Oh, I may not be able to eat it in the future. I feel sad just thinking about it. After they could no longer see any trace of Luffy and the others, the Marines of the G5 branch started discussing. After all, they have rarely seen this kind of pirates. It seems I'm late. At this moment, a tall figure wearing a white V-neck long-sleeved shirt, black trousers, black boots, and a dark green coat appeared in front of Smoker and others. He was carrying a brown backpack and wearing round-frame sunglasses. It was none other than former Marine Admiral Aokiji. Kuzan. Why are you here? Smoker's eyes moved and he asked subconsciously. He hadn't seen him in a long time, since Aokiji left Marine 2 years ago. Come and see you. Aokiji sat next to Smoker and said something very heartwarming in a cold tone. You are not colluding with evil forces now, are you? Glancing at Aokiji suspiciously, Smoker looked a little serious. This guy suddenly appeared here and said some strange words. He is so weird. 8SL Chapter 289. Long Lost Friend. What, the former admiral is colluding with evil forces? Is this something we can listen to? After hearing what Smoker said, the Marine from G5 branch stared at the two men with shining eyes and his ears perked up. They don't want to hear about 8 trigrams. As Marines, they have the right to examine this matter. Stay away. Aokiji yelled at the group of 8 trigrams incomparable Marines, and after driving them away, he returned to silence. That's just who I am, Smoker. After a long time, Kuzan said lightly through the snowflakes in the sky. Yes, actually he has never changed. Su Chen's speech at the Summit War 2 years ago, coupled with his defeat in the battle with Akainu, has helped him find a new direction. This time he came here just to see his old friend. Huh, is that so? That's good. Exhaling a puff of smoke, Smoker looked quietly into the distance. Just having him say this is enough. At least, he knew that he had not violated his own justice. Anyway, you need to keep a close eye on Doflamingo. He is both the Shichibukai and the current king of Dressrosa. Unlike the 9 Snake Princess, he is a different kind of pirates. Kuzan looked back at Smoker, recalled the intelligence he had gathered and continued, tell Akainu to send the admirals out to deal with Doflamingo at this time. It is very likely that they will turn against each other and become the biggest obstacle since the establishment of the new Marine headquarters in Akainu. As for the matter of having seen me, forget it. After saying this, Aokiji stood up and looked at the Marines in the distance. After thinking for a while, he decided to leave. The Marines of G5 were stunned for a moment, then shouted in unison. I will keep my meeting with you a secret, Grand Line, New World. At this time, Luffy and others were sailing quickly towards Dressrosa. That's right. If we want to defeat Kaido, the key is to weaken his fighting power. Luo sat on the deck of the Sunny and began to talk about his plan. Now Kaido has purchased a large amount of zone artificial devil fruit from Doflamingo. Kaido. Kinemon, who was not far away, was quite shocked when he heard it. Advertisement. This group of guys, the ultimate goal is to defeat Kaido? Bang. Usopp on the side was so shocked that his hand slipped and the hammer hit his hand directly. Man. Artificial. If we can create that thing, wouldn't the number of people with special abilities increase infinitely? That's it. Law bowed his head slightly and confirmed Usopp's words very calmly. After saying this, Chopper and Nami showed extremely horrified expressions on their faces. In that case, the enemy they faced was truly terrifying. You have to know that in this sea, people who eat people with special abilities have a certain level of strength. Plus, they are subordinates of Kaido, one of the 4 emperors, so their strength must be stronger than ordinary pirates. Stupid tape, this is more interesting. Luffy sat next to Law, seeming quite interested. For him, the stronger the enemy is, the better. Only in this way can he feel adventurous. He has about 500 people with special abilities under his command, so we have to go to Dressrosa to destroy the artificial devil fruit factory. We can't let him continue to increase his combat power. After saying this, Luo resumed his aloof personality. He watched everyone discuss quietly and stopped talking. On the edge of the boat, Su Chen turned his attention back and looked at the sea in the distance. It is indeed right to prevent Kaido's power from further increasing. Although Luo hides some selfish motives, it does not affect the overall situation. He is now thinking more about the Revolutionary Army. Will Sabo come to Dressrosa this time like in the original book? After all, Ace is not dead. Moreover, he has already figured out some clues about the magic that has been bothering him. Bang! At this moment, a strong vibration came from the Sunny. The sea was rolling and the waves were huge. One after another, sea beasts rose from below the sea level and surrounded everyone. What's going on? Wah, there are so many sea beasts. Quiet. Look, don't those turtles look like the ones we encountered in Alabasta? Breed's face changed drastically, realizing that he had hit a wall. Kill them. Advertisement: as long as we keep sailing, we will meet again one day. In a moment, the sea was rolling, and under the strong waves, the sun kept rising and falling. Mu and the sea beasts woke up instantly. Afterwards, Moo Moo and Kung Fu Manatee thanked Luffy and his crew again and chose to leave. His name is Breed, and these sea beasts are all controlled by him. Chopper's eyes changed, and he pointed at the tied-up guy and spoke to everyone. Besides, they surrounded Breed viciously. They had been taken care of by this guy during this period of time. Now that they were out of his control, here's what they should do. Is that Manatee a Moo? It looks like it. As a pirate, he regarded Luffy and others as minions who had just entered the new world, and subconsciously chose to rob them. It said he was sent by someone to take Guy away. It seemed like it would sink in the next moment. It said, "Thank you, Master, for helping it get rid of control." He stretched out his hand, and with the surge of magic power, Breed flew over and stopped in front of Su Chen. He could understand what animals said, so he immediately became alert. He casually tapped his body, and the rings on the necks of the surrounding sea beasts broke instantly. At this time, a middle-aged man wearing a black top hat appeared on a huge sea monster. He looked at everyone with cold eyes. During this period, Luffy also took him to practice boxing again. At the same time, pink appeared in the eyes of those sea beasts. The gentle voice spread throughout the sea area, accompanied by a pink wave. All the sea beasts stopped moving instantly and floated quietly on the sea surface. Although they are happy to see the master, they also have their own journey. Moreover, this was the first time he had encountered such a situation where his ability failed, which was truly shocking. With so much meat, he suddenly wanted to eat Sanji's barbecue. Since when will a small fry like you be able to survive in the new world? Everyone looked at the sea beasts around them with a smile, and they didn't seem to be afraid at all. Even Luffy swallowed subconsciously and wiped the corners of his mouth after seeing it. Although he did not see Guy's World live broadcast this time, he still unexpectedly ran into Luffy and others. Of course, revenge is needed when revenge is needed, and grievances are needed when grievances are needed. After dealing with Breed, Manatee came to the Sunny and expressed his gratitude to Luffy and others in an especially serious manner. How is that possible? Su Chen was seen standing at the edge of the boat, with a hint of pink in the depths of his eyes. As soon as he finished speaking, countless sea beasts swarmed towards the Sunny frantically. Chapter 290. The Straw Hat Crew who don't play by the rules. A few days later, the sky was still clear and everything seemed calm. Everyone was lying comfortably on the deck basking in the sun. Zoro was still training, Sanji was developing new dishes, and Luffy, Chopper, and Usopp were fishing, with Law next to them. Robin and Su Chen took out the lounge chairs, placed them on the deck and read quietly. Frankie was at the helm, and Brooke was on the lookout holding a cup of coffee, quietly looking around. It's true. The newspaper has risen to 100 Baileys. At this moment, Nami angrily took a newspaper from the messenger gull, took out 100 Baileys and stuffed them into the messenger gull's hand. It was so infuriating. No matter how much she bargained, this guy wouldn't listen. Doesn't this seagull know how hard it is to make money? Besides, she has been buying newspapers for a long time, but she is a big customer, so what's wrong with a cheaper price? Ha ha ha, Nami, why don't you catch it and let Sanji roast it and eat it, then you don't have to pay. Su Chen, leaning on the recliner, flipped through the book, glanced at Nami casually and said. It's just 100 Baileys, and you're still bargaining. It seems that the richer Nami becomes, the stingier he becomes. You know, during the 2 years when Luffy was training, Nami made a lot of money while looking for him everywhere. Well, if you want to catch me, you can catch me. I don't want to be without newspapers to read in the future. After taking a look at Su Chen, Nami turned around and flipped through the newspaper, not taking his words to heart at all. Sea voyages are very boring if you don't have a newspaper to kill time. She couldn't stand it. Suspect? As if he had seen something, Nami excitedly shouted to everyone, look, Doflamingo has really quit Shichibukai, and it seems that he has also resigned from the throne of Dressrosa. It seems the plan is going in the direction you want. Su Chen appeared behind Nami in an instant, and after taking a look at the information above, he said to Luo. Judging from the newspapers, Luo Da's plan should indeed be half successful. But that's not the case, that Flamingo won't give up the position of Shichibukai so easily. After all, he has mastered some secrets of celestial dragons. If he gives up just like that, the chances of being secretly killed by the Marine and the world government are very high. Well, even so, I still have a bad feeling. Advertisement. Luo frowned, never expecting that Doflamingo would give up the throne altogether. In this case, I'm afraid things won't develop that simply. It doesn't matter. I'll beat him to pieces anyway. Luffy on the side replied with a smile. For him, it was completely unnecessary to think about these things. Su Chen had already thought of many things anyway, he just needed to knock the enemy away. His companions would naturally take care of the rest. After taking a long breath, Luo frowned even more tightly. Can this group of guys really act according to his plan? After a long time, he absolutely believed Luffy once. After all, even if Luffy did not act according to the plan, the others should do so. As long as the factory was destroyed, no matter what happened, it would be acceptable. Afterwards, everyone divided the work according to the original plan. Among them, Law, Geisa, Robin, and Usopp went to Greenbid to trade with Doflamingo. It's called a deal, but in fact it's just to restrain Ming Jie. Nami, Chopper, Brook and Su Chen stayed behind to guard the Thousand Sunny, while Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, Kinemon and Frankie formed a factory destruction team and entered the island first. This time the plan is centered around Luffy and his crew, who will leave immediately after destroying the workshop. As for Doflamingo, Kaido will naturally take care of him. The plan was perfect. Luo had taken every aspect into consideration. Even when they went to the island, they were in disguise so they would definitely not be discovered by anyone. Unless there are any accidents, Doflamingo is basically dead. Even if something unexpected happens, isn't there Su Chen who stayed on the boat to guarantee it? At worst, we can just rush in head on. So from now on, Luo's plan is simply flawless. However, he met Luffy and others who did not play by the rules. She is not a real human being. Ha ha ha, even a perfect plan needs them to execute it. Smiling and patting Luo Da's shoulder, Su Chen's figure instantly disappeared on the sunny. At this moment, the void trembled, and Su Chen's figure appeared not far from the girl. Patting his forehead, Luo Chang suppressed the uneasiness in his heart. Long time no see, Willis, bringing countless petals and fragrance. Advertisement as a result, Robin and others who were still on the boat just spread their hands, indicating that this matter had nothing to do with them. A girl wearing a gray and white woolen vest, a cute white fluffy woolen hat on her head, white fluffy gloves on her hands, slim jeans and white boots is standing quietly. And Doflamingo is not so easy to deal with. Coupled with the truth hidden by Dressrosa, his plan is bound to be messed up. Bang! As a result, when he turned around, Luffy and the others had completely disappeared. Luo handed a life card to Nami, the navigator, and gave her a few careful instructions. If there are any other changes to the plan, you should go to Zou first. Under the sunshine, in the sea of flowers that spread all over the earth, both sides looked at each other quietly. As the words fell, a light breeze blew past. He hadn't seen the puppet he created for a long time, so this time, there was no way he could stay on the sunny obediently. Surprisingly, she had a thick wind-up key on her back, which seemed to prove it. It seemed that the moment the ship stopped, Luffy and his crew rushed directly towards the town that could be vaguely seen in the distance. Walking to the side of Velis, Su Chen sat on the ground casually. Not long after, the gentle greeting seemed to bring the girl back to her senses. With his hands propped up behind his back, he quietly looked at the beautiful sea of flowers and asked softly, "How is it, living as a human being?" In a huge sea of flowers. You should know that after leaving the Revolutionary Army, Velis went to Dressrosa. He had to go to this island. Luffy and others came to Dressrosa. Long time no see, creator. Okay, I'll leave this to you first. This island is a tropical island with a holiday style, known as the Land of Love, Passion and Toys. At this time, he just hoped that Luffy and the others would not forget his plan while playing. It's beautiful, but actually, I would rather stay with the creator. Luo looked at the rest of the people in confusion. The next second, she showed an exceptionally gentle smile. The group stopped the sunny at a hidden coast with a large number of mushroom-shaped rocks. Chapter 291 Admiral Fujidora. And just at the moment Su Chen saw Wily's, Luffy and his companions have arrived in the town, facing this country full of love, passion and toys. They were quite excited. Smelling the fragrance of flowers and cooking in the air, watching the girls constantly adjusting their dance moves, and the toys that ran by from time to time as if they had life, everyone became completely excited. This island is simply the ultimate in fun, ha ha ha, there are so many toys moving around. Never mind, let's find a place to eat first. Luffy raised his hands and suggested loudly. His plans were long forgotten when he smelled the aroma of cooking in the air. After all, no matter what, it's definitely right to eat first. Everyone looked at each other and looked at Luffy who was already running towards the restaurant. There was no choice but to follow him. After all, they couldn't just abandon Luffy and go on the mission alone. By then, there will definitely be a big mess. I don't think now is a good time to have a quiet meal. Sitting around a dining table, Kinemon spoke quietly to everyone. Now that Momonosuke has disappeared, he can only save people first and make other plans later. It doesn't matter. Although time is indeed quite tight now, it is better to collect intelligence first than to run around like a headless fly. Frankie whispered back, but didn't you notice something was wrong? Sanji on the side looked around vigilantly, and said to everyone in confusion, the king of this country has given up the throne, right? Why are the people here not panicking at all? This behavior is really abnormal. Just at this moment, there was a burst of noisy noise coming from the side. He interrupted Sanji directly. An old man with short black hair, a beard and an X-shaped scar on the left side of his forehead, which extended to both eyes, was surrounded by a group of hooligans gambling. He has a tall figure and wears a lavender kimono with a black and purple belt. Looks like a blind man. Tisk, those guys really bring shame to Don Quixote family. Someone said with disdain, but no one intervened directly, as if such things had become commonplace. Ha ha ha, uncle, are you still gambling? The gangsters made enough money and became quite excited. Bet, I want to make one last bet and put all my money on the line. The latter was like a gambler who had lost all his money and was so impatient that he took out all the remaining money. Advertisement, ha ha ha, you're bold. We'll put all our money on the line, too. The winner can take all the money. Let's have one last life and death match between men. A leading gangster shouted loudly and seemed to have made up his mind. Really? Okay, I bet on white, then let's bet on black? The ball spun quickly on the roulette wheel and finally landed in the white area. Ha 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 ha, what a pity. The winner has been decided. The ball fell into the black area, uncle. This group of hooligans didn't care about the location of the ball at all, and directly distorted the truth and said that the ball stopped in the black area. To put it bluntly, they are bullying him because he is blind. It's white. The uncle won. The disguised Luffy walked up to the group with a plate of fried noodles and said something. FK. Who are you? Open your dog eyes and take a good look. It's black, you idiot. It's not your turn to interrupt here. Faced with the truth told by Luffy, the gang leader showed great anger. In Dressrosa, someone actually dared to meddle in the affairs of the Don Quixote family. Doesn't he know how to write the word death? Really? I really won. I don't know who you are, but thank you very much. The blind uncle seemed quite happy, and a smile appeared involuntarily on the corner of his mouth. Oh, it's okay. I'm just telling you the truth. Luffy ate the remaining fried noodles in one gulp, not paying attention to the uncle's thanks. You little brat. You don't know the rules. I said it's black, so it's black. That old man can't see it anyway, so just do as I say. Go to hell, you're in the way. The completely enraged thugs took out their weapons and slashed at Luffy fiercely. This is the guy who, after telling the truth, they can't simply take the money. If they rob openly, they will be in trouble if the boss finds out. Clang. This moment, a crisp sound of a knife was heard. A bottomless pit suddenly appeared in the middle of the restaurant. Those hooligans, along with the gambling table, disappeared without a trace. Faced with such a commotion, Zoro and the others instantly became alert and appeared behind Luffy. Advertisement. It is a blessing to be able to see nothing. There are too many in this world. This is a filthy person who is too horrible to look at. After saying this, the uncle controlled the scattered Baileys to fly back into his hands. After leaving some money for repairing the restaurant, he slowly walked out. Uncle, you are so strong. Luffy's eyes lit up, and he almost wanted to fight. Who are you? Well, I think it's better not to talk about this. After pausing for a moment, the uncle pushed open the door and walked out. After all, this is good for both of us. Benefits both of us? Sanji took a puff of his cigarette and continued calmly, could that uncle also be a notorious villain? Whether he is or not, he doesn't look like an ordinary person. After watching the uncle disappear, Zoro nodded seriously. With such ability, and the ability to use a knife, he couldn't help but want to test it out. My bag is lost. My watch is missing, too. Damn it. Where's my wallet? Stealing things blatantly in broad daylight must have been done when there was a big noise just now. The restaurant suddenly became noisy, and everyone started checking their belongings. Zoro also subconsciously glanced at the long knife placed next to the wooden table. A knife is missing. Chu Shui, who was placed here, is gone. Zoro was horrified and grabbed the two remaining long swords. After confirming that the head of Ichimonji was still there, he breathed a sigh of relief. But then he was filled with anger again. That's Black Knife Chu Shui. Could it be that the uncle just now did it? Is he also a thief on the side? Sanji glanced in the direction the old man left, somewhat unconvinced. No, it should be a prank by a fairy. Those invisible fairies have long been the patron saints of Dressrosa, so everyone will just laugh it off for their pranks. So, just laugh it off as well. A toy nearby smiled and explained to everyone. You must be kidding. That's my knife, Zoro retorted loudly, his eyes quickly scanning the restaurant several times. Found it. Chapter 292 Mingja's counterattack. Oh, so that's how it is. At this moment, in the Sea of Flowers, Su Chen showed an expression of realization. Although he arranged for Velis to do these things, he was not very clear about the specific details. It turned out that before Willis found the Revolutionary Army, after finishing what Su Chen had asked her to do, she came to this country known as the Toy Country. The purpose is to collect information about the New World and take a vacation. Yes, in her words, feeling the mode of survival as a human being helps her strengthen her soul. So she chose Dressrosa, which suited him best. Well, I have completed everything the creator has asked me to do. Wei Lisi, who was standing aside, nodded and said with a gentle smile. So, Lord Creator, when you leave this world, can you take me with you? It's still early. After a moment of hesitation, Su Chen looked into the distance. Indeed, it was still early, and he couldn't go back until the magic was completed. Let's go. I think someone needs our help now. After saying this, Su Chen stood up and walked into the void. And Willis next to her took a step forward nonchalantly, and the two of them disappeared in the Sea of Flowers in an instant. And on the other side, the Greenbit Coast, on the agreed bridge. Usopp and others are waiting for Doflamingo to appear. Here it comes. Robin's eyes changed and he looked towards the sky in the distance. Everyone followed his gaze and, sure enough, saw a fiery red figure jumping back and forth in the sky, and within a few breaths it landed in front of everyone. When the tied-up guy saw Doflamingo, it was as if he saw a savior. He shouted loudly, "Clown, save me, foo 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 foo." Ming ignored Guy Saw, but laughed murderously a few times, staring at Luo. "I didn't expect you to dare to come. I'm no longer Shichibukai, so leave Guy Saw to me." He followed Law's terms and quit Shichibukai. At least the entire new world has received the news, so naturally, Guy should be handed over to him. Ha ha ha, you believe what the enemy says? Advertisement. Now, if you want Guy to tell you, you have to destroy the Smile Factory. Luo's eyes were cold as he made another request. Impossible, you are looking for death. There was a startling murderous look under Ming Ji's glasses, and he raised one hand and pointed it at everyone. You little brat, you should be seeking revenge for what happened 13 years ago. That's right, Luo was once a member of the Don Quixote family. He regarded Luo as his confidant and even reserved the position of the third-generation Red Heart for him. As a result, this guy betrayed him for the ridiculous core zone and chose to take revenge on him. When Doflamingo thought of this, veins popped out on his forehead. I really have raised an ungrateful person, you can think of it this way. If you don't do it, Guy will be dead. Without changing his expression at all, Luo directly took out Guy's heart and squeezed it hard. Ah! It hurts so much. In just a moment, Guy rolled over on the ground, shouting loudly. Damn clown! Promise him. As long as I'm here, I can build as many factories as I want. Foo 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 foo. You little brat, do you really think you have a sure win? Strangely, Doflamingo didn't even look at Guy who was rolling around in pain, but laughed out loud. It seemed as if watching Guy suffer was a kind of enjoyment. Stop your bragging. You've already resigned from the Shichibukai, and now you've even resigned the throne of Dressrosa. You're at the end of your rope. Looking at Mingji's reaction, Luo felt a strong sense of uneasiness in his heart. Foo 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 foo, Luo, you are so naive. Look who is behind you. Doflamingo paid no attention to what Luo said and just pointed behind him. Everyone turned around instantly and saw a tall man wearing a lavender kimono and a marine coat slowly walking towards them. He had short hair, held a cane and a knife in his hand, and wore a pair of wooden shoes, like a blind man. No, it should be said that he is a blind man. Why is he here? The moment he saw this man, Luo's expression changed instantly. Strands of sweat quickly gushed out. Robin's body next to him also subconsciously tensed up for a moment, then slowly relaxed. Advertisement Fujitora was promoted to admiral during his lifetime because of the Marines' massive recruitment. It has caused considerable obstacles to the Revolutionary Army in the past 2 years. How could she not know about it? But one thing puzzled her. How could this man be mixed up with Doflamingo, and judging from the current situation, he had obviously outflanked them. Fujitora, why are you here? His eyes flickered and Luo asked subconsciously. This is a newly promoted Marine Admiral, and he is under a lot of pressure. I came here, of course, to catch pirates. Hearing Luo's question, Fujitora stopped and answered softly. At this time, Law is still a Shichibukai, and he has the obligation to answer, but even if he is not, he will still choose to answer. Who made him more polite throughout his life? Uncle, it looks like you were here to arrest us. Glancing meaningfully into Fujitora's eyes, Robin silently took a step back and glanced at Usopp. Devil's child, Ms. Robin, although I'm sorry about what happened to Ohara many years ago, but now you are a pirate, so I have the obligation to capture you. Looking up, Fujitora opened his pale eyes, as if trying to see Robin clearly. However, his eyes were damaged and he couldn't see clearly. So I could only sigh softly. Indeed, sometimes being blind is not a bad thing. At least you won't be able to see so many sins. What's going on? Doflamingo. Luo immediately looked at Brother Ming and asked in disbelief. Why didn't he attack you, but stood on the same front with you? Foo 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 foo. Adjusting his glasses with his hand, Brother Ming said proudly. I told you long ago, little brat, you are too naive. You really thought I quit Shichibukai? Don't be ridiculous. That was just a temporary measure to confuse you. When you set foot on Dressrosa's land, you have fallen into my trap. Foo 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 foo. Looking at Luo's puzzled expression, Brother Ming laughed triumphantly. That's it? How can I play with him? Naive, so naive. You know, Ming Jie is the master of schemes. He stole Dressrosa's plan. But he thought of it. How could Luo possibly defeat him with such little tricks? Advertisement Chapter 293 Gravity Fruit vs. Flower Fruit. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Luo's face turned dark, full of disbelief. How could his plan fail like this? No, as long as they can hold Doflamingo back, Luffy and the others will definitely be able to destroy the factory. Kaido will naturally make trouble for Doflamingo at that time, and his plan will not fail. Foo 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 foo. Go ahead Fujitora, you know, except for Law, they're all pirates. After saying this, Brother Ming silently took a few steps back. Make way for the surrounding area. The thought of Marine Admiral helping me made me excited. According to the intelligence we received, Mr. Luo, are the Straw Hat crew your subordinates or your allies? Mr. Luo, your answer will have 2 consequences. Fujitora didn't even look at Ming. He just picked up the cane sword and asked in a dull voice. He has his own principles. How could he take action just because Doflamingo asked him to? Marine is not a subordinate of Shichibukai, and the current relationship between Marine and world government. Even if it is an order from the world government, they will handle it at their discretion. After a moment of hesitation, Luo felt that his plan had been completely disrupted. The Marine's gaze was now directed towards him and the Straw Hat crew. If he wasn't careful, not to mention the failure of his plan. Just talking about whether or not we can get out of Dressrosa is a question. Glancing at Robin, who had a meaningful look in his eyes, he said loudly, the Straw Hat crew and I have no superior subordinate relationship. As the intelligence you received shows, they are my allies. Really? Then I will strip you of your title of Shichibukai. Fujitora sighed regretfully. The long sword in his hand was instantly unsheathed, and his body was suddenly pressed down. The next moment, a purple sword energy rose up into the sky in a circle and disappeared into the clouds in an instant. Just when everyone was confused, the clouds in the sky dispersed instantly, and an extremely huge meteorite, burning with raging flames, fell rapidly towards the crowd. FK. It can't be fake. Is that a meteorite? You must be kidding. Everyone was stunned for a moment, with confused expressions on their faces. Hey, are you going to make such a big deal out of this? Is this the admiral who is called a monster? Doflamingo on the side was also shocked, with disbelief on his face. Drink. Advertisement. 1,000 wheels of flowers blooming armed breaking fist. At this moment, Robin, who was the first to react, pushed Usopp. After signaling him to leave quickly, he attacked without hesitation. Countless petals were flying, and the slender arms gathered together to form an extremely huge arm. Then Sakura's flower-like haki covered her arms in the blink of an eye, and strange magic patterns appeared. The huge arm instantly slammed into the meteorite falling from the sky. During these 2 years, she was not just a vase in the Revolutionary Army. Not only did she develop the ability of the fruit to the ultimate level, she also basically mastered the magic patterns given to her by Su Chen. Found the practice method that suits her best. So after seeing the meteorite, the first thing she thought of was not to escape. But I want to test my own strength, and even if they ran, they would not be able to escape if they ignored the rapidly falling meteorite. You know, this meteorite is quite huge. Once it falls, the bridge would surely be destroyed in an instant. Bang. Boom. A huge shock spread throughout the entire area, amid the horrified gazes of the crowd. The fist formed by Robin's ability collided with the meteorite instantly, forming a long ring-shaped cloud that instantly spread in all directions. At the same time, the meteorite broke into pieces, forming countless small fragments that fell into the water. And that huge fist turned into petals when the meteorite shattered and dissipated into the air. Oh my god, are you kidding me? Watching Robin's operation, Luo took a breath. I began to recall carefully whether I had ever offended her on the boat. Are all the girls in the Straw Hat crew so fierce? Interesting, Miss Robin, it seems we have underestimated you. Your strength has improved greatly in the past 2 years. Looking up thoughtfully, Fujitora's face broke into a smile. This way, it's interesting. Thank you for the compliment. You are really awesome, uncle. However, Robin was not as relaxed as everyone imagined. After the punch, her blood surged. If she hadn't suppressed it forcibly, she would have almost vomited blood. The surrounding ground was blasted open with holes one after another. Under the surging sword energy, there's heavy gravity pressure. Doflamingo's eyes flashed in such a situation. Advertisement. It pounced like a tiger, and even the entire bridge bent under this gravity. An extremely huge pair of snow-white long legs condensed out from the petals in the sky, with the addition of the armed color of sakura flowers. Since Luo can use Gaisa to threaten him, he can also capture this woman and use her to threaten the Straw Hat crew. Faced with Ming's quick reaction, Luo could only use his ability to transfer himself again. But things did not go the way he wanted. He chose to take action without hesitation. A teeth-grinding sound was heard, and streaks of blood-red lightning formed between the long legs and the slashes. 1,000 wheels of Blossom's armament horizontal legs. She could hardly bear it anymore. This man's strength was truly terrifying. Although it was a slashing attack, it was more of a terrifying gravity coming from his whole body. It collided fiercely with the slashing blow. Dozens of lines spread out in the air, and then quickly fell towards Robin like a meteor shower. Appeared behind Robin and looked at Ming warily. Facing Fujitora's terrifying attack, Robin crossed his arms over his chest and swept his right leg forward. Although it was a question, Fujitora acted without hesitation. Without the help of the Straw Hat crew, Luo's plan would have completely failed. The next moment, Law also attached the ability of the fruit to it. If it hits, even Ming Jie will be cut in half. Not only that, his figure flashed and appeared behind Ming, and the long sword in his hand slashed directly out. Ming's figure moved, he turned around to dodge the knife, then condensed transparent thin silk threads from his 5 fingers, and made a beast claw gesture to grab Lai Luo fiercely. Gravity blade tiger. Parasite string. Crunch, squeak, squeak. This knife brings a strong sense of haki, and that's not all. The blade turned upside down, and infinite gravity and sword energy condensed on his long sword. After a second, he slashed towards Robin and others without hesitation. Plus the long legs she had to maintain to form the fruit, she was already injured. At this extremely critical moment, Luo also took action. The transparent cover instantly spread out and enveloped the lines in the air. Facing Robin, who could smash a meteorite with one punch, he had a smile on his face but became alert in his heart. Then take another blow from me. During this confrontation, a trickle of blood flowed from the corner of Robin's mouth. Luo's figure leapt up and instantly cut off the long line of attack. Chapter 294 The Miserable Guy. Ha, I'm free. During this time, Guy somehow got his heart back and moved to Ming's side. He was just a little bit away from escaping Luo's control. Zzz, this won't do. At this moment, a gentle and teasing voice sounded, and Su Chen walked out of the void with the puppet Wei Lisi and grabbed Guy Saw, who wanted to escape. Su Chen. Looking at the smiling figure in front of him, Guy's face turned green. He took a gamble with great difficulty, but lost so completely. This time it was really over. He had been disguising himself for so long just to quietly break free from control when the fight broke out. Brother Ming will naturally protect him when the time comes. As for the rest of the people, he didn't believe they could withstand Admiral Fujitora's attack. Even if Fujitora got rid of Robin and others, he wanted to get rid of him as well. At worst, he can just admit that he is Ming Ji's subordinate. As a Shichibukai, he can still protect him. Anyway, as long as Fujitora doesn't attack him, it will be fine. As a result, everything he was thinking about was completely disrupted by Su Chen in front of him. Who knew this guy would follow me? It would have been fine if he had just followed him, but this guy actually hit himself and gave him a fatal blow at the critical moment. It was unbelievable that Lord Geisa, who was so wise all his life, was plotted against to such an extent. It's really too stupid, boss Su Chen, be careful. Although he was quite surprised to see Su Chen appear, Luo immediately reminded him. It turned out that Ming Jie had already taken direct action when Guy Saw was about to reach his control. Judging from the long line he swung, he should have wanted to take Guy Saw away directly. However, no one expected that Su Chen and Wei Lisi would appear just in front of Guy Saw. Rebuke. Su Chen did not react to Luo's reminder, but Wily's, who was half a step behind, pointed out and shouted. Next second. The invisible repulsive force filled every inch of space behind. The void shook and gravel flew everywhere. The huge magic circle swept everything around it and hit Ming. It seemed as if everything was collapsing, as if everything was shaking. Advertisement the ground in Ming's direction was completely lifted up and dropped by 3 or 4 meters. I sense someone with similar abilities to me? Fujitora, who had been competing with Robin, stopped and said with curiosity. He felt 2 powerful auras, one of which gave him a very strange feeling, like a human, but also like some kind of precision machine, just like those pacifists. But he has his own burning soul. Such a person really made him curious, so he tried hard to open his eyes, but saw nothing. What a pity, at this moment he actually began to regret that he was blind. After seeing Fujitora put away his knife, Robin breathed a sigh of relief, dissipated the huge long legs he had transformed into, and walked to Su Chen's side. She thought for a moment and looked at Velis with a hint of nostalgia. If I remember correctly, it was the first time I met Luffy and others. This exquisite girl had already appeared there, but later it seemed that she was sent to the Revolutionary Army by Su Chen. She was very curious because she hadn't seen her in the Revolutionary Army at the beginning. It turned out that she came here. Ms. Robin, Willis sends her regards. After saying hello to Robin, Willis turned her gaze towards Doflamingo again. He was in a bit of a mess at this moment. Although he managed to resist the sudden flying sand and rocks, some gravel still scratched his clothes. The next moment, in everyone's surprised eyes, Doflamingo moved away from here at a very fast speed, as if when Su Chen appeared. He was ready to give up Geisa. Want to fight, uncle? Instead of chasing Ming, Su Chen looked at Fujitora behind him. For Fujitora, his senses are still good, although I really want to introduce him to the Revolutionary Army. The Marine lineup is needed right now to balance the power of the world government. Before the final battle, we cannot do such a thing as killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. Moreover, Marine is not the enemy. Although I really want to fight with that young lady who has similar strength to me, I am not someone who would seek humiliation. That's all for now, but I'll gather more power to come. Fujitora sheathed his sword and resisted the urge to attack. He turned around and led the Marines away. Not long after, a barely audible reminder rang through the air. So, everyone, be careful next time. Advertisement: see Ming and Fujitora leave. Luo breathed a sigh of relief. Then he gritted his teeth, snatched Guy's heart viciously and squeezed it hard. Damn Doflamingo, he actually insidiously released false information to deceive him. Almost everything he planned failed. Fortunately, the boss Su Chen showed up, otherwise Guy Saw would have been snatched back by Brother Ming. Also, this guy actually dared to run away. It hurts so much. Guy rolled on the ground, crying and begging for mercy from Luo. Damn clown, he actually left him here. Damn Luo, I didn't lie to you, it was obviously my own problem. Why am I the one who got hurt? Yeah, it's abominable. I didn't expect that we would be tricked. This time, a Marine Admiral showed up. Although Usopp was a little scared, he didn't just run away as Robin said. Instead, he hid in the surrounding forests to provide support. When he saw Su Chen appear, he had already returned to the group. After all, is there any place on this island safer than Su Chen? The key now is Luffy's side. If Ming Ji is lying to me, then it means there must be a trap in the factory. Luo squeezed Guy's heart again and analyzed calmly. We have to go to support as soon as possible, otherwise the situation will be serious. We also have to make corresponding arrangements on the sunny side. Otherwise Nami and the others might be in danger. Hearing this, Su Chen raised his eyebrows and a sly smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. If Ming really goes to find Nami, then there will be something interesting to watch. In terms of strength, after these 2 years, Nami's growth is no less than Robin. Even because the magic pattern has been gathering wind elements for her, her strength is probably even stronger than Robin's. Robin at the back also looked up and a sly smile appeared on his face. The current Straw Hat crew has fully acquired the strength to compete for the title of 4 emperors. Doflamingo, just a clown. There's probably no chance of entering Dressrosa head-on, but luckily I know there's another way to Greenbit. Follow me. Seeing that no one had any other opinions, Luo pointed to the road ahead. Well, let's go. Nodding, Su Chen still wanted to visit the island. Then everyone left under the leadership of Luo Da. Chapter 295. Something that shocked the world. Dressrosa Palace. The first thing Doflamingo did when he returned to the palace was to inquire about the whereabouts of Luffy and others. After learning that he had been led to the arena by the Don Quixote family, he took out a box from underneath him. Inside the box, there is a shocking devil fruit. This is a devil fruit that can attract the hearts of everyone in the world. Relics of the former Whitebeard of Newgate, known as the strongest paramecia, shock fruit. The eater can cause vibrations in the sky, earth, atmosphere and ocean at will, can trigger strong earthquakes and tsunamis, and has extremely strong physical destructive power. Once called by Buddha Sengoku as the power to destroy the world. Its destructive power and attack range are the greatest and strongest among all 3 known devil fruits. Known as the strongest paramecia, its power is no less than that of Lobia's paramecia fruit. It can also form a spherical cover with the power of the airshock, which can be attached to weapons or hands and feet to launch an attack with a shattering effect. Such a fruit actually fell into his hands by accident. It's really shocking, however, he has not yet figured out what to do with this devil fruit. He has basically eaten the fruit, and Virgo is the one who is most suitable for this fruit. He was set up and died on the road before he could bring Dressrosa back. He really didn't have the courage to cause trouble for Su Chen, the one who set up the secret plan, so until now, he hadn't figured out what to do with the fruit. Are you really going to let him use it as bait to deal with the Straw Hat crew? Isn't it a bit too risky? And upon hearing the news, one of the new 4 emperors, Fire Fist Ace, will also come to compete. And because of Ace's arrival, will the other 4 emperors also come? If this is true, the entire Dressrosa will probably be sunk. Dover, you can't get a tiger without risking it. Torable, with a snotty nose and a fierce look in his eyes, directly suggested, since we have been forced to this point, we might as well give it a try, our Don Quixote family. He's not that easy to mess with. The most important thing is that after muddying the waters, we have quite a bit of room for our plans. Join forces with Kaido and Big Mom, and use the Shichibukai position to leverage Marine's power, and find a way to take out the Straw Hat crew and Fire Fist Ace and the others. Dover, maybe this time, you can directly ascend to the throne of 4 emperors. Advertisement, as long as we protect the sugar, we will be invincible. Having said that, Torable seemed to become quite excited. If you think about it carefully, such an operation is not impossible to succeed. After all, the sugar is in control and the shock fruit is attracting the attention of the whole world. They still have a great chance of winning this time. After taking a look at Torable, Ming sat down on the throne with a twinkling look in his eyes. He admitted that he was moved and that this sentence had room for realization. The most important thing is that the chances of winning are still good. After all, besides himself, only Torable knew about this fruit. The person who discovered this fruit has been sent to see Whitebeard, so anything is possible if it is done properly. Foo. It seems like I've become more considerate over the years, so let's do this and turn New World upside down. Doflamingo laughed heartily, as if a knot in his heart had been untied. At the same time, it seemed that because he had let go of his expectations, he felt that his strength seemed to have risen to a higher level. Oh shit, big news. The arena is preparing to host an unprecedented competition. The final reward is a devil fruit that you will never imagine. No way, devil fruit? You're giving devil fruit as a prize? What ability? It can't be some kind of useless ability. I've already told you that this is something you can't even imagine. Do you remember Whitebeard Newgate, one of the former 4 emperors? This fruit is the legendary shock fruit. The shock fruit that has the power to destroy the world? Oh my god. You said pirates don't lie to pirates. So what? Pirates don't lie to pirates. How can the news from the arena not be true? That's right, unless Doflamingo doesn't want to get involved anymore. I agree with this point. If this news is a lie, the Joker will have no place in the New World, no, in the entire world. Wait a minute, isn't he afraid that the 4 emperors will come and snatch it away? As for the Marines, they will definitely send an admiral for such an important devil fruit. It may not even be just one admiral. You idiot. The moment this fruit is exposed, the world's top powers will definitely check and balance each other. Advertisement, so they can only follow the rules, unless they want to start a world war. Even if they want to grab it, they will wait until the fruit falls into someone's hands. Besides, they will never do anything to Dressrosa. There were so many forces gathered in Dressrosa at that time. That means no one can guarantee that they can take away the shock fruit. After Ming announced the prizes for this period, the entire Dressrosa exploded in an uproar, and countless forces spread this information to all parts of the world at an extremely fast speed. As for Su Chen, he probably didn't expect that Doflamingo actually got the shock fruit. And most importantly, he has such courage. In order to design the Straw Hat crew, they even dared to use it as a prize in the arena. At the same time, Marine Headquarters, Marshal's office. Akainu put down the Den Mushi in his hand with a serious look on his face. He heard Fujitora's report, so he is in a very difficult situation now. This is troublesome. I didn't expect that after the old friend died, he would still leave such a hidden danger. Sengoku on the side frowned and looked seriously at Garp, who was eating senbei. Well, his brows furrowed even more tightly. Although due to the change in the marine culture in the past 2 years, these old guys did not just become hands-off managers. But this guy Garp hasn't changed at all from the past. Even in the past 2 days, he spent most of his time going to East Blue, as if he was going back to his hometown to show off that he had 2 good grandsons. Garp, come with me. Resisting the urge to attack, Sengoku nodded to Akainu, grabbed Garp and walked out. Marine was now at a critical moment. Green Bull was arranged to go to Mariajoy because of what happened 2 years ago. Kizaru has become the pride of most Marines and is now assigned to protect Vegapunk. The only ones who can go out are these 2 old guys. But if we add Fujitora, who is still in Dressrosa, and they take Crane and most of the elite vice admirals with them, it should still be able to deter those pirates who are ready to make a move. After all, they will check and balance each other. The most important thing is the Revolutionary Army. He doesn't believe that they won't interfere in this. Chapter 296. Eyes from all over the world. The International Cake Island at this time. I didn't expect that old guy was still restless after his death. Let Katakuri take people to Dressrosa. A clown staged a farce. Bring the fruit back to me. Big Mom was looking at the information she had just received with great interest, and she let out an unbridled laugh. Okay, Mom. A slender middle-aged man with a pointed face, heavy makeup, a long nose, a tongue that reached his chest, and dark blue hair with light blue Madara dots, he nodded. Turned around and walked out of the house. Although I was shocked that the clown could get such a fruit, now is not the time to care about these things. With Katakuri's help, the fruit is basically in their hands. Wano-kuni, Ghost Island. Wine, give me wine. Where's Jin? Ask him to bring me some wine. Kaido sat on the ground, shook the empty wine gourd, and shouted loudly to the people outside. Whoosh! A figure, whose entire body including the face was covered in pitch-black clothes and who was wearing a mask, goggles and a helmet, flew from the sky in the distance at an extremely fast speed and then landed on the ground. Something's wrong, Captain. The artificial devil fruit provided by the Joker may be out of stock in the future. Besides, he created a farce. Jin said a few words dully and handed the information in his hand to Kaido. Kaido, who was still drunk, was stunned for a moment, shook his head, and gradually sobered up. He grabbed the information he received, looked at it for a few seconds, and stood up instantly. That old guy. And the clown, how dare they hide things from me? A voice with a hint of murderous intent sounded, next second. A strong vibration sounded, and a huge blue dragon flew into the sky and quickly flew towards Dressrosa. Guard Wano-kuni. I'm going to bring back the clown and the fruit. Kaido's words were faintly heard in the air. New world, an unknown island. On a scenic cliff, Ace was sitting quietly in front of Whitebeard's grave. In his hand, he held a bottle of Whitebeard's favorite liquor. Ace. Look. Marco with a pineapple head fell from the sky, waving the information in his hand, and continued. Your brother, the Straw Hat Boy, has appeared, and Dressrosa is in trouble. Advertisement. Dad's fruit was taken out by the clown and used as a prize in the arena. As soon as he finished speaking, Ace instantly took the information from Marco. After a quick glance, his eyes changed. He immediately said, I'm going, Marco. Dad's relics must not fall into the hands of others. Well, I agree this time. Marco agreed without even thinking, but Ace, you can't show up right away, otherwise Kaido and the others will definitely take action right away, and Dressrosa will definitely be sunk. Then it won't be so easy to get Dad's fruit back. After hearing what Marco said, Ace thought about it and nodded. Indeed, his current identity is completely different, and if he shows up directly, Dressrosa will immediately go to war. When chaos breaks out, it will be easy for others to take advantage of the situation. Okay, then I'll go gather the people and set off. Seeing Ace agreed, Marco flew out instantly. After looking at his father's grave, Ace put down the liquor in his hand, turned around and quickly caught up with Marco. New world, an island near Wano-kuni. A banquet that lasted for 3 days. Boss, Kaido seems to be heading towards Dressrosa. Lucky Lou, who is fat, wears small sunglasses, always holds barbecue in his hands, and wears a green and white striped hat, walked up to Shanks and took out the news he had received. And that flamingo actually got Whitebeard's devil fruit. I guess the whole world's attention has been attracted to it. What do we do now? Shanks took the information and took a look at it, and a familiar straw hat appeared on his face. Let's go and join in the fun. After saying this, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Yo-ho, brothers. Let's set sail, ha ha ha. Where are we going to hold the party this time? Go find little Luffy. That's great, I haven't seen Luffy in a long time. After hearing Shanks' words, everyone started laughing and discussing, not caring at all about the upcoming battle. At this time, Luffy and others. I also received news that the prize for the arena is shock fruit. I want to go. Luffy said calmly. He remembered what happened very clearly. Ace called Uncle Whitebeard Dad, and Uncle Whitebeard also had a lot of credit for rescuing Ace from the Marine headquarters. Is this the dwarf tribe? Advertisement. After hearing Torbell's report, Doflamingo laughed wildly. The matter of bringing down Brother Ming also seems insignificant. Usopp, who was standing nearby, sat down on the ground in confusion, and even Law swayed a bit with you. What the hell? This feeling of having everyone at your fingertips is so fulfilling. Usopp's eyes widened in disbelief. Trable, still covered in slime and with a runny nose, walked into the palace and continued to speak to Ming Jie. The Marine and the 4 Emperors have both started to make their move, and the Straw Hat Boy has also taken the bait. Frankie in the back didn't say anything, because this was the captain's decision. After saying that, Luffy walked directly into the arena. Moreover, his current strength. He immediately noticed that Su Chen's mouth curled up, and he gathered his magic power at his feet and stepped down hard. A huge noise was heard, but compared to the subsequent war. Although their plans are still going on. Really? Then let's get started. If this plan succeeds, the second half of the Grand Line will be mine. Foo 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 foo. He seemed to remember what he had boasted to Kaya about, the dwarves. It was over. How was he going to explain it when he returned? Some people don't understand what Su Chen is going to do. Inside the palace. Dover, the word has spread. It will definitely surprise everyone. Bursts of screams rang out, and then a group of little people only the size of a palm were shaken up into the air from the ground. Dressrosa Palace. In an instant, the mountains collapsed and the ground cracked and debris flew everywhere. Moreover, ever since the news that the prize of the arena was shock fruit, Dressrosa has been stirring. Bang. The next moment, Greenbit, he looked at Su Chen and others with hostility. At this moment, the ground around them suddenly moved. So, he was going to help Ace get the fruit back. Su Chen and his group were walking deeper into the forest under the leadership of Luo. Chapter 297. The Dwarf Tribe of the Tontata Kingdom. They should be the dwarf people, citizens of the Tontata Kingdom. Luo, who was walking in the front, became more serious and explained to everyone. Although these little guys are short in stature, their speed and strength are quite amazing. In Dressrosa, they are called fairies. They are also green managers and, most importantly, the workhorses of the Doflamingo Artificial Devil Fruit Factory. Fairy? Are there still the main forces that make devil fruit? Does that mean they are the enemy? Before anyone could say anything, Usopp's expression suddenly changed. He instantly picked up the slingshot. They can't be considered enemies. I heard they were coerced, but there should still be some hostility. Luo took a guarded posture and his eyes never left the group of dwarf humans. It's the intruders. Capture them. At this time, a little man among the dwarfs, with his buttocks raised, a crown-shaped hat and goggles on his head, and 2 needles almost as tall as him on his sides, gave the order. In an instant, a large number of dwarf humans rushed directly towards Su Chen and others. Maybe it's just like Luo said, these little people may not be enemies, but they are hostile. That's Rolando, isn't it? At this moment, Su Chen looked at the statue in the distance, smiled and said something to the attacking dwarfs. The moment the words fell, all the dwarfs stopped moving. You know Rolando? The leading dwarf instantly rushed in front of Su Chen and asked excitedly. In their hearts, Rolando is like a belief. I guess we know each other. We found the golden country he always wanted to find again. Su Chen smiled and nodded, and answered affirmatively. Shandora, it is on Sky Island. Later, he rang the golden bell with the Shandians and fulfilled their 400-year-long agreement. 400 years ago, Rolando not only found the Golden City. Moreover, that widely circulated book also recorded his encounter with the dwarf people. Although it was only mentioned briefly, this statue of Rolando. This undoubtedly shows that the dwarf people he met were the citizens of the Tontata Kingdom. Su Chen, could it be that what is written in that book? After a pause, Robin seemed to recall something and looked a little excited for a moment. Advertisement. Well, that should be them. Su Chen nodded affirmatively. He deduced that these were not books for exams. You know, he had seen them with his own eyes in his previous life. Usopp and Law were confused and seemed bewildered as they listened to the conversation between Robin and Su Chen. But there is one thing they are sure of. After hearing Rolando's name, the hostility of these dwarf people seemed to disappear. Please forgive our rudeness. Leo, the leader, bowed to the crowd, performed a very solemn ceremony, and then continued. Come to think of it, if you look closely, this person should be Rolando's descendant. 400 years ago, Rolando helped the Tontata tribe gain freedom. So for us, Rolando is a hero. For a moment, the entire dwarf tribe looked at Su Chen and others with concern. There was no longer the hostility from before. Hey, why do they believe it so much? Luo seemed a little bit unbelievable. After all, isn't it a bit too outrageous to expect people to put aside their hostility just because of a name? And they were not asked to produce any evidence, they just believed it outright. This is totally unacceptable, okay? But no one paid any attention to Luo's surprise. Instead, they introduced each other. Everyone also knew that the leading dwarf was called Leo, and he was their captain. Some of the people behind were Deputy Captain Bomba, Rambo and others. We also learned about what Doflamingo did in Dressrosa, the toy soldiers on the island, and the 500 Tontatu tribesmen including Princess Mancheri who were trapped in the artificial devil fruit factory. This deep darkness made Luo gasp. He was also a member of the Don Quixote family in the past and he has visited this country many times. His knowledge of this country is only what Doflamingo has shown him, so he is aware of this deep darkness. He was pretty much unaware. On the contrary, Robin didn't feel anything about it. As she was already involved in the underworld, it was commonplace. She had seen even worse things. After all, She has been following the Revolutionary Army to make revolutions all over the world in the past 2 years. Moreover, Crocodile had done the same thing in Alabasta. Advertisement. It's just that Doflamingo succeeded and Crocodile failed because of them. The Shichibukai system itself is a mistake. Su Chen's eyes flashed and he explained lightly. In his view, the need to use hostile forces to counterbalance hostile forces is simply absurd. Although some powerful pirates can be recruited, pirates are pirates, not everyone goes to sea for freedom like them, so the consequence is. There are always some people who become Shichibukai with other purposes. The rights obtained are then used to oppress the people who should be protected. This is undoubtedly a slap in the face to oneself. This decision was a terrible one. Not only did it cause disunity, but it also led to more people going out to sea and becoming pirates under oppression. Isn't this forcing you to rebel? So sometimes Su Chen even wondered if the Revolutionary Army had broken into celestial dragons. Otherwise, how could he do such a stupid thing? Hearing Su Chen's words, Robin sighed and reached out to hold the necklace around his neck. Please help us. After hearing Su Chen's words, Leo begged everyone very seriously. Rolando is their hero, so naturally, those who follow in Rolando's footsteps should also be trustworthy. What's more, they just criticized the Shichibukai system. They are obviously not the same kind of people as Doflamingo, and they are also the descendants of Rolando. Under such circumstances, they automatically place their hopes on Su Chen and others. That's right, we, the Lilliputians, are willing to follow the heroes to fight again. No matter what the result is, no matter who wins or loses, we must bring Princess Mancherry and our companions back. Overthrow Doflamingo. We do not recognize him as the king of Dressrosa. The dwarf people followed Leo. Okay, don't worry. Under the leadership of my hero Usopp, we will definitely rescue the princess and defeat the Don Quixote family. Everyone turned their eyes to Usopp, who was speaking. I saw that he had changed his previous frightened look. With a scorching gaze, he held his head high and chest out, looking exceptionally determined. Originally they came here to overthrow Doflamingo, and after listening to what Leo and the others had to say, his blood was boiling with excitement. This was a story of a hero saving the people. He is the favorite. Chapter 298. The gradually converging forces. Etc. That's Lady Velis. Leo paused for a moment, and only then noticed that Velis was standing at the back. In an instant, all the dwarf humans gathered around and chattered non-stop. Lady Velis. How come you suddenly disappeared from the big garden? We were so scared, we thought something happened to you. That's right, Lady Wileys, you must tell us in advance next time you leave. Yeah, Sister Willis, I'm so glad you're okay. For a moment, the dwarfs were even happier. In their final battle with Doflamingo, the heavens not only sent the descendants of their legendary hero. She is actually a friend of Lady Velis. Great. This way we will be more confident in dealing with the Don Quixote family. The power of the dwarfs cannot be underestimated. With their help, they will be a huge force. Law seemed surprised by the reaction of the dwarfs, but was able to rally more forces to deal with Doflamingo. It is indeed a very good thing. Let's go. Luffy seems to have caused a scene in the arena. Everyone nodded, and agreed that they should go support Luffy first. Then please take the bus that can hold 20 people. Leo brought everyone to the underground Tontata Kingdom. After gathering the army, everyone was armed and ready to go to the factory under the arena. At this moment, Su Chen looked at the sky strangely. He sensed a powerful aura approaching from afar. Not only that, there were multiple auras of this powerful being appearing in the sea area surrounding Dressrosa. Some of them are familiar, some are unfamiliar. What's wrong? Robin at the side asked doubtfully. Su Chen is a little weird now. No, it should be said that he has become like this since the Ice and Fire Island, as if he is hiding something from them. Something happened. Kaido should be here. And it's not just him. The 4 emperors of the New World should have sent people here. With a frown on his face, Su Chen looked in the direction of Nami and the others. Also, I sensed Garp's presence. Former Marine Marshal Sengoku was also beside him. Nani. Usopp's eyes almost popped out of his head due to his excitement. Advertisement 4 emperors, former Marine Marshal. Aren't they doomed now? And with so many forces showing up here, won't it turn into a world war? I'll go get Nami and the others over here, we'll see you at the arena. After Su Chen gave a few instructions, he stepped directly into the void. Given the current situation, we must get everyone together. If we continue to separate, the situation will really be out of control. By then, they might be defeated one by one. After Su Chen left, Robin and others began to act according to the plan. After all, the situation had not yet reached the most dangerous point, so the plan still had to be carried out. Inside the Dressrosa arena at this time, Area C. They were defeated in an almost overwhelming manner, and now only Luffy and a hunchbacked old man with a kind face were left on the field. He is Pepper, the leader of the Pepper family in the Flower Kingdom. In a battle 30 years ago, Pepper's head was dented by Garp's punch, so after recognizing Luffy as Garp's grandson, he decided to kill Luffy directly to get revenge on Garp. Prepare to die, boy. The huge fist wrapped with unrivaled hockey, without any hesitation, smashed into Luffy fiercely. The latter also threw a punch. When the two intersect, an extremely powerful vibration is instantly generated. At the same time, countless thunders appeared between the two fists, causing a collision that made both of them feel their teeth ache. In an instant, except for the two of them, all the contestants in Zone C fainted. Haha, I didn't expect you to use conquerors. What kind of king are you dreaming of becoming, little brat? Qingjiao retracted his fist and looked at Luffy warily. Luffy didn't even think twice and answered loudly without hesitation. Of course it's the pirate's king. You're just dreaming. There are so many people with the qualities of a king in this ocean. With a frown, Qingjiao leaned forward and smashed down with his head. In the process, he shouted loudly. Can you stand out from so many people and become the king of pirates? Bang! Qingjiao shook his head and asked thoughtfully. At sea, he was not afraid of siege. Really? Don't hide, kid, who taught you hockey? Advertisement, yeah, Senbei is good too. So after answering him, Luffy jumped straight into the sky. Don't think he doesn't know, this old guy doesn't want to take action at all because of his grandson. Faintly, there was a hint of thunder. Luffy was not shaken by Qingjiao's words. He had already seen Qingjiao's flaws and was ready to end the battle. Behind them was the warship carrying Sengoku and others. In that case, Garp should be the most difficult one. Nami took control of the helm, directing Chopper and Brook to escape quickly. She is a weak woman. If she didn't know a little bit of sailing skills, she would have been caught long ago. Green Pepper flew out directly, but his head, which was flattened by Garp, returned to its original shape. Sengoku frowned and a tic-tac-toe appeared on his head. Rubber Thunder got Elephant Gun. There was a huge tremor, and a big hole appeared directly in the arena. The result was that Nami simply tried it out, found that he was no match for the opponent, and turned around and ran away. Crack. Under everyone's horrified gaze, Luffy's hand quickly enlarged. At this moment, Su Chen's figure appeared from the void and landed in front of Garp and others. However, he still felt guilty towards Garp. Previously in the Summit War, he used the justice he carried on his shoulders to threaten him to take action. This was like a shadow lingering in his heart. Faced with Luffy's fierce punch, Qingjiao had no time to think. After condensing the armament color on his head, he slammed into him hard. Sengoku, she's just a little girl, is it necessary to chase her like this? The dance armament hockey wrapped around the sakura flower condensed on it and then smashed down fiercely. Garp was eating a bunch of senbei, and he glanced at the Sunny, which was fleeing madly in front of him, and continued, and it seems that we can't catch up at all. That girl's navigation skills are really good. You should know that the person chasing her was the guy who beat Su Chen up before. The Sunny at this time, isn't it a bit too much to chase our navigator like this? But before him, Su Chen also taught me for a period of time. Bang. And after hearing Qingjiao's series of chattering, he already understood why he was so hostile to him. It was just that the old man hit his head crooked, so he just had to hit him back. In just a moment. Actually, Garp didn't intend to take care of Nami, but because Suru and Sengoku were both on the boat, he couldn't make the decision. Chapter 299 Let's Make a Deal, Magician Su Chen. Sengoku's eyes narrowed, his gaze fixed on the man who had brought great shame upon them. Hey, there's no need to be so hostile. I have a good plan for you, so I come here with good intentions. Spreading his hands, Su Chen sat back casually, and a sofa instantly appeared on the deck. Just caught Su Chen's figure. On the way here, he had already understood why so many forces had gathered in Dressrosa. After a brief review, he felt this was a good opportunity. Since Kaido dared to leave Wano-kuni and come here directly, they could just kill him directly in Dressrosa. After packing up everything, go to Wangwo to deal with Big Mom. As for Doflamingo, although he didn't know why, he became much stronger in his perception. But after 2 years of training, Luffy should still be able to deal with him. With Ace and his friends arriving soon, maybe we can accomplish our goal in one fell swoop. Directly bring down the 2-4 emperors, then team up with Ace to deal with Shanks, and finally Luffy and Ace compete for the throne of the Pirates King. Isn't that great? Of course, Marine must not interfere in all this. So he didn't go to see Nami and ended up in front of Garp and the others. Good intentions? Do you think we would believe the words of a pirate? Sengoku took a step forward, but waved his hand to stop the Marines from moving. This person, it is not something that an ordinary Marine can take down. Moreover, on the sea, even they were not sure of winning. Let me tell you, I've always felt that the Straw Hat crew is different from the regular pirates. At this time he stood up, seemingly not caring about Su Chen's identity as a pirate, and a kind smile appeared on his face. I don't know if she was pretending or if she really had a good impression of them. Do you know what Doflamingo did in Dressrosa? The smile on his face became more sincere. Su Chen seemed to believe these words and told him what he knew without hesitation. Whether it's forcing King Riku to abdicate, or the Devil Fruit Factory under the arena, or the truth about those toys. He recounted all of it. After all, it wasn't just the residents of Dressrosa who were turned into toys, whether it was the pirates, the Marines, or even the Revolutionary Army. A large number of people have been turned into toys. Advertisement at the same time. Nami and others were surprised that the warships behind them stopped chasing. But it also quickly distanced itself and headed towards another hidden port in Dressrosa. Now is not the time to think about these things. Sanji has just relayed what happened on the island using Den Den Mushi. Now they are going to the island to help Luffy and the others. Wait a moment, Ms. Nami. At this moment, an extremely gentle voice sounded. Following a bright flame, Ace took off his hood and revealed a sunny smile. Behind him were Marco and several captains of the Whitebeard pirates. During the past 2 years, many people died in their battles with Kaido and Big Mom, but they changed the bloated pirates group and gradually became an elite group similar to the Red Hair Pirates. Of course, they still have many pirates groups under their umbrella. But this time it's not an all-out war, and other places still need people to guard them. So not many people came. Ace? Nami was a little surprised. She didn't expect it to be Luffy's brother. The exceptionally polite and gentle boy seemed even gentler now, and his attire had not changed much except for the addition of a cloak. But Nami always felt that he had become more mature, and his sunny and handsome appearance had added the charm of a captain. Completely different from Luffy's unfocused look. You're here to look for Luffy, right? He's having a great time in the arena right now. After a moment of distraction, Nami pointed in the direction of Dressrosa. That's about right. Can you give us a ride? Ace smiled and looked at Nami as he put his hands together and asked. When they came over, they ran into Katakuri sent by Big Mom. Although they won the battle, Katakuri and the others were not left alive. After all, with Charlotte Brûlée there, they retreated quite quickly, and the ships of Ace and the others were also damaged by a sneak attack. That's why he asked Nami to give them a ride. Of course, there's no need to be so polite, you're Luffy's brother. Seeing Ace being so polite, Nami smiled back and turned the rudder towards Dressrosa. At this time, Luffy was led to an inconspicuous corner by a man in a windbreaker. We're dead. Luffy felt that this person was somewhat familiar, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't remember where he had seen him before. Advertisement. An extremely dull voice sounded, and the huge blue dragon turned into an extremely tall and burly man with black hair and a pair of long horns like dragon horns. When the audience saw the two people in the field clearly, their faces turned pale instantly. Shanks. Are you G sick? Why are you holding on to me? What? The moment they discovered that the arena was closed, countless spectators rioted and began to frantically attack all the gates. Let's go. If they start a war here, all of Dressrosa will sink. It slammed heavily onto the dueling stage. Let's get out. One of the four emperors, the red-haired Shanks, the arena at this time. It's over, it's really over, one of the four emperors, Kaido. But when the latter put down his windbreaker and revealed his true face. Rushing out of the arena madly. The person in front of him was the one he thought was dead. Under the horrified gaze of all the spectators, a black dragon descended from the sky. The duel in Zone D, which had not yet begun, was interrupted by the appearance of these two people. Doflamingo, FKU, the arena is on lockdown. Who are you? After all, they also have to go support Luffy, so there's nothing wrong with taking Ace along. In the face of life, the evil of human nature is fully exposed. This is crazy. What day is today? He didn't even notice the presence of Shanks and Kaido, and he was even completely unaware of the riot in the arena. Wah! It's Kaido and Shanks. In front of him stood a well-proportioned man with red hair, 3 scars on his left eye and a broken arm. Area D. Its body was so big that it almost collapsed the duel stage. He's crazy. Is he going to kill everyone? His face showed an expression of extreme shock and disbelief. Long time no see, Luffy, Chapter 300. The show begins. You are new. Tears slowly began to flow down Luffy's face. He really thought Sabo had died a long time ago. Sabo was the first one to go out to sea, but he ran into the hateful celestial dragons. He really didn't expect that Sabo would survive that accident. And why, he hasn't shown up for so many years, long time no see. Taking off his hat, Sabo looked at Luffy crying, a look of nostalgia on his face. Just like before, I still like crying, wow. Sabo, I thought you were dead. Luffy hugged Sabo and rubbed the snot and tears on his face onto him frantically. He really couldn't believe whether what he saw was real. If Ace knew about this, he would definitely be like me and couldn't believe it. Listen to me. Sabo smiled and pulled Luffy off him. The plan has changed. Doflamingo has taken out a fruit that no one can refuse as bait. Dressrosa is now a powder keg that could explode at any moment. So Luffy, you can't participate in the competition. At this point, Sabo paused and pointed to the palace where Brother Ming was. Kaido and Shanks have arrived on this island and are facing off in the dueling arena. According to our intelligence, Ace should be on his way here as well. So Luffy, the situation outside is not favorable for you now. If you want to defeat Doflamingo, go now. Your companions should be waiting for you. As a captain, you can't keep messing around. Leave this to me. It happens that I also want to meet Ace. Sabo smiled shyly and shared with Luffy everything that happened outside. Well, I'll go and beat up Brother Ming directly. Wiping away his tears, Luffy nodded solemnly, and, Sabo, I'm so glad you're okay. After saying that, Luffy looked at Sabo deeply, then turned and left without hesitation. Since everyone is fine, we will meet again one day. After Luffy left, Sabo changed into Luffy's outfit. Bulu Bulu, advertisement, Sabo, there's news. Ace is now rushing here with Nami-chan, while Big Mom and her gang have secretly sneaked into the island, apparently intending to secretly take the fruit away. Koala's gentle voice came from the Den Den Mushi. Ah, I see. Sabo nodded, thought for a moment, and walked towards the duel stage. And it seems that Sister Robin is also in this country. It's been so long, I really want to meet her. How great that you got to meet him, too. Koala sat on a few Don Quixote family members she had knocked down, shaking her legs and talking to Den Den Mushi. After all, Robin helped them a lot in those 2 years, and she and Robin had already become good sisters. Yeah, I thought he was going to punch me straight in the face. Sabo's voice came with a hint of tears. If it weren't for Luffy's training 2 years ago, he would have come to see him a long time ago. Huh? You're crying? Koala's ears twitched and a smile of particular interest appeared on his face. Why would I cry? At this time, Su Chen had already reached a cooperation with Sengoku and others. The strength comparison is here, and in terms of danger, Straw Hat Crew is much smaller than Kaido and the others. If only 2 of the 4 emperors could be eliminated directly, their plan to march into the New World will have a great chance of being realized, and by then, completely eradicating the pirates from the route will no longer be a far-fetched thing. Then we have a happy cooperation. After seeing Sengoku and others nod, Su Chen smiled, stood up and stepped into the void. Everything is ready, and that idiot Kaido actually came alone. There is simply no better opportunity than this. When you have dealt with things here, go to Zuowu to get the main text of history, then head to Wangguo, and finally to Wano-kuni. Basically, the coordinates of the 4 historical texts have been obtained. Although this may trigger a world-class war ahead of time, the good opportunity given by the fool Kaido is not so easy to come by. At worst, he can help the revolutionary army again. Yim, he took it. Dressrosa, arena. Kaido was already quite impatient at this point. Advertisement it was the same during the last Summit War, and when he and the old woman were besieging Ace together. And this time, what the hell is wrong with the red-haired guy? Why does he have to chase him? Get out of the way, otherwise don't blame me. Before he could finish his words, Shanks slashed at him with his sword. The extremely heroic conquerors entangled and attacked, and this blow was enough to split mountains and seas. Thundering 8 trigrams. Kaido yelled when he saw Shanks was not following martial ethics. He aimed the mace in his hand and smashed it hard at the attacking sword. Zzz. When the two intersected, endless thunder exploded instantly, and a strong wind swept across the entire arena instantly formed, and most of the spectators who failed to run out of the arena fell down instantly. Looking closely, their weapons did not collide with each other, but they still produced unimaginable vibrations. The 2 auras soared into the sky. The clouds in the sky split into 2 at this moment and cracked directly. The fight has started. We're dead. Look, the clouds are breaking apart. Oh my god. Is this the 4 emperors? Compared to them, Doflamingo is just a clown. Let us out. Damn Don Quixote family. For a moment, the audience, who were rolling around due to the impact of the momentum, became even more crazy. Especially for those who haven't fainted yet, their hearts are broken at this moment. For the first time, I felt that being strong was not a good thing. I was not as good as those who fainted directly. Why let them suffer this torture? At this moment, Koala came in from somewhere and sat in the audience. Correspondingly, Sabo also came out from the rest area at the back. Next to him, some people who advanced to the finals also came out. So what if they are 4 emperors? Once they get the shock fruit, they will still have a chance to become 4 emperors. Zzz, I knew you would come. Su Chen's voice sounded beside Koala, and his figure stepped out from the void. He looked at the duel arena below with interest, and then walked down casually. With a wave of his hand, some snacks appeared instantly. If you want to watch a play, you have to be fully prepared. After stuffing some snacks into his mouth, Su Chen said to Koala, who was a little surprised beside him, "Who do you think will end up with this fruit?" Koala seemed a little confused by Su Chen's question. Sabo? She knew something about Su Chen's bad taste, so she responded subconsciously. Chapter 301. Fierce Battle, Arena. Oh, you like Sabo, right? Raising his eyebrows, Su Chen stared at Koala thoughtfully. What are you talking about? Sabo and I are just like-minded companions. A surge of heat rushed to Koala's head, his cheeks turned red, and he spoke with trembling mouth. How could she possibly like that straight man? Not only does he not understand what girls like, but he also likes to mess around. That's right, how could she like it? Ha ha ha, really? Look, Sabo is rushing up. Hearing Su Chen's words, Koala quickly looked towards the duel stage. How could he do such a mess? There are 4 emperors standing on the duel stage, is he crazy? However, when Koala looked over, she did not see Sabo. On the contrary, Sabo was just like her, carefully observing Shanks and Kaido on the duel stage. Well, she was deceived by Su Chen, she said. No matter how much Sabo likes to mess around, he always has a plan. How could he directly insert it into the contest between the 4 emperors? That would be too chaotic. Before Koala could breathe a sigh of relief, Sabo, who had been observing the duel arena, jumped up directly, and the people who entered the finals later saw Lucy jump up and followed suit. Sabo. Are you crazy? Koala was startled with a look of shock on his face and yelled loudly at the duel stage. It's crazy, everything is really crazy. Are these guys trying to kill themselves? However, Shanks seemed to see Sabo rushing up, and he turned the long sword griffin in his hand, and the surge of power directly knocked Kaido out. Then he nodded to Sabo, and his figure followed instantly. The 4 emperors disappeared from the arena in an instant. Great. We survived. The 4 emperors have left, and look, the gladiators are coming out. It appears. It's Diamante. He is one of the 4 highest-ranking officials of the Don Quixote family. Ah, Lucy actually broke his sword in one blow, he's defeated. The audience looked towards the duel stage excitedly, feeling happy for having survived a disaster. They never thought that not only did they not die, but they could also witness the outcome of this duel. It was really great. Advertisement. Dragon Claw Fist Dragon Breath. Faced with the crazy fight, Sabo didn't hesitate at all. After knocking Diamante, who was trying to launch a sneak attack on him, away, he punched the ground of the duel arena twice. The huge vibration instantly shattered the entire venue, and at the same time, 2 huge fighting fish leapt up. One of them was carrying a shock fruit. At the same time, almost everyone had no time to react and fell out of the field. Hey, I'll take it. The moment he saw the treasure chest, Sabo leapt up and reached out to grab it. Don't even think about it. At this moment, a tall man with short amaranth hair, strong muscles, long legs, wearing a pair of black gloves, a spiked ring on his left arm, black jeans and a pair of spiked black leather boots flew into the air. The person who came was Katakuri, who entered Dressrosa in hiding. Cut, rice cake. A loud roar was heard, and Katakuri's arm turned into a huge rice cake. The deep armament color condensed in an instant, and then hit Sabo in the air like a meteor hammer. Dragon Claws. Faced with such a sudden attack from Katakuri, Sabo quickly adjusted his body shape and slammed out fiercely with his palms in claw shape. Bang! The huge impact force spread in all directions with the 2 people as the center, and some spectators who had no time to dodge rolled into a ball again. Red lightning appeared between the 2 of them and then quickly disappeared. The air exploded, and Sabo's figure was swept by Katakuri and instantly smashed onto the ground of the arena. The surroundings were quiet for a second, and then a violent vibration was heard. More than half of the entire duel arena collapsed in an instant. The sky was filled with smoke and dust in an instant. At the same time, Katakuri retracted his arm, holding tightly the shock fruit he had snatched back. New. Koala looked at the collapsing ground and screamed subconsciously. It was pulled up instantly and I subconsciously jumped down to check. Don't worry, he's fine. However, Su Chen next to her immediately pressed her down, smiled and stuffed some snacks into her hands. You have been together for so long, don't you know his strength? His duty was over. He stopped and looked at the fruit in his hand. A small, barely noticeable piece of flesh had disappeared from it. Advertisement. Paw, it's so disgusting. He just swung his fist casually, but the destructive power it generated was even more powerful than the dragon's breath. The originally intact mirror shattered in an instant, leaving Katakuri with a gloomy face. You were wrong, this is not our plan, looking at Su Chen. Although this juice is indeed extremely unpalatable, it is really strong in terms of its potency. Sabo clenched his fist casually, a smug look on his face. Investigate the secrets hidden by Dressrosa and uncover the truth hidden by Doflamingo. Now is the time to escape. The fruit is in hand, let's go. Koala nodded, resisted the urge, and sat back in the audience with a worried look on her face. Everyone, run away. Even though he could see parts of the future, he was deceived by this trick. No wonder it is called the most destructive devil fruit. Crack. At this moment, countless cracks appeared all over the arena. Sabo was seen standing on the collapsed duel arena, and he retracted his outstretched arm in shock. Ignoring Katakuri's gloomy face, Sabo smiled brightly. After saying that, Gaz, the host, threw the microphone in his hand and ran away. Katakuri had a gloomy face and stared at Sabo intently. Chief of Staff of the Revolutionary Army, I didn't expect you to get involved. He is the only member of the Big Mom Pirates group. Although I saw Sabo appear, I didn't expect him to be so decisive. The moment he got the fruit, he took off a tiny piece of pulp that was barely noticeable. Well, Sabo is quite satisfied. Brûlé and the others are still in the mirror, so now they're all Dressrosa. Damn it. Even though it's a moment like this, I still want to declare it. The winner is Katakuri, he got the fruit. Katakuri grabbed the fruit and rushed out, about to dive into the mirror created by Charlotte Blay in the distance. He had been here before, but the appearance of Kaido and Shanks prevented him from taking action. Katakuri, feeling that he had been fooled, threw away the useless fruit in his hand and turned around with a gloomy face. So, this is the real purpose of Sabo and others coming here this time. Another outsider has appeared. It looks like Katakuri from the Big Mom Pirates. There were many non-existent names on their roster, and all of the recorded whereabouts were towards Dressrosa. Chapter 302 Ace vs Kaido. Just when Sabo and Katakuri were on the verge of a fight. At this time, outside Dressrosa, a flash of lightning flashed in the sky, followed by heavy rain. Clatter. Countless raindrops fell on the sea, splashing large amounts of water and ripples. It seemed that in the rain, the entire sea and the clouds in the sky were connected into a line. After a few minutes, the cloud gradually spread over the entire Dressrosa. At this moment, Nami and others had arrived at the port of Dressrosa in the sunny, and they immediately noticed the extremely abnormal weather. Nami, thank you for the ride, we're leaving now. Ace braved the rain, took off his hat and put it on his chest with a smile on his face, and said to Nami with gratitude. Then he instantly jumped off the boat and headed towards the town of Dressrosa. Ace, we received news that Kaido went out of Wano Kuni alone. I didn't expect that he would actually dare to come to Dressrosa alone. This is a good opportunity. Marco followed closely behind and spoke loudly to Ace. Go find Shanks and team up with him to take down Kaido directly. Ace replied to Marco while holding the hat on his head with his hand. Just then, a roar came from above the clouds, red hair. Ace and the others looked up at the sound, and saw a pair of blood-red eyes appear above the clouds and disappear in an instant, and a huge dragon head was shaking desperately. Between the two strands of dragon whiskers, there was golden and white electric light. The next moment, a figure slammed heavily onto the dragon head. The dragon head suddenly sank, and then rose up again in an instant. The teeth and sharp claws of the dragon instantly attacked the man who dared to challenge the dragon. At the moment of collision, the surrounding clouds exploded and the heavy rain in the sky became even more vigorous. Hold head high. After a loud dragon roar, the human figure and the dragon simultaneously dived into the clouds. That's Kaido. Marco's eyes lit up. Although their main goal is to bring back the daddy's fruit, it would be a good choice if they could get rid of Kaido in advance. You know, in the past 2 years, they lost quite a lot of brothers under the siege of Kaido and Big Mom. It can be considered a blood feud. The situation of the 4 emperors checking and balancing each other 2 years ago is long gone. This era will definitely be the most dangerous battle. Decide who will be the pirates' king. Advertisement. Hot breath. Suddenly, something unexpected happened above the clouds. The huge dragon head suddenly opened, and an astonishing amount of heat condensed and sprayed straight towards Shanks. And below Shanks is exactly the center of Dressrosa. The air exploded, the cold air and the sudden heat created a surprising collision. A madly spinning tornado formed around Kaido's breath. Seeing this, Shanks disappeared instantly. The long legs wrapped around Infinite Conquerors kicked hard next to Kaido's dragon head, directly changing the direction of its breath to the outer waters of Dressrosa. That's Kaido's breath. Izo, who came with Ace, looked unhappy and hatred appeared on his face. He already knew some of what happened in Wano Kuni for Kaido. His hatred is much deeper. Fire Fist. An extremely condensed huge flame rose into the air and formed a fist that was shining with brilliance. The relentless heat instantly separated the surrounding rain curtain. Then, the punch hit the gushing hot breath and paused for less than a second. The fist condensed by flames directly suppressed the heat and flowed upstream, instantly hitting Kaido's head. Bang! A huge explosion was accompanied by a gust of air. A big hole appeared in the cloud layer that was originally connected. Kaido's head was raised high, as if he was stunned. Next breath. Shanks swung the sword in his hand and slashed it hard on the back of Kaido's huge body. Whoosh! A dark dragon fell straight down. Bang! Crack! The entire Dressrosa shook slightly, and a long pit formed on the ground where Kaido fell. Hey, it's Ace. Shanks followed closely behind and landed in front of Ace and the others, a smile on his face. Strictly speaking, they have been allies in the past 2 years. When Kaido and Big Mom teamed up to attack Ace, it was him who blocked Kaido outside Wano Kuni, so he was partly responsible for Ace's growth to where he is now. Shanks, Ace also smiled. Advertisement. Just as he was about to reminisce about the past, he was immediately interrupted. In the long pit, Kaido, who had transformed into a human form, suddenly jumped up. How dare you, Ace boy, sneak attack me? With murderous intent in his eyes, he stared at Ace and said, Are you looking for death? You're the one seeking death, Kaido. There was endless murderous intent in his voice, and Ace glared back mercilessly. Haha, you want to inherit that old guy's legacy? You're still a long way off, kid. Kaido was stunned for a moment, and the murderous look in his eyes became even stronger. This kid, why not just submit obediently? Can he reach the level of that old fellow Whitebeard? It's just a pipe dream. You can try. Ace nodded to Marco and the others and walked in front of Kaido. There was a huge height difference between the two, but in the eyes of Nami and others who were quietly following behind, Ace was just as tall, not much shorter than Kaido. Instantly, boundless momentum surged from Kaido's body. He pressed hard against the Ace in front of him. The deep purple conquerors seemed to have dyed the entire world, and everything around it was shaking. Seeing this, Ace narrowed his eyes. A momentum that was not inferior to Kaido's emerged instantly, and Haki with a little gold clashed with the dark purple Haki in the sky. The entire world was split into two under this crazy confrontation. The originally endless rain curtain, at this moment, formed a hole of 1 kilometer in diameter with the two people as the center. Not bad, but kid, don't get complacent too soon. Kaido's expression changed. He looked down at Ace and shouted. 8 trigrams. Endless lightning and Haki instantly surged out, wrapping around the iron rod. He held it with both hands and smashed it towards Ace at an extremely fast speed. Seeing Kaido's actions, Ace took action instantly. He took a step back with his right leg, changed his posture, clenched his right fist and hit the iron rod swung by Kaido. Flame Prison Collapse Fist. The dark red flame flowed like blood, and Ace's right fist radiated an extremely terrifying heat. Crack. With a thunderbolt from the blue, the whole sky suddenly lit up. With the interweaving of lightning and flames, the terrifying shock wave instantly spread wildly in all directions. Even on the ground, a huge hole appeared with the two of them as the center. Shanks frowned and jumped back slightly, landed next to Nami and others. Chapter 303 Sabo vs Katakuri. At this time, Nami and others were stunned. The last time I saw such a powerful collision was when I watched the Summit War broadcast. I didn't expect that after not seeing him for 2 years, Luffy's brother Ace has reached the world's top level. But who won this clash? Ha ha ha, kid, I really let you take it, but are you sure you want to fight me? Kaido slowly retracted his mace, acknowledging Ace's strength to fight him. Didn't the war start 2 years ago when you and that old woman Charlotte Linlin came together to siege us? Adjusting the hat on his head, Ace gave a cold smile. Now that things have come to this, what's the point of saying this? Kaido was stunned for a moment, then showed some annoyance. Without hesitation, he engaged Ace in battle again. It seems like this battle has to be fought. This kid obviously has bad intentions. The town of Dressrosa at this time. Countless residents stared in horror at the direction outside the town where Kaido and Ace were fighting. Just now, they felt a strong vibration. The subsequent changes in the sky and the faint smell of fighting undoubtedly indicated that some terrible people were fighting. Coupled with the occasional flames accompanied by rain, they were considering whether to temporarily leave Dressrosa and seek refuge on other islands. Before they could figure it out, an extremely strong vibration erupted in the direction of the arena, accompanied by the sound of shattering glass. Cracks appeared in the void, covering 1/3 of the city. Next second, this 1/3 of the town collapsed in an instant and turned into countless rubble and gravel. Even the solid ground cracked into bottomless cracks due to the vibration. Fight. Don't be afraid. Watching the battle between Sabo and Katakuri, Su Chen waved his arms excitedly, stuffed popcorn into his mouth, and continued to yell incoherently. I can repair the destroyed city, beat them to death. Don't worry about the residents, they're here. A cross appeared on Koala's head, and he looked at Su Chen speechlessly. Is this the legendary, watching the fun without minding trouble? Add fuel to the fire. As if noticing Clar's gaze, Su Chen put down his waving arms and showed a serious look of worry on his face. Advertisement with a frown on his face, if it weren't for the action just now. I guess Clar really believed that he was worried about Sabo's safety. Sabo and the other person in the field paused and looked at Su Chen in the audience at the same time. Although it's a bit awkward, but the next moment, they still collided with each other instantly. It's not that Katakuri doesn't want to leave, but that he can't leave. I really don't know what's wrong with the chief of staff of the Revolutionary Army. He has obviously got the shock fruit, but he still won't let go. Horn rice cake. The extremely condensed armament hockey gathered on the rice cake that his arm had transformed into, and Katakuri smashed it towards Sabo's waist. Since he wouldn't leave, he might as well just get rid of him. He didn't believe that he, as the leader of the three generals, couldn't deal with a small chief of staff of the Revolutionary Army. Seeing Katakuri's attack, Sabo curled up the corners of his mouth and pulled his arm holding the steel pipe back. A hand shaped like a dragon's claw grabbed out fiercely. The same extremely condensed armament color covered it, and vaguely, there was a layer of transparent light shield above it. It's not that he doesn't want Katakuri to leave, he just wants to try out the power of the shock fruit. After all, this is known as the most destructive fruit, and if he doesn't get used to it, he will lose control. He can't control it. Bang. Crack. The dragon claw collided with the huge rice cake fist. After a loud bang, a large amount of thunder was instantly generated. The void exploded and gravel flew everywhere. All the buildings in the arena, except for the auditorium where Su Chen was, were shattered instantly. Countless smoke and dust flew up, but in the next second, the smoke and dust were instantly swept away by a shockwave. A transparent vibrating shield appeared in Sabo's hand and instantly spread towards Katakuri. As if he noticed it, Katakuri's expression changed. After a few leaps back, he slapped the ground with his right hand without hesitation. A strange wave flashed by, and all the ground and buildings around him turned into rice cakes. After being covered with an extremely deep non-contrast color, these rice cakes rushed in front of him within a second. Crack. Without Katakuri's restraint, Sabo's dragon claws were directly imprinted on the endless rice cakes. Shock Dragon Claw. With excitement on his face, Sabo roared loudly. Boom. The endless rice cakes lasted less than 3 seconds and instantly turned into scattered small pieces. Advertisement then, Sabo's blasting moves landed on Katakuri. Under the huge force, the latter instantly disappeared from the spot and flew towards the palace heights of Dressrosa. That's awesome. Sabo, Koala, who was sitting in the audience, jumped up excitedly. For her, Sabo becoming stronger is more worthy of joy than herself becoming stronger. Hearing Clar's cheer, Sabo turned around and smiled, then chased in the direction Katakuri flew. Shock fruit is really powerful. The moves he came up with in a short period of time directly knocked Katakuri, one of the three generals, away. If he had been trained, his strength would probably be even more outrageous. Let's go to the theater. Su Chen stuffed the snacks directly into Koala's hands and took her to the king's highlands. He found a convenient place and waved his hand to hide the two figures. Bang. After a loud bang, Katakuri stood up. Doflamingo, who was not far away, had a flash of eyes and raised the corner of his mouth. The rest of the Don Quixote family members looked at Katakuri in surprise. If they were not mistaken, this man was one of the three generals of the Big Mom Pirates. Foo 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 foo. Spread out and give them the space. It seems that many important people have come this time. Brother Ming laughed a few times and signaled everyone to make room. Go ahead and hit him. The harder the better. Only by making the water completely muddy will he have a chance to completely get rid of these guys. Air shock. At this moment, Sabo's figure fell from the sky, with endless vibration force attached to his legs, and kicked Katakuri, who had already stood up hard. Katakuri, who had become completely serious, did not show the slightest change in expression. The right hand instantly stretched forward. A donut-shaped rice cake instantly appeared in the air next to him, and then a fist wrapped in the dark armament haki instantly stretched out. At the same time, he directly controlled the fist and blasted it into the air. Monster rice cake. After a loud shout, Sabo's long kicking leg and huge fist collided instantly. Crack. The void exploded, and the shockwaves between the two spread in all directions. Some weak members of the Don Quixote family sat directly on the ground, swaying profusely. At the same time, the entire King's Highlands was filled with huge smoke and dust, and sank several meters in an instant. When the dust settled, Sabo's figure turned in the air and landed gracefully on the ground, holding his top hat. Chapter 304 Sorry, don't blame me under the arena at this time. The exterior of the artificial devil fruit factory. Ah, that chin that's split into three, that's right, that's the Iron Man Frankie from the Straw Hat crew. But what the hell is that head shape? Is it a cannon? Or maybe he's just a moron. Some of the minions guarding the place saw Frankie suddenly appear, their eyes widened and they immediately became alert. Next to these guards stood a man wearing a pink baby hat, biting a pacifier, and wearing a yellow diaper with a star pattern. At this time, he had just finished eating a tomato and wiped his mouth with the underwear of a girl next to him. What the hell are you doing, you pervert? Frankie's eyes widened. He always thought of himself as a pervert, but now he felt inferior. What right do you have to criticize others? Open fire. Report the intelligence here to the young master immediately. Kill him. The little bandits couldn't help but roar, then raised their spears and launched an attack. For them, the toy house is of the utmost importance. Who cares who is more perverted between these two? Weapon left wrist. Wind cannon. Faced with countless incoming bullets, Frankie had no intention of dodging. He just raised his left hand and aimed at the area with the largest crowd. Next second, a golden laser shot out instantly, bang. A huge explosion sounded instantly, accompanied by a heatwave, and a large number of small monsters were blown away. At the same time, in the Kadri Tower in the middle of the toy house, a little girl wearing a bear-shaped shawl with a crown, a single rimmed glass on her left eye, and a bob haircut is talking quietly to the Den Den Mushi in front of her. The dollhouse is under attack. Are you coming over? From the Den Den Mushi, the sinister voice of Trable was heard. He. Don't worry, no one will know of your existence. Just turn them into toys there. Dressrosa doesn't matter now. I'll come to see you right away. It was obvious that they had already prepared for Luffy and others to attack Sucrose. The trading port outside the Kadri Tower. Go, knock them out and take their clothes. At Usopp's command, Leo from the dwarf tribe and the other Rimbot attacked instantly. Advertisement: the minions who discovered Usopp and Robin were knocked out instantly, and not only that, they also made a big hole in the ground. Perfect interpretation of what is meant by concentration is the essence. Put it on, Usopp Lando. Leo and Rumple handed the minions' clothes to Usopp and Robin. As for Law, who was with them before, he went to meet up with Luffy and others because of the plan. Bang! After Usopp and Robin changed their clothes, Willis picked up a huge box, nodded to Robin and Usopp, and walked towards the Kadri Tower in the distance very naturally. She was a doll, and no one in the doll's house suspected her at all. Plus, she's been here for more than 2 years, so these people already know her. Usopp and Robin behind saw what Velis did, looked at each other and followed. As for Leo and others from the dwarf tribe, they naturally have ways to keep up. Wow, it's the puppet Willis. The guard saw Wei Lisi with his sharp eyes, his eyes lit up, and he shouted loudly. No matter how many times I see her, I think she looks like a real human being. Ms. Willis, long time no see. The patrol officer next to him was stunned, then immediately looked in the direction the man was looking. They saw a life-size doll girl carrying a box and walking slowly towards them. It's actually true, we haven't seen her for 2 months. She's so beautiful. I heard that the young master invited her to join the Don Quixote family when he first saw her. Yes, but she refused. This is the first time I've seen someone reject the young master, and the young master wasn't angry at all. He even told her not to come to work at the toy house and gave her the big garden directly. It's really beautiful, but doesn't she always stay in the big garden? I don't know. Let's not discuss this. She is not someone we can afford to offend. After a quiet discussion, the patrol officers shifted their attention elsewhere. Although they were surprised to see Velis, she was someone who didn't even give the young master face. You can't afford to offend them. With the cover of Velis, everyone quickly arrived at the Kadri Tower. I see, that's Torble and Sugar, right? What a little kid. Usopp and Robin poked their heads out to take a look and immediately retracted them, saying something in a low voice. The little people looked at each other, their faces full of excitement. Therefore, the safety of Sucrose becomes particularly important, as well as Velis, whom the young master has always cared about. So what? Advertisement Sugar, who was about to say hello, saw such a horrifying scene. Her eyes rolled back and she screamed in fear. Therefore, Ming cannot lose his identity as Shichibukai. In addition to Sucrose, Torble also came here without stopping from Ming's side. At this time, he was telling Sucrose about the next plan. I'll cover you. A dwarf held up a pepperball that looked like a grape. It looked quite tempting. The eyeballs and tongue popped out, burning with a faint flame. He fell backwards with foam at the mouth. The little man looked at Usopp excitedly and explained directly, If you eat this, you will 100% pass out. 18 of them almost died. Puh. That's our strategy, look at this. Yoshi, you tried it. Therefore, in order to face the upcoming war. He also had to find a way to convince her to leave here with the young master. Doflamingo decided to move from the light to the dark, but it would take some time. Before he finished speaking, there was a loud bang. Then he grabbed him and walked straight in. Sorry, don't blame me. Nodding, Usopp pointed at Leo and said, Okay, Leo, you go ahead. The plan worked. It was at this moment that Usopp opened his mouth. After our experiments, after putting down the box, Willis picked up the pepper balls and stuffed them into Usopp's mouth. That's right, she loves grapes the most and she eats them all the time. This was also the reason why he came to the Kadri Tower as soon as he issued the order to the rest of the family members to gather. What's wrong with liking to eat grapes? He also likes to brag. As a result, Velis didn't answer him at all and threw Usopp directly in front of Sucrose. Now Dressrosa remains stable except for 2 extremely terrifying battles. Ding ding ding. Special super spicy Tabasco pepper balls. We made them look exactly like grapes. Trable looked at the figure coming in, stunned for a moment, then looked at Usopp who was desperately strangling her neck in confusion and asked doubtfully. Why are you back, and who is this person? Usopp squatted down and looked at the excited Leo and others, feeling a little confused. Villies, Chapter 305 God Usopp. Nani, Torbol's eyes widened in disbelief. Villies. What on earth did you do? That's sugar, she is sugar. Sticky chains. Torbol threw the thick, tea-colored, slippery mucus secreted from his body towards Velis next to sugar without hesitation. A sound of breaking air was heard. Seeing such sticky chains, Velis frowned, grabbed Usopp and instantly retreated to the door of the Kadri Tower. Bang! The ground exploded and gravel flew everywhere. The sticky liquid exploded everywhere. Sugar, wake up, wake up. Torbol slowly held Sugar and shook it carefully twice. When he found that the latter lost consciousness, his face was stunned and he glared fiercely at Velis who dodged his attack. Leave quickly with the sugar. He was not sure that he could defeat Velis, otherwise Doflamingo would not have wanted her to join so much in the first place. Therefore, when things are impossible to do, the most important thing is to maintain Dover's strength. At the same time, as Sucrose fell unconscious, the toys that Dressrosa had ignored slowly regained their human form. This is, I'm recovered. Ha 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 ha, that's great, this vicious curse is finally over. The sun, it's the sun. I'm much better off not having to use my human body to feel the sun, it's so warm. Countless people who recovered fell to their knees and cried for joy. Around them, there were a large number of relatives who had recovered their memories, looking at them with tears on their faces. For a moment, the entire Dressrosa was like a boiling pot, boiling with excitement. The kingdom that Doflamingo had managed for many years broke free from his control the moment Sucrose fell into a coma. Brew brew. In Doflamingo's arms, the Den Den Mushi was ringing rapidly. Emergency report. Young master, all Dressrosa's toys have returned to human form. Sugar was frightened unconscious by a strange creature used by Velis. According to the intelligence we received, this guy is the sniper king of the Straw Hat crew. After listening to the report, Brother Ming frowned and gave the order in a dull tone. He glanced at Sabo and Katakuri who were about to collapse the King's Highland, took a slight step and slowly retreated. Although it is hard to accept giving up some of the things we have now, compared to what we will get later. It's not worth talking about now. Advertisement at this time inside the kingdom, Luffy, led by Violet, quickly rushed to Doflamingo's location. Zoro, who was originally with them, was left alone to deal with Pika, one of the highest-ranking officials of the Don Quixote family, and Kinemon also left them at some point. Wah! Jet Seal. The straight arm stretched out quickly and punched Gladius directly. Under the surge of force, the latter flew out without even a second. Bang! Luffy caught the falling Cyrus toy. Before he could ask any questions, after a strange wave, the Cyrus toy returned to its former strongest swordsman form. I'm recovered. Cyrus was shocked and landed on the ground on one leg. At this moment, his eyes changed and he looked straight up at the top of the palace. That damn B*********** D was right there. Brother-in-law. Violet was stunned for a moment, and then tears suddenly welled up in her eyes. She remembered. Cyrus, none other than his brother-in-law. Brew brew. Den Den Mushi rang in the arms of Gladius and every member of the Don Quixote family. Then Mingja's voice came from inside. Gather according to the plan and put the straw hat up. Yes. After Den Den Mushi hung up, all the members of Don Quixote family gave up the fight and moved away from their opponents at an extremely fast speed, disappearing within a few breaths. The entire Dressrosa and Doflamingo's power seemed to have completely disappeared. Those who recovered and wanted to take revenge could not find an opponent for a while. Some of the already brutal pirates directly wreaked havoc on this defenseless country. It's like meat on a chopping board, everyone wants to take a bite. Charlotte Brew and others who followed Katakuri here also found a huge mirror and rushed out of a room in Dressrosa. After simply distinguishing the direction, after getting Willis's consent, they lifted Usopp up. They already knew about the shock fruit being eaten, so they were going to deal with Doflamingo, the original author of this matter, who actually dared to use the father's fruit to plot a conspiracy. He remembered that Willis said sorry to him, and then, he was fed pepper balls. At this moment, Su Chen in the King's Highlands seemed to have noticed something and moved his hand. Advertisement. The situation is somewhat confusing. At this time, in the toy house, all the toys that had worked so hard were restored to their original state. Among them, there are 100 pacifists, at the same time. Then she clenched her fist again. God, it must be God. Take a good look at him, warriors, the great hero's name is Pirates Usopp. Usopp shuddered subconsciously, and although she didn't say anything, he understood completely. After agreeing to Su Chen's plan, Sengoku immediately contacted the current Marshal Akainu and transferred Kizaru and the scientific troops he led over. A beam of light shone down, just enough to cover the raised Usopp. Yes, it's simply seeking death. A sacred smell enveloped the entire toy house, as if at this moment, Usopp was the incarnation of God. Wow, what is this? For a moment, everyone looked at Usopp bathed in light, their eyes full of admiration. The outer waters of Dressrosa have been surrounded by countless warships. Robin crossed his hands, and the little hand transformed by his ability slapped Usopp on the head. The next second, Usopp woke up instantly and looked down in a daze. Pa, light. That's the light. Could this man be sent by God to save us? They rushed directly to the King's Highlands where Katakuri was. However, in the direction they were walking, Marco and others were also heading towards the King's Highlands with serious faces. Go. Destroy the factory behind, and bring the partners inside, out. A flash of lightning suddenly appeared in the sky, and it pierced through the soil between the arena and the underground toy house like a punishment from heaven. Countless toys that had regained their human form rushed madly towards the factory. This time, he stared blankly at Willis below. They not only want to destroy Kaido and part of Big Mom's power, but also want to get rid of the Thorn of Doflamingo. A giant lifted the unconscious Usopp high up and shouted to everyone below. This is the man who freed us from the curse. Immediately, he said to everyone like a charlatan, you will be guided by me. The latter returned a gentle smile and silently pointed to the factory in the distance and the people around who had recovered. Chapter 306 Meeting after many years. Who is it? A loud shout was heard. Katakuri, who was fighting with Sabo, quickly got rid of Sabo's entanglement and stared at the direction where Su Chen hid. With his observation haki that was able to see the future, he noticed Su Chen's actions just now. Amazing. You are worthy of being the leader of the three generals. The figures of Su Chen and Koala emerged from the void. He glanced at Katakuri and felt a little surprise. I heard that the current Big Mom Pirates group is supported by him, otherwise how could that old lady who goes crazy from time to time support the operation of the entire world? This statement may be correct, Katakuri is in his perception. Very strong indeed. Magician Su Chen, you rejected your mother and declared war on her. Katakuri's voice was a little dull, his eyes narrowed. As per his usual practice, he would have attacked this guy who directly provoked them. But as for Su Chen, even he was not completely sure. What happened 2 years ago is not so easy to forget. After 2 years of settling down, the Straw Hat Pirates do have big plans. And the shock fruit has been eaten. Maybe I should leave. Ah, yes, didn't she ask us to go to Wanguo to find her? Su Chen touched his nose and continued nonchalantly. I now think there is a better way, such as leaving you here, then the 10,000 nations should be in chaos. I don't know. In that case, can Big Mom still maintain her rule? As soon as he finished speaking, Katakuri's expression changed. Foo 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 foo, very interesting. Doflamingo in the distance smiled and looked at Su Chen thoughtfully. Turn around and walk downwards. Doflamingo, I'm here to knock you off your feet. At this moment, Luffy's figure suddenly rushed up from below, and the clenched fists collided instantly. After Sokker's flower-like hockey surrounded it, it successfully hit Doflamingo who was about to leave. Spider's web. Facing Luffy's determined punch, Mingo reacted quite quickly. The silk threads were woven into a large net, just enough to stop Luffy. This movement also attracted the attention of Su Chen and Katakuri, and the situation was no longer so tense. Luffy. Sabo's eyes lit up when he saw Luffy again. Looks quite happy. Whoosh, Luffy also saw Sabo, but this was not the time to respond. Advertisement. He twisted in the air and instantly passed over the spiderweb released by Ming, then landed on the ground and looked at Ming vigilantly. He did not gain any advantage in the fight just now. And from his feeling, this guy really has some skills. He probably won't be able to solve it in a short time. Foo 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 foo. Straw Hat, your companion has caused me a lot of trouble, so how are you going to compensate me? The glasses on Ming Ji's face flashed, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. I feel like the threat isn't that big. If someone holds the magician back, it's not impossible for him to fight the Straw Hat crew head-on. Hold head high. A loud dragon roar was heard. In the sky, a huge green dragon burning with raging flames fell from the sky. In an instant, dust rose everywhere. The entire King's Highlands collapsed 5 meters under this blow. At the same time, a huge ball of fire followed closely behind, falling to the ground with great grace. A strong wind flashed by. The dust flying in the air was scattered by the strong wind. Under the flickering flames, Ace's smiling figure appeared. He looked a little disheveled at this moment, and the cloak on his back had disappeared at some point. But compared to Kaido's injuries, he was obviously in much better condition. Ace. With tears in his eyes, Sabo instantly leapt up and landed in front of Ace. You're Sabo. With eyes wide open, Ace asked in disbelief. You are not dead. That's great, it's really great. Ha 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 ha. Ace hugged the figure in front of him, tears streaming down his eyes. Who would have thought, his brother? I can appear in front of him again, as long as he is fine, nothing else matters. Sabo, Ace, Luffy, who was originally confronting Doflamingo, couldn't help but jump over. He held the two of them in his arms. For a moment, the entire King's Highlands fell unexpectedly quiet. Ahem. Damn brat. However, it was obvious that someone didn't like the actions of the three people. Kaido, who fell from the air, changed into a human beast form and looked at the three people viciously. Advertisement as expected, this guy was the one he had been afraid of for so long. His first move was truly extraordinary. That's awesome, and Luffy nodded. Ace patted Sabo's shoulder. But he was still quite curious about his brother's experiences over the years. It was great that they got together one last time. By the way, Sabo, where have you been all these years? There's been no news from you at all. They hadn't mentioned any of this in the previous meeting with Sabo. Air shock dragon claw fist, endless vibrations spread instantly. A fist wrapped in Sakura's flower-like armed color formed a huge snake and hit Kaido's waist hard from behind. At the same time, it was like the end of the world. Ming Ji's eyes lit up. Puff. Bang. He jumped into the air, spun the rod, wrapped Conqueror's Haki around it, and slammed it down on the unsuspecting brothers. Flame fire fist. That was before Sabo's accident. Endless thunder exploded, and blood-red Haki burst the air. Luffy next to him also scratched his head and nodded with a smile. Faced with Kaido's sudden attack, Luffy and the other two separated instantly, looked at each other and smiled at the same time. Go to hell. The third generation, induced Naraku. The void exploded, and a strong shockwave just bypassed the place where Ace and Kaido collided. Gear 4. Rubber jet snake cannon. Ace smiled along with Luffy and asked Sabo. It hit Kaido directly on the head, before Kaido could react. A large mouthful of blood spurted out, and Kaido was knocked out directly from the King's Highlands, landing far away in the city of Dressrosa. It's been a long, long time. The violent flames formed a glowing fist in the air, which collided with Kaido's falling iron rod. Sabo is fine though. There was a very sunny smile on his face. Dad's fruit was eaten by his own brother. There are better ways to deal with it than this. There was a violent shock, and streams of blood flowed down from the latter's head. Ha ha ha, Sabo, it looks like you haven't fallen behind in all these years. Chapter 307 Dressrosa is in complete chaos. Well, the story begins when I first went out to sea. Sabo nodded and began to talk about his own experiences over the years. When he first went out to sea, he was accidentally sunk by celestial dragons, but fortunately he was rescued by the revolutionary monkey D-Dragon. Although the celestial dragon's bombardment did not cause any life-threatening consequences, it did cause amnesia. When the rest of the revolutionary army proposed sending Sabo back to the kingdom of Goa, although he had no memory of his hometown, the only thing that was clear was his extreme resistance to returning to his parents. At his repeated request, he stayed in the revolutionary army. Dragon? Is he my father? Luffy's eyes lit up. He still remembered what his grandfather had said about his father. Before this, he thought he didn't have a father. Yes, Leader Dragon also mentioned you to me, Luffy, Sabo replied with a smile on his face. Ace beside him nodded and continued to ask, so Sabo, how did you recover your memory? It's because of the live broadcast of Summit War. Sabo looked at Ace seriously and said without hesitation. During the Summit War, the media began to broadcast the images of the war, and after Sabo saw Ace and Luffy, his lost memories suddenly rushed into his brain. He couldn't help but shed tears of excitement in front of the huge screen of the Revolutionary Army. Koala even laughed at him for crying like a little kid. However, because the Revolutionary Army was at a critical moment at that time, and Nico Robin had just been taken to their headquarters, he was unable to go directly to Marin Fento to meet Luffy and the others. I see. After listening to Sabo's explanation, Ace nodded. A bright smile appeared on his face, as long as everyone was okay. It's so great that the three brothers can meet again. At the same time, when the three Luffy brothers were reminiscing about the past, Ming Ji's eyes flickered and he quietly took a few steps back. After turning into a hidden corner, it disappeared completely. Su Chen took a look and didn't care. Doflamingo is nothing but a clown. No matter how many schemes he has, what great achievements can he make? In the face of absolute power, everything he does is not worthy of being mentioned. Thundering 8 trigrams. Kaido's figure reappeared in the King's Highlands, with an astonishing light shining from his pupils. The mace in his hand turned black and smashed towards Ace and the other two again. He looked a little embarrassed at this moment. Although there were no visible injuries on his body, there was still residual blood at the corner of his mouth. Advertisement, however, this did not stop Teacher Guy from wanting revenge. It's not his usual style to just take a beating without fighting back. Flame collapse fist. Facing Kaido, who appeared again, Ace's eyes flashed and his fists clenched. Waves of flames formed amazing airwaves that attached to the fist. At the same time, a layer of blood-red Haki wrapped around it and directly hit the mace swung by Kaido. Boom. For a moment, purple and red electric currents surged. The shock wave centered on the two people and continued to shoot in all directions. Gravel and dust flew thousands of meters away in an instant, forming an extremely strong whirlwind that howled and ravaged everything around it. There was a crackling sound where the two were. Huge cracks formed one after another on the ground. In a town far away, a large number of residents hugged everything around them. This sudden whirlwind almost blew them away. Even Charlotte Brûlé and the others who were confronting Marco and the others stared blankly in the direction of the King's Highlands. This is a terrifying fight. They had only seen it in their mother's hands. Get started. Marco's eyes lit up and he nodded to the brothers around him. The next moment, the Whitebeard Pirates team leaders who followed Ace to Dressrosa instantly took action. The decisiveness is even faster than in Summit War. This was the result of their training during the pursuit and blockade by the two four emperors in the past 2 years. If they did not have such sharp reaction abilities, they would have been destroyed by the Big Mom Pirates and the Beasts Pirates long ago. Damn it! Fight back! Charlotte Cracker, one of the 3 generals, was the first to react. With his loud shout, countless biscuits condensed out and formed a large biscuit army. The remaining members also responded one after another. In just a moment, the battle between Marco and others and Charlotte Brûlé and her group began. Hurry! 2 of the 4 emperors are fighting. Get out of here, Dressrosa has become a battlefield. Damn Doflamingo, get out! Damn Don Quixote family, get out! Advertisement: the town of Dressrosa was in chaos in an instant. Not only that, countless pirates who had regained their human form were also looting, smashing and burning crazily in the chaos. At this moment, the once prosperous town turned into a chaotic city full of sin. Quick! Organize the people to retreat and kill all these guys who are taking advantage of the situation. Just as the residents of Dressrosa fell into despair, the Marine led by Fujitora appeared in the town. Seeing the sudden appearance of Marine, the residents of Dressrosa seemed to see hope. They gathered together and cooperated with them. Marine suppressed the rioters at an extremely fast speed, which surprised them. Except for the pirates who have regained their human form and some residents with dark hearts who want to make a fortune, there is not a single member of the Don Quixote family. It was as if they, who had ruled the country for 10 years, had completely disappeared in an instant. Mr. Fujitora, except for Marco and the others who are currently fighting, the entire town is completely under our control. A Marine quickly ran to Fujitora and reported the information of the operation. Please give instructions for the next steps. Frowning, Fujitora faced the King's Highlands. In his perception, the battle over there was at its most intense. Moreover, he seemed to smell the scent of the Revolutionary Army and the World Government Spy Organization. This not particularly large island, at this time, gathered most of the world's power. And is it really okay for me to get involved now? Orders: gather the residents of Dressrosa together. During this turmoil, the Marines will prioritize protecting the residents. As for the pirates, let them fight first. In the end, Fujitora chose the safest approach. In any case, for the safety of most people, before support arrives. He absolutely could not get involved in the fight between Kaido and the others. And at this time in a corner of the town, red-haired Shanks met with 5 wrinkled old guys alone. As they talked, the two sides were arguing fiercely. Behind the 5 people, Nami and his companions had their hands and feet tightly bound. After Ace and Kaido left the challenge site, the 5 elders attacked them from behind. Although Nami and others fought back hard, these 5 people were not vegetarians. Despite their deliberate actions, Nami and the others were ultimately defeated and captured. And Shanks followed them here. Nothing can happen to Nami and the others, they are Luffy's crew. Now that he has come across it, he will naturally take care of it. Chapter 308: Red Hair Pirates vs 5 Elders. Give me some face and let them go. Shanks's face was serious, his only remaining hand resting on the hilt of his sword, and he continued very seriously. Now is not the time to start a full-scale war, and Luffy and the others are not that much of a threat to the world. No, they have crossed the line for 2 years. Wearing a black suit and with white curly hair. One of the 5 elders, who had a shaggy white beard, a flat hat, and a scar on the left side of his face, rejected Shanks outright. Doflamingo is right, this is an opportunity. Moreover, almost all the forces in the world appeared here. If Dressrosa was destroyed directly at this time, the high-end power of the entire ocean will be greatly reduced. The only Big Mom left in Pirates' 4 emperors can't make much waves. What's more, Red Hair already has a cooperative relationship with them, so it's not impossible for him to become one of them. There's no better opportunity than this. What you are thinking of will never succeed, unless that person takes action personally. Otherwise, the various forces in Dressrosa will definitely rebound, and then the world government will really be in danger of being overthrown. Shanks' eyes narrowed slightly, his tone filled with seriousness. If we really let these 5 guys take Nami and the others away, then we're really finished. After all, judging from the plan they mentioned, there is no accurate guarantee to eliminate all the forces of Dressrosa. If someone escapes, the consequence will be a war that will engulf the entire world. The forces that had finally stabilized after the Summit War will be plunged into war again. When forces attack each other, the majority of the people will suffer. I told you, no, one of the 5 elders, who was wearing a dark blue suit, had long straight white hair and a long beard, said, this opportunity is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. They're part of the plan. Okay, if you insist. With a regretful sigh, Shanks glanced at Nami and the others before slowly turning around. Seeing that Shanks made the right choice, the 5 elders nodded and looked back at Nami and the others. Clang. A clear sound of sword sounded, and Shanks turned around at the moment when the men let down their guard. The griffin in his hand was unsheathed, and it was like a real conqueror's hockey covering it. Under the powerful aura, everything around was shaking and collapsing. God avoid. A flash of sword light flashed through the air like a startled wild goose and instantly slashed towards the 5 elders. Advertisement, Shanks. You made such a bad choice. One of the 5 elders, who was wearing a white Taoist robe, had a bald head, glasses and a beard, and holding a samurai sword in his hand, turned around instantly and shouted in a very serious tone. Then the long sword in his hand was instantly unsheathed, and a dark-armed color wrapped around it. At a tricky angle, he directed Shanks's attack toward the sky. In an instant, the dark cloud condensed by Kaido was cut in half. A long crack formed across the sky. Su Chen, who was far away in the King's Highlands, turned around instantly and looked in the direction of Shanks. Then his brows frowned instantly. If he was not mistaken, how come the auras of Nami and the others became so much weaker? Luffy. Ming Ge ran in that direction. Having made up his mind, Su Chen pointed to Luffy in the direction where Ming Ge left, and instantly stepped into the void. Something happened, and it was a little beyond his expectations. The only ones who were able to beat Nami and his men without him noticing and left them unable to resist were those old guys hiding in the world government. After all, apart from them, he didn't know who else could defeat Nami and his men who were so much more powerful so quickly. It can't be that that old man Yim has also shown up. Is Brother Ming so important? Bang, Shanks' figure flew backwards. In front of him, there 3 of the 5 elders. They gave enough face to Shanks, one of the 4 emperors. At this point, the arrow was on the string and had to be shot. They still patiently explained their plan to him, but Shanks was still stubborn. After hearing what Lucky Lu said, they also nodded. The entire Red Hair Pirates are here at this time. At the same time, the more he talked at this time, the more it showed how guilty he was. He was actually surrounded. Captain, I've told you before, the world government is not trustworthy. You know, this time, Lord Yim came out with them. Advertisement. They had no objection to helping Ace out, but playing cozy with the world government was totally unnecessary. Oh no, ha ha ha, I finally got to meet you guys. Judging from the attack just now, it is obvious that Shanks has lost face and is no longer a human being. Oh, are you scared? I was anxious. Really? 5 elders, please hand over Nami and the others. So they decided to get rid of Shanks as well. He was smoking a cigarette, wearing a black V-neck t-shirt, army green overalls and black marten boots, playing with a flintlock rifle in his hand, and looking at the 5 elders with disdain. There is no need to maintain that false balance. Moreover, the balance of this sea was broken by Luffy 2 years ago. Bang. The 5 elders, who was wearing a white Taoist robe, a bald head and glasses, had a slight change of expression on his face, but then he immediately regained his composure. At this time, a man with long black hair tied into a ponytail and a bang hanging down from his left temple appeared. He was wearing a yellow coat, holding a signature barbecue in his hand, and continued loudly. 5 elders is wearing a white Taoist robe, a bald head, glasses and narrowed eyes. Humph, carrot. I am one of the 5 elders, representing the highest authority in the world. Captain, you seem to need help. 5 elders, who was wearing white Taoist robes and glasses, sheathed his sword and continued in a calm tone. You are just pirates. How can I be afraid of you? The entire Red Hair Pirates appeared around them, vaguely surrounding the 5 elders. He subconsciously held the knife and kept watch on the surroundings, and said in a serious tone, Red Hair, are you really going to give up the cooperation you have had for so long and become an enemy of the world? A bad feeling flashed through my mind. Shanks looked at him deeply, as if trying to see something. There was no mention of the consequences, but the tone was full of threats. Made such a low-level mistake. A crisp gunshot was heard, and the bullet landed in front of the 5 elders. The Red Hair Pirates pursue an elite policy, and relying on just the 3 of them could be dangerous this time. Shanks smiled and said calmly, if anything happens to them, you know the consequences. Behind Shanks appeared another fat man wearing small tinted sunglasses, a green hat, and a green and white striped shirt. Even if there is another summit war, he will not be at all inferior. Chapter 309. Surrendering power and cutting off one arm. Haha, it really is true that the older you get, the more insidious you become. At the port of Dressrosa, Su Chen stepped out from the void. He stopped in front of 5 elders. Behind them were Nami and his men, who were tied up tightly by world government spies. They were seriously injured at this time, the moment they saw Ji Yu Ming. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Magician Su Chen, don't you think you're done? The 5 elders, who was wearing a dark green suit, was bald, had a 2-character mustache and a moderate birthmark on his forehead, looked at Su Chen and said in an extremely cold tone. This guy, who has seriously affected the stability of the world government, has grown to a point where they cannot solve it themselves. But fortunately, Lord Yim has made up his mind this time. Yeah. With a faint smile on his lips, Su Chen's hands glowed with light and he snapped his fingers lightly. Invisible waves spread instantly. The entire space condensed instantly, and an astonishing force instantly froze the entire Dressrosa dock, and everyone fell into a state of stiffness. Look, it's not too late now. After taking a deep look at the 5 elders who were blocking his way, he instantly moved to the position of Nami and the others. Let others leave Dressrosa first. I will catch up with you, Su Chen said to Nami and others, with a smile on his face. Also, tell them. The plan can begin. Then he stretched out his hand, glowing with magical light, and patted them gently. The sound of space breaking was heard. Nami and the others disappeared at the dock in an instant and reunited with Robin and the others. Right at this moment, a figure wearing a crown with 4 tall spikes and a ground-length cloak appeared silently behind Su Chen and took a deep look in the direction where Nami and others disappeared. She slowly stretched out one hand, and her crystal-clear palm broke through Su Chen's space blockade. Falling towards his back, at the last moment, Su Chen turned instantly. The enlarged magic wand just blocked the falling hand. Bang! Boom! The air shook, the void exploded, and there was a shocking loud noise. Countless thunders and lightnings splashed, accompanied by the shattering of the void and the reversal of time, and the people who were frozen in time around began to move again. A hole appeared between the falling palm and the magic wand. The next moment, advertisement endless attraction came from the void, and everything around was distorted. Except Su Chen and the person who attacked. Everyone looked at the place where the 2 men were fighting with fear on their faces, trying desperately to get away from this place. Sir, save us! 5 elders, who was wearing a dark green suit, had a bald head and a mustache, looked drastically changed and prayed loudly. It's not that he didn't try to resist, but the gravity was too terrifying. Even he could only barely resist. A bunch of rubbish. The figure wearing the towering spiked crown gave the 5 elders a cold look, then instantly swung his remaining arm. Time reverses and years break, except for Su Chen and him, everyone at the Dressrosa dock disappeared. There is no trace of you in time. The figure wearing a crown with 4 towering spikes said lightly. An astonishing chill emanated from this man, as if some god was looking down upon the mortals. Haha, then, who was the one who attacked you from behind? A thoughtful smile appeared on Su Chen's face. He never expected that the guy who had ruled the world government for who knows how many years was actually a woman. You can call me Yim, the outsider, the figure named I Am said lightly. For Su Chen, if he hadn't slowly revealed his strength in recent years, it completely disrupted all her plans, and she would not regard it as the biggest threat. Now, it's time to solve this problem. Best chance to get things back on track. An outsider, he repeated lightly. Su Chen took a deep look at the figure shrouded in the cloak, and his face turned cold. He was no longer an outsider after others accepted him. Super Sky Sanctuary. Buzz. Endless magic power spread out, and the clouds in the sky summoned by Kaido instantly dispersed. An astonishing radiance carrying infinite power descended from the sky. In just a moment, it fell on I Am from top to bottom. But what was shocking was that the latter didn't even have bendo, and stood in the light like a phantom. Boom. Advertisement. The moment this ray of light touched the ground, the entire Dressrosa erupted with a shocking loud noise. At the same time, everyone who was still in Dressrosa felt that the surrounding area had dropped significantly. It seemed as if, in that loud noise just now, Dressrosa sank more than 10 meters into the sea. Your power is strange. It doesn't belong to the devil fruit, nor does it belong to hockey cultivated from the human body. In the light, I Am looked at Su Chen thoughtfully. As she expected, this power was too dangerous to the order of the world. If this kind of power is really allowed to spread, the balance of the 3 forces above the ocean will be directly broken, and at that time, the development of the world will definitely be out of her control. Magic, you can regard it as the essence of the world. Waving his hand to disperse the light, Su Chen looked at Yim thoughtfully and continued. It can explain everything. Induction. This person seems to have used the power of time, and also the power of space. It seemed that she was still standing in front of him. But its essence should be standing in another spatial dimension. The nature of the world is interesting. A flash of enlightenment flashed through his mind, and Yim's eyes showed an interested light. I'll give you a chance. Hand over the core of this power, and then cut off one of your arms. If I can, I will take the others and leave temporarily. Cut off one of your own arms? That guy Shanks, didn't he cut off his arm because of you? Hearing these words, it was hard for Su Chen not to think of that person. His arm was bitten off by a small fish, which was so hilarious, he even said that he bet his hand on Luffy. Is it true or not? You are one of the 4 emperors. Do you think anyone would believe that you lost your arm if there is no other meaning behind it? Red hair, he is involved in power that he shouldn't be involved in. I Am nodded, confirming Su Chen's idea. At that time, Shanks had become the biggest threat to the world government. For the sake of the Valley of the Gods, she gave him a chance. Give up an arm, and the world government will share certain information with it. After all, he is one of us. So, are you going to take the chance I'm giving you? An extremely calm voice came out of Yim's mouth, and she was a little impatient. Induction. The clown and other Don Quixote members have been found by the Straw Hat Boy. At this time, they were engaged in a fierce battle. Chapter 310. The non-existent person. Of course, impossible. With his eyes flickering, Su Chen looked at I Am, who exuded a strong threatening aura, and chose to refuse without hesitation. Although cutting off one arm was not a big deal for him. But this kind of thing was extremely insulting. It was just a simple test, and he had already prepared to face this person. Is it because he has been playing for such a long time without doing anything? In addition to becoming familiar with the so-called forbidden resurrection magic, he has been interpreting the magic patterns of time and space. I'm just afraid that this person will control time and space. And now, although the meeting was a bit hasty, it was not beyond his control. Yeah, that's a shame. No one will know about your presence except me. After hearing Su Chen's answer, Yim looked at him regretfully, turned around and walked into the void. A long, crystal-clear river appeared under her feet. Su Chen's face changed suddenly. He looked back in the direction of Luffy and the others, then chased after them without hesitation. The day was warm and there was a gentle breeze. The Dressrosa Marina has completely regained its tranquility. Are you okay? How could you be injured so badly? Looking at Nami, Chopper, Brook, and Sanji, who suddenly appeared in a seriously injured state, Robin's face was extremely cold, and he asked anxiously. Who did it? Damn, even Chopper is seriously injured. Ahem. World government. After coughing and feeling better, Nami continued, I was attacked while watching a play. But it's much better now, and Su has treated us. Before he could finish his words, Nami was stunned for a moment. She seemed to have forgotten something, and who was treating them. All she could remember was that someone vaguely told her to tell someone else that the plan could begin. Not only her, but everyone except Brook stared blankly in the direction of Dressrosa Port. How did they get here, and why? They feel like they've forgotten something. At the same time, a tear inexplicably fell from the corner of Robin's eyes. Why did she feel heartbroken? Also, why do you feel like you've lost someone important? Dressrosa, a hidden room. Luffy caught up with Doflamingo, who was moving, and he attacked without hesitation. Jet Seal. The taut arm suddenly blasted out like a spring, with a layer of hockey like a sakura flower covering it, and with an extremely astonishing momentum, it smashed towards Ming fiercely. Foo 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 foo. Advertisement, I didn't expect you to catch up with me, Straw Hat Boy. Letting out his signature laugh, Ming Jie stretched his arms back, and dozens of transparent silk threads rolled into a long string, which was stretched tight and instantly whipped towards Luffy. Super Strike Whip. With a roar, an endless amount of armed color covered him. The two collided instantly. Bang! A large amount of thunder and vibrations appeared at the same time. The terrifying momentum rose to the sky, and some weak-willed members of the Don Quixote family rolled their eyes. Fainted. After a few breaths, Luffy and Ming Jie retracted their arms at the same time. I thought of it at the same time in my heart. The other party is a rather difficult person. Looking at the Don Quixote members who gathered behind Ming Jie and surrounded him, Luffy said nonchalantly, Ming Jie, you can't run away. Run? After hearing Luffy's words, Ming Jie was obviously stunned. Yes, why should he run? Just a Straw Hat Kid, even if his other companions are a bit tricky. But he is not alone. He also has his own power. The fact that Don Quixote family has been able to stay in the New World for so long cannot be just due to the protection of their Shichibukai identity. Huh? Why would I come after you? After saying that, Luffy was also stunned for a moment. How strange. Logically speaking, when he sees Sabo and Ace, he should catch up with them. However, he seemed to be instigated by someone. He chased after him without hesitation. Foo 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 foo. I didn't expect you to fall into this trap, Straw Hat Boy. Ming's eyes flashed and he laughed wildly, then he attacked without hesitation. It would be a shame not to take action when there is such a good opportunity. As for the plan, capturing this guy won't affect anything. Besides, his companion is the culprit who knocked Sucrose unconscious. Dover, leave this guy to us. Torbull had a runny nose and his eyes were full of disdain. Straw Hat Boy, he actually dared to face the entire Don Quixote family alone. He is simply seeking death. At the same time, in the town of Dressrosa, Shanks and others who were in the standoff were stunned for a moment. Then an inexplicable feeling came over me. Why did they confront the five elders? Advertisement, logically speaking, they should be partners, so why have things become so tense? The five elders in the middle were stunned for a moment, then subconsciously glanced at the port. Oh no. My lord, something has happened. Five elders, who was wearing a white Taoist robe, glasses, and holding a samurai sword, said something subconsciously, and then asked the remaining two people next to him with a confused look. Who is the lord? They also forgot why they appeared in Dressrosa. If the previous plan had been followed, as the highest authority of the world government, they would not have shown up at all. Clang. The sound of a sword being sheathed was heard. Shanks frowned. He noticed something was wrong. There should be another person who caused this situation, but he forgot. No, it should be said that everyone has forgotten. It was as if a force appeared in the dark and wiped out someone's figure. Or rather, two people. Captain, what do we do now? Ben Beckman next to him also frowned. Being as strong as Shanks, he keenly sensed that something was wrong. At 2H a carat at plus, the current scene was not at all in their plan. Vaguely, he remembered that they came to Dressrosa to look for that kid Luffy. And most importantly, he was forgetting how Ace had survived the Summit War. Walk. I want to leave here. After taking a look at the five elders surrounded by them, Shanks nodded and turned away. The situation is unclear and I want to leave here. At the same time, some of the world's top people have keenly noticed that there is something wrong with their memory. Under such circumstances, they all responded. Nami, what did you just say? Brook stared at Nami blankly, his voice full of disbelief. You said you don't know Su Chen. You know, it was Su Chen who saved them just now, but now Nami and others have forgotten him. What is going on? I said I don't know any Su Chen at all, and you said he was our companion, but ask Chopper and Sanji, they don't know Su Chen either. Nami spread her hands, she had completely forgotten the figure in her memory. Robin next to him had eyes flickering, as if he understood something. Her slender fingers subconsciously grasped the necklace around her neck, and a faint light flowed through her fingertips. Feeling the warmth on her neck, she confirmed her thoughts. One of them was wiped out. Chapter 311 The Dragon Falling from the Sky. At this time, it was 3,000 meters above Dressrosa. A human figure burning with flames was fighting desperately with a dragon. Roar. Hot breath. A roar was heard, and the huge dragon opened its mouth. An astonishing heat condensed out, and after adjusting the direction in an instant, the astonishing heat wave turned into a laser. It burst out from the dragon's mouth. Kaido, I've wanted to kill you for a long time. Ace on the other side roared loudly, stretched his right hand back, and blasted at the incoming laser. Fire fist. The extremely hot flames instantly condensed into a fist shape. The flaming fist, which was hundreds or thousands of meters long, roared out without a moment's pause. Fire fist. This scene. The person below Dressrosa who could sense their fight widened his eyes, as if he wanted to see who would win or lose. Of course, Fujitora couldn't see it, so he just closed his eyes and put his hand on the hilt of the knife. Be prepared to take action at any time. Boom, an extremely terrifying loud noise. The bursting heat wave collided with the flaming fist, sweeping each other up into the higher sky. The sky, which already had few clouds, became even clearer. A long red line appeared between the sky and the earth, dividing the entire sky into two halves at the center of the collision. Just for a moment, endless heat began to burst out, and the overall temperature in Dressrosa rose by 3 degrees. After a few breaths, the hot breath from Kaido's mouth stopped, and the fire fist that Ace blasted out gradually disappeared. Boy, that's interesting. Kaido in beast form exclaimed in admiration. This breath of heat was enough to burn mountains and boil seas, but unexpectedly this kid could resolve it so easily. He was worthy of being the person that Old Man Whitebeard had high hopes for and tried his best to save. It's really good, but it's still a long way to go to kill him. Bad wind. A roar sounded, and Kaido blew out a gust of wind from his mouth, with a large number of wind blades hidden in it. Cutting towards Ace. Since you are not afraid of fire, let's try wind. Ace's eyes lit up when he saw Kaido's change of tactics. This guy had definitely never heard of fire using wind as a weapon. Knowing that he was fire, he actually used wind to attack him. What a nice person. Advertisement, flame ring. Ace turned himself into flames, spun his hands, and a flaming tornado suddenly appeared in the air. Huff, huff, huff. The next moment, an endless gale suddenly hit. In less than 10 seconds, accompanied by an explosion, a huge fire tornado sweeping thousands of meters appeared in the air. The wind was howling and the air was swirling. An extremely oppressive atmosphere enveloped the entire Dressrosa. Everyone who was still in Dressrosa stopped what they were doing and stared in amazement at the huge fire tornado that appeared in the sky. I was stunned and speechless. Are they doomed this time? Emperor Yan. Under Ace's guidance, the endless flames formed a fireball of 2,000 to 3,000 meters, quietly hovering above him. At this moment his face was full of smiles. Such a powerful move, such a huge flame, if Kaido hadn't helped. He couldn't release it at all. Kaido, go to hell. After a loud shout, a huge fireball hit Kaido's head like a meteorite. Yeah, a wailing sound was heard. Kaido felt his head buzzing and his eyes widened in disbelief. The next moment, the divine dragon, which looked exceptionally heroic, turned into a fire dragon and was enveloped by a huge fireball. It struggled desperately inside the fireball and was in great pain. Kaido, you're dead today, engine god collapse. Ace instantly appeared inside the fireball and stood on Kaido's head. He raised one hand high, and the extremely condensed haki gathered on his fist. The surrounding flames slowly gathered together, and suddenly, this arm underwent a mysterious change. Like the sun of a fallen world, a sacred and glorious golden light flickered on his arms. The next moment, with flames strong enough to vaporize the ocean, the fist shining with golden light smashed hard on Kaido's head. Ah, after a wail, the huge dragon seemed to heave a sigh of relief and its whole body softened. Falling down from a high altitude in an instant, the sound of wind whistling was heard. The residents of Dressrosa stared with wide eyes at Kaido, who was falling rapidly. At this point their jaws almost hit the ground. Ah! Get out of the way! Kaido of the Beasts, one of the 4 emperors, is falling. Advertisement. The faces of some smart residents changed instantly. After shouting loudly, they ran frantically towards places where Kaido could not hit them. At this moment, they wished they could grow a few more legs. Then, in front of everyone's shocked gazes, Kaido's body touched the ground. Bang! After a deafening bang, a huge pit appeared in the town of Dressrosa. Countless clouds of dust rose into the sky, accompanied by strong winds. For a moment, the town was so dark that it was pitch dark. Great job, Ace Boy. In the deep pit, Kaido shook his head in confusion, muttered something in a low voice, and without hesitation, he blew a hot breath at Ace falling from the air. Then its huge body rose from the ground and swam in the air for a few times. The taut tail was pulled out directly. Ace flashed in the air, and the hot dragon breath brushed past him and flew higher into the sky. The next second, the extremely huge dragon tail attacked in an instant and hit him straight on the head. Facing this fierce attack, Ace's expression didn't change at all. Endless flames emerged and spun towards the dragon's tail. Bang! There was a loud bang, the air vibrated. Ace collided with the dragon's tail, and invisible ripples formed shockwaves that spread in all directions. Ace's body shook and he took a step back. What was even more shocking was that Kaido's huge body was forced back by Ace. Ace boy, don't think you can win for sure, lousy as Kaido. A roar filled with murderous intent was heard, and Kaido transformed into a human beast form this time, glaring at Ace fiercely. Boo! The surroundings exploded instantly, and the invisible shockwave swept away all the smoke and dust. Blowing towards a farther distance, the next moment, aiming at Ace's position, Kaido soared into the sky. In the blink of an eye, two figures, one big and one small, collided instantly. Endless lightning exploded, accompanied by the domineering and arrogant aura of the two people. The onlookers fled quickly to a farther place. Roar. Thundering 8 trigrams, with a roar, Kaido swung the mace in his hand. The haki on his body solidified even more, and a deep purple color permeated the black mace. He aimed at Ace's head without hesitation. Chapter 312 Avoid God. Ace narrowed his eyes slightly as he looked at Kaido. His right leg was back, his whole body tensed, Conqueror's was wrapped around his right hand, and he aimed at Kaido's mace and blasted it out. Boom! There was a loud noise. Purple and red electric currents surged, and the shockwave continued to spread in all directions from the place where the two people collided, and the whole city was filled with a violent gust of wind. The ground where the two men stood crackled and huge cracks appeared. Ah! Quick! Run further away! All of a sudden, the retreating residents began to flee further away. Some residents who could not stand firmly were directly blown into the sky by the strong wind, and let out screams. Crack! There was a sound of the ground cracking, and Ace's face changed. The ground he was standing on suddenly shattered, causing his feet to stagger. At this moment, Kaido found the opportunity. He kept the mace in his hand unchanged, but kicked forward fiercely. Bang! At the last moment, Ace gave up the fight with Kaido. He rolled back more than 10 meters, just avoiding the latter's inevitable kick. Clang! Then he drew the dagger from his waist without hesitation. Lightning flashes and haki entangles. An astonishing heatwave dyed the entire sky red, and the wind was howling violently. Flame God avoid! After a loud shout, a fiery red light wrapped around the dagger. Ace slashed at Kaido without hesitation. The incredibly astonishing slash ignited the air and cut through the void at an extremely fast speed. This was something Rayleigh taught him specifically after the Summit War. Ace, who had resolved his emotional issues, no longer had such a big prejudice against Roger, in order to deal with the joint encirclement of Kaido and Big Mom. Of course he would learn it if it could enhance his own strength. Ace! Kaido roared and swung the mace in his hand instantly. King Kong Dysprosium. Surrounded by endless power, the haki on his body solidified like substance, the air suddenly became bright, and a column of energy was like a meteor, illuminating the entire sky. Amid the shocked gazes of countless people, clang! The slashing blow and the columnar stick energy collided with each other in an instant, bursting out with an incomparably bright light. Advertisement in an instant, an extremely harsh collision sound shook the sky. The terrifying shockwave spread in all directions, and countless strong winds formed wind blades and purple-red lightning that ran everywhere, even spreading hundreds or thousands of meters away. Everyone's eyes widened and they stopped as if in despair. Wow, such a horrible noise. They will die whether they run or not. Boom! Houses collapsed and debris flew everywhere. Endless smoke and dust had just formed when it was blown away by the strong wind. For a moment, more than half of the town of Dressrosa collapsed. We are not dead. Great, thank you, Marine-sama. Countless residents touched their bodies in disbelief and cheered. In front of them, Fujitora was standing with a serious look on his face. At his feet, a bottomless pit divided the entire town of Dressrosa into two halves, and the other half of the town had been completely destroyed. And here, almost unscathed, further away, the brothers and sisters brought by Katakuri were fighting with Marco. Under such circumstances, they all stopped and the two sides confronted each other with great vigilance. There would be no benefit to either side if the fighting continued. Although Marco and others were able to capture Brûlé and others, it is still difficult to make them lose their ability to resist in a short period of time. The moment both sides stopped fighting, Charlotte Bree's eyes flickered. Quietly stepped into a hidden mirror. They can't defeat Marco and the others, so they must find Katakuri now. Most importantly, the confrontation between the two four emperors made Dressrosa particularly dangerous, so it would be better for them to leave early if there was a chance. It's because Big Mom didn't come with them. Bang! While everyone was rejoicing, the two figures collided again. After a dozen breaths, after several confrontations, the two men fell to the ground gasping for breath. Looking at the two of them, everyone held their breath and felt their bodies become a little stiff. Are they really still human? Such a terrifying movement. Kaido can transform into a dragon, Ace can control fire, if they are gods. There should be no one who doesn't believe it. All of this seemed like a natural disaster, making people feel frightened. Ha 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 ha. Advertisement licking his lips, Kaido's eyes flashed with excitement. And after his father passed away, the things he did together with the old woman Big Mom made the feud between them even deeper. Looking at the broken mirror, Katakuri picked it up and continued to ask in a gentle tone. Why did you come to see me? Is everything okay with the others? He has the best relationship with Bree in the entire family. Mary Joyce's defenses have probably never been lower than now. Is there a chance to make a move? Who brought about the ideas that have emerged in the Revolutionary Army in recent years? King's Highlands. But it's strange. There must be something going on here. Although he really wants to help Ace and Luffy, now should be the most suitable opportunity, with the perception of observation hockey. Brulee's face was revealed in a broken mirror. Sabo's eyes flickered with excitement. Strictly speaking, the Whitebeard Pirates and the Beast's Pirates have always had a grudge against each other. If Wano Kuni had not been easy to defend and difficult to attack. Ace looked at Kaido coldly, murderous intent in his eyes. Kaido, stop acting like a senior. The relationship between them has long been a life and death one. Naturally, the tone sounds quite gentle. It seems that there are some people who shouldn't be in Dressrosa now. Kaido's laughing face froze when he heard Ace's words. You will definitely suffer a great loss. Katakuri-san, are you okay? If things continue to develop in this way, perhaps the entire world will change completely. Only then did Kaido truly look at the figure in front of him. Thinking of this, he did not forget why he came to Dressrosa. After the fight between Ace and Kaido, Sabo looked deeply at Katakuri and chose to leave with Koala. This guy, whom he has always called Kid, has grown to the point where he deserves his attention, if he continues to underestimate him. It's rare to find such a good opponent. Kaido held the mace in front of him and laughed. Not bad, it's really good, Ace boy. If that old guy knew your current strength, he would probably be very excited. It's Bree, I'm fine. The other side at this time. When Odin got into trouble, they were already looking for him. Now that we have tried out the shock fruit's abilities, it's time to get down to business. His eyes were slightly narrowed, revealing murderous intent, but there was also a hint of deep fear. Chapter 313 Confrontation. We just had a fight with Marco and the others. Hearing Katakuri's question, Brulee quickly said loudly, if it weren't for the fact that the fight between Ace and Kaido was so loud, we would have been unable to hold on. Brother Katakuri, they need support over there, we'd better retreat as soon as possible. Brulee's words woke Katakuri up. Ever since the shock fruit was eaten, his fights with Sabo were actually unnecessary. If he hadn't been unable to leave because of the broken mirror, he would have left Dressrosa with the others long ago. It's a complete mess here right now. The world government, marine, pirates and the Revolutionary Army were all intertwined in this small place, and if he didn't leave now, he was sure that nothing would happen to him. But for others, that may not be the case. I'll be right there. Katakuri nodded to Brulee in the mirror and determined the direction. Left the King's Highlands at an extremely fast speed. At the same time, above the long river of time, two illusory figures are confronting each other on both sides. In a trance, one of the figures gradually became more solid. Haha, it seems your plan has failed. Su Chen smiled, his face full of sarcasm. There are still some people in this world who have noticed something is wrong. The most important thing is that it seems that some people still remember me. And no one remembers you. As his body gradually became more solid, he was able to do more things. A faint magical light emerged from its body and slowly stretched towards the long river below. As for IM on the opposite side, his entire figure became even more illusory. She is very powerful. Even because of so many years of research, he gradually mastered the bloodline factor and obtained some very powerful devil fruit power. But in the face of time, even if she has the power to fight back, it couldn't work under Su Chen's influence, so in this case, both of them disappeared into all history. I admit that I underestimated you, but don't even think about leaving here. Shrouded in a cloak, IM had a complicated expression. Even at this point, she didn't give in. She really didn't expect that this guy actually had the power to interfere with time. But it doesn't mean she lost. Advertisement in comparison, this world has developed for 800 years under her subtle influence. She left quite a lot of traces. Even if no one notices something wrong for a while, as time goes by, someone will find traces of her existence. The only uncontrollable factor now is that the world government may be out of her control. After all, the Revolutionary Army will not let go of such a good opportunity. And there may be some people within the government who wish she would just disappear. A faint mocking voice sounded, and Su Chen stopped talking. At this point, there is no point in saying anything. Once he breaks free from the influence of time and completely destroys it in history, everything will be a foregone conclusion. When the time comes, you can use others as anchors and naturally leave here. Finally found you. Doflamingo. Inside the Dressrosa Palace, Law hid in a corner, looking at Doflamingo in the distance and the besieged Luffy. He tried his best to restrain his breath. At this moment, he was full of murderous intent. After calculating the distance between the two sides, he opened his palm without hesitation and attacked decisively. Room. Gamma Scalpel. In an instant, Law appeared in front of Doflamingo, and the gamma rays in his hand instantly condensed to form a gamma short sword with a partial hollow handle. Under everyone's horrified gaze, the short sword instantly pierced Doflamingo. Gua. Puff. After a painful scream, Brother Ming spat out large mouthfuls of blood and fell directly to his knees on the ground. His attention was all on the Straw Hat just now, and he really didn't expect Law to suddenly appear here. And this guy's decisiveness really shocked him. Dover, how could this happen? Toribel had a snotty nose and was so frightened that he dropped his cane. He had never expected that Doflamingo, whom he had always believed would become the king, would be brought to his knees by a sudden attack. And most importantly, Dover looked seriously injured. Young master. I was very happy to kill him. The ultimate goal is to get rid of this guy whose mind has been completely twisted. Bang, 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 advertisement he has been planning for so long and has done so much. Luo stood in front of the kneeling Ming Jie, kicked him to the ground, and then said lightly. This time, he was finally going to achieve his goal. Counter shock. Hearing what Ming Jie said, Luo's face changed drastically, and endless murderous intent was brewing. You've been fooled. Without hesitation, he pressed down on Ming Jie's chest. Rip. Hey hey, cough cough, hey, cough. He stretched out his thumbs to the side and put the rest of his fingers back, making a gesture similar to a thumbs up. Ming Jie, who is already seriously injured, will definitely not be able to escape this fatal move. He said calmly. To tell you the truth, Corazon is just a hindrance to me. The Gamma Scalpel can destroy the internal organs without leaving any external injuries. What I, as a doctor, say, cannot be wrong. Luffy's eyes lit up and a strong heat wave came out of his body. Long black lines were wrapped around his feet, and a hook instantly kicked towards Luo's arm. A sound of flesh and blood being separated was heard, and Luo's right arm soared into the sky and fell to the ground. Funny. In their eyes, the young master is everything to them. Damn it, kill him and avenge the young master. A loud shout was heard, and Doflamingo, who was originally seriously injured on the ground, turned over and stood up. He was serious. After taking a complicated look at Ming, who was spurting out a lot of blood, Luo's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Doflamingo, you are beyond help. Get out of the way. Don't get in the way. Doflamingo spat out 2 more mouthfuls of blood, feeling a little relieved, and looked disdainful. This is the guy who calls those who cater to him family, but regards his own brother as an enemy and someone who is a hindrance to him. It is really ridiculous. The moment the people who were besieging Luffy saw that Doflamingo was seriously injured, they furiously stopped the siege and rushed towards Trafalgar Law with murderous intent. This attack can be regarded as his killer move, which can directly cause the opponent to become scorched, causing organ damage or direct loss of consciousness, and can even cut a weaker opponent in half. Foo 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 foo. Ahem. Interesting, Luo, you are doing this for Corazon, right? He didn't know why before, but he felt like he had forgotten something, so he was a little careless when fighting these guys. Did he really think he would be held back by these small characters? After a series of collision sounds, almost all the Don Quixote family members flew to the side. Chapter 314. Fourth Gear Ming Jie had blood on his body, but his face was full of pride. Give me enough time and I can handle the emergency for myself. As someone who has developed the string fruit to awakening, he has almost no shortcomings and can control the strings in the body to repair internal organs, although it sounds incredible. But with the perception and exquisite control of the color of sight. It can be done. It's a shame that all my efforts are in vain. You've worked hard, so go to hell. With a flicker in his eyes, Ming began to pursue the victory. If you don't go up now, you won't have so many opportunities after Luo recovers. If he really wants to run, he has the op fruit. He really couldn't catch up. Excess whip string. Long strands of thread spurted out from his palm, and Ming Jie whipped it directly towards Luo, who was covering his broken arm. The air was instantly cut, as if Luo would be beheaded in the next moment. Bang! There was a loud crash. The long legs wrapped around Haki appeared, directly blocking the twitching long line. Luffy had a gloomy face and stood quietly in front of Law. He used his outstretched long legs to block Ming Jie's attack. There was silence between the two. When they looked at each other, it seemed as if even the air was trembling. Slowly real in the long line. Ming walked in front of Luffy and looked down at the man who dared to challenge him. Why are you trying to stop me? A dull voice sounded, and Ming Jie's eyes were filled with murderous intent. I just wanted to kill a whimsical guy. Bang! The two legs entangled with infinite Haki collided with each other in an instant, and a loud noise erupted. At the same time, 2 astonishing auras surged into the sky, and the entire King's Highlands trembled wildly. It seemed as if it would collapse in the next moment. A fire began to spread from deep inside the palace. Conqueror's collision. Treble's face changed drastically. He never expected that in just 2 years, Straw Hat Luffy had improved Haki to this level. Eagle Whip. Bang. There was a loud bang. A violent wind was howling, and Luffy kicked Ming Jie's hand hard. Advertisement: the air was shaking when it collided with it. Ha, 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 Monkey D. Luffy, I was quite surprised when Crocodile was defeated. Ming Jie used his arm to push it open and continued, right after the Summit War, you brought those prisoners down from the sky and disrupted the battlefield. What surprised me most was that Ace was actually rescued by you guys. Leg shave string. As he spoke, Ming Jie kicked Luffy back. Driven by the huge force, the flying long line cut towards Luffy. Whoosh! A large amount of steam came out. Luffy dodged Mingo's attack and kicked the latter's head directly with his right leg. Seeing this, Brother Ming stretched out his arm. He yanked back Luffy's right leg that was kicking him. Next second, the two collided again. Boom! As a result of the collision, dense cracks appeared on the ground. Stop talking nonsense, since Straman didn't deal with you, let me beat you up. Jet Seal. Luffy, who was standing on Ming's arm, turned over, and the sakura flower-like hockey on his hand instantly condensed out. He aimed at Ming's waist and punched him upside down. Bang! The collision caused another loud noise. Unfortunately, at close range, Mingo's reaction was also very quick. The moment Luffy changed his moves, he also changed his moves. 5 color strings are launched with one strike. Just blocked Luffy's attack. Haha, an attack like this alone can't knock me away. Stopping his action, Ming Jie looked at Luffy with great disdain. Why do you want to get in my way? Even Guy, I have shown great sincerity. Why don't you just leave? What good will it do you to cause trouble in Dressrosa? I didn't expect that the person carrying this word would eventually go on the path of fighting against him. God's natural enemy does make sense. You're the one in the way. Luffy's face was serious. He glanced at Law, who was covering his arm, and then glanced in the direction of Nami and others outside the palace. He continued. You are blocking my way, blocking the way of my partner. Gear 4 Stretch Man. After hearing what Brother Ming said, everyone started to flee madly, not daring to stop for a moment. Advertisement: the whole person has more than doubled in size. Ape King Spear. Help, we will be killed, Brother Ming is too cruel. After the toys recovered, they already knew that this guy was an absolute devil, and of course they were terrified. Ming Jie, with blood all over his face, took a few deep breaths, slowly stood up and said. Before the latter could react, wisps of steam like ribbons emerged from his body and surrounded it, causing Luffy's body to swell instantly. This blow almost blew his head off. Seeing Luffy constantly bouncing up and down, Ming Jie covered his face and couldn't help but laugh and said, I thought you had some powerful moves, but it turns out that the elasticity of rubber makes you unable to stand steadily? Luffy's tense right arm blasted out instantly and hit him hard in the face in front of everyone's horrified eyes. Boom. After a few breaths, it's simply seeking death. Luffy's expression did not change at all as he listened to Ming Jie's mocking words. Ming Jie's body broke through the palace and flew into the town like a meteor. His head was still buzzing as if it was about to explode. These damn ants actually made him think. Run. I will beat you so hard that you won't be able to fight back. Although they had a grudge against Ming Jie, they couldn't help but tremble when they saw him. The air whizzed past and the pressure in the body rose rapidly. Doo-doo. Doflamingo. Why are you here? FK. Lousy still wants to ask. If Ming hadn't subconsciously covered himself with thick armament color at the last moment, he would have probably lost consciousness. Loud noises continued to be heard. Some residents swallowed in horror and asked stiffly. Along the way, he smashed countless buildings and tall buildings, and plowed a trench of several dozen meters on the ground before stopping. Huh? Are you here to make fun of me? Boom. In just a moment, he appeared in front of Brother Ming. Luffy bit his hockey-covered arm and blew it hard. After pausing for less than a second, Ming's head flew backwards with a buzzing sound. The entire palace was filled with loud rumbling sounds, and then slowly collapsed. As he finished speaking, Luffy clenched his swollen right fist and retracted it into his arm. The words fell. Bang. Chapter 315. The end of Brother Ming. The central street of the town? It's still quite far away. After feeling his brain was better, Brother Ming looked around carefully. Determine your position. Luffy's punch just now really hurt him badly. But it does not mean that he has completely lost the ability to resist. The most important thing is that a large number of silk threads in his body are constantly repairing his injuries. So, even though he was stunned by Luffy, it didn't mean that he lost the ability to resist. At this moment, Doflamingo subconsciously looked up into the air. Luffy, who had expanded greatly, was seen flying rapidly in the air and appeared in front of him in an instant. The next moment, Rubber Rhino Howitzer, Luffy adjusted his body, turned around, pointed his legs at Ming and shouted. Bang! After a loud bang, the air shook, the roads sank, and large sections of buildings collapsed in an instant. Before Doflamingo could react, Luffy suddenly appeared and kicked him away. It's the Straw Hat Boy. I didn't expect that he was the one who beat Mingo over here. I remember him. He and Whitebeard were the ones who rescued Fire Fist Ace 2 years ago. I heard he defeated several Shichibukai. The residents who were originally running away stopped instantly when they saw Ming being thrown into the air again. Straw Hat Luffy's reputation has grown greatly in the past 2 years. If it were him, he would definitely be able to defeat Mingo. And Fire Fist Ace is his older brother. If he helps to speak up, let Fire Fist Ace drag Kaido to another place to fight. Then they don't have to run anymore. Don't go too far, you little brat. Doflamingo roared from under the ruins. You're just a rubber man. How dare you do this to me? Then, in front of everyone's eyes, he who was trapped under the rubble suddenly kicked away the building on his body. With a slight movement of his fingers, the white threads pulled him towards the sky. Big Snake Cannon. Before Ming could make any extra moves, Luffy appeared in front of him. The clenched fist in his hand hit Doflamingo's head hard at a tricky angle. Waves of heat rose from my arms. The air exploded. The fist he swung seemed to have the power to split mountains and rocks, which was shocking. Fortunately, Brother Ming was prepared this time. The moment Luffy moved, he quickly moved sideways, dodged the fist, and then he tightened his left leg and kicked Luffy's lower back hard. Bang! Advertisement. A dull collision sound was heard, and Luffy in the air floated back a distance. It's obvious. Ming's kick did not cause any injury to Luffy. 2 years of training had allowed his armament color to reach the level of entanglement, but now he was lacking. It's just the fruit's final leap. Fly, big snake cannon. Luffy roared, and the fist he had just thrown out bounced repeatedly in the air before twisting and hitting the back of Doflamingo's head, who had a stern expression on his face. Bang! After a loud bang, Ming-Ji's body shook and he fell to the ground from the air. Boom! Buildings collapsed and rubble flew everywhere. Under everyone's shocked gazes, the shadow that had been looming over them was struck by Luffy without any chance of fighting back. Use the armed color to control the extension and retraction of the eraser. Lying on the ground, although Ming-Ji's head was buzzing, he was still trying his best to analyze Luffy's current condition. The significant increase in speed and strength is definitely not without cost. This state seems to be quite stressful and does not last long, which should be his weakness. Thinking of this, Brother Ming's eyes lit up. If that's the case, then just delay it. Double-doored snake cannon. Just as Ming-Ji was thinking, Luffy rushed down without hesitation. After tightening his arms, he struck hard at the lying Ming-Ji. Doflamingo was not wrong about one thing, that is, this state was indeed not long-lasting, but his physique had become stronger under Su Chen's long-term training. Plus the hard training over the past 2 years. If Luffy maintains this state, he will have no problem fighting for several hours. Shield white line, with Ming's sound of saturation. Several huge lines emerged from the ground and formed a defensive shape, instantly blocking Luffy's attack. With a loud bang, Luffy retracted his fist instantly. The situation is unclear, let's wait and see. Listen carefully, kid. The power of the evil fruit has a higher level of power that can be awakened. Brother Ming had a smile on his face and his hands moved quickly. Desolate white line. Immediately following, countless buildings on the earth began to change, and everything began to turn into lines. Tens of thousands of transparent white lines were arranged horizontally, forming a raging wave like the sea. He slapped Luffy hard in the air. Seeing the changes in the surrounding environment, Luffy dodged the oncoming white waves at an extremely fast speed. Turn on the 4th gear. Advertisement. He is now faster than 2nd gear and more powerful than 3rd gear. Even though there were white waves made of silk threads all around him, he was still able to dodge them with ease. Thousands of arrows pierced the heart feather strike line. Followed by a loud shout. Seeing that Ming was completely unable to do anything to Luffy, he sneered and changed the position of his hands again. A moment. Thousands of armed color threads rose from the ground, forming the shape of flamingo wings and fiercely stabbed towards Luffy in the center. Looking at the white lines around him, Luffy's face became much more serious. His somewhat swollen body turned around, and golden hockey dots appeared on his fists. After clenching it, he suddenly rushed towards the white lines around him. Boom! A terrible collision broke out instantly. In just a moment, the attacking white lines from all around broke into pieces. Brother Ming, take it, rubber Great Ape King gun. Luffy roared loudly, and after dealing with the white lines around him, he continued to pump air into his muscles to strengthen his arms. He aimed at Brother Ming and blasted him hard. The air vibrated and a whistling sound was heard. It was as if the sky was collapsing. The moment Luffy made his move, the atmosphere around him became extremely oppressive. How is that possible? Ming-Ji looked at Luffy in disbelief, his eyes almost popping out. His awakened skills were basically covered in extremely thick hockey, and being broken so easily would break anyone's defense. 16 sacred bullets, divine killing. Faced with Luffy's seemingly terrifying attack, Ming-Ji couldn't believe it and used his most powerful skill. He would like to see it. How did this guy break his strongest skill? In just a moment, 16 huge waves of white lines wrapped in high-density armed colors rose from the ground and pierced Luffy at an extremely fast speed. This time the attack was more than 10 times stronger than the previous one. Boom! A bolt from the blue struck. In the eyes of everyone, the two collided instantly. With the two people as the center, the ground within hundreds of meters around them collapsed instantly, and the surrounding buildings bounced up high and then fell down. For a moment, he ignored the smoke and dust. The town's central street was completely reduced to ruins, completely covering up the two people who were fighting. After a long time, the smoke and dust that filled the entire street slowly dissipated. It revealed Mingo, who was severely injured and had his glasses broken, and Luffy, who had recovered his original appearance. Luffy 1. Chapter 316. People in action. Dover. Torpal arrived near the central street at some point and shouted in disbelief. He led the rest of the Don Quixote family here, only to find that Mingo had been defeated, which undoubtedly shocked them deeply. Can't even believe it. Protect the young master. Take the young master away from here. Without hesitation, Trabo looked at Luffy deeply and signaled everyone to take Ming away. Just at this moment, an endless and huge gravity came instantly, pressing all the members of the Don Quixote family to the ground. Take them down, remember to use sea stone. A gentle command sounded. Then, Fujitora, wearing a marine coat and a purple scarf around his neck, walked over slowly with squinting eyes, followed by a large number of marines. Yes. Many marines quickly handcuffed Ming and others and took them directly to the port. They have confirmed it and the headquarters has sent a large number of support. Now the entire Dressrosa has turned into a prison with no way in and out. Not even a mosquito. When he tried to fly out, he was blasted down by the pacifists. Great! We won! That B**************** D Doflamingo was captured by the Marine. The Don Quixote family is completely finished. Ha 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 ha, after so many years, this shadow is finally over. Flowers, come on, bring some flowers and food, let's go meet the Straw Hat Boy who defeated Mingo. Many people cheered. Although Kaido and Ace were still fighting on the other side of the city, this did not stop their excitement. Ever since those toys were restored, they have wished Ming Jie would die. That's great, Your Majesty King Riku. The misunderstanding between you and everyone else has finally been resolved. In a hidden corner, a figure wiped his tears and spoke happily to another sturdy bald man. Even if the misunderstanding is resolved, I can't be king again. The sturdy bald man sighed, but a smile subconsciously appeared on the corner of his mouth. It doesn't matter whether you are a king or not, as long as the people live well. And Rebecca will become a qualified queen. No, Your Majesty King Riku, everyone hopes that you will return to the throne as a king who does not fight. Even if the country perishes as a result, we will have no regrets. Advertisement. A large number of people gathered in this corner and looked at King Riku and spoke with particular sincerity. To them, the country is in tatters. What is needed most now is the benevolent rule of the previous king, King Riku. If there is anyone who can bring the country back on track, that person is definitely King Riku, who pursued peaceful development 10 years ago. That's right, Your Majesty King Riku. The Doflamingo incident was not your fault. After Fujitora detained Mingo and others, he led everyone here. As someone who had always been against the Shichibukai system, he certainly understood the reasons for everything that happened to Dressrosa, and therefore, as a Marine Admiral, he felt guilty. Fujitora. King Riku was a little surprised. He didn't expect Fujitora to come to him. He does have some hatred for the world government, but he still has a good impression of the Marine. After all, during the battle between Ace and Kaido, it was Fujitora who had been protecting them. Bang! The sound of countless people kneeling was heard, and Fujitora lowered his head. Fellow citizens and members of the royal family, on behalf of the government, I once again express my deepest apologies. I'm so sorry. Everyone was frightened by Fujitora. The Admiral, the Marine's strongest fighter, actually knelt in front of them at this moment. At the same time, Luffy looked at the battle on the other side of the city with a serious expression. Such a strong movement has gradually affected the surrounding environment. The temperature of the entire Dressrosa is slowly rising, at least 2 degrees higher than usual. If this continues, the island will definitely be destroyed. Next to Luffy was Law, who was stitching up his arm. At this moment, he also looked solemn. Kaido, who was supposed to meet later, now appeared in front of them. He was seriously injured at this time, and Luffy had just experienced a great battle. Luffy. I'm so glad you're okay. Advertisement. At this moment, Nami ran over quickly with everyone waving their arms happily. They have been hiding on the outskirts of King's Highlands. I saw the whole process of Luffy defeating Mingo, and also saw the scene where Marine took Mingo with him. Hee. Luffy touched the straw hat on his head with a smug smile, but immediately became a little strange. Where are Robin and Brook? Nami and the others looked at each other, nodded to each other and said dully, Luffy, do you remember Su Chen? Su Chen. Hearing the name, Luffy's eyes flashed with doubt. So familiar, as if this name is very important, but as far as he could remember, this was the first time he had heard it, which undoubtedly made Luffy feel strange. Sure enough, you don't remember either. Nami nodded, thought for a moment and continued, Brook said we have another companion. He is the strongest among us and was the first one you invited aboard, Luffy. He's been with us since East Blue until he got here. Even 2 years ago, he participated in the Summit War with you. He was partly responsible for Ace being rescued. And Brook and Robin are planning something with a beautiful doll named Velis. They seem to be trying to find Su Chen. As Nami spoke, he observed Luffy's reaction. When they discussed this matter before, they also noticed that there seemed to be something wrong in their memory. So they naturally hoped that Luffy could remember something. Hearing this, Sanji next to him also had a gloomy face. He quietly lit a cigarette. If this is true, then it undoubtedly shows that there are even more powerful people hiding in Dressrosa. It is even powerful enough to change their memories without them realizing it. This is extremely scary and unheard of. I can't seem to remember. Luffy thought about it carefully and confirmed that he had never heard of this name. But since Brook mentioned it, let's go look for it. Luffy has always believed in his partners. So when he heard that Brook was looking for Su Chen, although he was confused, he still chose to believe his partner. Great, let's go. Brook and the others definitely need our help. Nami's eyes sparkled, and she looked at Sanji and the others with excitement. Chapter 317. Encirclement begins. After saying that, Nami simply pulled Luffy back and seemed to be unable to wait any longer. Everyone followed suit. Luo thought for a moment, holding his newly stitched arm and looking at Kaido, who was still fighting. Hurry and catch up with the crowd. Anyway, Ming Jie has been defeated, and the battle between Ace and Kaido will not be over in a short time, so there is no need for them to stay here. So, it is better to go and see Su Chen as described by Luffy and the others. He was quite familiar with this name, but no matter how hard I thought, I couldn't remember where I had heard it before. We can't leave, Katakuri ni. In a corner of Dressrosa Port, Brûlé stood quietly behind Katakuri with a mirror and said, On the sea ahead of them, a large number of warships were cruising continuously. Some pirates who wanted to escape were captured by the Marines before they could run far. It didn't cause any ripples. Use Den Den Mushi to contact Mom. Marine is trying to take us all down this time. Katakuri squinted his eyes and sensed it, then turned back to Brule and continued, let her bring the rest of the people to support us, and we will go back to help Kaido. He cannot lose at this time. Also, ask Mom to help inform Jin and the others that their captain is dying. Kaido. Okay. As if she had thought of something, Brule said no more and went straight into the mirror. Katakuri was right to worry. If it is true as he said, then they will join forces with Kaido. It should be the only chance. You have to know that besides Ace and his brothers, there is also the presence of red-haired Shanks on this island. Together with the Straw Hat Boy, they are quite dangerous at this time. What Katakuri and the others didn't know was that Shanks and the others were hiding not far away from where they were. At this moment, they were looking at the warships outside with frowns on their faces. Who knows what Marine is crazy about, why so many people came. According to their observation Haki, the Marines this time were extremely powerful, even more powerful than during the Summit War. Apparently because of Kizaru's actions in killing the Celestial Dragons. The Marines have recruited some pretty strong personnel during the Great Recruitment. And at this time on the sea, advertisement in a warship. Sengoku and the others also had serious expressions on their faces, discussing something with frowns on their faces. We seem to have forgotten something. If we had followed the plan, we shouldn't have gathered so many troops in Dressrosa. Looking at the map, he said calmly. After eating the shishi fruit, she realized that there is indeed an ability to control memory in this world. Even if it's her, can't she influence other people's personalities? What we need to determine now is why we have gathered so many troops. Sengoku beside him nodded and looked inside Dressrosa. Judging from the battle scene, it should be Kaido and Ace fighting, and Fujitora also reported the situation on the island. Doflamingo has been captured. He was defeated by Straw Hat Luffy. In addition to Marco and the others on the island, it seems that the guys from the Big Mom Pirates are also here. Red Hair has fought Kaido before. Even the chief of staff of the Revolutionary Army once showed up. After the words fell, everyone's brows frowned even deeper. Click, click, the sound of chewing was heard. Everyone looked over subconsciously and saw Garp with a big smile on his face, chewing the senbei in his hand nonchalantly. Seeing this, Sengoku frowned. Some couldn't help but clench their fists. Ha ha ha, you are worthy of being my grandson, and Ace can actually fight Kaido to a draw. Ha 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 ha. Seeing everyone looking at him, Garp swallowed the senbei in his hand and said with a smile. After listening to Fujitora's report, he was so happy. It seems that both of my grandsons have become stronger. Garp. Hey. With an angry roar, Sengoku then sighed. Never mind, he is no longer the marshal anyway. Let Akainu worry about these things. Garp's behavior is a normal human reaction. Then let Akainu decide. After glancing at Sengoku and the other man, Suru addressed the crowd. Agree. I agree. Well, I have no objection. Advertisement what exactly is missing is not known at this time. He also realized something was wrong, so he looked very serious at this moment. If you want to take them all down, you definitely can't do it without Garp. Even if you can take down Kaido's pervert, it will be difficult to kill him. Now Ace is fighting with him. Sengoku, who was standing next to Suru, asked immediately when he saw her put down the Den Den Mushi. Just escort him back together with Ming. This is the marshal's office, I'm Akainu. What to do specifically, after we discuss it, the decision should be yours. During this period, everyone's memory was lost to varying degrees. He told us to surround Kaido, Katakuri and the others, and as for Red Hair and Ace, leave them alone for now. In the marshal's office, Akainu was waiting for the battle report from the others with a frown on his face. But Akainu, as the world's top strength person, nodding, Suru picked up the Den Den Mushi next to him. Marine headquarters. Bulu Bulu Bulu. On the Den Den Mushi side, Suru said calmly. Akainu immediately picked up the Den Den Mushi and spoke loudly. Well, what did Akainu say? They're surrounded, right? In this world, only a few people, such as Sengoku, can directly connect to his Den Den Mushi, except for the highest levels of the world government. Okay, I'll tell them right away. Akainu, I am Crane. After listening to Akainu's words, Suru nodded and put the Den Den Mushi down. Now that Marine's strength has greatly improved, New World, he has some confidence to make a move. Should we escort Ming back directly, or wait for Kaido and the others to decide the winner? You should decide now. After glancing at Sengoku, Suru focused his attention on Garp. It is indeed a great opportunity. Because Su Chen and Yim disappeared from everyone's memory, some subtle changes occurred in the world. However, there was one thing that he was very concerned about. Since Kaido and Ace were in a state of war, they could completely use the same tactics against them and wait until the two men's physical strength was almost exhausted. At this moment, the Den Den Mushi placed next to him rang suddenly. After more than 10 minutes, Akainu's frown deepened. Although she is not in a hurry at all now, it is better to get rid of Ming Jie, the guy she has been chasing for many years, as soon as possible. Who knows if there will be any trouble. He already knew the details. Then, orders, encircle Kaido, Katakuri and the others. As for the Red Hair and Whitebeard pirates, try not to engage them. Chapter 318 The Rose I Didn't Receive 2 years ago. Boy, I admit that you can finish off that old guy's burden. Kaido frowned, looked at Ace with a cold gaze and continued. But you think you can take me down by yourself, don't you think too highly of me? Lousy as Kaido, he. You talk so high and mighty, but have you forgotten how Kazuki Oden died more than 10 years ago? Ace, who was standing on the other side, smiled disdainfully. Now you act like you're the best in the world, who are you pretending for? The moment the words fell, Kaido's pupils contracted, and a shocking murderous aura emanated from him. If there is one thing he still remembers, it is Oden who almost killed him if he hadn't used some tricks. Whether he can stand here is another matter. Are you looking for death? Kaido's aura suddenly changed, and the extremely rich haki completely enveloped the mace in his hand. He held the stick in both hands, with murderous intent in his eyes. Even if I had to start over again, Kazuki Oden would never be my opponent. As for you, die here today. Before he finished speaking, Kaido started running. The mountain-like body with infinite ferocity instantly appeared in front of Ace, waving the mace in his hand, returning to nature without a trace of splendor. It hit Ace's head hard. His eyes changed, and a thick layer of armament haki wrapped around the dagger, and Ace raised his hand to block it. When, an indescribable collision sound was heard. The wind howled, gravel flew, and Ace sank into the ground between his legs. Kaido's eyes lit up when he saw Ace's look. Boy, you made a wrong choice. A deep voice sounded, and Kaido's mouth curled into a cruel smile. Bah-hai. As Kaido finished his words, the mace was retracted at an extremely fast speed and then swung out in an instant. This moment, the space seemed to tremble and an inexplicable pressure was overwhelming. In the next second, an extremely astonishing beam of light emerged from the mace, and the shockwave swept across everything around it. The attack was so close that there was no time to dodge it in just a few steps. Even Ace didn't hold haki bombarded on his arms and protected in front of him. Boom. Advertisement Ace almost vomited blood due to the overwhelming pressure. In less than 3 seconds, the cloak behind him was instantly shattered. There were dents and tiny cracks on his arms, and a large amount of blood had no time to come out. It evaporated in an instant. Endless power flowed, and the powerful shockwave almost penetrated Ace's entire body. As soon as his feet loosened, he flew backwards like a meteor. Then the shockwave swept Ace and surged wildly. After a few seconds, a huge crack spanning 2 or 3 kilometers appeared in the entire Dressrosa. Huh, what a shame, it looks like we can't stop it. Murmured something. With a slightly regretful expression on his face, Kaido carried the mace on his body with a cold look. Even he felt a little guilty about facing Bah-hai head-on. What's more, Ace reacted in a hurry. Even if it wasn't the case this time, the injuries on his body would definitely be serious. The threat to him is not that great anymore. At least, Ace alone can't kill him. Next to King's Highlands. Large garden. Compared to other places in Dressrosa where fighting was going on, this place was much quieter. A gentle breeze blew, bringing waves of flower fragrance. In the center, several figures were looking serious with their heads down, writing something in books in their hands. Yo-ho-ho-ho, Ms. Willis, is this really possible? Brook rubbed his spine, which was only bones left, with his hands, stretched and looked a little tired and asked. Well, what the creator needs now is an anchor point regarding this point in time. Twisting the joints of the puppet and leaning over to carve on the ground, Willis looked up and smiled, answering Brook's question. Although we don't know why the creator is trapped in the river of time, now is not the time to think about this. What we need to do now is to find a way to rescue the creator. Even if no one in this world remembers him, it's okay as long as she is here. Ah, so Miss Willis, can you let me see your panties? Brook nodded suddenly, looked at Willis with empty eyes, and asked boldly. Anyway, Nami is not here now, so no one should beat him, right? No, Mr. Brook. With a smile on her lips, Willis looked behind him thoughtfully. Soga, what a pity. With a regretful sigh, Brook was ready to continue helping to carve the magic pattern. Advertisement Everyone silently took 2 steps away from Nami. Sure enough, it wasn't just Nami's figure that changed in 2 years. The possessed Willis stood up straight, lifted the hem of her gear skirt very seriously, and saluted everyone. Zoro put his hands on his hips. Sanji nodded with a cigarette in his mouth. Usopp gestured with the slingshot in his hand with a smile, and Frankie put one hand on his hips and gave a thumbs up with the other. Chopper stood at Nami's feet, waving his arms desperately. I don't know why, but from the first moment I saw you, my heart completely belonged to you. It was such a familiar feeling. Ah, it's Miss Nami. Bang! With a grin on his face, Luffy walked to the front, covering his straw hat with a silly smile. Even so, Sanji still didn't put down the hand that was holding the rose. A strong sense of crisis came from behind him, I don't know why. As if it was a matter of course, everyone stood behind Luffy with a serious look on their faces. Oh, the sea, thank you, everyone. Thank you, I like this bouquet of flowers very much. Sanji, with shining eyes and a bouquet of roses in his mouth, instantly rushed to Lisi and knelt on one knee. Whoosh! Before he could react, the sound of fist hitting head was heard. All of them hit Sanji's head hard, interrupting the rest of his speech. Everyone seemed to hear the sound of bones cracking, and a big lump emerged from Brook's smooth skull. Brook lay on the ground with a confused look on his face, his jaw opened, and a soul flew out and said, "It's as if we've known each other for a very long time. Ah, this is a fateful reunion." Nami had a murderous look on his face and retracted his fist viciously. Willis smiled and reached out to take the rose that she had not accepted 2 years ago. And her temper became even worse. The moment Willis accepted the rose, he felt as if he had accomplished something very important. After a gust of wind, this charming lady. Bang! Behind her were all the members of the Straw Hat Pirates with terrified faces, and further back, there was even a curious law. Sanji was lying on the ground with tears streaming down his face. They heard it all. "Robin, we're here to help. Ah, please let me recite a poem for you." Obviously, Brook's question just now. Chapter 319. Relying on the wind. "Look, this is what we're going to do." After a while of playing around, a little light burst out from Willis's hands, and an extremely complex pattern appeared in front of everyone. Countless lines flow, accompanied by waves of inexplicable aura. In the center, there is a pattern of a blue bird. The moment he saw it, Luffy's eyes turned into mosquito-repellent ones and he fell into dizziness. A very familiar pattern. We seem to have seen it before? Zoro next to him frowned and asked in confusion. He seemed to have seen the pattern in the center somewhere before, and subconsciously looked at Nami's arm next to him. Huh, Green Algae Head is right. This pattern looks very familiar to me. This should be what Su Chen left behind, right? Exhaling a puff of smoke, Sanji unexpectedly agreed with Zoro's words. "Look, I have this on my horn too." Chopper waved his arms, signaling everyone to chop off his head. When everyone heard the sound and looked, they saw a faint sky blue light flowing continuously. At the same time, a warm breeze blew and circled around everyone. "Yes, this is the clue left by the creator." Velis nodded, wiped the pattern on her hand, and walked in front of Chopper. She tapped Chopper's antlers lightly with her finger. Chirp. At the same time, a clear bird song sounded from everyone's body. A mysterious pattern peeled off from everyone's body, forming wisps of bluish-white air. Gathered in midair, the bluish-white airflow emitted a faint glow, and in the middle of the crowd a blurry bird formed, which was gradually solidifying. After a few breaths, an extremely gorgeous bird appeared, with a faint glow all over its body. It flapped its wings slowly, combed its feathers, and then gracefully landed on Nami's head, rubbing her face affectionately several times. "Wow, what is this? It's so beautiful." Luffy's eyes sparkled, as if he saw something of particular interest. Sugoi, Usopp and Chopper also looked excited, their eyes fixed on the blue bird above Nami's head. "I really want to touch it. You see, the creator does exist, but for some reason he is trapped in the river of time. It is the best proof. Even if we forget the creator, his power still remains in us and deeply affects us." Advertisement, and the wind will guide his way back. Wei Lisi gave Bluebird a complicated look and sighed. She is a magic puppet. Although she can also engrave magic patterns, she cannot engrave the Bluebird pattern on her body like Luffy and others. That would do her no good. The path to becoming a god does not allow for even a trace of power that does not belong to you. And now, to create an anchor point for the creator. The patterns on Luffy and others were also stripped off by her magic, given their current strength. Even for Su Chen himself, it would be difficult to engrave it again. So what should we do now? Zoro, who was always calm, nodded. They were now completely convinced that they should have another companion. "Let me tell you, protect us from being interrupted." Robin looked at Luffy and the others, a smile on his face as he continued, "Leave the engraving of the magic patterns to me, Velis, and Nami. I don't know why, but I feel very familiar with this pattern. And Nami, Wiles said that there is a strong reaction of wind element in your body, which should be helpful for the carving of magic patterns." As Robin spoke, everyone nodded. If you ask them to help carve this kind of pattern, they may be confused, but protecting people is their strong point. Bahai. At this moment, a loud shout came from a very far distance. Immediately following, like the collapse of the sky and the splitting of the earth, an endless shock wave swept over a figure and rushed towards everyone fiercely. Ace? Luffy's face changed, he bit his arm and blew hard. After transforming into the form of an elastic man and accumulating strength, he headed straight for the incredibly powerful shockwave. Bump. Accompanied by a deafening bang, a terrifying and violent collision occurred instantly. The fierce gale swept everything around, and the shockwave caused the flowers in the entire garden to be uprooted and fly all over the sky. The moment the shockwave dissipated, countless petals fell to the ground like heavy rain. For a moment, I couldn't tell whether it was a dream or reality. On the way, two figures smashed down towards the crowd at an extremely fast speed. "Luffy, are you guys okay?" Nami subconsciously leapt up and landed in front of everyone, with rays of light blooming from her hands. Advertisement. A dense network of wind elements suddenly appeared in the air. Robin also crossed his hands, petals flashed all over the sky, and a net formed by arms appeared under the wind element net. Bang, bang, bang. The continuous collisions broke the large net in the air, and the two people who fell were rescued by Nami and Robin. Ahem. I was careless. After coughing twice, Ace had blood at the corner of his mouth and his left hand hung limply in front of him. In the situation just now, even if his strength had reached the top level in the world, he was not able to fully handle it, and Kaido had been in this realm for a long time. In terms of combat acumen, he is indeed a little behind. Chopper, come help. Luffy climbed up from behind Ace and shouted loudly. Then he looked in the direction Ace was flying from. Kaido, carrying a mace, was walking slowly towards them and appeared in everyone's sight. Here it comes. After answering, Chopper, holding his medical kit, ran over to Ace. Zoro drew his sword and stood behind Luffy with Sanji. Straw Hat Boy? Kaido muttered in surprise, then an excited smile appeared on his face. Ha 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 ha, it seems that I am lucky. I thought you ran away. Kaido. Luffy said calmly with a cold gaze. He had not yet been to Wano Kuni, and his knowledge of the man was only superficial. But this did not prevent the hostility between him and him. From the moment they agreed to Luo's plan, they were destined to be hostile. What's more, Ace also has a grudge against him. What's your name, kid? Nailing the mace into the ground, Kaido asked with some curiosity. This guy made big news 2 years ago by killing 3 celestial dragons. Although he had done similar things with the captain in the past, and even attacked the Valley of the Gods where the celestial dragons stayed, wasn't it the captain who was there to support him? And in the end the captain was killed. This guy is different. He not only shifted the responsibility to Marine. He also survived the Summit War, so he's pretty capable. Luffy's eyes changed and he shouted loudly. I'm Monkey D. Luffy, and I'm the man who's going to be the king of pirates. Chapter 320. The Third World, leading to Naraku. The scene fell into silence for a long time. With his eyes wide open, Kaido looked at Luffy gloomily, as if he saw the shadow of others in him. The next moment, he tightened his grip and infinite haki covered the mace. Thundering 8 trigrams. Like a flash of light, Kaido instantly appeared behind Luffy. Bang! There was a loud noise. Accompanied by an extremely strong shockwave, Luffy flew out directly. Kid, what kind of king do you want to be? Looking at Luffy being thrown far away, Kaido had a disdainful smile on his face. If it were that simple, he wouldn't have been one of the 4 emperors for so many years. The title of Pirate King is not so easy to take on. Shift 4. Snake form, rubber jet snake cannon. After a roar, Luffy, who was knocked away, flew back instantly. Endless steam wrapped around his back like a ribbon, making him look like a god. The quickly thrown fist hit Kaido's face like a meteor. In just a moment, Kaido, who had a look of disdain on his face, flew out. I told you, I'm the man who will become the king of pirates. Luffy wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his tone extremely serious. Ha ha ha, Luffy, well done. Sitting next to Chopper, Ace had a relieved smile on his face. My younger brother has also become exceptionally strong. Boy, let me see what power you have that allows you to become the king of pirates. An astonishing momentum rose into the sky. Kaido jumped a few times from a distance and instantly returned to everyone's sight. He jumped high and smashed out with the mace in his hand instantly. Boom! At this moment, an extremely violent aura burst out, and ruthless energy emerged around the mace. His eyes narrowed and Luffy clenched his fists. Bring it on. Looking at Kaido falling from the sky, he suddenly shouted loudly. It was clear from his expression that Luffy didn't seem to be afraid at all. Hoo-hoo, the violent wind blew, howling like a ghost, and the aura brought by Kaido's fall was extremely violent. Under the ultimate air pressure, it swept everything around. Advertisement: the petals that had just fallen to the ground instantly scattered with Luffy as the center. The whole scene looks particularly dreamy. In the blink of an eye, Kaido's mace was right in front of him. Rubber King Cobra. Luffy's body suddenly tensed up, and then his right fist instantly blasted out like a giant python, smashing hard at Kaido's mace. Bang! The deafening roar was deafening. Except for Wily's and the others who were still carving magic patterns, everyone's eyes were focused on the 2 people who collided. In an instant, a beam of light visible to the naked eye appeared. Then a strong vibration spread throughout the entire garden, and endless cracks appeared with Luffy as the center. Spreading in all directions. Willis frowned and took out a gear from her arms. Without even looking at it, he threw it directly to the ground. Buzz! A sound like the flapping of insect wings suddenly rang out, and then a wonderful light enveloped the ground of the big garden, and the originally broken ground returned to its original state at an extremely fast speed. There's not much time left. I can feel the breath of the creator. Facing the surprised eyes of the crowd, Wei Lisi nodded and immediately leaned over to continue carving. At this point, more than half of the magic pattern has been completed, and we must not let all our efforts go to waste. At the same time, the outer area of Dressrosa. A large number of elite marines began to land in an orderly manner, and the vice admirals led by the Flying Squirrel also made sufficient preparations. This time, it is no less than Summit War. In fact, to some extent, this time is more dangerous than the Summit War. But for justice, it's all worth it. I feel a little uneasy. With a frown on his face, he looked at Dressrosa, who had already disappeared by 1/3, and said, Garp and Sengoku, you 2 should stay away from the island for now. Kizaru, please go for a walk. Let's reunite with Fujidora first, and if we have a chance, evacuate the residents of Dressrosa. Before she could finish, several unique pirate ships appeared behind the warship. So many warships, Captain Jack, the others haven't arrived yet, should we wait? On the ivory-headed pirate's ship, a lookout holding a telescope spoke to the tall man with blonde hair, a ponytail and 2 pigtails behind him. Why, Jack, who had a metal jaw on his mouth and 2 ivory-like decorations on his head and shoulders, asked in confusion. Advertisement: Luffy. There was an orange-yellow light flashing in his eyes. He stomped his feet hard on the ground, and cracks instantly appeared on the ground around him. He leapt up again and smashed it down hard with the mace in his hand. At this time, Jack is a guy with a mental disorder. Luffy's eyes narrowed, as if he had seen something incredible. Aft, there's frosting on the railing, ice cream cones on the top of the mast, candy canes and wafers on either side of the main deck, and a large, candlelit, two-tiered cake of pirates on board. With a roar, Kaido retracted the mace and fell to the ground. Zoro and Sanji jumped down instantly and stood in front of Luffy, looking at Kaido with murderous look on his face with great solemnity. There was a shocking collision, and a huge pit appeared with Luffy at the center. A hole? What on earth is Jack thinking? Bang. After taking a deep look at his boss, the subordinate ran down stiffly and issued the order. Who do you think lousy is? Pull the boat over to me. As the smoke and dust cleared, everyone looked at the disheveled, unconscious Luffy and shouted. Everything was shaking madly. It seemed that even the heaven and earth were afraid of Kaido's attack. This is a hole. Boss Kaido is being besieged. Let's go too. Contact that kid Jin and tell him to hurry up. Don't underestimate me, kid. The soaring momentum covered the mace, and the purple hockey was like air, enveloping his entire body. Big Mom let out an angry roar. They had already reached an agreement with Kaido, and Kaido's power was what they needed. This devastating blow struck directly on his raised arms. The third world, inducing Naraku. In an instant, the ivory-headed pirate's ship rushed towards the warship at a very fast speed. This time, Minister of Candy Charlotte Perisparrow licked the lollipop-shaped cane in her hand with her tongue and spoke in a very serious tone. The ant roared and ordered everyone to attack. How dare you act alone? Doesn't he know that Dressrosa is now a powder keg that is about to explode? Before he could fully comprehend it, there was no time to worry about all that at this moment. If they didn't go up, Jack would definitely die. Mom, Katakuri and the others are still on the island, so Jack can't die for now. Chapter 321 Be Lousy's son-in-law. Whispering sound. Kaido hefted the mace onto his shoulder and said with a cold look in his eyes. Monkey D. Luffy, Garp's grandson, at least he's a braggart. Return the Pirates King and wipe off Lousy's big teeth that made him laugh. Let me put an end to your ridiculous idea. A brat like you should be more careful in your next life. As he finished speaking, Kaido raised the mace in his hand high. After being covered with rich hockey, his entire body began to emit a strange purple light. Hey, Kaido. Zoro drew out his long sword and shouted loudly, that guy is our captain. If you want to attack him, you have to take my head first. Ghost Energy 9 Sword Style Ashura Draw the Sword the Play of the Dead. Zoro's body shook, and he appeared with 3 heads and 6 arms as if it were an illusion. The moment a blood-red aura emerged from his right eye and enveloped his entire body, his figure appeared behind Kaido. Clang! Endless sharp aura flashed by, and a long scar appeared on Kaido's chest. Devil's Wind Leg Beef Shot. Before Kaido could turn around, Sanji jumped into the air and quickly kicked Kaido in the chest with his flaming foot, sending him flying away from Luffy. Huh, such a hard body. My attacks have no effect on him. Exhaling a puff of smoke, Sanji looked at Zoro, green algae head, before Luffy wakes up, you have to take the lead. ****Y Cook, keep an eye on Luffy. I'll stop him. Zoro nodded and said with narrowed eyes. Even though he had just injured Kaido, in his perception, this guy's body didn't look like a human at all. The attack just now did not cause any serious injuries. Thank you Dr. Chopper. At this moment, Ace stood up and smiled as he thanked Chopper for treating him. Drive Joe. Dr. Chopper. Hate it. I'm not very happy. Chopper danced shyly, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. Ace looked in the direction where Kaido flew, and his eyes became even colder. That guy just now actually wanted to kill Luffy. It's simply seeking death. Damn it, little devil, do you have conquerors too? Kaido asked as he dropped from the sky, staring intently at Zoro. He was careless. This knife. It will leave permanent scars on his body. Advertisement. You must have been confused by the blow. How could I not know that I had conquerors? This blow was my full strength. I thought you would fall down immediately. What a pity. Zoro bit the handle of the knife and spoke indistinctly. What he used was a special power called Ghost Energy. He would naturally become proficient in it the more he killed people. As for conquerors, he didn't have that thing at all. That's really interesting. I came here originally for Old Whitebeard's fruit, but I ended up running into you guys. Kaido looked at everyone and continued with some excitement. I'll give you a chance to submit to me. And Ace, let's join forces. Then it won't be impossible to conquer the world. Think about Yamato, I can marry her to you then. Be Lousy's son-in-law. For a moment, everyone fell silent after Kaido finished speaking. Especially Nami, Usopp and others, they looked at Ace again and again with curiosity. It was as if I heard some special 8 trigrams. Ace is Luffy's brother. In other words, if Ace agrees, Kaido is technically still Luffy's relative. Don't be ridiculous, idiot. A few tic-tac-toes appeared on his head, and Ace shouted loudly, Yamato and I are not in the relationship you think. Damn Kaido, you are looking for death. Fire Fist. A huge flame gathered on the fist, accompanied by a layer of golden light. The soaring momentum swept everything around, and Ace was completely enveloped by a layer of golden flames. Then he slammed Kaido hard. I was afraid that he would say something shocking again. You know, Luffy's companions are all here. When Luffy wakes up, he will laugh to death. Boom. The powerful explosion was accompanied by rolling heat waves, and a huge sea of fire instantly submerged Kaido. Ace also glanced at everyone and rushed directly into the sea of fire. This time, he won't be careless at all. This guy Kaido, don't try to plot against him like you did just now. Endless battle waves came, accompanied by strong vibrations, and the entire sea of fire gradually moved towards the distance. Although I don't know what Luffy and others are going to do here. But Ace still chose to lead Kaido away. After all, Nami and others were Luffy's companions. Clang. Sheath the knife. Advertisement. After watching Ace lead Kaido away, Zoro quickly picked up Luffy and placed him in front of Chopper. Quick, Chopper, check to see what's happening to Luffy. Chopper, who was originally looking very happy, was stunned for a moment and hurriedly checked Luffy's injuries. After a few breaths, he shook his head and looked at everyone with a speechless look. What's wrong? Chopper, don't scare me. Luffy. No way. Luffy is so strong, he won't be killed by Kaido with a stick. Shut up. Nothing will happen to Luffy. Everyone's heart was shaken violently, and they were instantly in chaos. They were all brought aboard by Luffy. If he were gone, would the Straw Hat Pirates still have meaning? No problem. Luffy is fine except for some head injuries. Chopper looked at everyone blankly and quickly told them the result. Who knew these guys were so anxious? Before he even said anything, everyone started discussing it crazily. It really is. He doesn't even have a pet. Oh no, doctor, calm down. Really? That's great. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, as long as Luffy was okay. Done. At this moment, a clear and excited voice came. Willis stood up and picked up Robin and Nami, who were exhausted and lying on the ground. Placed outside the texture, everyone looked over hurriedly, and saw that where the three people were just now, densely packed lines covered the area of 30 or 40 meters around, forming an extremely beautiful pattern. At the center is the blue bird just now. After 2 or 3 breaths, waves of dizziness and nausea emerged in everyone's heart. Shoo! Under everyone's gaze, the bluebird that had been staying on Nami's head chirped and rubbed against her reluctantly. Then it flew up instantly and hit the pattern in the middle. At the same time, Wei Lisi also instantly fell in the middle of the pattern. The body condensed from elements burst out with infinite power. Along with gusts of wind, a sky blue light gradually lit up on all the lines. An astonishing force suddenly emerged, and everyone couldn't help but take a few steps back. Huff, huff, huff. The wind is howling. The sky and the ground were connected at this moment. Chapter 322, Magic Across Time. The next moment, Velus's body shrank rapidly, from a life-size doll to a size of only a dozen centimeters. Chirp. On the ground, the pattern of the blue bird instantly solidified. Carrying Varus, he flew from the ground to the sky, and endless strong winds enveloped the entire Dressrosa. This moment, flowers bloom and fall, time passes. Strands of glimmering raindrops fell from the sky, and countless flowers emerged from the raindrops, covering the entire island. A large number of injured people began to recover rapidly, as if time was reversing. In the eyes of everyone on the island, a bluebird about 20 to 30 meters in size was rapidly growing larger. In just a few breaths, it enveloped the entire Dressrosa under its wings. Ace and Kaido, who were in the middle of the battle, also stopped and stared blankly at the blue bird in the sky that was emitting an astonishing aura. Big Mom and the others who were fighting with Garp and the others also stopped. Staring blankly at the sky, as if he had seen something incredible, he then stared at the other person with wide eyes. They all think that the other party was responsible. Found it. Above the bluebird's head, Willis's eyes, which had become insignificant, lit up. She looked up at a certain place in the sky, and a familiar breath came from the void, guiding her direction. Let's go. Xing Ling, let's go pick up the creator. Chirp. A gust of wind passed by, and the blue bird covering the entire Dressrosa disappeared in an instant. Even the strong wind that was blowing around stopped instantly at this moment. Everything that happened just now seemed like an illusion. The injured are still injured, and the fragrance of flowers that enveloped the entire island has disappeared. Until one of the pirates secretly stabbed the marine in front of him, and the battle across the entire island began. Unknown time. Above the crystal clear river. A blue bird was flying quickly towards the source. The howling wind swept across the entire river, splashing waves one after another. At a certain section of this long river, an illusory figure opened his eyes, glanced at the shadow on the opposite side that had become so illusory that it was unnoticeable, and then turned his gaze in a certain direction. Master Creator, I found you. An ethereal voice came, as if it had transcended time, and was guided in a special way to reach Su Chen's ears. Advertisement. Then the next second, the figure of the blue bird appeared in front of Su Chen. Villies. With the corners of his mouth rising up, Su Chen couldn't help but smile. Great Creator. Velus, who had become the size of a palm, jumped onto Su Chen's shoulder, closed her eyes and leaned quietly on his neck. And the bluebird, it turned into a magic pattern and fell into his hand. A clear coordinate appeared in his mind, and Brooke's familiar breath came. Thanks. Leave it to me next. Reaching out and touching Velas's little head, Su Chen quickly opened his palm. A strong magical wave flashed, and a book that looked like ghostly drawings emerged from his body. Endless words quickly surged into the depths of his mind, and then the book gradually disappeared until it was completely destroyed. The book that had accompanied Su Chen for many years completely disappeared. At this moment, all the magic in all the worlds so far completely turned into his memory. With a hook of his fingers, a mysterious pattern protected Velas. Then Su Chen looked in the direction she came from, glanced at IM, who was left with only a faint shadow, and his figure instantly disappeared in the long river of time. In the previous confrontation with IM, they erased all traces of each other's existence in the pirates' world. If it weren't for the bug-like character Brook, and the character he created, Velas, he probably won't be able to go back in this life. And Wily's found him with the coordinates, so he just had to teleport back. As for IM, without a coordinate system, the ultimate outcome for her is to be erased by the long river of time. Ace. Don't go too far, you little brat. Kaido, enveloped in purple light, was extremely angry and shouted loudly with murderous intent. This kid is really ungrateful. You have to know that he didn't press on the victory just now, and what he proposed was cooperation, not surrender. As a result, this guy actually went against him again. He didn't know how to appreciate it. Idiot, when is it your turn to make decisions for Yamato? Ace looked murderous and punched Kaido hard on the head. Regardless of whether he and Yamato have a relationship, even if they do, Yamato will definitely not listen to Kaido. Advertisement. You have to know that she is the same person as you. Can Kaido's parenting style be called that of a good father? Tui. Hot breath. Kaido, with his head buzzing, opened his mouth and exhaled a breath of dragon. A powerful heat wave hit, and with it a terrifying momentum, a long crack appeared on the ground of Dressrosa again. Faced with such a heat wave, Ace didn't even try to hide. After eating the Mera Mera fruit, he is Kaido's nemesis, and the fire and storm can only make his power stronger. Even if he hadn't been careless before, Kaido's own domination would never have been able to hurt him. The purple and gold figures collided again. The entire Dressrosa was shaking wildly, as if it would collapse at any moment. Stop hitting me, Ace. Something big happened. At this moment, Marco appeared out of nowhere and stopped Ace. The entire Dressrosa is surrounded by Marines. The Big Mom Pirates and Jack the Drow have appeared and are already fighting the Marines that are surrounding this place. Marine, Pirates, Revolutionary Army, World Government. Dressrosa now gathers more than half of the world's top talents. The moment the words fell, Fujitora and Kizaru, along with several elite vice admirals, appeared within Ace's sight. And traces of CPO also appeared in several hidden corners. Katakuri-san, are we going out? At the window of a room, Brule, standing inside the mirror, asked carefully. No, let's keep waiting. Katakuri saw the battle stop, his eyes flickered for a moment and he continued, now on the Marine side, almost everyone has experienced the battle. After fighting with all their might, their energy is running out. The best option is to unite and force the Marine to retreat. Contact Mom and ask her to save her energy. Maybe this is a chance. Bree nodded and disappeared from the mirror. Good idea, but it's a pity that you forgot about me. Just then, Shank's voice sounded from behind Katakuri. With great fear in his heart, Katakuri flashed a few times, suddenly rushed forward, and landed on the ground far away. At this time he looked back. Shanks was staring at him thoughtfully with a smile on his face. Chapter 323 The person who appears again. Red hair. Katakuri's face suddenly changed. Why? His seeing and hearing ability did not sense the presence of this person. Ha ha ha, Katakuri, long time no see. I didn't expect you to come to Dressrosa too. Shanks waved his arm and smiled in greeting. At this time, he was standing at the window where Katakuri had stood before, attracting everyone's attention. Has the Marine completely separated itself from the world government? What exactly is your purpose? Looking at Kizaru and Fujitora, Shanks jumped up and landed in front of them and asked. With so many troops mobilized, if the four emperors had not gathered together this time, it is estimated that no one in Dressrosa would have been able to escape. He sensed that the two old guys, Garp and Sengoku, had also arrived. Plus almost all the elite vice admirals. What on earth does Marine want to do this time? No, we are just on the right path, Redhead, this matter has nothing to do with you. The marshal ordered us to take them down. Kizaru took a step forward and said with a lewd look on his face, as for why you guys are so scary Shanks, we don't have any ideas at all. You can leave anytime. With one hand in his pocket, he pointed at Kaido and Katakuri with the other. Indicating that they really had no feelings for Shanks. They just wanted to take down Kaido, Katakuri and others. As for Ace and Shanks, they were not brave enough to face two complete groups of four Emperor's pirates. Them. Shanks glanced at Kaido and Katakuri, his eyes flickering. After a few breaths, he silently gave up the venue. The Big Mom Pirates and Kaido of the Beasts both had some issues with him, but before that they had to maintain a balance of power. He never took any action. Even if Ace was being hunted, he only stopped Kaido. Since Marine came with such fanfare this time, it means they have been prepared for a long time. In addition, Luffy and others have almost grown up, so even if Kaido and Big Mom are defeated, the balance will not necessarily be broken. So, he was too lazy to get involved in this matter. Coupled with the memory that suddenly came back to him, he didn't want to care about it anymore. Just a moment ago, a person appeared in Shank's mind. Advertisement. It can even be said that at that moment just now, everyone recalled a figure almost at the same time. An important figure who influenced the course of the world. It's Su Chen. The large garden was reduced to ruins, and Nami and the others showed particularly excited smiles on their faces. Just now, countless ripples appeared among the crowd, and then a figure stepped out from the void. It was at this moment that countless memories emerged from the depths of my mind. Everyone remembered that they had an exceptionally powerful companion, and that was Su Chen, who had been with them since East Blue. Everyone, are you okay? I'm back. Looking at the excited crowd, a smile appeared on Su Chen's lips. Wow, Su Chen, we just forgot about you. If it weren't for Brook, we really wouldn't be able to see you again. Chopper hugged Su Chen's legs with tears in his eyes, rubbing his snot and tears onto it like crazy. Nami next to him also looked excited. She remembered that she had a lot of gold that was taken away by Su Chen. No wonder I feel so empty all the time. Is there anything wrong? Never mind, I'm glad you're back. Zoro nodded and touched the hilt of the knife on his waist. Even the usually calm one was a little excited. This time, they really almost lost a companion. And it's still a situation where I'm not aware of it. Everyone nodded excitedly, feeling like they were meeting again after a long separation. Are you okay? Robin, feeling a little exhausted, walked up to Su Chen and asked nervously. For some reason, when she thought of everything about Su Chen, she always felt a little uneasy in her heart. Fortunately, nothing happened to him this time. No problem, I'm just a little hungry. Touching his belly, Su Chen smiled and hugged Robin. It's really great to see you all again. Robin's pupils trembled violently, his hands trembled stiffly for a few times, and then he slowly hugged Su Chen. It's so great to see him again. After a long time. Everyone sat next to the unconscious Luffy and listened to Su Chen's account of what happened when they forgot about him. So that's how it is. No wonder we forgot everything about you. Advertisement. Nami nodded and said in realization. The power of time is so magical, and so dangerous. Zoro and Sanji looked at each other. This kind of thing where I kill you when you were born is simply too buggy. Under the correction of the world, everything about you completely disappears. This is indeed an unsolvable ability. No wonder the celestial dragons were able to rule the world for 800 years even though they were so useless. That person is now trapped in the corner of time by me. He should have been wiped out by now. Therefore, at this moment, the revolutionary army should have already attacked Mariajoy. This means that the world government, which has ruled the world for 800 years, will soon be completely over. Stuffing the food in his hand into his mouth, Su Chen said with a smile on his face. So what should we do next? Zoro asked calmly, crossing his arms over his chest. If the world government's rule ends, the pirates will probably be the first to be eliminated. For the future development of the world, pirates is a violent force. They will definitely be recruited or eliminated. Help Luffy become the king of pirates. Isn't our journey not over yet? With a smile on his face, Su Chen said nonchalantly. After getting rid of the big trouble of IM, no one could threaten him anymore. Moreover, the one who led the revolutionary army was Luffy's father. Strictly speaking, they didn't do anything against the law, so Dragon still had some tolerance. In other words, it has little to do with us. Sanji nodded, lighting a cigarette with some annoyance. He remembered his birth. He still couldn't let go of the sister who made him run away. That's true. The Marine should be the one worrying now. Looking in the direction of Kaido and the others, Su Chen smiled and continued, because of what happened 2 years ago, the world government is still on guard against them. Now it's time for them to make a decision. At the same time. Office of the Marshal, Marine Headquarters. A familiar figure appeared here. I didn't expect that you would come to see me. Akainu sat behind his desk, a look of surprise in his eyes. Smiled. Aokiji sat on the sofa in front of the desk, with an unexpected smile on his face. Long time no see. I'm here on behalf of the Revolutionary Army. Chapter 324. The Real Sea Domination. Kaido, you are such a disgrace that you still need me to save you. Dressrosa, because of Brulee's fruit ability, Big Mom finally brought most people in from the mirror. As for the shipping King Jack, he was being beaten up at that time. Linlin, I didn't expect you to be able to get in through the outer perimeter. This is really surprising. Kaido's eyes lit up. The appearance of Charlotte Linlin is really good news. If he cooperates with her, he will not be afraid no matter how many people come. After all, they had worked together since the beginning, when they were in the Nox Pirates. The battle was quite harmonious. We haven't seen each other for a long time. You seem to be in a bad state. Big Mom had a cruel smile on her face, and her eyes flashed with sharp light. They were once on a ship, and at that time she even treated Kaido as her younger brother and left the best fruits for him. But now, decades have passed. Does this guy still remember the kindness we showed you? Don't worry, these scars are just superficial injuries, Linlin. Looking down at the scars all over his body, Kaido's mouth curled up into a disdainful smile. He is indeed injured, but that doesn't mean he can't play. This was left when we fought that Ace Kid, and this mark was left by the Straw Hat Boys. The guy who spoke so highly of you before is indeed not bad. Touching the sword scar in front of him with his hand, Kaido stared at Big Mom. As soon as I arrived, I asked about his injuries, something seemed wrong. An invisible aura emerged around them. The ground and buildings made crackling sounds, and cracks appeared one after another. Are you kidding me? You're injured like this just because you were besieged. Big Mom laughed wantonly, her eyes constantly scanning Kaido. What about your physique? If it were back then, you should have recovered long ago. It seems I have too. Mom, we have to get out of here now. Before she could finish, Katakuri interrupted her with a frown. If they fell out with Kaido, even if they could leave here now, they would still be doomed later. Without Kaido's checks and balances, when Ace and Red Hair team up, plus that bragging Straw Hat Boy, the Big Mom pirates decide that they can't withstand the siege of so many people. HMPH. Cooperation also requires strength, Katakuri. Glaring at Katakuri who interrupted her, Big Mom stretched out her right hand and shouted. Napoleon. A huge sword emerged from the hat on her head and was held in her hand. At the same time, on both sides of her, thunderclouds and huge fireballs showed sinister smiles and slowly floated in the air. Advertisement. Let me see how much strength you have left. Kaido. With a roar, Big Mom held a long sword and slashed at Kaido fiercely. Endless momentum surged up into the sky, as if to chop everything into pieces. The people around him couldn't help but narrow their eyes. Kaido had a blank expression on his face and swung the mace back with his right hand. The same aura emerged and wrapped around the mace. Along with the deep purple haki, Kaido roared, Linlin, I don't want to fight you. But this time, I'll let you see it. Next second. Two huge weapons tore through the sky and collided violently. Bang. Boom. Fine thunder roared out along with a strong shock wave. Everything was collapsing, everything was shattered, but the strange thing was that this gust of air did not go far. As if gathering strength. No, they are working together. Kizaru, who was watching, suddenly changed his expression and couldn't help but yell loudly. This moment, even Shanks, who was usually calm, showed a look of surprise. Bah hi. Two voices sounded at the same time. Kaido and Linlin looked at each other, then looked directly at the position of the marine led by Kizaru, and aimed both weapons at them instantly. Like the sky falling and the earth splitting apart. Endless shock waves engulfed everything around. The powerful suction force trapped all the marines present and made them unable to move. In just a moment, the shock wave would focus on them. Damn it. Kizaru's expression changed drastically, and he looked at the vice admirals around him and sighed. I stood in front of everyone. Borsalino Admiral. Everyone's eyes turned red, staring blankly at the admiral who had been so lazy. Some are speechless. It was he who revived the morale of the Marines 2 years ago. Now, is he going to use his life to give them a chance to escape? It is really touching. They had misunderstood him before. It turned out that among the 3 previous admirals, Kizaru was the one who should have been the marshal. Heavenly Cloud Sword. Advertisement. Endless light flashed, and a lightsaber appeared in Kizaru's hand. Same here. Next to him, a broken sword emitting light slowly fell down and then slowly disappeared as time passed. Within 0.36 seconds, the huge shock wave changed its direction and flew diagonally upwards. They won't fall out until they get the final secret. The eyes of the flying squirrel and others were as red as the rabbits, and seemed to be dripping with blood. The next moment. Well, although he can't see, his observation haki can still allow him to sense these two people. Fujitora's face was solemn, and he held the knife in front of him. Not only that, except for Momosuke and a few flying squirrels who were standing a little further away, all the other elite marines lay on the ground. A huge explosion sounded. I could vaguely see the stars. No. Borsalino Admiral. In just a moment, a huge hole appeared in the sky. After everyone left, Fujitora also leapt a few times. Ha 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 ha. The latter also nodded with a smile on his face. Kaido couldn't help but smile and nodded to Big Mom. Momosuke and his companions took Borsalino and the injured marine with them and left at a very fast speed. Walk. Otherwise it would be too funny to let someone pick the peaches. He looked at Kaido and Big Mom with great vigilance. Under the gaze of everyone, he slashed towards the endless shock wave head on. It looks like he was seriously injured. He glared at the two of them fiercely. I saw a tall figure flying up and then falling heavily to the ground. Pucci. He was seriously injured by this blow just now. Boom. Everything that happened before was just a deliberate display on their part, all for the sake of this stunning blow. Disappeared from everyone's sight. Take Borsalino with you and meet up with Mr. Garp and the others first. We don't know how Big Mom got in, but we can't keep them here now. Large mouthfuls of blood spurted out, and Borsalino was completely covered in blood. Old woman, you are still as sinister as ever. After getting rid of Marine, they still have the energy to deal with Shanks and others. Chapter 325, Alliance of 4 Emperors. Brother Katakuri, Mom is so strong. Brule carefully emerged from the mirror and followed Charlotte Perospero and others to Katakuri. Mom, this isn't the ace that just reached his peak. With a serious expression, Katakuri kept his eyes fixed on Shanks and continued calmly, and from the beginning, I was just cooperating with my mother in the performance. The purpose is to catch Marine off guard. Nodding, Brule went back into the mirror under everyone's protection. This is not the time for her to be willful. As the backup of Charlotte's family, nothing can happen to her. Tell me, Kaido, how are you going to thank me this time? Big Mom laughed twice and looked meaningfully at her younger brother whom she hadn't seen for many years. After this collaboration, she realized that Kaido was indeed injured. Moreover, a lot of his physical strength was consumed, as if he had fought with many people in turn. If she hadn't come this time, Kaido would definitely have fallen flat on his face. Adding on the favor of giving her the devil fruit before, she could have eaten Kaido for the rest of his life. Let's form an alliance, Linlin. I can give you half of the coordinates first. Kaido took a deep breath, looked at Big Mom seriously, and continued very seriously. The situation is now very clear. Ace has obviously teamed up with Shanks, and the Straw Hat Boy has declared war on you. If we continue like this, we will be scattered and defeated by this group of people. After a pause, Kaido's face turned gloomy. You don't want to be besieged by several people of the same level. Captain, isn't that how we lose? Her pupils trembled violently, and Big Mom remained silent. Yes, if Roger and Garp had not been allowed to besiege them, how could the Rocks pirate, who once claimed to control the world, have fallen apart in the Valley of the Gods? Even if it's not for the last one, we have to join forces. This is our only chance to survive. Kaido's voice was low, and he sounded extremely serious and earnest. So many years. In addition to the Odin incident, he also regretted coming to Dressrosa alone. One was because he suspected that he had won unfairly at the beginning, and the other was that he underestimated others and put himself in complete danger. Although he has been looking for death, he really feels that he might die. He was also somewhat reluctant. It seems like they have really pushed you into a corner. I have already notified Jin. Advertisement. The smile on Big Mom's face slowly turned serious, and her eyes staring at Kaido became extremely serious. After a long moment, she nodded. They should be here soon. If a standoff occurs, we should retreat first. It's a pleasure working with you, Linlin. His eyes twinkled and Kaido burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha, now the throne of the Pirates King is almost ours. Charlotte Cracker smiled cruelly, staring intently at Marco and the others behind Ace. The main force on our side was not there just now, so they beat us pretty hard. Now that Katakuri has arrived, and even her mother has come through Brulee's mirror, it's time to settle the accounts. The others saw Cracker's look and started laughing cruelly as well. These 2 years, they had formed a deep hatred with Ace during the hunt for him. Now with their mother's support, they were not afraid at all. The only thing they were thinking about was when to start the war. Ace, what should we do? Marco frowned and asked softly. Shanks had no real alliance with them at all, which meant that they were not sure whether Shanks would take action or not. If they confront Kaido and Big Mom directly, they are not afraid. But Ace is under a lot of pressure. You know, he has to face 4 emperors directly. He estimated that Ace would not be able to withstand the attack just now. This power, even when it is Dad's peak moment, he still needs to be fully alert and prepared before he can deal with it. Therefore, Ace's choice now is particularly important. Kaido. At this moment, a loud voice came from a very far distance. A figure shining with golden light swept through the air and fell from the sky into the center of everyone's attention. At the same time, the void flickered continuously, and a breeze blew slowly. Su Chen and his group emerged from the virtual world and appeared behind Luffy. Straw Hat Crew, all members here. Ha 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 ha. Look Linlin, this is the Straw Hat Boy who declared war on you. Kaido looked at him with disdain and laughed loudly as he continued, so you're not dead yet. Advertisement. Kaido, I should be the one to take this guy's head. Big Mom's eyes flickered and an extremely cruel smile appeared on her fat cheeks. It was this guy who stole the Fishman Island, causing her to not be able to eat the dessert she wanted. Moreover, he threatened her and said he would beat her up. It's so funny. Luffy, we finally meet. Shanks, who was standing nearby, brightened his eyes, and without even looking at Kaido and Big Mom, he waved his hands and spoke quietly. So many years have passed since we parted ways at East Blue. This is their first reunion. Wah, it's Shanks. Luffy turned around when he heard the familiar voice, and looked at Shanks with shining eyes. Ha ha ha, Shanks, I have become an excellent pirate. That's right, the hat. Shanks, I think it's time to return the hat you gave me. Luffy touched the straw hat reluctantly, his mouth widened and an extremely excited smile appeared on his face. After so many years of commitment, he is only one step away from fulfilling it. No, Luffy, it will only make sense for you to return this hat to me after you become the king of pirates. Shanks shook his head, feeling the extremely powerful aura of Luffy, and smiled with satisfaction. Looking at the seeds left behind when I gave up my arm. It's a complex and gratifying feeling as I gradually grow into a thriving tree. It's so subtle. Even if his guess was correct, the Revolutionary Army would have already begun its final move at this time. Without that person, the world government would definitely be overthrown. In this way, the era of great pirates created by the captain began after this battle. It's completely over. As for the throne of the Pirates King, with the current momentum of Luffy and his companions, almost no one can stop them. Hey, Shanks, I will definitely become the king of pirates. Luffy quickly put his straw hat back on his head and said with great confidence. As he spoke, Su Chen and the others looked at each other, with great confidence revealed on their faces. In 2 years, they have already transformed. Just 4 emperors. Even if Kaido and Big Mom join forces, they will never lose. Advertisement Chapter 326 The Final Battle. Crack. Thunder roared loudly, and Kaido and Big Mom narrowed their eyes. Unparalleled haki erupted from his body, and at that moment, terrifying murderous aura filled the entire Dressrosa. When Roger stole their coordinates. That's what I said too. Hold head high. After a loud dragon roar, Kaido turned into a blue dragon and slowly floated in the air. Next to him was the old lady riding Zeus. The powerful aura created by the collaboration of the 4 emperors made everyone feel surprised. This feeling is not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. It is as if at this moment, the strength of both of them has undergone a qualitative change. Then come on, Luffy. After you defeat Kaido and the others, I will be your final opponent. Shanks had a smile on his face and waved his hand towards Kaido and the ant. Now that the world has changed, let's put an end to the prologue of this Pirates in Dressrosa. Hey, I should be the king of pirates. Ace at the side stretched his arms and legs, pulled out the dagger and spoke loudly. After experiencing the Summit War, he has overcome his psychological barriers, both for his own dreams and for his father's expectations. He will not give up the position of Pirates King even if it is Luffy. Su Chen, who was standing at the back, turned his eyes. Ace becomes the king of pirates, and Luffy becomes the king of pirates man. Think of this. The corners of his mouth twitched involuntarily twice. However, this battle is destined to go down in history. The ultimate winner. Perhaps it was the high and mighty 4 emperors, or perhaps it was this group of menacing evil generation. But the world's pattern will change instantly after this battle. Temenuju Diva, seeing that the people below still looked indifferent, Big Mom roared and launched the first attack. Zeus at her feet turned into Prometheus and dragged her up into the sky. Crack. Thunder roared. Endless thunderclouds spread out instantly, and Zeus, under her control, burst out with endless thunder, which seemed to have consciousness and instantly fell towards all the people below. Watch me. After seeing Lei Ting, Nami's eyes lit up and he shouted crisply, "Cavity." She pulled out the long stick from her waist, raised it high and swung it down suddenly. The next second, layers of strong winds came out, rolling everything around. A 5-meter thick hole formed by a bluish-white color visible to the naked eye, covering all the people below. Most of the air in the middle was directly sucked out by Nami. Boom. Poochie. Advertisement. The extremely terrifying thunder dissipated like a misfire the moment it came into contact with this layer of void. How is that possible? Big Mom's eyes almost popped out. Zeus's ability was restrained so easily. Hey. Looking at the surprised eyes of his friends around him, Nami raised his head high, seeming to be very proud. You're courting death, you little BCH. With a loud roar of anger, Big Mom grabbed Zeus in the sky. The mighty power of heaven was in her hands, and an amazing haki was wrapped around him. Next second, a terrifying pillar of lightning shot out and slammed heavily into the people below. Boom. An extremely strong collision sounded, accompanied by sparks flying everywhere. Its might seemed to penetrate the entire Dressrosa, and the huge vibration caused huge waves in the sea area outside the island. Countless smoke and dust enveloped everyone. During this period, Shanks and the others completely gave up the venue. Boss, aren't we going to take action? Taking the barbecue and taking a bite, Lakelu asked in confusion. If we allow Kaido to join forces with Big Mom, even they won't have a stable chance of winning under such circumstances. Luffy, can he really take on 4 emperors? Shanks' eyes were shining, and he looked full of fighting spirit. He held the hilt of the sword and said seriously, "Trust Luffy. I can feel that he is undergoing a transformation." Yeah, I felt it too. Conquerors is flowing slowly throughout his body. Beckman nodded, confirming Shanks' words. His strength is also world-class. So he also felt the subtle changes in Luffy's body. Mom, be careful. Katakuri's face changed drastically and he reminded loudly. With his amazing observation ability, he saw the scene where Big Mom was attacked by Ace. What? Big Mom looked at Katakuri in confusion, not understanding the situation. Just at this moment, a cold voice was heard, and a ball of astonishing fire suddenly appeared in the air, accompanied by an extremely terrifying heat wave. Old woman, this punch is for your care over the past 2 years. Flame collapse fist. Ace emerged from the flames and smashed Big Mom's head with his right fist. Get out of here. Golden lightning and flames instantly erupted where the fist and the head intersected. The next moment, bang, boom, advertisement. A violent explosion accompanied by a strong shock wave occurred instantly. After letting out a scream, the old lady fell from the air instantly. A large pit of 100 or 200 meters appeared on the ground with her as the center. In the dilapidated pit, endless flames were burning on the old lady's body. Made her look like a demon. Lin. The sound of ice breaking was heard. Buzz. Luffy slowly walked out of the dust, an astonishing aura enveloping him. Just when Kaido was about to hit Ace, a faint voice came from. Damn it. You guys are going too far. These guys are so young that they are not afraid at all. Kaido, I'll be your opponent. I was really careless. Accompanied by the ruthless thunder, Kaido's figure just hit the ant who was crawling up, and the two of them rolled into a ball in an instant. Hot breath. A stunning slash came out from the long sword in his hand. The next moment. Haha, do you deserve it? In his hand, a magic wand appeared that looked even bigger than the mace. Su Chen's figure appeared above Kaido. Crack, 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 bang. Countless ice appeared in an instant, accompanied by an extremely powerful force. Kaido's body softened and fell quickly from the air like Big Mom. The huge blue dragon's upper body bulged high, and extremely violent power began to gather towards the dragon's head. Your soft fist can't hurt me at all. Before Luffy's hand could even touch Kaido, the latter flew far away. Endless haki began to flow, and when his entire body was completely enveloped in golden light, he swung his fist and punched out fiercely. In just a moment, the hot breath that seemed to destroy everything instantly split. At this moment, Zoro's figure was sent into the sky by Sanji's Air Force burst kick, after a brief accumulation of energy. When he was halfway down, Luffy suddenly appeared in front of him. He never expected that under such circumstances, Ace would dare to appear alone between him and Linlin. At the same time, Fox Fire Flow Blazing Slash. As much chill as possible hangs over it. The wand hit Kaido hard on the back of the head. Kaido is shocked. Crack. But what is different is. Katakuri roared and rushed towards everyone in an instant. Pink sakura flowers danced along with the golden light. Shrouded by the astonishing haki, this time the dragon's breath seemed to destroy everything. Crack. Chapter 327. The War in Mariajoy. Chief of Staff. Drought Jack has been captured. A marine ran up to Crane, saluted, and spoke loudly. Ever since the Big Mom pirates inexplicably retreated after the battle, the remaining Drought Jack has been suppressed by them. If it weren't for the powerful vitality of the zone fruit, he would have been taken down long ago. Certainly. There is also a reason why I want to take the ivory intact. This thing, whether used to sharpen weapons or for other things, is an extremely precious item. Well, leave some people on guard, and the rest of you prepare to land on the island. He frowned, feeling a little uneasy. Ever since Kizaru brought people to the island, this uneasy feeling has become even stronger. Coupled with the shocking momentum coming from Dressrosa before, the attack that pierced through the clouds and revealed the starry sky, this feeling of uneasiness has turned into doubt. It's Admiral Fujitora. No, look, Admiral Borsellino seems to be seriously injured. There are other vice admirals. In addition to Goddess Momosuke and a few vice admirals, the others are also seriously injured. Quick, medic, treat him immediately. Before the marine could convey Crane's order, Fujitora and others appeared on the dock. They were in a rather miserable state at this time. Fujitora, what's going on? Crane looked at Fujitora and continued to ask, how come Borsellino is so badly injured? And why do the others look like they are about to die? As he finished speaking, Garp and Sengoku also came over. Seeing so many elite marines injured, a trace of guilt flashed in their eyes. If they had followed Borsellino to the island just now, this would not have happened. It was Big Mom and Kaido. They put on a good show. Both of them used the sea domination technique. Mr. Borsellino worked hard to divert the attack, otherwise we would have died in that attack. Fujitora gripped the knife handle tightly, and no trace of blood could be seen on the back of his hand. Huh. His eyes turned serious, and Sengoku said with a hint of regret, Borsellino did not disappoint me. He acted so responsibly. I wish I had recommended him in the first place. Borsellino, you can be the Marine Marshal. After the words were spoken, almost all the Marines nodded. Whether it was the act of killing celestial dragons 2 years ago or the performance in Summit War. In addition, now that he has sacrificed his life to protect his companions, it is really a pity that Borsellino is not the Marshal. Advertisement. Come on, Sengoku, let's go meet those two guys. Garp took the cape off his back and placed it solemnly on his seat. Then he leapt up and the figure quickly disappeared. And Sengoku nodded to Crane, stood up and immediately followed. Marine suffered a great loss this time, and it would be unreasonable not to regain some face. He is no longer a marshal. No one can fault him for beating people up with Garp. Looking at the two guys who were becoming more and more troublesome as they got older, he shook his head. I didn't expect that after so many years, these two people haven't changed at all. Even Sengoku has returned to his original appearance after taking off the burden of being the marshal. At the same time, located between the first and second half of the Grand Line, at the top of the Red Line. World Government Headquarters, Holy Land Mariajoy. Crack, drip, drip, drip. The sky was covered with dark clouds and thunder roared. The heavy rain fell like a waterfall, continuously dripping downwards. Chief, there's news from Sabo. He met the 5 elders in Dressrosa, and the man hiding behind it. As expected, it was solved by Mr. Su Chen. In a huge pit under the ground of Mariajoy, Bello Betty, wearing a red top hat, short purple hair with bangs, and sunglasses, walked over. Come on, little ones. She wore a red long-sleeved vest with a tie around her neck, no underwear and her top was open. She wore a long tail skirt and red boots on her legs. With a cigarette in her mouth and a big flag in her hand, she looked quite excited at this moment. After such a long plan, we have finally reached the final step. Notify everyone, take action in 3 minutes. His eyes suddenly changed, and Dorag pointed to the center of the map in front of him. Divide into 4 armies and meet in the center of Mariajoy. Lindbergh and the Confederate Army will be responsible for dealing with the guards. Bello Betty, you will lead the way to liberate the slaves and inspire their fighting spirit. Mori led the Western Army to take all celestial dragons into custody. Crow, you lead the Northern Army to hide in every corner and capture all those who take advantage of the opportunity to cause chaos. Advertisement. As for the rest of you, follow me to find the Celestial Dragon's backup. After a pause, Dorag looked at everyone with a complicated look and said loudly, this is the final battle. Everyone must be extra careful. The darkness will eventually be torn apart by the rising sun. Clear. Following Dorag's order, all the revolutionary forces hiding underground in Mariajoy quickly dispersed following the commander of the army, Grid. 3 long minutes later, crack, the huge sound shook the heaven and earth, and the thunder at this moment seemed to illuminate the entire world. Countless figures emerged from all over Mariajoy. Kill. For a better tomorrow. Kill. Kill these arrogant blood-sucking worms. The world and freedom should belong to the people. You are free. Look, those guys who are high up will also bleed and die if they are chopped. They are not gods. They are just a bunch of blood-sucking insects lying on you. At this moment, the slave, who had already become numb, stood up. As a large number of Mariajoy's guards fell, in the pouring rain, it seemed as if a raging fire was burning in their hearts. Free. These simple and romantic words once again appeared in their long-numbed hearts. The flag held high by this group of people represents liberation and freedom. Calling them deeply. Quick. Move towards the core palace. Stop these guys. Help. Hurry and ask the marine for help. Where are our troops? These guys are the revolutionary army. We are done for. It's all over now. A few sharp guards protected a large number of celestial dragons, moving quickly towards the central palace of Mariajoy. This is a matter of life and death. Quiet. Lousy is here. The green bull with slightly messy black curly hair, wearing sunglasses, a cigarette in his mouth, and wearing a marine admiral's coat of justice roared and stood in front of everyone. Use Den Den Mushi to contact Marine headquarters and ask them to send backup. Before that, there was me. The extremely haughty came out of Green Bull's mouth. Before he finished speaking, the figure of a dragon appeared in front of him. For a moment, the air fell into silence for a long time. Chapter 328, Fighting. Glutinous ball stab. A roar was heard, and Katakori's figure instantly appeared in front of Luffy. After using the power of the Mochi Mochi fruit to turn his arms into a glutinous ball that surrounds his trident weapon, his arms continued to spin and stab forward. The air exploded, and the trident covered by Haki was terrifyingly powerful. So fast. Luffy's eyes changed and his body leaned back at an extremely fast speed. The creepy trident pierced Luffy's head, which was quite thrilling. But the next moment, Katakori seemed to have known how Luffy was going to dodge, and he smashed down hard with the trident in his hand. Bang! There was a loud noise. After rolling several times on the ground, Luffy's figure was thrown far away. Ahem. Sigui. Dusting himself off, Luffy stood up and couldn't help but speak. His movements seemed to be seen through, which made him feel very subtle, as if something was brewing inside him. Go. Kill these shameless guys. In the back, Charlotte Perospero, watching Katakori take action, waved her cane and shouted loudly to the brothers and sisters around her. Following his order, members of the Big Mom Pirates drew their weapons and rushed towards Su Chen and others with extreme cruelty. Candy Wave. Damn man. Biscuit Soldier. Countless abilities were used instantly, and the entire battlefield was instantly shrouded in a variety of abilities. Nami and the others looked at each other and drew their weapons. Facing this violent attack, everyone's lips curled up, knowing that their improvement in the past 2 years was not only in strength. Although the war started hastily, they were not ambiguous when the fight really started. It was just a matter of using the few to fight the many. If they couldn't even do that, it would be better to disband early. Wings condensed by wind appeared behind Nami, and accompanied by endless strong winds, she soared into the sky in the next second. Brooks swung the sword in his hand and walked towards Perospero with great elegance. Usopp rode on Chopper, which had transformed into a beast form, and began to detour away from the battlefield. He is a sniper, and only a fool would engage in such a head-on combat. Wind cannon. Frankie opened his hands to reveal the bullet holes, took aim and fired directly. Zoro, on the other hand, held a knife, his eyes were filled with murderous intent, and after gathering his strength, he silently chanted. 9 mountains and 8 seas, thousands of worlds are gathered to form a small 1,000 worlds, this world is multiplied by 3, there is no self that is not continuous. The world. Next second. Advertisement. His figure shot out like an arrow, and the 3 swords in his hands were wrapped in rich armament Haki. He slashed fiercely at all those who attacked him. Huh, this guy with the green algae head really likes to pretend. He exhaled a puff of smoke, and a violent flash of fire broke out, and flames burst out from Sanji's legs. Devil's feet, deep-fried assorted platter. Shaked his head. A roar was heard, and his figure disappeared in an instant. Clang, tear, boom, bang, bang, bang. Countless collisions occurred instantly, accompanied by strong sword energy, leg shadows and violent explosions. For a moment, this area was like boiling water, boiling instantly. Roar. A loud howl sounded from the air. In the distance, a bird burning with flames flew across the void and instantly appeared in front of everyone. Dan Gong Emperor. Diving forward at an extremely fast speed, Jin spread his wings and flapped them fiercely at Nami. Judgment. His pupils contracted, and Nami slammed the stick in his hand down. A huge pillar of lightning fell from the sky and struck Jin down before it could hit her. Huh. After taking a breath, Nami patted his chest in fear. If she hadn't reacted quickly, she would have definitely been hit. Bang. There was a violent impact. The moment Jin fell, Marco jumped up and kicked him hard on the waist with his half-beast claws. The next moment, Jin, who came from afar, flew out again before he even touched the ground. See this scene. There was an interesting expression on Su Chen's lips. This guy Jin was unlucky enough to meet him in the first place, and now he has only been on the stage for less than 10 seconds. Is he preparing to leave again? They are really an incredible group of guys. The ant got up from the ground and looked at Ace in the sky with cold eyes. Next to her, advertisement. Conquerors, entanglement. Boy, when did you learn this? Bang. He has already reached the level of 4 emperors, and with the help of the dagger, the only difference between his strength and that of the older generation is the lack of experience. Mingguang's sword. The ant next to him followed closely behind. The mace in his hand was like a stream of light, instantly smashing towards Ace's back. But I haven't found a specific method yet. As the air currents swirled, most of the blood-red sky was dyed blue and white. Kaido glanced at his mace, shouted, and rushed over instantly. Using a dagger with one hand to block Big Mom's attack, Ace suddenly stretched out his other hand, and a huge flame formed a fiery red burning fist, which blasted out instantly. A shocking slash flew out in an instant. The extremely violent waves ravaged the entire Dressrosa, and those who were slightly weaker could not even stand steadily. And I've been thinking, if I can make Haki flow and gather on the fist, then does that mean conquerors can do the same thing? Take that, fire fist. The tightly clenched dagger was slashed upwards in an instant, and the dazzling blood-red light illuminated the entire sky. Old woman, your opponent is me. She knew that if Kaido was dealt with, it would only be a matter of time before she was dealt with too. It is the strong will that drives conquerors' flow. The world is so big. Boy, take my move too. As he finished speaking, Luffy's eyes were filled with excitement. After taking a hit from your mace, I understand that the way to entangle is to use your heart. Lightning, fire, and sword formed a huge energy, and the ring gathered behind the sword and swung out violently. Just after being knocked down from the sky by Ace. This feeling of being understood and mastered made his eyes sparkle, and he couldn't wait to have a fight with someone. Damn it. Damn little devil. Kaido, who was running in front, turned around instantly. So we can't give up Kaido like we gave up Jack. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the two figures collided with each other in an instant. Kaido changed into his human beast form once again and looked at Luffy, who was facing off against Katakuri with a look of deep confusion. Get out of the way, brat. Thundering 8 trigrams. Ace was like a flaming red meteor, instantly landing in front of the ant. Su Chen said before, let Haki flow. Luffy looked at his clenched fist and said calmly, I did it in the past 2 years. Even if she could retreat safely, where could she retreat to? Chapter 329 The Grudge Between Kaido and Su Chen. Phoenix Seal. At this extremely critical moment, Marco, who was in the air, fell down instantly. In his human beast form, he attacked instantly, sending a powerful shockwave towards Kaido's attacking mace. Bang. After a loud bang, Marco was thrown high into the air. Shoo! An angry cry was heard. The flaming pteranodon flew in the sky and instantly appeared behind Marco, who was thrown into the air. Bang! There was a deafening roar. The double wings, which contained powerful Haki and some revengeful psychology, hit Marco's lower back hard. In just a moment, the latter fell to the ground like a meteor. Although Marco was in a miserable state, this also gave Ace a chance to react. He lifted Big Mom's body with force, and instantly turned his hand and punched Kaido with fire. Then I didn't even look at the result. It turned into a fireball and instantly grabbed Marco, creating some distance between itself and Kaido and the others. Boom. After the huge explosion, the smoke and dust dispersed. Kaido and the ant were completely unharmed, with grim smiles on their faces, as if they had already won everything. If it weren't for Marco, Ace would have definitely suffered a great loss. Ace, you can't be too hasty in fighting them. A rich blue flame flashed by, and Marco's injuries recovered, and he said dully. The two are a combination of 4 emperors, and it is not so easy to break through. Moreover, the gap in strength between the two sides is not that big. Any flaw will trigger a chain reaction, so the attack must be carried out with extreme caution. If it weren't for his ability to recover quickly, Kaido and Jin would have teamed up just now. He has already lost his ability to fight. Well, I didn't expect Katakuri to be able to entangle Luffy. The current situation is a bit bad. Ace's face was serious. Watching Luffy closing his eyes and dodging Katakuri's moves, I realized that he must have understood something. Until he fully understands it, I probably won't be able to help him. Although the magician's close combat is a bit inelegant, Kaido and Jin are old acquaintances of mine, so leave it to me. Slowly falling from the air, Su Chen walked gracefully to Ace. Big Bug, and Hairless Bird, long time no see. At this moment, he had a smile on his face. He looked at Kaido and Jin taking off their hats and greeted them lazily. Su Chen, how dare you show up in front of us, damn it. Steam was coming out of Kaido's nostrils, and Jin's pupils were filled with intense flames. At the beginning, he caused a big scene with Yamato in Wano-kuni, knocked him out with a club and stole the Haki secret book. Even Onigashima was completely transformed by him. It turned into a ridiculous pink castle, and insultingly changed the name of the island to Princess Room, implying that they, the Beast's pirates, are just people playing house. Advertisement. Most importantly, he took advantage of the captain's drunkenness and put a princess dress on him. This is really too much. You have to know that he was chased everywhere by himself and others. If it weren't for that strange way of moving, he would have been caught and skinned alive. Now, this kid has grown wings. The feathers have grown in. He actually dared to appear in front of them and challenge them head on. It's simply seeking death. Lin, this guy must be handed over to me. I'm going to catch him and dry him in his skirt. Kaido roared in extreme anger. His eyes were so red that they seemed to be dripping with blood, and he had already cut Su Chen into pieces more than once in his heart. The old lady's eyebrows jumped, and she looked at Kaido, who suddenly got angry with some confusion. What's going on? Suddenly I became so angry. Take that. Thunderous 8 trigrams. Conqueror's haki wrapped around the iron rod and slammed into Su Chen at an extremely fast speed. The air exploded and the airflow reversed. Everything around was shaking. The ground and the sky were shrouded in an extremely oppressive atmosphere. It was simply terrifying. This blow. Kaido didn't leave any strength left at all, he just wanted Su Chen to die. He frowned and nodded at Ace. The magic wand in Su Chen's hand turned a few times and instantly turned into a thick wooden stick. Flames, whirlwinds, and thunder enveloped the stick, emitting an exceptionally dazzling light. After a brief buildup of energy, magic patterns appeared on his body. He swung the stick and hit the mace hard. At the same time, Ace and Marco also jumped up instantly, and the two of them joined forces to besiege Big Mom. As for the cinders, they soared into the sky. After aiming at Su Chen, he pulled his head back like a slingshot and began to accumulate power. Bang! The two sticks collided instantly. Colorful streams of light appeared and spread wildly upwards. The color of the entire sky changed again, like a rainbow, looking extremely gorgeous. The Music of Heaven, Part 3. Astrology. Su Chen's eyes flashed, and he let go of the wooden stick with one hand, emitting an extremely dazzling light. Then the palm gently slapped out. An extremely powerful impact force was generated, forming a gust of air like a meteor, which cleared everything around it and then imprinted heavily on Kaido's waist. Advertisement. Puff. A large mouthful of blood spurted out, and Kaido flew into the sky in an arch shape. He misplaced his steps and dodged the shock wave shot out by Jin. Su Chen suddenly threw the magic wand into the air and jumped up immediately after it. What a shame, it actually got out. Kaido, with endless flames wrapped around his body, transformed into a dragon and rushed out directly. The huge sphere exploded instantly, turning into an extremely terrifying explosion. If Su Chen had not changed the venue, the entire island of Dressrosa would have been turned into powder by this blow. Endless magical power surges. Heaven's Music, Part 1. With the magic wand and him as the center, a huge magic circle of several thousand meters instantly unfolded. Ka ka ka. Fire Dragon Torch Rising Dragon Flame 8 trigrams. The next moment, Starfall. Without changing his expression at all, Su Chen clapped his hands violently. Under his claws was Jin, covered in blood. Bang. Directly submerged by the meteor. Cut, cut, cut. Meteors and meteorites from the periphery continued to fall towards the two people, forming a huge spherical rock. Faintly, a loud roar was heard. At the same time. Where is this place? In such a situation, there is no way to hide from these meteors and you can only take them head on. As his words fell, countless stars shook and flickered, and began to tremble violently. After a strong vibration, a long flaming dragon tail pierced out from the back of the slowly shrinking sphere. The void shook and the wind howled. Compressed, condensed. Countless stars turned into meteors and smashed down on Kaido and Jin, who were above. The same operation is performed on Jin next to him. Along with the vibration, the huge sphere began to slowly shrink. This change made Kaido, who had just stabilized his body, change his expression drastically. A strong sense of crisis surged from the bottom of his heart, and almost subconsciously, infinite haki completely enveloped him. A terrifying sound came from inside the sphere formed by the meteorite. The Music of Heaven, Part 2. Immediately afterwards, Su Chen waved his arms continuously. With a smile on his lips, Su Chen, who was in the center of the starry sky, opened his hands and slowly closed them in a loose clenched position. Countless vibrations occurred, and the two figures in the air disappeared instantly. Countless rays of light flowed, and a small starry sky enveloped the three people in the air. After a flash, they disappeared from everyone's sight. Meteor. Chapter 330. It's time to choose, Sakazuki. Redhead, get out of the way. At this time, outside the battlefield, Sengoku looked at Shanks seriously and spoke loudly. Next to him was Garp, who was ready to fight. It seemed that he particularly hoped that Shanks would say no. Shanks looked at the two old guys and said subconsciously, "Ahem, give me some face and don't go over there for now." As soon as he finished speaking, a strong feeling of regret emerged deep in his heart. Good boy, how dare you stop me from arresting the pirates? Take that. Garp's eyes lit up at the back, and he punched out with a pair of iron fists, shouting loudly. He would have wanted to beat up Shanks a long time ago, if it weren't for this kid. How could Luffy always want to be a pirate? You have to know that he was his own grandson whom he had raised for many years, and he was treated like that. It was really too much. Clang. Griffin instantly unsheathed his sword and blocked Garp's fists. Feeling the terrifying force coming from the sword, Shanks felt even more regretful. Why is he stopping people? It won't affect anything if he lets them pass. You dare to block me. Sengoku, beat him up. With a sinister smile on his face, Garp retracted his fist and swung it out again in an instant. Its force is more than twice as strong as before. Sengoku shook his head helplessly, then a grim smile appeared on his face. I'm giving you a favor, right? I'll beat you up, if it weren't for this guy. The result of the summit war will be the Marines chasing the defeated pirates. The outcome will definitely be much better. At the same time. Inside the battlefield, the fighting gradually subsided. With Nami's air control, with the addition of Usopp's roundabout support, most of the members of the Big Mom pirates have been captured, except for a few strong guys. Flame mirror fire burn. The endless flames gradually changed from orange to white, and an extremely scorching temperature came. The burning old lady kept screaming. With Marco distracting her from the side, her defeat was only a matter of time. Another place. Advertisement. Zoro slowly put away the knife, and behind him, there were all kinds of cookie fragments. One of them was a sturdy man over 3 meters tall, with purple hair and 3 tufts of hair on the top and back of his head. He was covered in sword wounds and lay motionless on the ground. And Sanji at this time. He also slowly took out a cigarette from his arms, lit it and took a deep puff. Behind him were the fallen Baron Egg and Pokumus. Drink. The huge sword slashed at Robin fiercely. This was done by a tall brown-skinned woman. She has blue eyes, thick lips with lavender lipstick, and long wavy silver hair. As one of the 3 generals and the Minister of Juice, Charlotte Smoothie is also quite strong. Although a little stiff, she still withstood Robin's attack. He even found time to fight back. Robin crossed his arms and took a few steps gracefully. The petals fluttered, and an arm shining with dark armed colors emerged from the air, blocking Charlotte Smoothie's sword. Everyone is almost done now. Looks like I have to finish you off. A gentle voice sounded, and Robin smiled faintly. Even if you have good ability, it doesn't mean you are just a base. In these 2 years, it's not just others who have grown. Humph, stop bragging. Charlotte Smoothie swung her giant sword, sneered, and shouted loudly. Juice Giant. The water extracted from the fruit ability was stored in the body, and Charlotte Smoothie's body began to expand rapidly, and even her weapons became extremely huge. Robin narrowed his eyes slightly and smiled at the enlarged Charlotte Smoothie. This, it seems, she can do it, too. A riot of color, the devil's flower. Robin whispered, and his hands were covered with a thick layer of armament hockey. Behind it, petals were flying continuously. A huge figure slowly stood up. It was the giant upper body of Robin. The air vibrates. The moment this huge figure appeared, Robin directly controlled his fist and smashed it hard at Smoothie. For a moment, the battle between the 2 giants shocked the whole audience. Bulu Bulu. Advertisement. In the marshal's office at the Marine headquarters, Akainu Aokiji sat facing each other. The Den Den Mushi rang rapidly. With his eyes fixed on Aokiji, Akainu picked up the Den Den Mushi. Ah, who? Marine headquarters. This is Mariajoy. Green Bull Admiral Heavy. Ah. Countless screams of pain were heard from the Den Den Mushi, followed by bursts of explosions. The Den Den Mushi fell into a long silence. The person who had just called should have died. After a few breaths, some sounds came from the Den Den Mushi again. Boss, there's a Den Den Mushi connected. Beep, beep, beep. Before Akainu could hear clearly, the Den Den Mushi hung up instantly. Bang. Mariajoy, you are so brave. Akainu slammed the table hard and stood up instantly. He asked why Aokiji suddenly came back to see him and revealed his intention to join the Revolutionary Army. I didn't expect that everything was just to hold him back. It's too late. The 5 elders showed up in Dressrosa earlier, and the man they relied on is missing. Sitting up straight lazily and placing his hands on his legs, Aokiji continued calmly. Vegapunk and the other research members were taken away by the bear, and the Air Force was destroyed long ago. Now only the Marine Corps you led is left. The world government is now in name only. Pause. Aokiji stood up and looked outside the office, then continued in a complicated tone, your choice now determines Marine's fate. I'm not a qualified lobbyist, but the world has changed. Think about it, are those celestial dragons really worthy of being called descendants of God? Are they really right? No matter how great their contributions are, they cannot erase their sins. It's time to make your choice, Sakazuki. Clenching his fists tightly, Akainu squeezed out a few words from between his teeth. You, traitor. Whatever you say, I just followed my own justice. Glancing at Akainu, Aokiji slowly walked out the door. It will take some time for the Revolutionary Army to deal with the problems. After the new government is established, the Marines will also play an important role. You can take care of yourself. As the words fell, Aokiji disappeared out the door. Akainu weakly sat back on the marshal's throne, and for a moment, the whole room fell into silence. The opposite of that, there was a lot of discussion among the Marines outside. Mariajoy had been breached and the news had spread everywhere. Marine is a force under the world government. Where they will go from here is a question that is worth pondering. Advertisement Chapter 331 Dealing with the Aftermath. Dressrosa, Su Chen, who was in the field magic, frowned. His eyes looked somewhere. Roar. A huge roar came from Kaido's mouth, and his head burning with flames wrapped around Conqueror's haki and hit him with a powerful impact. Countless explosions sounded, as if to destroy everything. Su Chen's Ji Ming was instantly retracted, and his eyes narrowed when he saw Kaido's attack. The void is shattered. His figure instantly appeared above Kaido's head, with endless power wrapped around his feet. He pulled it out without hesitation. Ouch! Accompanied by a wailing sound, an enormous explosion occurred instantly. The violent airflow swept everything around, and even the surrounding starry sky was shaking constantly. Time pauses. After 3 breaths, Kaido opened his dragon mouth and a large mouthful of blood spurted out instantly. He staggered downwards. During this process, he slowly regained his human form. However, he still held tightly onto the seriously injured Jin. The Lunalia people, his eyes changed slightly as he watched the mask fall off, revealing a handsome and white-haired Jin. Su Chen waved his hand and took away the surrounding starry sky. Considering that this is a rare species and that he provides a platform for haki training, let's spare his life. Accompanied by a loud bang, Kaido and Jin hit the ground heavily. For a moment, everyone present stopped except for the 2 places where Luffy and Ace were fighting. If Kaido dies directly, they are ready to run. If they are fine, then there is no need to fight any further. Judging from the results, the strength of Straw Hat crew almost crushes them. If they continue fighting, someone will really die. Phew, what a powerful blow. Kaido lay on the ground, letting the blood flow slowly from his body. My head was buzzing and the scenery around me was spinning. So many years. Apart from those old guys, there was finally someone from the younger generation who could hurt him, and the injury was quite serious. Ahem. Boss, I'll hold him back, and you take the opportunity to leave. The seriously injured Jin coughed and slowly stood up. At this moment, he held the long sword tightly in both hands, and the flames on his body gradually spread throughout his body. A long dragon of fire condensed and surrounded the blade of the long sword, roaring at Su Chen. Advertisement. Roar. The next moment, a huge golden fire dragon resounded through heaven and earth. Under the heat wave, the air was boiling, and the golden fire dragon fiercely bit towards Su Chen. People of the Lunaria clan, is it worth it for Kaido? Su Chen casually used his magic wand to disperse the fire dragon and continued, the world government at this moment is only in name only. You can return to your tribe anytime. It must be a pity to die on the eve of liberation. Hearing Su Chen's words, Jin's pupils shook violently. But after taking a look at the lying Kaido, he tightened his grip on the sword again. There are some things that you have to do even if it costs your life. Whispering sound. Forget it. Kaido's opponent is not me anyway. Looking at Jin, Su Chen shook his head, turned around and walked towards Robin. He didn't proceed. Strictly speaking, Kaido has already been defeated by him, but at this point he must be beaten to the point where he completely loses the ability to resist. It's not just about saying he's defeated. But he was still willing to give Kaido some time to recover. If my perception just now was not wrong, that guy I am actually ran out from the long river of time. This is surprising. You know, in the end she was wiped out and only a shadow was left. I don't know how the 5 elders managed to revive a person who was lost in the depths of time. So from now on, Kaido can only be left to Luffy. The battlefield was surrounded by scattered figures. The moment Kaido appears, Katakuri and Luffy's battle stops. And those with lighter hands will move the fallen person away. These years, under the protection of the ant, his growth has obviously stagnated for a long time. Faced with the strong haki, emission, and Conqueror's entanglement, except for some advantages in the initial battle, the subsequent battles were not smooth. In just over 10 minutes, the Straw Hat Boy had mastered the advanced use of observation haki. In his opinion, not defeating Luffy meant he lost. Therefore, the most important thing now is to preserve strength, he has not forgotten it. The outskirts of the island are filled with elite marines. Katakuri-san, are we going to help Mom? Smoothie, who had regained his shape, stood next to Katakuri, looked at Luffy and the others with a wary look on his face and asked. Advertisement. At this time, Big Mom was fighting fiercely with Ace. The moment Katakuri stopped, Marco stopped attacking Big Mom. Although his attack was effective, it could not completely break through Big Mom's defense. In addition, Katakuri was watching her intently, so he naturally kept his distance. Leave the battlefield open. No, move the seriously injured person into Bree's mirror. Shaking his head, Katakuri continued with a serious face. This battle is not something we can participate in. Who will be the final winner still depends on Mom and Kaido. Smoothie gave Katakuri a complicated look, and took the rest of the people away with all the seriously injured. She didn't ask what to do next. But looking at Katakuri's expression, it was obvious that he had no intention of leaving. Although she also wanted to stay, she had so many brothers and sisters that she couldn't just ignore them because of her willfulness. Now Perospero and Cracker are both seriously injured, and she is the only one left among the 3 generals besides Katakuri. The burden of protecting the others naturally falls on her. As for Mom, Katakuri is here. It was not her turn to worry. On the other side, Luffy and others also gathered together. Apart from their clothes being a little messy and their physical exertion being huge, all of them were hardly injured. Defeating the 4 emperors head-on was a record that brought smiles to everyone's faces. Ahem. After coughing twice, Su Chen looked at everyone and said, I won't attack anymore. Although Kaido looks seriously injured, he will recover soon. That depends on you, Luffy. He. Leave it to me, I will never lose. Luffy grinned, smiling brightly. The battle with Katakuri gave him extra insights, and if he fights Kaido again, he will be more confident. Are you leaving again? Robin asked subconsciously with a suspicious look on his face. For some reason, she felt a little panicked inside, the same feeling as when she had forgotten him before. Don't worry, I'll be back soon. This time is different. We are just dealing with the beginning and the end. There is no danger. Looking at Robin quietly, a smile appeared on Su Chen's face. In order to solve future problems. Of course I have to go. Otherwise, will I let I am recover and then time travel again? But there was one thing he did not lie about, the degree of danger was indeed not as high as before. After that experience, he had basically mastered Im's abilities. The previous situation will not happen again. Chapter 332 Four Emperors vs. Two Brothers. After nodding to everyone, Su Chen showed a relaxed smile, magic power surged, and he stepped into the void in front of him. Robin next to him had a flash of light in his eyes and grabbed his hand at the last moment. The next moment, the two figures disappeared in front of everyone. Robin actually followed. Nami's eyes flashed, as if she had thought of the possibility of some 8 trigrams. Her only thought about Su Chen was the gold. She had already sensed something was wrong when they were on the Fishman Island, and with his actions now, she was completely certain. Robin likes Su Chen, maybe Su Chen also has some ideas. Otherwise, how could Su Chen remain unmoved by her for more than 2 years? What a pity. It seems that the gold is out of reach. Fortunately, she knew a big secret, the approximate direction of the Golden Island hidden deep in East Blue. This was the information she obtained from Su Chen through indirect means during the 2 years she was separated from her companions. When Luffy becomes the Pirates' King, the first thing she does is to take the others to the Golden Island. After finding it, she will share, 100 Baileys with them. Get lost. A huge roar sounded, and Big Mom swung her sword fiercely. Knocked Ace away. After several somersaults, Ace stood steadily on the ground and confronted the ant. As expected of a woman called a natural destroyer, her defense is as outrageous as Kaido's. I wonder if my dad was the same as them when he was young. Such a movement attracted everyone's attention, causing Luffy and others to narrow their eyes. I went. Nodding to Zoro and the others, Luffy slowly walked over to Ace. Kaido, you're not dead, get up. A violent roar was heard, and the ant suddenly walked up to Kaido and kicked him directly. Kaido, who was quietly feeling the pain, was stunned for a moment. He stood up dejectedly. Death is still a long way off. With his vitality, even Su Chen's fierce attack did not completely deprive him of his combat ability. He lay there motionless, just wondering where this little brat Su Chen came from. According to his understanding, the energy system of this world has long been fixed. Apart from strengthening the physique and practicing hockey, the only other way is to get the devil fruit. But Su Chen's power is neither hockey nor the power of devil fruit. This feeling made him doubt whether this boy was from this world. After all, according to legend, there were people in outer space. Although they look weird. Lin, do you think we are getting old? Kaido, who was somewhat skeptical about his life, looked at the ant and asked dully. Advertisement. Shut up. Are you stupid? The ant roared and slapped Kaido on the back of the head. Where is your original passion? If you don't want to fight, get out of here. I want to be the Pirates' King's woman. Touching the back of his head in disbelief, Kaido stared at the ant with wide eyes. This feeling is the original Lin back. Straw Hat Boy, and that ace brat, you guys want to become the king of pirates, right? After glaring at Kaido, Big Mom turned her gaze to Luffy and the others. Kaido and I have 2 historical texts leading to Raftel's location. If you have the guts, defeat us and take this thing. After listening to what the ant said, Luffy and Ace looked at each other and grinned at the same time. That sunny smile made Kaido and the ant's pupils shrink, as if they saw the shadows of other people behind them. Buzz. 4 forces rose into the sky. The suffocating air waves spread across the entire Dressrosa. In an instant, countless thunders exploded. It's like the end of the world. Even Garp and Sengoku, who were chasing and beating up Shanks, stopped and looked towards the center of the battlefield with a thoughtful expression. The revolutionaries will attack Mariajoy. They already knew this when they confirmed that the 5 elders would appear in Dressrosa. So not surprised. As for why he didn't remind Akainu, and why he let him order himself and others to encircle and suppress the pirates. The ins and outs here are unknown. But now, the clash of momentum between Luffy and the others still made them feel a little surprised. This feeling is almost the same as when they were at their peak. They are really old and cannot help but admit it. At this time, those who had not left Dressrosa stopped and were full of admiration for the 4 people. If we miss such a great battle, they will regret it forever. Stop talking nonsense, Lin, I'm here. As if his fighting spirit was aroused, Kaido grinned fiercely, gripped the mace tightly, and rushed towards Luffy and the other man. The lady next to him looked at Kaido and smiled, then she clenched her sword tightly with a grim smile on her face. The huge body moved and followed without hesitation. Crack, clatter, thunder roared, and the originally clear sky was instantly covered with dark clouds. The rain was falling rapidly from the sky. The entire Dressrosa was filled with a heavy and solemn atmosphere. The wind was howling, blowing the hats on Luffy and Ace's heads. Advertisement. Looking at the two figures rushing towards them, they quickly went to meet them. Four figures ran towards each other at an extremely fast speed in the midst of the storm. Kaido raised his mace high and suddenly jumped high. Countless thunders were entangled, and extremely rich haki covered it, smashing down fiercely at the two people below. The ant swept the sword across, slashing at the two men from below. Huff, huff, huff. Strong winds swept everything around. The clothes on Luffy and Ace were rustling, and even their hair was fluttering in the wind. At this moment, the two of them grinned. After accumulating strength slightly, Luffy's body was wrapped in golden light, and he instantly soared into the sky, kicking the oncoming mace with his right foot. Ace's hand trembled, and a blood-red light burst out from the dagger. Grip it tightly and swing it out violently. Flame Fenji. Endless heat waves swept across, and the blood-red light turned into a sharp slash, heading straight for Big Mom's giant sword. Bang! The first to collide were Luffy and Kaido. The mace and the supreme slippers did not touch each other, but a violent shock was generated in the air. At this moment, the whole air exploded. The blood-red thunder ravaged everything around it, blasting huge holes in the ground one after another. Countless clouds of dust rose into the sky. Another gust of wind blew by, blowing away all the smoke and dust. What follows is the clash between Big Mom and Ace. Facing Ace's fierce slash, Big Mom did not hesitate to use a powerful attack. The purple-red light burst out with an extremely strong shock wave, swarming towards Ace's slash. The next moment, the dagger and the giant sword collided in the air, and countless thunders and flames raged against each other, like a battle between two gods. The thick clouds disappeared in an instant. The change in the sky darkened the entire Dressrosa. It's so terrifying. Hiss, he actually blocked it. In the far corner, Garp's eyes widened and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. The two grandsons have grown up to the point where they can stand on their own. Sengoku next to him gasped. 2 years, just 2 years. This old guy's grandson has grown to the level of 4 emperors. This is really scary. And next to him, Shanks nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, indeed. Chapter 333 The Truth from 800 Years Ago. At the same time, while Luffy and Ace were fighting with Big Mom and Kaido. On an unknown island in the Grand Line, in a huge ruin. 5 elderly figures knelt down under an illusory figure shrouded in a cloak, speaking something with great excitement. Lord Yimu, I'm so lucky that nothing happened to you. The old man, wearing a dark blue suit, with long straight white hair and a long beard, looked excited, with tears in his eyes. They realized that there was something wrong with their memory, and used special means to locate IM. They tried their best to deepen the connection and rescued IM from the long river of time. For this reason, even after receiving the news that Mariajoy had been breached, they didn't waver at all. With IM, who possesses the power of time, everything can be started over again. But if we lose IM, we will be able to suppress the revolutionary army. They can't control the current situation either. The old man, who was wearing a black suit, had white curly hair, a fluffy white beard, a flat hat, and a scar on the left side of his face, nodded, confirming his statement. Whether it is the pirates or the marines who have their own troops, they all require absolute power like Lord Yim to suppress them, otherwise the consequences will be too serious. Call. Exhaling lightly, Yimu looked at the 5 people below and said calmly. 800 years. Time is really a cycle. We have made the same mistakes again without learning from them. Look at the revolutionary army, they are so similar to us back then. There was a pause. Im's eyes seemed to look back 800 years. Seeing how they took up arms with full confidence, rushed towards that kingdom, and gave everything to overthrow it. Didn't we also rebel because of oppression? Didn't we also believe that if we overthrew those high-ranking guys, the world would be reborn? In order to achieve this goal, he even used despicable means to get rid of Joey Boy. It turns out that human greed is endless. Even the descendants of those people will have the same fate. Her injuries were very serious. The power of time was completely engraved in her body. Otherwise, it would not be long before she fell into complete extinction. Everyone will forget everything about her, and even her figure will disappear in history. After the words were spoken, the 5 elders looked at each other. Advertisement. From what you said, it seems that you are not going to reorganize the government. So what should they do? No, sir, this is not our problem. The old man, wearing a crimson suit, with blonde hair, a golden beard and a scar on his chest, spoke quickly, trying to dispel Im's discouraging thoughts. But when I want to continue, I don't know where to start. Comparing what Celestial Dragons has done over the years, it's really hard to speak. I know what you want to say. But no matter how good the order is, it is as fragile as a piece of thin paper in front of people's hearts. Yimu looked at the old man who spoke, and continued in an especially cold tone, wrong is wrong. This incident of being almost wiped out made me understand one thing. Using mistakes to make up for mistakes will only lead to more intense resistance. Since the world government is gone, then the things we insist on are also gone. Let's think about what to do next. As for those who should have been destroyed long ago, I can do nothing to help them. As soon as the words fell, Yim turned around instantly. I tried my best to walk into the long river of time again. In 800 years, the world has changed dramatically. Except for her, everyone else had already turned into dry bones. If it wasn't for the desire to take a look at the new world that everyone had longed for, I would have left with everyone else long ago. The people she was familiar with lived 800 years ago, so she should also be buried 800 years ago, and she had an interesting thing that she had to do. Just ask them. If they had known the outcome of overthrowing the huge kingdom, would they still have fought with all their might? It seemed that a mysterious person had told her these things. He also said that he would regret it in the end, but at that time he didn't take it seriously at all. That weird person turned out to be myself who traveled back in time. No, Lord Yim, you can't leave. The five elders knelt down helplessly, and for a moment, they were confused about the future. So that's how it is. In the void, Su Chen held Robin's hand and nodded gently. If the world government was established 800 years ago because of oppression, then everything makes sense. It all comes back to the composition of this world. When Robin first saw the celestial model, he could clearly see that the composition of this world was significantly different from the Earth in his previous life, and it even had several satellites. Advertisement. Enel can go directly to the moon. There is a strong possibility that this is because the moon itself is within the atmosphere of this planet. This special environment. The 100 years that had been blank had caused tremendous changes in the world, and the Grand Line was a creation deliberately created by the ancient kingdom to withstand these changes. This is confirmed by the historical texts collected by the Revolutionary Army in the past 2 years. The origin of the ancient kingdom is related to space. For example, Jin's race, the Lunalia, is fundamentally different from the rest of the people. It can produce flames by itself, which is the characteristic of devil fruit. Combined with the bloodline factor discovered by Vegapunk, Su Chen even suspected that devil fruit was created based on this. The people of the ancient kingdom created the devil fruit. He used this ability to change the world and was eventually called a god by countless people. In order to cope with the great changes in the world, the Grand Line was created. Eventually, for some reason, the 20 kingdoms of this world formed an alliance and controlled Uranus by unknown means. Eventually the war was won. Maybe it's because of oppression, or maybe it's because of selfish desires. But in the end they succeeded and became the gods they wanted to be. Let's go back to find Luffy and the others. Looking at Robin, Su Chen showed a gentle smile on his face. History is no longer important. Once we reach the last island, everything will be revealed. I'm guessing so much now, what if I get slapped in the face? And in his perception, was definitely dead. And the other side, Dressrosa's battle is gradually coming to an end. Ace was covered in blood, but the ant opposite him was also covered in wounds. He looked more seriously injured than him. Bang. There was a huge vibration, and a dark purple mace knocked Luffy to the ground. I fainted instantly. For a moment, Dressrosa, which had become a battlefield, became completely quiet. Kaido hefted the mace onto his shoulder and asked again with a cold look in his eyes. Boy, what kind of king do you want to be? Chapter 334 Awakening of Rubber Fruit. Luffy. Ace's expression changed drastically, and he looked at the fallen Luffy with great worry. Nami and others who were watching the game also looked pale. Subconsciously, I took a few steps forward, wanting to help. However, Katakuri instantly stood in front of everyone, and the seriously injured Jinx slowly fell down. Ace brat, what are you looking at? The ant roared, and slashed at Ace who turned back with the Napoleon in her hand. The giant sword swept across the sky, sweeping away everything around it. Although Ace turned back instantly and made a defensive gesture, the attacking giant sword would not stop. The powerful force covered the mighty conquerors, and slashed fiercely on the arm that was previously broken and healed by Kaido. There was a cracking sound, and the sound of broken bones continued to be heard. Ace's body was thrown far away and did not move for a long time after falling to the ground. This made it impossible for him to get up. Kaido, it looks like we won this battle. An extremely unbridled laugh rang out, and seeing Ace fall down, the ant was completely relieved. Kaido also turned into a blue dragon with a proud look on his face, hovering above everyone. Thunderclouds rolled in, with lightning and thunder. It seemed as if everything was over, this battle. The older generation of 4 emperors won. Just at this moment. Luffy, who had fallen, smiled. An inexplicable heartbeat sound rang in everyone's ears, vaguely, and seemed to be some kind of celebratory drumbeat. Luffy, who had fainted, gradually came to his senses. The sound called the drum of liberation penetrated the entire Dressrosa and spread to the boundless distance. Ha ha ha, what's going on? I think I've been defeated. Why do I feel so happy? Luffy couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth. His sunny laughter soothed everything around him, like the dawn that suddenly lit up in the darkness, and his whole body was filled with strength again. The conquerors, which had been under control, began to spread uncontrollably. Even spread to the entire Dressrosa. Luffy. Everyone looked at Luffy in surprise and couldn't help laughing. Such power and good news are simply surprising. It seems I'm not back late. Advertisement. The void was broken, and Su Chen and Robin appeared beside everyone again. Then, Luffy was seen bending his limbs casually, with amazing aura emerging from him. But this power is not terrifying, on the contrary it makes people feel particularly close. It makes people happy and smile. Kaido, let's continue. Kaido's pupils trembled as he watched Luffy standing up. Can this guy do sit-ups? He knocked me out twice, but he was still able to stand up. Hee, take that. Suddenly, Luffy's right hand turned into an extremely huge arm and directly grasped Kaido's body. The dragon looked extremely weak under this palm. Everyone widened their eyes and showed an incredible expression. Wow, Luffy is amazing. Only Chopper, Usopp, and Frankie had shining eyes, as if they had seen something exciting. The next second, Luffy grinned, and instantly used his arms to pull Kaido out of the air. The tug was so quick that the latter's eyeballs almost popped out. Ha 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 ha, this is fun. A cheerful laugh rang out, and the muscles on Luffy's arms bulged exaggeratedly. He bent his arms to gather strength and swung the giant dragon that Kaido had transformed into at high speed. Ah! Kaido screamed in terror. He had never encountered such an exaggerated fighting style before. This is really outrageous. It seems that because of Luffy's fruit determination, the way of fighting has become particularly funny. Then Luffy changed his posture again, exerted force on his waist and sank down, grabbed Kaido's body and threw him left and right. For a while, strong vibrations were heard everywhere. The back of Kaido's head kept hitting the ground without any force. He could only grit his teeth and try hard to prevent the blood from splattering. Not long after, he began to roll his eyes and a big bump appeared on his head, as if he had been tortured severely. Ha 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 ha. Having had enough fun, Luffy let go of Kaido and lay on the ground laughing. The giant dragon, which was once so mighty and ferocious, was now shaking dizzily, with a big bump on its head. This unreasonable combo made Kaido lose his mind. Hot breath. This ability to turn other substances into rubber should be the awakening of the Straw Hat Boy's Paramesha fruit. Advertisement. He instantly exerted force with both hands, and his muscles expanded, slowly stretching open the tightly closed dragon's mouth. A violent explosion instantly enveloped Kaido's figure. Tossing around inside, the blocked hot breath instantly bounced back intact. When Kaido saw that Luffy had such great power, he swallowed it without hesitation, and it seemed that he did not intend to leave Luffy any chance. I silently said, old son, I'm about to come out. The long body kept rising and falling, and Luffy resolutely put his body on the runway. The muscular man just now returned to normal. Then Luffy exerted force on his body, and his muscles bulged again. The severe pain made Kaido roll around and around, tears almost coming out. Luffy, on the other hand, was completely defenseless and turned the ground into rubber, jumping up and down happily. Luffy's body, after the awakening of the fruit, seems to be able to transform at will. In addition, his strength is stronger than that of Gear 4th, so he can easily deal with even some of Kaido's tricky attacks. It's as if I've seen it there. The eyeballs and tongue popped out, as if it had become a two-dimensional character. Luffy let out a loud cry as the surroundings suddenly darkened. It seems that Kaido is not taken seriously at all. He dug his hands into the ground, and the ground, which had been damaged and hardened, became soft under the influence of the fruit and turned into rubber. Seeing this, Luffy couldn't help but burst into laughter again. He covered his eyes with joy and even kicked up his feet. At just one glance, Luffy was stunned by the huge dragon breath. Next second. Boom. Looking at Luffy's appearance, Kaido breathed out a dragon's breath the moment he woke up. Su Chen in the distance smiled slightly. Luffy, who was rolling on the ground, seemed to sense something and glanced at him out of the corner of his eye while laughing. The huge blue dragon's expression changed drastically, and cold sweat kept pouring out. Just now he thought that everything was over, but he didn't expect that there would be more complications. Kaido's voice was heard amidst the smoke and dust. He lifted it up with force, and the rubber floor that was pulled up easily blocked Kaido's hot breath. In order to verify his guess, Kaido opened his huge mouth and swallowed Luffy, who was having fun, in one gulp. Ouch. The next moment, for some reason, he felt that there was something wrong with this appearance. Chapter 335, 4 Emperors ends. It seems that Luffy in Kaido's belly is not satisfied yet. His body instantly expanded, forming a giant rubber balloon that enlarged Kaido's belly. This almost cost Kaido his life. Kaido cursed desperately while retching. However, Luffy in his body did not react at all, and the rubber balloon carried Kaido into the sky. Luffy suddenly stretched out his hands from Kaido's eyes and threw himself out with force. In the process, a smile of a naughty boy who had successfully played a prank appeared on his face. Then he blew out another deep breath and blew himself above the clouds. The next moment, everyone opened their eyes wide, as if they had seen something incredible. Luffy turned into a giant, and his huge slippers and clothes also grew larger. At this moment, he was falling from the air and raised his big foot to step on Kaido. The latter seemed to have no reaction to this scene. He just opened his mouth slightly, and was completely numb. Then Kaido didn't hesitate and bit Luffy's stomach. Straight in his painful tongue. Enraged, Luffy instantly grabbed Kaido with both hands, used him as a skipping rope, and jumped directly into the air. The two people turned into afterimages and fell from the air at a high speed. But Luffy was too careless and turned Kaido's head towards himself. Kaido, who was keen on combat, instantly seized the opportunity and blew his hot breath on Luffy's face, turning him into charcoal and blasting him far away. Kaido also seized the opportunity and changed directly back to human beast form. Just when everyone was worried, Luffy transformed into Kurozumi and ran quickly in the air as if nothing had happened. Rushed back like a Hot Wheels. There was even a bright trail of flames appearing in the air. Before landing, Luffy swung his arm, ready to punch Kaido who had attacked him. Kaido was taking a breather, but when he heard the voice, he turned to look at Luffy. He jumped up without hesitation, and with the last bit of his strength mixed with Conqueror's, he used the third generation, Indigo. Secretly frightened, Luffy tried his best to dodge. However, he was running so fast that he couldn't bear the force and fell right under Kaido's mace. Bang! There was a loud bang, followed by thunder. Luffy's figure sank deeply into the ground. Kid, who are you with such a strange ability? Kaido stood quietly in front of Luffy and asked loudly with great confusion. Advertisement. After many battles, plus the desperate attack just now, he was already exhausted. But as an emperor, he was still proud. He tried his best not to fall down. Ha 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 ha. I'm Monkey D. Luffy, and I'm the man who will surpass you all and become the king of pirates. Very familiar words roared out from Luffy's mouth. At this moment, he suddenly pulled out his head that was stuck in the ground. His body instantly jumped high up, and his arms turned into a huge pillar. The extremely thick conquerors and armament hockey mixed together, swirling the surrounding air. He smashed down hard towards Kaido below. Kaido looked up, his face grim. At this moment, his pupils turned into pinholes, with expressions of shock, anger, unwillingness and disbelief flashing wildly in them. The rapidly falling fist seemed to reflect his unwillingness. Since arriving in Dressrosa, he has never been at a disadvantage in his battles with the two four emperors. He fought with the Straw Hat crew again, remaining unscathed under continuous attacks, and eventually teamed up with Linlin to repel the Marine, clearing the way for their subsequent retreat. In the end, he will lose too. No, never. His dream, his ambition to dominate the world. It must not end here. Even though he was exhausted and the people around him were still watching him eagerly. He, Kaido, is still as invincible as ever. A force that came from nowhere surged through his body, and Kaido tightly grasped the mace in his hand. And Ace was lying down at this time. My mind flashed back to the girl I met in Wano-kuni. The girl who believed she was the leader of the new era made a life card for herself, hoping to meet again one day. When Ace heard the girl's request to hold on to the life card, ran desperately to the top of the mountain, chased the waves in laughter, and said goodbye to him reluctantly, a fire slowly ignited in Ace's heart. Will we meet again? We will definitely meet again. During the Summit War, she must have been extremely anxious. Am I going to let her down this time? No, never. He wants to win. He wants to keep winning until he becomes famous, until he proves to the whole world that he is also amazing. This time, it will be like Summit War. Stay alive. Ah, Ace struggled hard to get up slowly, holding his right arm with cold sweat on his forehead. I twisted it with all my strength. With a click, his twisted right arm was twisted back. Although it was still extremely painful, it did not affect his subsequent battle. Come on, Straw Hat Boy, let me see your courage. You know, lousy as Kaido. Kaido on the other side shouted loudly, Great Power Thunder 8 trigrams. He held the stick with both hands and swung it violently. Advertisement. The mace infused with faith and hockey flew in the air, in front of everyone's horrified gaze. The huge fist and mace collided instantly. Kaido's body shook violently. An enormous fireball appeared above Ace. He slowly stretched out his left arm and softly recited the name of the move. Everything is melting in the ultimate heat. I also have things I need to do. I won't accept failure like this. The blow she had just dealt to Ace had almost drained her of her strength, and now she was facing Ace's final blow. He combined the three Hazmi together, squeezed out all his strength, and swung his sword at the fireball that looked like the sun. Boom. Then, the fireball shrank a few times. Sizzle. The power that drained life turned into an endless spiral flame, igniting everything around it, and the temperature of the surroundings rose rapidly. The earth-shattering roar shook the heavens and the earth, and a magnitude 10 earthquake broke out in the entire Dressrosa. The next moment, crack, the ant's eyes widened, and an expression of fear that had never been seen before appeared on her face. In just a moment, the entire island was divided into dozens of uneven fragments. Then, watching the end of Luffy's battle, Ace put the dagger back into his waist with his left hand, wiped the blood from his mouth, and looked sideways at Big Mom. His body, which never took a step back, was completely submerged by the fist and smashed hard into the ground. His skin cracked instantly, and countless blood spurted out like a fountain. At the last second, he looked back at Ace and his mouth seemed to move twice. The whole world fell silent, and the two figures, one big and one small, froze for a second. She was powerless to resist. It's the word Yamato. He fell to the ground with his body charred. Accompanied by huge waves, it began to sink to the bottom of the sea. As the sea water rushed up into the sky, Luffy's whole body relaxed instantly and returned to normal as if the air had been leaked. Great Flame Ring Flame Emperor. For a while, there was a tremor, and countless smoke and dust covered everything. Ah, a lava channel connected from where Ace threw the fireball to the location Big Mom mentioned. However, faced with the threat of death, she still did not stop resisting. 3 seconds later, the old lady wailed a few times like a lit torch. It condensed into a fireball wrapped around Haki, more than 50 meters long, gradually changing from red to purple and finally transparent. After slightly accumulating power, it was thrown directly at the ant. At the same time, Chapter 336, A Family. Boom. Wa la la la. Countless sea water surged up through the cracks in Dressrosa, and the fragments of the island began to sink slowly. Big Mom's body, like Kaido, disappeared into the sea. During this time, Jin and Katakuri seemed to make some moves, but Zoro and others stopped them directly. Seeing that the situation was hopeless, the two of them looked deeply at Luffy and Ace. Disappeared from everyone's sight. The winner takes it all. In this situation, they have no other choice. Maybe Katakuri will grow after this experience and dare the Big Mom Pirates, or maybe Jin will return to Wano Kuni and support Yamato as the new captain. But all these are things of the past. Ha 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 ha. The two brothers, wrapped in bandages, lay side by side, looking at the sky and laughing heartily. They won. The dark clouds gradually dispersed, the sky became brighter, and Dressrosa's chaos gradually subsided. A gentle breeze blew by, and rays of sunshine sprinkled across the sky. It illuminates the devastated islands below. After more than half of the land sank, the remaining land formed a structure similar to an archipelago. Seen from the air, it looks a bit like a crazy laughing face. Everyone who had experienced the baptism of war sat together quietly, waiting for Sanji to prepare food. Shanks in the distance smiled faintly, did not go to see Luffy again, and turned and left with Ben Beckman and others. He had to go see the newly formed government. Will this new regime, full of ideals, degenerate like the world government 800 years ago after it seizes power? Garp and Sengoku did not stop him. Instead, they watched Shanks leave with complicated eyes. They are different from pirates. Next, what will happen to Marine will be an imminent matter. If Akainu had insisted on his own way, it would have been another war that would have shocked the world. Perhaps Borsalino would have been a more suitable marshal than Sakazuki. After the two looked at each other, Sengoku turned and walked towards the port. Garp, on the other hand, slowly walked towards Luffy and the others. As a grandfather, what's wrong with meeting his grandson? You know, this time they overthrew 4 emperors. The end of the battle has been foreshadowed. This chaotic sea will soon return to true peace. As for the marine issue, he is just a vice admiral. Let Sengoku and the others deal with the headache. It's over. Advertisement. Sitting next to the two of them, Su Chen said lightly. The theory of destiny of this world, which could solve the 4 emperors at once, had become less credible when he arrived. The war that was supposed to take place in Wano Kuni broke out prematurely under Doflamingo's guidance. This was probably also a reaction to saving Ace and killing Blackbeard. If it weren't for the shock fruit, this island wouldn't have gathered so much power, the conflict wouldn't have erupted here, and the Revolutionary Army wouldn't have taken action at this time. Although the process was a bit tortuous, the result was good. Ace finally survived and proved to the world that he lived up to his father's expectations. And Luffy also has the strength to become the king of pirates. Perhaps, he could think about what would happen after this trip. After all, the remaining top forces are almost all Luffy's own people, even if he doesn't want to become the king of pirates. I guess it's a bit difficult. He. Su Chen, I'm awesome, right? Luffy, who was covered in bandages, showed a pair of teeth and 2 eyes and smiled, and 2 neat rows of white fang reflected the sunlight. Yeah, that's amazing. Nodding affirmatively, a smile appeared on Su Chen's face. In just 2 years, he has grown to the point where he defeated Kaido. That is truly amazing. This is a bit outrageous. Although he could do it, he was not a resident of this world after all. There is also this magic book as a guarantee. Without these, he may not be as powerful as Luffy. Of course, you don't even know whose brother he is. Ace, who was also covered in bandages and had his right arm in a cast, showed the same smile and seemed quite happy. Luffy becoming stronger seemed to make him happier than himself becoming stronger. Hey, Luffy, Ace. At this time, the wounded Sabo ran over with Koala. After reporting Dressrosa's information, he took Koala to stop Quinn, the Flying Six and others who came to support. Even if he ate the shock fruit, he could not stop so many people by himself. He was still seriously injured. If the seriously injured Jin had not brought the news of Kaido's defeat, the Beast's pirates would have fallen into civil strife. It is estimated that he is still on the outskirts of this sea area. This is not. Hearing that their leader had won, Luffy and Ace also came over with their victory. He rushed over immediately. Garp's signature loud voice sounded, and then everyone saw him shirtless. He was so happy when he thought about this. Advertisement. Sabo hugged Luffy, patted him twice and placed him next to Ace. Luffy jumped up excitedly with his bandaged body. What are you talking about? Let me hear it. His grandson has grown up, and as an old man he doesn't have the energy to take care of what he wants to do. The same big lump appeared, and they both looked at Garp with tears in their eyes, unable to speak for a while. With a sigh, Garp suddenly hugged them both. Luffy's eyes lit up, thinking that since he defeated Kaido, this old man should not be his opponent. Bang. Yeah, I know, congratulations Luffy. The greatest comfort is that people are safe. A muffled groan was heard. Garp slowly retracted his fist, and a big bump appeared on Luffy's head. Despite such a serious injury, he is still so active. So he subconsciously launched a provocation. Hiss. Ace next to him couldn't help but laugh, and seemed to be very happy to see Luffy being beaten by Garp. Wow, it's Sabo. Garp, with bulging muscles all over his body, walked over. Bang. Ha ha ha. Luffy, you have a big bump. King Pirates, the freest person in the world, is so cool. He casually hit Ace on the head again. And this guy Ace seems to be seriously injured. It would be great if there was a video den mushi. Such good photos must be kept and played continuously when they get married. Obviously, Luffy forgot that he was injured. He sat down on the other side of Ace and Luffy and slapped them both hard. Sabo, I defeated Kaido. I'm only one step away from becoming the king of pirates. Call me Grandpa. I'm so glad you're all right. Stinky old man, why are you here? Looking at the twisted looks on Luffy and Ace's faces, you can tell that it must be very painful. Such a happy thing. Although the Revolutionary Army, no, the current new government has a lot of things to do, but compared to his two brothers, he still chose to meet Luffy first. Hey. He is worthy of being his younger brother. Chapter 337 set sail towards the distance. A few days later. The fully recovered people arrived at the port. At this time, the residents who left Dressrosa had returned here. With the help of Su Chen's magic, the sunken part of Dressrosa floated up from the bottom of the sea. Just like in the original story, they regarded Luffy and his crew as heroes. Especially Usopp, because he was the one who scared Sucrose unconscious, he was treated like a god. After a few days of celebration, Luffy finally remembered that he and the others still had a journey to complete, and led everyone to leave. At the port, after sending Garp away, hey, Ace, what are you going to do next? The three brothers stood together, and Luffy asked as he looked at Ace wearing his captain's cape. After this meeting, they will probably have a fight the next time they meet. After all, both parties have the same dream, so they are bound to fight for the ultimate goal, so Luffy wants to know Ace's future plans and try to delay this battle as much as possible. Well, I'm going to Wano Kuni. Ace smiled, glanced at Marco and the others behind him, and spoke quietly. It's time to fulfill the original agreement. Kaido has been defeated, and he is going to help that country and move towards founding a nation. And Yamato is still waiting for him. Okay then, let's go to Wangguo. Su Chen said there is a historical text leading to the raftal coordinates there. Luffy nodded and said to Ace. Now that the locations of the historical texts of the 4 record coordinates have been exposed, all that remains is to retrieve them. With the current strength of Straw Hat crew, it is almost a crushing victory. If it weren't for the need to continue the adventure, it would not be impossible for them to release the news and ask someone to submit the historical text. Then Luffy, I'll be leaving first. He reached out and ruffled Luffy's hair, then said to Su Chen and the others, my brother, please take good care of him. Everyone nodded. They felt particularly comfortable facing Ace's request. Compared to the carefree Luffy, Ace made them feel quite comfortable, like a polite older brother. Take care, Ace. Sabo and Ace next to them bumped fists and hugged each other tightly. The one who should be most reluctant to let go should be him. He is the chief of staff of the Revolutionary Army. Unlike Luffy who can meet Ace anytime and anywhere, he will have very few opportunities to meet Ace in the future. Hey. A good man has great ambitions. Sabo, you are different now than before. Ace patted Sabo on the back. Sabo, who originally wanted to pursue freedom, now seems to have found something more meaningful. The words fell. Ace smiled at everyone again and boarded the ship with Marco and the others. Wait a moment, I want to go back to my country too. Kinemon shouted loudly. Please take me with you. I am a warrior of Wano Kuni. No matter what the fate of the country is, I will return to that land. He didn't find Momonosuke, and even Kanjuro disappeared in the battle. Now he just wants to return to his country. Let's see if Wano Kuni will change after losing Kaido. After all, Hiyori shouldn't be dead yet. Although so many years have passed, Lord Odin's bloodline must still exist in the world. Looking at Kinemon, Ace nodded. Advertisement. Samurai, it seems that Izo is also a samurai. He also told Izo about the story of the 9 red scabbards. Maybe it's because I love the person and the dog in him. Although Toki's prophecy was broken because of his relationship with Luffy, he still had some good things to say about this group of people. Then, under the sunlight, Ace and the others gradually disappeared. Okay Luffy, I should go too. As Ace and the others' shadows also disappeared, Sabo looked at Luffy and said. At the beginning of the new government, after staying in Dressrosa for so long, a lot of things had accumulated waiting for him to deal with. All good things must come to an end, and they will eventually have their own things to do. Luffy nodded quietly and smiled with relief. When everything is completely over, he will hold an extremely grand banquet. But the time will come when we will all gather together again. After a long time, Luffy looked at the sea in the distance and shouted loudly. Let's go. Su Chen, Nami, Zoro, Usopp, Sanji, Robin, Chopper, and Brook all responded in unison and jumped onto the Sunny. All members of the Straw Hat crew are on board. What are you going to do after you become the king of pirates? On the deck, Su Chen held a glass of red wine and asked Luffy who was lying on the bow. He never knew what Luffy said to Ace Sabo when they became sworn brothers, which shocked them. I want to be the king of pirates, so that everyone can adventure and laugh freely. When Luffy heard Su Chen's question, a particularly bright smile appeared on his face. Ha ha ha. You're amazing. No wonder Sabo thinks it's funny and Ace thinks it's childish. Su Chen was stunned for a moment, and looking at Luffy's longing smile, he couldn't help but smile. It's really a surprising idea. So, Nami, and everyone, what are you going to do after you realize your dreams? After a while, Su Chen looked at the rest of the people again. Hey. Nami raised her hands and shouted loudly, I want to go back to East Blue and find the golden island you mentioned. Chopper also raised his hands with his heart pounding, and said excitedly, I'm a doctor, I'm a real man, I want to cure all the diseases in the world. I will go back home and tell everyone about Captain Usopp's great adventures. Usopp was full of longing. At this moment, he seemed to see Kaya's admiring gaze. Me. Zoro paused while wiping his knife, a smile on his face. With the honor of being the world's greatest swordsman, bring her a glass of wine. Sanji, who was holding a cigarette, exhaled a puff of smoke and said lightly, use all blue ingredients to make food that makes the whole world happy and makes that old guy proud. Yo ho ho ho. Brook took out his violin and said with a smile, meet Laboon again at the end and tell it everything that happened. Robin didn't say anything and walked quietly to Su Chen. She reached out and shook his hand vigorously. So, Su Chen, what about you? Everyone paused and asked at the same time. At this moment, they were full of curiosity about this always mysterious and lazy companion. I'm taking Robin home. Advertisement. After taking a quiet look at Robin, Su Chen's face showed an exceptionally bright smile. Perhaps, he found what he had been looking for. The waves are surging and the view is unobstructed. The sun is warm and the wind is gentle. Milky white seagulls circled above the schools of fish, and the sparkling sea reflected the dazzling sunlight. The flag of the Straw Hat Skull keeps flying, carrying ships with different dreams. Slowly and steadily moving forward towards the distance. East Blue, West Robe Village. The elderly Usopp, wearing a captain's coat, slowly closed the book. As soon as he finished speaking, the little ones who were reluctant to leave dispersed. Let me be the captain. Want to have another spectacular trip? The hearty laughter spread throughout the entire Zailuobu village. Usopp was holding a group photo, his thoughts going back to the past. Completed. What is our great Captain Usopp thinking about? The little kids were obviously unhappy and kept pestering Usopp and didn't want to leave. They witnessed the battle between Zoro and Hawkeye. Kaya stood up and said gently to the little ones, I heard that your family has cooked a delicious meal, and the sea train your parents are taking is coming soon, aren't you going to pick them up? Looks very similar to Su Chen and Robin. For a moment, the scenery in front of Usopp became blurry. Sure, as long as you beat them. Just as he said, he is not from this world. Before he could get excited, Luffy and others who were already in different parts of the world showed up. Next to him, the elderly Kaya was snuggling up to him. For a moment, okay, let's go home and eat. Each of them went their own way. These are my adventures back then. As for the rest, I will tell you slowly tomorrow. And Lord Su Chen, did he take Sister Robin home? Finally, after a banquet attended by the whole world. Then let's just forget it. Su Chen and Robin smiled wickedly and pointed at the people behind them. The only thing left is a photo of them together. Su Chen, whose age seemed to have not changed at all, was holding a little girl. Behind him was the still young Robin, who was also holding a little boy. They looked like two little kids. Real. Ha. Then Su Chen and Robin were the first to propose leaving, and then Zoro, who won the battle, also chose to leave. Everyone got what they wanted. Although they got together from time to time, Su Chen and Robin had never been seen again since then. When Luffy became the Queen of Pirates. At this moment, an extremely familiar voice was heard, followed by a silver bell-like laughter. No, Grandpa Captain Usopp, tell us more about how handsome Luffy hasn't become the King of Pirates yet.